On the sports field of Yulong City's 5th high school, a young man named Guyu stood bewildered as a woman in white, Wang 11, pointed at him angrily. Guyu, I hate you. Stop bothering me, she exclaimed. It was then that Guyu realized he had somehow been transported from his computer, playing Empire Age, to this unfamiliar world. Look at you. You're dirt poor and even use government aid to spend on me. Your sole pet is just a pet fox with no rank at all. Wang Wenwen said with disdain. I'm with Lin Wenxiang now. He's my boyfriend. So stay away from me, you pathetic hangaron. Guyu stood there, piecing together his memories. This was Heiyao Star, a world where advanced technology coexisted with territories dominated by soul beasts. Humans lived in a few safe zones, gaining strength by taming these beasts. His predecessor, it seemed, was an unfortunate orphan. When Guyu summoned his soul pet, a small brown-yellow fox affectionately circled him. His predecessor had found the abandoned fox and, feeling a kinship with it, had formed a bond. Sadly, a soul pet without a rank held no status in this power-driven world. His predecessor had been a total pushover, scrimping and saving to give all his aid money to Wang Wenwen. She had initially welcomed him with a smile, only to later treat him as an ATM. Guyu smirked, determined to make her pay for this emotional debt. Guyu, hurry up, it's time for the soul weapon test, called Chen Nan, the classmate behind him, in a rush. This test was as crucial as college entrance exams. Only those who awakened their soul weapon could become true soul tamers, able to contract more soul pets and enjoy great privileges. As soon as Guyu entered the classroom, Lin Wenxiang couldn't wait to provoke him. I heard you try confessing to Wenwen again. Wake up, you're just a backup. Look at you. The soul weapon test will soon show who's really worthless. Lin Wenxiang, no one would miss your voice if you stayed silent, Guyu replied calmly. As tensions rose, their homeroom teacher, Li Tsuhua, intervened. Enough arguing. Graduation is near. Can't you all just behave? Everyone, line up and head to the back mountain for the test. With a mix of excitement and nervousness, the students followed their teacher to the academy's back mountain, ready to face this pivotal moment that could change their lives. Upon reaching the open space behind the school, several people in white robes were already scattered about, busy setting up a barrier. A mysterious aura lingered in the air, signaling the commencement of an important ceremony. Soon, a woman named Li Tsuhua stepped forward among the white-robed individuals. She surveyed the anxious yet eager students and announced loudly, "The awakening ceremony of the Life Soul Tool officially begins." She glanced down at the list in her hand and called out, Yi Tian, come, step into this barrier. Here, your Life Soul Tool can manifest, Li Tsuhua instructed, pointing to the center where a faintly glowing magic circle lay. A boy eagerly dashed into the barrier, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Standing at the center of the magic circle, he waited nervously. In an instant, the circle emitted a dazzling light, and a shimmering silver blade slowly emerged from within him, rotating gently in the air. A blade, an offensive soul tool. One of the white-robed individuals declared coldly, devoid of any emotion. Ha ha ha, I did it. I have a soul tool. I can become a soul pet master, the boy exclaimed, ecstatic and almost jumping for joy. Quiet. Li Tsuehua feigned anger, her brows slightly furrowed. The boy immediately fell silent, but his face still radiated joy as he practically skipped out of the queue, his smile beaming. Li Xiang. Li Tsuehua continued calling names. A girl, looking worried and biting her lip, slowly approached the magic circle, her eyes filled with anxiety. She gingerly stepped into the barrier and closed her eyes, hoping for a miracle. However, the circle remained dark and silent. None. Next, came the cold verdict from the white-robed individual. The girl seemed struck by lightning, her legs nearly giving way, but a nearby classmate caught her in time. Her expression turned bleak. This meant she could not become a soul pet master, shattering years of dreams in an instant. As time passed, only a few lights flickered within the magic circle. Guyu watched as the line in front of him dwindled, with most leaving the circle disappointed they had not successfully awakened their life soul tool. Many walked away dejected, sighing heavily. After years of studying soul power, success at this moment was everything, and failure meant it was all for naught. Wang Wenwen. Li Tsuehua's voice rang out again. The entire class gathered around, eyes filled with curiosity, eager to see if the class beauty could succeed. Wang Wenwen took a deep breath and gracefully stepped into the magic circle. In an instant, a brilliant light flared, and an ornate umbrella slowly emerged from within her. An umbrella, a support-type soul tool, the white-robed individual announced. Seeing her success in awakening a soul tool, Wang Wenwen was overjoyed, a sweet smile playing on her lips. This signified a bright future ahead. Many girls around her already displayed envious glances, whispering among themselves. Lin Wenxiang. Upon hearing his name, Lin Wenxiang straightened his back and confidently walked into the barrier, a smug smile on his face. The light flashed again, and a pen emerged from within him. A pen, a spell-type soul tool. With a look of expectation fulfilled, Lin Wenxiang held his head high. As he left the line, he deliberately took a detour, glancing disdainfully at Guyu and sneering. Trash. Guyu remained expressionless, choosing to ignore the provocation, though inwardly he was slightly speechless. He thought to himself, how can anyone become a soul pet master these days? Chen Nan. A chubby boy eagerly jogged into the barrier, his hands clenched in anticipation. But as time passed, no miracle occurred within the magic circle, which remained silent. None. Next, the white-robed individual coldly announced the result. Upon hearing the verdict, the chubby boy trembled as if struck by lightning, leaving the line in a daze, his eyes unfocused. Guyu, is it finally my turn? Guyu thought, considering that having crossed into this world, awakening a soul tool should be a piece of cake. The moment he stepped into the barrier, Guyu felt a vast power awaken within him, as boundless as the sea. Multicolored energy gathered and took shape inside him, and then a dark chain slowly emerged from his chest, unfurling in the air and emitting a faint cold light. A chain, a control-type soul tool. The white-robed individual stated coldly, but Guyu sensed that the gaze beneath the robe lingered on him for a few seconds, causing goosebumps to rise. Guyu looked at the dark chain in his hand, lightly stroking it. It felt cold to the touch. The chain was inscribed with strange runes, exuding a mysterious aura. Strangely, although it was the first time he'd seen this chain, it felt innately familiar, as if it were connected to his very being. Guyu wondered, I saw multicolored soul power, so why is this chain black on the outside? With this question in mind, Guyu silently left the barrier and returned to the end of the line. From afar, Lin Wenxiang saw that Guyu had also successfully awakened a life soul tool, disbelief written all over his face. This person, whom he had always looked down upon, had also become a soul pet master? He couldn't believe his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. Lin Wenxiang was considered a prodigy by ordinary people, so how could he be treated the same as someone she regarded as trash? Wang Wenwen stared intently at Guyu, feeling deeply shocked. Seeing Guyu successfully awaken his soul artifact, she immediately regretted her earlier decisions. Had she known, she would have continued to keep this potential talent close. Becoming a soul pet master meant never worrying about money again. Guyu, however, paid no mind to their gazes. At that moment, strange characters suddenly appeared in his mind, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice. Ding! Successfully awakened the life-bound soul artifact. Soul system is now activated. Analyzing. Guyu felt a surge of joy. The long-awaited system had finally arrived. He quickly checked the system panel in his mind, which displayed. Host, Guyu. Stamina, 1. Soul power level, Soul Disciple, Stage 1. Soul Artifact, Soul Chain. Pet. Fox grade. None. Level. None. Skills. Claw Strike, Cuteness. So this is the system? Amazing. Guyu marveled to himself. Suddenly, the system prompted, issuing a new world traversal starter pack. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Guyu chose yes. The system immediately began distributing a series of rewards. 1. Randomly upgrade the quality of the life-bound soul pet. 2. Increase the level of the life-bound soul pet. 3. Randomly reward a special skill. 4. Randomly grant additional attributes to the life-bound soul artifact soul lock. 5. Acquire a special skill devour. 6. Receive an initial fund of 100,000 soul coins. Guyu carefully examined his newly acquired abilities. Devour. Each time a soul beast is killed, gain additional soul power rewards, with a very low chance of acquiring a random skill from the soul beast. Soul Chain. A control-type soul artifact, currently able to tether enemies for assault or retrieval. Soul Lock. While tethered, continuously drain the enemy's soul power. Immobilize. When tethered, can actively immobilize the enemy for 3 seconds. Guyu was overjoyed. This felt like the legendary experience of having an advantage in a game. The Devour skill was like gaining extra experience points from defeating monsters and even stealing skills, akin to a powerful martial art technique. He hurried to check the little fox in his soul consciousness and found it had completely transformed. The system displayed. Ice Spirit Fox. Grade, Legendary. Level, Mortal Stage 2. Attribute, Ice. This was the legendary form of the Snow Fox, boasting impressive close combat capabilities and enhanced ice damage and control abilities. It was rumored to inhabit the frigid northern regions. Soul Skills. 1. Ice Spike. Condenses ice power to instantly launch an ice spike attack, slowing the target. 2. Yellow Ice Claw. Basic attack. 3. Frost Breath. Charges and releases accumulated frost power, slowing in an area. 4. Mystic Ice Armor. Upon use, absolutely blocks attacks equal to the number of tails, not exceeding its grade level. 5. Charm. Controls the enemy for 3 seconds, subject to the difference in strength between the two. 6. Extreme Cold. All ice damage inflicts additional frostbite damage over time. 7. Ice Body. Immune to all ice control effects. Reduces ice damage by 70. Evolvable. Guyu was stunned. Was this still his original yellow little fox? The fox in his soul consciousness had been completely reborn. Its snow-white fur was impeccably smooth, its blue eyes lively and spirited, with fluffy ears standing upright, and a striking tuft of blue fur on its head. It had grown considerably larger, nearly half a meter tall, almost a meter long, with a fluffy tail that was particularly endearing. Guyu felt a twinge of anxiety. What if such a large creature was discovered? As if understanding his thoughts, the little snow fox immediately shrank to the size of a regular pet fox. Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising the clever and perceptive little creature. A legendary soul pet. Guyu recalled the relevant knowledge. If a soul pet of this caliber could grow, each one would be as powerful as a nuclear weapon. He never imagined his little fox would be so remarkable. He silently reviewed the classification of soul pet quality: mortal, common, rare, lord, legendary, epic, mythical. The human-defined soul pet levels were mortal, spirit, shape-shifting, mind-condensing, universe-roaming, supreme. Except for the 5 levels of mortal, all others had 10 levels. Guyu also remembered an important trait. A life-bound soul pet could transform into human form upon reaching the spirit level. Although the reason was unknown, it was indeed a huge advantage. However, a person could only have one life-bound soul pet in their lifetime. If it were to perish, not only would the owner suffer a mental backlash, but they would also forever lose the chance to obtain a new life-bound soul pet. In contrast, ordinary soul pets could be replaced freely without the risk of backlash. Guyu took a deep breath, looking at his little snow fox, feeling both excited and cautious. The adventure in this world was just beginning. As the last student finished their test, only a few rays of light remained, and the classroom was filled with a tense and disheartened atmosphere. Teacher Li Tsuehua stood at the podium and loudly announced, "Students who have successfully awakened their soul artifacts, please come with me to register. The rest of you have graduated and can head to the university recruitment desks downstairs." From the back of the classroom came a few muffled sobs. Guyu sighed inwardly. No matter the world, it is always unfair. He patted Chun Nan on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort and then followed the line behind Teacher Li Tsuehua to register. In the hallway, Lin Wenxiang approached like a pesky mosquito in summer, incessantly mocking. "Guyu, even you managed to awaken a soul artifact? The heavens are truly unfair." Guyu chose silence, not wanting to engage with this brat. He thought to himself that if street fighting didn't lead to jail time, he wouldn't mind giving this guy a good beating right now. Seeing Guyu ignore him, Lin Wenxiang pushed further. "Don't think that just because you awakened a lousy chain you can be on the same level as me." He continued to taunt Guyu, calling him worthless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Guyu stared coldly at Lin Wenxiang and said, "Indeed, if someone with a brain like yours can awaken a soul artifact, it's unfair to everyone downstairs. Do you need a beating?" Lin Wenxiang's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, "Guyu, how dare you insult me?" He thought to himself that if it weren't for the fear of the police, he would have acted already. "Just you wait, don't leave after school." Guyu was unfazed. "Try hitting me once. If you dare lay a hand on me today, they'll make sure you can't even afford underwear." Just as tensions were about to explode, Teacher Li Tsuehua sternly commanded, "Quiet down. You're about to graduate. Can't you give your mouths a rest?" Lin Wenxiang immediately fell silent, clearly intimidated by the tigress of a teacher. After a lengthy registration process, Teacher Li Tsuehua gave a final reminder. "From now on, you are apprentice soul masters. Do not abuse your power or bully the weak. In a month, you will formally head to Balon Academy for Soulmaster training. You'll be notified, but don't forget to prepare the tuition fee 200,000 soul coins. This is the first test from Balon Academy. I wish you all the best. Congratulations on your graduation." With that, she left without looking back. Guyu thought to himself that his high school life had ended so abruptly. He felt no attachment and planned to go home to study the soul system and find a way to gather the tuition. However, Lin Wenxiang clearly had other plans. As Guyu passed by the sports field, Lin Wenxiang and Wang Wenwen, along with a group of lackeys, surrounded him and dragged him to the small grove behind the boys' restroom. Guyu did not resist, fully aware of the strict laws in this society. Hitting someone could lead to a prison sentence. With the current sparse population, injuring someone would mean wasting precious human resources. Lin Wenxiang, with his arm around Wang Wenwen's waist, approached with his gang and taunted, "Guyu, you trash, you dared to talk tough about hitting me earlier?" Guyu calmly replied, "Yes, I want to hit you." Wang Wenwen sneered, "Guyu, I didn't expect you to grow a backbone now, daring to go against Wenxiang." Wang Wenwen stood to the side, her eyes filled with disdain. "You think you're capable? In terms of soul pets, family background, and women, what do you have over me?" Her gaze swept over Guyu dismissively. "Oh, don't tell me you like someone like her." Guyu pointed at Wang Wenwen without hesitation. "You're such a jerk." This remark seemed to hit a sore spot for Wang Wenwen, her face turning an ashen shade. Lin Wenxiang immediately stepped forward, a hint of malice in his eyes. Wen, don't be angry. Today, I'll teach this reckless guy a lesson. With a wave of Lin Wenxiang's hand, a flash of light appeared, and a large white tiger materialized out of thin air. This was his sole pet, an exotic blade wind tiger, a variant of the saber-toothed tiger. Although it was only of ordinary grade, second tier, its sharp fangs and powerful soul skills like wind blade and fierce claw, combined with the enhanced physical defense from sturdy body, were enough to instill fear in most people. Guyu looked at the ordinary grade tiger and chuckled to himself. No wonder Lin Wenxiang was so arrogant. For ordinary people, owning a soul pet of any grade was impressive. His ordinary grade could certainly intimidate for a while, but for someone like Guyu, who possessed a legendary grade soul pet, it was nothing more than an oversized kitty. Your big white kitty is so adorable, Guyu mocked with a playful tone. Lin Wenxiang had expected Guyu to be terrified at the sight of the exotic blade wind tiger, but instead, Guyu showed no fear, even a hint of disdain, as if looking at a common house cat. This infuriated him. You want to fight, don't you? Summon your little fox. My wind tiger will tear your fox to pieces. If you don't dare, crawl under my legs in front of everyone, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Guyu smirked inwardly. This guy intended to take this opportunity to kill his soul pet. Unfazed, he asked, what if your big white kitty gets killed by my fox? How will you compensate me? Ha! Lin Wenxiang laughed maniacally. If you manage to kill my wind tiger today, I won't hold you accountable. I'm just afraid you lack the ability. Guyu calmly took out his phone and started recording. You said it yourself. Laughter erupted around them. They all knew Guyu only had a pet fox of no particular grade. But when Guyu summoned his soul pet, everyone was stunned. A flash of silver light, and a graceful snow fox appeared before them. Lin Wenxiang turned to Wang Wenwen in shock. What's going on? Didn't you say his soul pet was just a pet fox? Wang Wenwen was equally puzzled. She had seen Guyu's soul pet before, a regular brown fox. How had it turned into this snow-white fox? It's just a fox. Lin Wenxiang suppressed his unease. Wind tiger, attack. Tear it apart. The exotic blade wind tiger charged at the snow fox on command. But Guyu was ready, calmly issuing an order. Charm. He swiftly summoned his soul weapon, the soul lock chain, and hurled it towards the wind tiger's head. Dodge quickly. Lin Wenxiang remembered too late that he could also summon a soul weapon to join the battle. But it was already too late. The charmed exotic blade wind tiger stood frozen, completely immobilized. This brief pause became a turning point in the battle. The soul lock chain coiled around the head of the wind tiger like a venomous snake, instantly draining its strength. With a sharp gaze, Guyu commanded coldly, Ice Spike. At the same time, he channeled his soul power to immobilize the target. The snow fox reacted with lightning speed, forming a massive ice spike that radiated coldness. The wind tiger attempted to evade, but found itself completely restrained by the soul lock chain, unable to move. Lin Wenxiang shouted desperately, Dodge it! But his futile cry was meaningless. Without a moment's hesitation, Guyu directed the snow fox's ice spike through the air, piercing the wind tiger's head with precision. The beast's eyes, filled with unwillingness, gradually lost their luster as its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, life extinguished in an instant. Everyone around, including Wang Wenwen, was struck speechless by this sudden turn of events. Guyu stated coldly, You wanted to cripple me? Then I had no choice but to cripple you first. Lin Wenxiang stood frozen, unable to believe his soul pet had been killed so swiftly. Suddenly, Lin Wenxiang coughed up a large amount of blood and fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Brother Lin. Wang Wenwen rushed forward to support him. The death of his soul pet resulted in a backlash from the contract, causing permanent damage to Lin Wenxiang, meaning he would forever be without a soul pet, branded a failure by others. Guyu calmly put away his phone and said indifferently, Aren't you going to carry your master away and get lost? He leaned down to whisper in Lin Wenxiang's ear. Everything was recorded. You wanted a solo duel, but unfortunately, your soul pet was too weak to withstand even a single move. You love to ridicule others as failures, but from now on, that title belongs to you. A soul pet master who can't even protect his own pet has brought this upon himself. With that, Guyu ignored the stunned crowd behind him, retracted the snow fox, and turned to leave the scene. After leaving school, Guyu eagerly released his little fox. A sense of vindictive satisfaction filled him, as he had successfully incapacitated Lin Wenxiang. Although Lin Wenxiang's spirit pet was of an ordinary level and his family's influence wasn't strong, Guyu understood well that strength was the ultimate rule in this world. He gently stroked the soft fur of the little fox, contemplating his future plans. In a month, he would be attending a new school, and everything from class placement to securing resources would depend on this little creature. Guyu knew that without sufficient power, it could be his little fox that would perish, and he himself would fall. If someone wrongs me, I will retaliate, Guyu murmured softly. Though he knew Lin Wenxiang's injury was caused by the backlash of the spirit beast contract and had nothing to do with him, he remained vigilant. After all, caution is the parent of safety, and he had no desire to meet his next life so soon. The little fox gazed at Guyu with its bright blue eyes after being released. Guyu picked it up, pondering what name to give it. As he looked at its snow-white fur, inspiration struck him. I'll call you Shueying. To Guyu's surprise, Shueying seemed to understand his thought, and even nodded. Has this fox become sentient? Guyu wondered. It's not even at the spiritual level yet. Being of a petite size, Shueying nimbly leaped onto Guyu's shoulder. As night fell, Guyu decided to head home for a rest. He walked back slowly, following the path from his memory. When he pushed the door open, the room was dark, but Guyu didn't feel lonely. In his past life, he was all alone, but in this life, he had Shueying for company, which was comforting. After turning on the lights, Guyu took a closer look at his home. The social welfare of this black obsidian star world was indeed impressive, with state support reaching this level. The house was about 100 square meters, fully equipped. He placed Shueying on the floor and fed it some spirit pet food it used to love. Now that you're a legendary spirit pet, you can't keep eating such meager food. Tomorrow, we'll buy something better, Guyu said. Shueying seemed to understand his thoughts again, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Guyu opened the system to check the information and found only one actively usable feature: the daily lottery. He eagerly clicked the draw button, and after a flash of white light, the system informed him he had won a consolation prize. 10 ordinary spirit crystals and 10 first-stage ice-type spirit cores. Isn't this just experience medicine? Guyu thought. It's not much, but a freebie is always welcome. He followed the method he had learned from books, placing his hand on the spirit crystals to absorb their power. Soon, he felt his inner spirit energy growing rapidly. After absorbing all the spirit crystals, Guyu experienced a rush of breakthrough excitement. He checked the system panel, curious about how his spirit power level was classified. The system's cold voice immediately responded. Spirit Disciple, Spirit Warrior, Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Lord, Spirit Emperor, corresponding to the spirit pet levels. Spirit Disciple has 5 stages. Others have 10 stages. Thank you, system. Can you speak? Guyu asked the void, hoping for a response. However, the air was silent. He looked down to check his status and found that his soul power level had successfully advanced to Soul Disciple Stage 2. Guyu gently handed the soul core to Shueying. The snowy spirit fox eagerly swallowed the soul core, and in an instant, a magical light enveloped its entire body. As the light faded, Shueying's power had noticeably increased. The system interface promptly displayed Snow Spirit Fox, Legendary Grade, Current Level, Mortal Grade 3. To evolve into a Winter Extreme Fox, an Ice-type Epic Soul Core and the Heart of Extreme Cold are needed. An Epic Soul Core. Guyu murmured to himself. This seemed like a distant dream for him at the moment. A legendary grade soul pet was already a force of nature, not to mention the higher epic and mythical grades. He continued to explore the system and discovered that skill levels were categorized into Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow tiers. The system indicated that once a soul pet took human form and acquired a soul bone, skill enhancement would be possible. Additionally, new skills could be learned through soul boxes. Guyu had heard of soul boxes, akin to skill books, though they were expensive and hard to come by for ordinary people. What is a soul bone? Guyu asked in confusion, as the term was unfamiliar to him. The system remained silent. He shook his head, deciding to set aside thoughts of these distant matters for now. The soul-locking chain in his hand emitted a faint glow, surprisingly lightweight for his soul-bound weapon. Guyu felt delighted. Shueying's charm ability combined with the control effect of the soul-locking chain and powerful output made for a perfect combat combination. He resolved to venture outside the city more often to gain practical experience. As night fell, Guyu attempted to engage in spiritual meditation, but found the effects minimal. Although he could sense the surrounding free-floating soul power, he was unable to effectively absorb it. Abandoning his training, he played with Shueying and then downloaded an anime-style game on his phone. The TV news was reporting, today, a small number of suspected soul slaves have infiltrated the city. Citizens are advised to strengthen security measures. Before long, Guyu began to feel sleepy. In the dead of night, Shueying quietly awoke. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Guyu's handsome face. The snowy spirit fox watched her master intently, her gaze filled with indescribable emotions. Guyu was awakened in the morning by a fluffy tail, which turned out to be Shueying. It gently brushed against his cheek, faithfully carrying out its duty of waking its master. Guyu rubbed his eyes, quickly washed up, and then stood in front of the mirror to examine himself. The reflection showed a young man with delicate features and a confident gaze. Still as handsome as ever, Guyu muttered to himself. First, let's get something tasty for Shueying, then head out of the city for some training. Shueying wagged its tail happily as it followed Guyu, and the two of them made their way to the bustling area of Jade Dragon City Longxing Street. The street was lively, with various soul pets and their owners walking together. Bird-type soul pets perched on their owners' shoulders preening their feathers. Beast-type soul pets stayed close to their owners' feet, alert and watchful, and some small insect-type soul pets rested quietly in their owners' palms. These were the life-bound soul pets of the citizens, mostly companion pets with little combat ability, similar to the pet foxes Guyu had seen before. Weaving through the bustling crowd, Guyu arrived at the third floor of Longxing Plaza, home to the best soul pet shop in Jade Dragon City. At the entrance, various soul pet cubs were on display, attracting the attention of passers-by. Guyu's eyes skimmed over an ice wolf cub ordinary grade, rank 1. It was a young frost giant wolf with soul skills like Ice Spike, which could form spikes of ice to attack and slow enemies, and Bite, which caused a bleeding effect. Next to it was a flame bird cub also ordinary grade, rank 1, with a soul skill called Flame, which could conjure fire to attack and burn. Guyu quickly assessed these cubs, noting that most were ordinary grade soul pets. He knew that even these young, ordinary grade soul pets started at tens of thousands of soul coins. Those with high combat potential could cost over 1 million. As for rare grade soul pets, they reportedly started at tens of millions, and some species could exceed 100 million. Lord grade soul pets were even more exorbitant, priced in the billions. Thinking of this, Guyu recalled a story he had heard. The true overlord of Jade Dragon City, the head of the Yun family, once attempted to spend 1 billion to buy a legendary pet egg for his son. Despite the high offer, it remained unavailable, as legendary soul pets rarely appeared in the mortal world. Looking at it another way, does that make me a billionaire? Guyu thought to himself, patting the shuiying nestled in his arms. He didn't linger in the cub section and headed straight to the area selling soul pet food. His main purpose for coming was to solve Shuiying's food supply issue. Hello, how can I assist you? A smiling saleswoman approached him. I'd like a set of high-grade meat for fox-type soul pets, Guyu replied. He thought to himself that with the initial funds of 100,000 soul coins from the system, buying some food was no problem at all. After spending 500 soul coins on a set of premium meat, Guyu planned to leave. His next plan was to purchase some artificial soul gear and then head out of the city for some adventure training. He understood that without experiencing life and death trials, a soul pet master couldn't truly grow. Since he had chosen this path, Guyu was already prepared for it. As Guyu was about to leave, he noticed a woman in white anxiously waiting at the entrance of a medical room. She looked about 17 years old, with a beautiful face, a curvaceous body, and an extraordinary aura. Guyu estimated her to be an 8 out of 10, likely a lady from a prestigious family. His gaze shifted to the soul pet in her arms, a snow-white fox, somewhat similar to Shuiying, but much smaller. The little fox lay listlessly in her arms, seemingly having fallen seriously ill. A system prompt appeared in front of Guyu. Xianbing Fox, rare grade, rank 5. A branch of the ice fox with considerable control abilities. Soul skills: Ice Spike, which slows with charged attacks. Ice Bind, which freezes targets with brief charging. Xianbing Power, which adds a slowing effect to all attacks with a chance of causing ice-based frostbite. Current status: lethargic due to overconsumption of food. Rare grade: Xianbing Fox. Guyu thought, so she's someone wealthy? I'm currently short on money. Maybe I can find a way to earn some? A special prompt? Heh. With a mindset to give it a try, Guyu mustered the courage to approach and strike up a conversation, though he felt a bit awkward about initiating such a chat. Hey there, are you here to get treatment for your soul pet too? Guyu asked. What do you want? The woman in white looked at Guyu warily, her expression immediately becoming guarded. Guyu stepped into the pet store, his gaze falling on a woman dressed in white. She was holding a snow-white little fox, the very creature he had come for. I was here a few days ago, Guyu began confidently. But seeing that you also have a fox-type pet, I thought I'd offer you some guidance to avoid unnecessary detours. As he spoke, he gave a slight wave of his hand, summoning his soul pet, Shuiying. Shuiying appeared gracefully, her pristine fur shimmering softly under the store's lights, immediately capturing the woman's attention. What a beautiful snow fox. Is that your soul pet? The woman in white exclaimed, admiration shining in her eyes. Yes, it's a Xianbing fox, Guyu lied effortlessly. A Xianbing fox? That's the same kind as my Yao Yao, the woman said excitedly, but then she frowned. But on closer look, why don't they seem quite the same? Guyu nonchalantly replied, don't worry about the details. Your Xianbing fox seems unwell, looking quite listless. Hearing this, the woman in white looked concerned. I feed Yao Yao lots of good food every day. How could it still be unwell? Guyu shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Miss, soul pets are still beasts. If you feed it too much every day, how can it possibly digest it all? What? The woman looked surprised. I thought the more good stuff, the better. I feed it lots of food every day. She gently stroked the fox in her arms, confusion in her eyes. Guyu patiently explained, everything needs moderation. Help it release excess soul power, and feed it in moderation in the future. Don't let too much soul power accumulate in its body. If necessary, take it out to fight some monsters, get it moving. Really? The woman was skeptical. Guyu smiled and replied, just try it for yourself. The woman immediately took action, purchasing digestive tablets for her little fox. About an hour later, After they chatted about their respective foxes, the white fox was noticeably improved, energetically jumping into her arms, its previous malaise gone. Thank you so much for helping Yao Yao, the woman said sincerely. I owe you one. A sly smile appeared on Guyu's lips. No need to owe me anything. Favors are hard to repay. To be honest, I'm a bit short on funds lately. A regular consultation would cost 10,000 soul coins. I'll give you a 50 discount. 5,000 soul coins, an absolute bargain. You can't lose with this deal. The woman's eyes widened, her worldview challenged. What? You don't want a favor from a beautiful woman, but you want money. Guyu shrugged, looking helpless. A beautiful woman can't fill my stomach. I just need some money. It's a necessity. Even if I don't eat, Shueying has to eat. At this moment, Shueying shook her head, but Guyu didn't notice. The woman angrily took out her phone and transferred 5,000 soul coins. The mechanical notification of the transaction made Guyu smile with satisfaction. Well, I won't disturb you any longer, I'll be on my way. Under the woman's disdainful gaze, Guyu swaggered out of the pet store. The woman in white walked out of the store, watching Guyu's retreating figure, muttering to herself. He actually asked me for money? So many people line up for my contact information, and he asks for money instead? I thought he was a bit handsome. How awful. Has my charm diminished? Just then, a man who appeared to be a butler approached her. Miss, the master has called you back. We've already found a professional doctor. The woman looked down at the now energetic little fox in her arms and softly said, Yao Yao is fine now. Nothing to worry about. Let's go. It's been a while since I've seen my brother. After bidding farewell to the mysterious young lady, Guyu stepped into the 6th floor of Longxing Tower, rumored to be a place where soul gear is sold. As he looked around, a keen-eyed saleswoman spotted an opportunity and gracefully approached him. Hello, how can I assist you today? She asked with a professional sparkle in her eyes. Feeling a bit awkward, Guyu replied. I'd like some basic outdoor adventure gear. Certainly, sir. Let me show you our latest weaponry, the saleswoman said, leading Guyu to an elegant display counter. As he glanced over the items, detailed information popped into his mind. Sharp silver blade. Offers attack power comparable to a basic soul beast, far superior to a standard dagger. Crafted from special ore and infused with soul power enchantments. Price, 5,000 soul coins. Special leather armor. Effectively protects against bites from basic level soul beasts, providing full body coverage. Price, 5,000 soul coins. Swift wind boots. Lightly enchanted with wind element soul power to slightly increase movement speed. Price, 5,000 soul coins. After a moment of consideration, Guyu spent 15,000 soul coins to purchase these 3 basic items. Curious, he then asked, do you have any more powerful soul gear? The saleswoman explained that soul gear, enhanced by the power of soul beasts, is quite expensive. Realizing Guyu's potential to buy higher grade equipment, she led him to an inner display area filled with dazzling soul artifacts. One particular item caught Guyu's attention. Ring of Space. A soul gear crafted from netherstone, containing a 2 cubic meter space. Price, 50,000 soul coins. This is a real treasure. Guyu thought to himself, promptly spending another 50,000 soul coins to acquire the space ring. He stored all his purchases inside the ring as the saleswoman, beaming, saw him out. We hope to see you again, sir, she said, secretly thrilled about her commission boost for the month. After leaving Longxing Tower, Guyu bought some additional outdoor essentials. Staring at his bank card with just over 40,000 soul coins remaining, he sighed at how quickly his 100,000 soul coins had dwindled. Reflecting on his past actions, Guyu shook his head. He had squandered his monthly 5,000 soul coin state subsidy, trying to win over Wang Wenwen. Now, having graduated high school, the aid had ceased. A foolish pursuit leaves you with nothing, echoed in Guyu's mind. Facing the looming pressure of a 200,000 soul coin tuition fee, Guyu started contemplating ways to earn money. He had heard that hunters earn substantial rewards for completing tasks. Though risky, it provided a chance to hone his skills and earn money. After careful consideration, Guyu decided to become a hunter, which would also help level up Shueying. He opened his phone map to find the nearest Hunters Guild. He'll start with a few simple commission tasks to earn my next round of funds, Guyu resolved, taking the tram to the Yulong branch of the Hunters Guild. In the guild hall, Guyu approached a scar-faced hunter and asked, Hello, how do I join the Hunters Guild? The scar-faced man replied coldly, Where did this kid come from? This isn't the place for you. He had seen too many young people lose their lives seeking thrills. Facing skepticism, Guyu smiled slightly and summoned his soul chain, ready to demonstrate his abilities. Scarface was momentarily surprised when he noticed Guyu's demeanor. So, he possesses a life-bound soul artifact, meaning he's a soul pet master, he thought to himself, and his expression quickly turned respectful. As an ordinary hunter, he knew better than to offend someone of such status. Scarface immediately changed his attitude and enthusiastically explained to Guyu. Becoming a hunter is actually quite simple. You just need to register with the relevant authorities and prove your abilities. Following Scarface's directions, Guyu soon found the registration office. A staff member with a blank expression asked mechanically, "What's your lifebound soul pet?" With a gentle wave of his hand, Shui appeared beside Guyu. The staff member only glanced briefly, seemingly accustomed to such displays. He continued, "You seem quite young. Have you awakened your lifebound soul artifact? Or do you have a special soul equipment?" Guyu nodded and waved his hand again, causing a chain with a mysterious glow to materialize his lifebound soul artifact, the soul lock chain. "Think of a code name for yourself, a name hunters use with each other," the staff member said, his tone still indifferent. "Feather," Guyu replied succinctly. After completing the registration, Guyu scanned the QR code on a nearby plaque and downloaded the Hunter app. He thanked Scarface and the staff member before leaving the Hunters Guild. Opening the Hunter app, Guyu found that he already had an account. The screen displayed his basic information. Codename, Feather. Rank, Bronze. Team, none. Current completed missions, 0. After studying the app's features, Guyu learned that teaming up could increase mission success rates. However, he wasn't planning to team up with others just yet. Having obtained his hunter status, Guyu decided to venture into the wild. The app showed several low-level missions he could take on. 1. Clear the leader of the wolf pack near the northern highway recommended. 2 people, deposit, 10,000, reward, 80,000. 2. Investigate the source of anomalies in the northern mine recommended. 3 people, deposit, 20,000, reward, 150,000. Even missions require a deposit. Guyu muttered to himself. Good thing I have money. Considering his current strength, Guyu could only handle these low-level investigation and creature-clearing tasks. At his current rank, he could only accept one mission, so he chose the task of clearing the wolfpack leader. Defeating creatures is quicker, Guyu thought. With Shui Ying's legendary power, I should be able to complete this mission alone. Holding Shui Ying in his arms, Guyu boarded the express train to the northern city. Through the car window, he gazed at the powerful individuals occasionally flying by on their soul pets, silently wishing, when will I become that strong? Upon reaching the northern city, Guyu remained vigilant, wary of being followed. After scanning his hunter credentials, he set off on the path out of the city. You, young man, don't think being a hunter is so easy. It's really dangerous. Go home. A seemingly honest man advised kindly. Guyu politely replied, It's okay, sir. My lifebound soul pet is quite powerful, and the man interrupted. Even if you're strong, you lack experience. Don't venture too far, and remember to run if you encounter danger. With a shake of his head, he seemed to lament the hardships of life. Thank you for your concern, Guyu said before leaving. After Guyu left, the guards at the checkpoint whispered among themselves. What's that kid doing registering as a hunter at such a young age? It's dangerous out there, one said. Another responded. Maybe he doesn't have any background. Those from powerful families don't need to register as hunters. The honest man sighed. I've heard those family heirs have special training methods. They wouldn't become hunters. I hope he stays safe. Hearing these words, Guyu felt a slight stir in his heart. Although it was a small gesture, the kindness of these two men made him feel warm. With the blessings of passers-by, Guyu stepped out of the city's safety barrier and officially began his hunter journey. Not far from the northern outskirts of Wielding City, a chill hit them as the landscape turned into a vast expanse of ice and snow. Within the human settlement, a powerful barrier offered protection, but stepping outside meant confronting the harsh environment directly. Guyu and Shuiying had walked 100 meters, and there were no signs of life around them. At Guyu's signal, Shuiying reverted to its original size. Its white fur trembled slightly in the cold wind, and its sharp claws made a soft crunching sound on the snow. Its strong limbs supported its body, and its bushy tail swayed gently, with a touch of blue on its head standing out against the white snow. Guyu looked at Shuiying, thinking to himself, when can I ride it? Once a soul pet reaches the spirit level, its size should be enough to carry a person, right? Just then, a system notification suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Oh, you can speak? Say something else. Guyu was intrigued, but the system remained silent. He found a cave and began changing his gear. Fortunately, he had prepared a fur coat in advance, and putting it on made him feel much warmer. He also switched into his combat gear and took a few steps. The Gale boots lived up to their reputation, noticeably enhancing his speed. Drawing his sharp silver blade, the system panel showed its damage equivalent to that of a common grade soul beast. Guyu tested the blade on a stone, effortlessly cutting a groove into it. Impressive power, he remarked, satisfied as he sheathed the blade. Leaving the cave, Guyu returned to the northern highway, the main artery connecting various cities. He quickly left the highway, navigating through the app's map to a nearby forest indicated by the directions. The snowy landscape was silent when suddenly, danger struck. A mantis's sharp claw lunged at Guyu from behind. Shuiying, alert, immediately dashed to his side, transforming into battle mode. With a swift move of its paw, it easily repelled the attacker. The figure, seemingly in pain from the blow, quickly retreated a few steps. That was close, Guyu thought with a lingering fear. If not for Shuiying's timely intervention, he might have been in serious trouble. Looking back, he saw a large green mantis staring at them menacingly. The system promptly provided information on the soul beast. Gale mantis. Grade: common. Level: mortal tier 3. Soul beast. A mantis enhanced by absorbing the power of wind, with high speed and strong melee attacks. Soul skills. 1. Eviscerate. Claws inflict piercing damage, causing a severe bleeding effect. 2. Stealth. Camouflages itself, significantly reducing presence, entering a stealth state until detected or initiating an attack. A common grade soul beast? No wonder it's so fast, and it has a stealth ambush skill. Guyu thought, staying vigilant. The Gale mantis was similar in size to Shueying, its sharp forelimbs swinging like scythes, creating a chilling whoosh in the air. Whoosh. The Gale mantis launched another fierce attack. Shueying stepped up, shielding Guyu and facing the mantis's scythe-like claws. Guyu was quick to respond, summoning his natal soul weapon, the soul lock chain. Shueying, use enchant. Guyu commanded decisively. At the moment the mantis was stunned by Shueying's counterattack, the soul lock chain shot towards its head like a serpent. Normally, the agile Gale mantis could easily evade, but under the effects of enchant, it temporarily lost its ability to move, allowing the chain to bind its head tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu decided to end the battle quickly. He opted for Shueying's fastest yellow-grade battle technique, rather than the frost breath, which required charging time. Immobilize. Guyu channeled his soul energy, and as the Gale mantis regained consciousness from the enchantment, it found itself paralyzed, unable to move. Before it could even scream, a massive ice spike was already hurtling towards it. Ice spike, Guyu ordered, and Shueying's attack hit the immobilized Gale mantis with precision. Without any suspense, Guyu's attack pierced straight through the head of the swift mantis. Green blood splattered everywhere, but Shueying deftly avoided it. In this direct confrontation, the swift mantis had no chance of winning. Guyu and Shueying worked in perfect harmony, using a charm skill to control the target, followed by the soul lock chain, and finally a deadly ice spike combo to perfectly take down the swift mantis. Staring at the mantis's body, Guyu cautiously approached. The moment his hand touched the corpse, a system notification sounded, prompting him to use the devour skill. To his surprise, the swift mantis's body suddenly turned into white light and vanished without a trace. Damn, this devour skill actually consumes the entire soul beast's body. Guyu exclaimed. He had expected it to only devour the soul or something, not leave nothing behind. Although he felt a bit regretful about losing what could have been money, he decided to overlook these small losses in order to gain greater power. The system promptly informed him. Successfully devoured the target swift mantis. Soul power increased. Successfully plundered the target's skill stealth. Guyu felt a surge of immense soul power flowing into his body, seemingly breaking through a certain barrier with ease. He looked at the soul lock chain and noticed it was enveloped in a mysterious force, its power significantly enhanced. The runes engraved on the chain also became more profound and enigmatic. Such luck? I got the stealth skill on my first try. Guyu excitedly checked the newly acquired ability. Stealth. Disguise oneself, greatly reducing presence, entering a state of invisibility until discovered or initiating an attack. Additionally, the soul lock chain awakened a new ability. Slow, slows the reaction speed of the bound enemy. Nerve slow, can stack with other slowing effects. Guyu realized that as his soul power continued to grow, the power of the soul lock chain was constantly increasing as well. The newly awakened slow skill was very practical, and although Devour was powerful, it also had its drawbacks. As for the newly acquired stealth skill, not only was it a life-saving ability, but it also seemed to have some special uses. Guyu shook his head, dismissing the fleeting wicked thoughts. Perhaps because it was his first time killing a soul beast, the swift mantis generously dropped a first-tier wind attribute soul core. Considering the low drop rate of soul cores in low-level soul beasts, obtaining such a core was purely lucky. Since Shueying couldn't absorb it, Guyu stored it in his space ring, planning to sell it later. After clearing the battlefield, Guyu gently patted Shueying's head and gratefully said, "Thank you, Shueying. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived this." Shueying affectionately licked Guyu's cheek in response. Guyu thought to himself that entrusting his life to Shueying might not be a bad idea. Next, Guyu continued to search for the wolf pack. His original plan was to find the wolves and then retreat, continuously luring them out before dealing with the alpha. But now, with the stealth skill, his strategy could be slightly adjusted. He could disguise himself and let Shueying lure the wolves while he focused on ambushing. Shueying's close combat abilities were quite impressive, and her movements were very agile. Guyu activated the stealth skill. Although he didn't feel any different, due to being soul-bound with Shueying, she couldn't sense his invisibility either. Thus, the pair cautiously moved forward on the snow-covered ground, aware that unknown dangers lurked behind every tree. Soon, several sharp gazes locked onto Shueying. Guyu immediately commanded Shueying to retreat quickly. Sensing their prey trying to escape, 5 snow wolves launched a fierce attack on Shuang. Finally took the bait, huh? Guyu thought, carefully observing the snow wolves. Snow wolves. Rank, mortal. Level, mortal tier 4. Soul skills. 1. Frenzy fangs. Bites the target, causing bleeding and slowing effects. 2. Frenzy. When critically injured, enters a frenzy state, greatly increasing speed and strength. Despite being mortal tier 4 snow wolves, they were not a threat to Guyu. The snow wolves couldn't keep up with Shui Ying's agility, and the difference in strength was evident. Finally, my turn to ambush. Guyu thought excitedly, waiting for the perfect opportunity. When it arrived, he decisively broke out of stealth, using the soul lock chain to precisely ambush the enemy closest to Shui Ying. He then used a dash skill to instantly appear in front of the snow wolf, swinging his silver blade with full force for a throat slash. The snow wolf didn't even have time to react before its life was snuffed out. How? In its final moments, the snow wolf couldn't comprehend where this human had suddenly appeared from, ending its life so swiftly. Shui Ying's icy breath was like a sword drawn from its sheath, instantly enveloping the 4 snow wolves with a blue frost. Their piercing howls shattered the silence, and some wolves fell to the ground, writhing in agony. The power of the Xian-level combat technique was indeed extraordinary, with Shui Ying's extreme cold adding insult to injury, as each strike carried a frostbite effect. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Shui Ying moved like a silver lightning bolt, weaving effortlessly through the wolf pack, leaving bloody trails on the snow wolves with its sharp claws. Guyu was not to be outdone. His silver blade danced in his hand, working with Shui Ying to take down the most severely wounded wolves. Amidst the flashing blades and shadows, the last snow wolf fell, its blood staining the pristine white snow. Guyu exhaled deeply, relieved that the battle hadn't turned into a grueling struggle. The physical condition of the body he had transmigrated into was average, and if he had been overwhelmed, he might have become a burden to Shui Ying. The system notification indicated the devouring process was complete, though no special skills were gained. Guyu felt lucky to have previously acquired the stealth skill, and thought perhaps he should try his luck with a lottery ticket. After devouring several snow wolves, Guyu felt a significant increase in soul power. However, no soul core appeared, leaving Shui Ying disappointed and drooping its ears. Guyu gently patted its head, reassuring. Don't worry, the leader wolf should have a soul core. Hearing this, Shui Ying's eyes lit up, and it excitedly circled Guyu, displaying remarkable intelligence. After tidying up the battlefield, Guyu concealed himself once more. Apart from the bloodstains, it was as if nothing had happened on the snowy ground. In several encounters, Guyu and Shui Ying worked seamlessly together, easily dispatching the minor creatures around their mission target, and gained 2 first-tier ice attribute soul cores, which were all fed to Shui Ying. Just as Guyu was about to move forward, danger struck suddenly. An ice projectile hurtled toward his head, but Shui Ying reacted swiftly, instantly conjuring an ice spike to neutralize it. Emerging from the forest was a towering silver-white giant wolf over 2 meters tall, accompanied by 2 robust companions, exuding an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Guyu's heart tightened. This was the mission target of his journey, the leader of the wolf pack. He quickly recalled the mission details. The frost giant wolf, a level 5 ordinary grade beast, formed by snow wolves absorbing the soul power of ice. It possessed not only formidable attack power but also 3 soul skills: ice projectiles, sharp claws, and berserk nature. The situation was far from optimistic. The 2-on-3 scenario put them at a disadvantage, and worse, the opportunity for a sneak attack had been lost. Guyu gripped his weapon tightly, exchanged a glance with Shui Ying, and prepared to face this challenging battle. The silver giant wolf noticed that a human and a fox had wiped out many of its minions, and a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. It quickly decided to send 2 of its underlings to deal with the seemingly weaker human, while it focused all its energy on the troublesome fox. However, this decision was destined to be a fatal mistake. The moment Guyu was ambushed, Shui Ying was already poised to strike, frost breath ready in her throat. As the 3 wolves lunged at Guyu, a chilling blue frost force surged forth, enveloping them in an instant. Large blue ice crystals formed on the wolves, and the frost giant wolf let out a piercing howl. Taking advantage of the slowed enemies, Guyu flicked his wrist, and the dark soul-binding chain accurately ensnared one of the underlings. He quickly retreated to create distance, coordinating seamlessly with Shui Ying. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a sudden attack, his silver blade aiming for the wolf's head, bringing the snowfield wolf down. Shui Ying agilely dodged the attacks of the remaining 2 wolves. However, the experienced frost giant wolf had already anticipated her evasive moves, its sharp claws whistling towards her. At the critical moment, Guyu gave a command, and Shui Ying immediately deployed an ice armor, a transparent barrier blocking the lethal strike. What kind of skill is this? The frost giant wolf was shocked, but saw that Shui Ying had already distanced herself. It attempted to release an ice projectile in retaliation, but its charge was interrupted by Shui Ying's charm. Following this, a sharp ice spike aimed directly at its head. Unable to dodge due to the slowing effect, the giant wolf's abdomen was pierced by the ice spike, blood splattering. The outcome was decided. Shui Ying, with her nimble movements, launched a continuous assault on the severely injured giant wolf. Another snowfield wolf, enduring the pain, attempted a sneak attack, but was dragged back by Gu Yu's soul-binding chain wrapping around its tail. The silver blade repeatedly pierced the wolf's abdomen, and with the immobilization effect, the weakened snowfield wolf was slammed against a rock by Gu Yu, letting out its final wail. Only the severely injured frost giant wolf remained, struggling in its death throes. It went into a frenzy but couldn't match Shui Ying's speed. After a brief rest, Gu Yu once again unleashed the soul-binding chain. The giant wolf tried to evade but was caught by Shui Ying's second charm. As the chain hit, it felt its power draining away. With a resolve to die, the frost giant wolf launched a final charge at Gu Yu. However, this futile act only exposed its back to a more dangerous opponent. Under the immobilization effect, Shui Ying concentrated all her strength into a massive ice spike, easily piercing through its body and pinning it to a tree. From the start, this battle was destined for this outcome. The three wolves underestimated their opponent's strength and blindly attacked, losing when they faced an attack from the profound battle tier. Gu Yu also realized his shortcomings during the fight, lacking effective long-range attack methods, relying on Shui Ying for lethal damage. In a world where soul beasts far outmatched humans in strength, he secretly hoped for the opportunity to acquire more powerful skills. With Shui Ying's assistance, Gu Yu severed the frost giant wolf's head and stored it in his spatial ring as proof of completing the task. Then he activated his devouring ability, turning the three wolf corpses into white light that dissipated, leaving behind 3 first-tier ice soul cores. After feeding all the soul cores to Shui Ying, her body emitted a dazzling light, growing to a meter in height. It seemed that gaining experience through actual combat was indeed the fastest way to level up, although Gu Yu's own soul power growth was not significant. Task completed, Gu Yu hurriedly returned to Wielding City with Shui Ying, anxious not to miss the last bus on Route 2. Gu Yu returned to Wielding City, exhausted, and checked his phone. It was already 6 p.m. A WeChat message caught his attention. The contact name read Goddess, which made Gu Yu frown. Upon opening it, he realized it was from Wang Wenwen. Gu Yu quickly skimmed through the chat history and couldn't help but shake his head. His predecessor's behavior was nothing short of a sycophant, with conversations full of meaningless greetings and frequent money transfers. Just as he was about to delete this uncomfortable contact, his phone buzzed again with another message from Wang Wenwen. With a mix of curiosity and disdain, Gu Yu opened the new message. Wang Wenwen had sent several messages in quick succession, sounding urgent. Are you there? Gu Yu, do you still like me? I realized you're actually quite impressive, and I kind of like you too. Don't ignore my messages. You used to reply instantly. Please. These words almost made Gu Yu nauseous. He couldn't fathom the shamelessness of this woman. Just as he was about to delete the contact, Wang Wenwen sent another message. I have something important to tell you. I heard Lin Wenxiang plans to take revenge on you. This message made Gu Yu slightly alert. Although he wasn't sure if it was true, the possibility existed. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, Just saw this. I was asleep. Almost instantly, Wang Wenwen replied, Gu Yu, I have so much more to say to you. Can we meet for dinner on Changlong Street tomorrow to talk? Please. It was followed by a 1. Gu Yu thought for a long time and eventually replied with 1. He calculated that even if it was a trap, he could use his stealth skills to scout the situation first. At worst, he could immediately buy a ticket to Bailon Academy and leave Wielding City. It was late, and Gu Yu didn't bother with his phone anymore. He hurried to the Hunters Guild in the north of the city to deliver a task. There, a beautiful receptionist carefully verified the frost giant wolf's head against the mission target image. Did you complete all this by yourself? She asked in surprise, glancing behind Gu Yu for a non-existent team. Gu Yu nodded indifferently. Once the task was verified, the receptionist promptly transferred 80,000 yuan to him. The reward was indeed generous, considering the mission was originally designed for 2 people, involving over a dozen common snow wolves, 2 regular snow wolf guards, and 1 regular leader, making it quite challenging. Ignoring the receptionist's admiring gaze, Gu Yu quickly left after receiving the money. He checked the Hunter app and found that his task completion count had increased to 1, and his Hunter level experience had risen to 2. Back home, Gu Yu hastily took a shower. The day's exertions had left his muscles sore, and he was eager to rest. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's events and soon fell asleep. Previously a homebody who disliked exercise, today's outdoor activities left Gu Yu sore all over. He decided to postpone any more outdoor plans until he improved his physical fitness. As he lay in bed after washing up, he suddenly remembered something important. Oh no, I haven't done the daily lottery. Gu Yu exclaimed, sitting up and startling the sleeping Shui Ying at his bedside. The little white fox looked at him quizzically. He clicked on the lottery interface, and it shone with golden light. Skill acquired exorcism technique. The system announced in its usual indifferent tone. A new skill? Just in time, Gu Yu muttered eagerly, opening the skill panel to study this new ability that could bypass all barrier-type skills. Although it couldn't destroy barriers, the potential of this skill thrilled him. Seeing her master's fluctuating emotions, Shuiying worriedly jumped into his arms, nuzzling him with her furry head. Guyu stroked her smooth fur while leaning against the headboard, deep in thought. System, is there a way to improve my physical fitness? He asked. Exercise or consume rare natural treasures to alter your physique. The system replied coldly. No quick boost pills? He inquired. They can be randomly obtained through the lottery system. Guyu made a silent vow. Tomorrow, I'll definitely get up early to exercise. The next morning, the alarm rang on time. After a mental battle, Guyu remembered his resolution from the night before and finally got up for a morning run. He bought breakfast afterward, despite his still aching muscles. While feeding Shuiying, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Wang 11, inviting him to lunch at the Tianshang Renjian restaurant on Changlong Street at 11. Tianshang Renjian. Guyu frowned slightly. This high-end restaurant wasn't a place where just anyone could host a meal. In his memory, Wang Wenwen had seemed normal when she first set him up, but later turned into someone who always wanted money. This invitation was likely another trap set by her and Lin Wenxiang. However, with my stealth skill, it can't hurt to sneak a peek, Guyu thought, noting the time already 8 o'clock. A little after 10, he dressed simply and left, deliberately arriving 15 minutes late. He found a hidden spot near Tianshang Renjian and activated his stealth ability to approach slowly. However, as he turned the corner, he saw a couple arguing at the restaurant entrance. To his surprise, the woman was Wang Wenwen, dressed elegantly in a white dress, and the man was Lin Wenxiang. Why are they arguing here? Guyu paused to observe, his guard up. Wenwen, why did you deceive me? Lin Wenxiang shouted with a heart-wrenching mixture of pain and anger. Wang Wenwen rolled her eyes impatiently and retorted coldly. Why are you yelling? Her tone was filled with obvious annoyance. Clenching his fists, Lin Wenxiang demanded. You told me you were staying home to watch TV, so why are you here? A flash of anger crossed Wang Wenwen's eyes as she shot back. Were you following me? Lin Wenxiang's voice softened, tinged with a hint of pleading. You're my girlfriend, you can't do this behind my back. Not far away, Guyu quietly observed the argument. He thought to himself, wow, it's like watching a dogfight. Too bad I don't have popcorn and a chair. Wang Wenwen sneered and said mercilessly, where I go is none of your business. You're half a loser now, without your soul pet. What's in it for me to stay with you? We're over, Lin Wenxiang. Lin Wenxiang's body trembled slightly, his voice filled with despair. Wenwen, you have to believe me. I'm close to gaining new power. I can give you what you want. His eyes glistened with pain as he recalled how he had spent most of his family's assets to buy the rare Blade Wind Tiger to win her favor. Now that the Blade Wind Tiger was gone and Wang Wenwen was leaving him, he was consumed by resentment. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed in Lin Wenxiang's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, it's all that bastard Guyu's fault that I lost my soul pet. I must get revenge. He turned to Wang Wenwen, his voice pleading, please, come back with me. Wang Wenwen stepped back in disgust and shouted angrily, get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. Look at yourself. Who would want you? Even a construction worker has a soul pet to help, and you don't even have one, yet you still want to chase me? Lin Wenxiang, you're such a loser. Lin Wenxiang's face turned pale, disbelief in his voice. What? Are you really going to abandon me? Wang Wenwen coldly delivered the final blow. You're a nobody now. Who would like you? A fierce look flashed in Lin Wenxiang's eyes, and he yelled, you'll regret this. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Guyu watched Lin Wenxiang's retreating figure, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. He recalled Lin Wenxiang's usual impulsive nature, getting angry at a few taunts, which led to the death of his Blade Wind Tiger. Yet today, after being dumped by his goddess and suffering a double blow, he wasn't going crazy. Could he have changed? Guyu was wary. When something is unusual, there's always a reason. Just then, Wang Wenwen turned and saw Guyu, immediately putting on a sweet smile. Guyu, you're here? Shall we go eat? Her demeanor instantly reverted to how she was when they first met. Guyu thought to himself, this woman is truly disgusting. Wang Wenwen quickly walked over to Guyu, trying to take his arm to lead him to the restaurant. Guyu deftly dodged her attempt. Seeing his reaction, Wang Wenwen's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and she could only lead the way alone. They arrived at the reserved table, where the dishes were nearly all served. Guyu asked coldly, what do you want? Wang Wenwen looked at Guyu with tearful eyes, her voice pleading. I want you to be my boyfriend, okay? Didn't you really like me? Give me another chance. Guyu rejected her without hesitation. Don't even think about it. I'm not interested in you at all. This topic is off limits. He waved his hand impatiently. Wang Wenwen said pitifully, didn't you say a few days ago that you'd do anything for me? Guyu sneered, trying to seduce me? I'm not interested in you. Didn't you say Lin Wenxiang wanted to get back at me? That's why I'm here. He looked around cautiously. Wang Wenwen quickly explained, I just wanted to get you out here. I know you. Guyu cut her off, standing up. Forget it. I'm going to the restroom. He couldn't be bothered to say more, wanting only to leave this nauseating woman as soon as possible. The day you lose your power, people like Wang Wenwen will be the first to betray you. Besides, it was she who secretly instigated Lin Wenxiang against me back then. Guyu thought to himself that he must find Lin Wenxiang quickly. That guy is really tricky. Guyu quietly entered the closed restroom and activated his stealth skill. Just as he was contemplating how to find Lin Wenxiang, an unexpected change occurred. The system suddenly alerted him. Sleep barrier detected. Exorcism law passive skill activated. What? Guyu frowned deeply, full of confusion. Exorcism law activated? How could there be a sleep barrier nearby? He looked around. Wasn't this just an ordinary restaurant on the street? Normally, within the barrier of a human city, other soul beasts shouldn't be able to enter. The system continued to prompt. Sleep barrier, the signature barrier skill of the nightmare demon. All targets within range with soul power levels below the caster fall asleep. Current soul power strength is Soul Warrior level 1. Guyu was alarmed. A soul beast barrier? Soul Warrior level 1. Isn't this supposed to be a soul beast skill? Why is there a human soul power level indication? Daring not to act rashly, Guyu quickly retreated to the wall of the restroom, cautiously peeking out to observe the situation outside. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant seemed enchanted, all falling into a deep sleep. Some were slumped over chairs, others lay directly on the floor. Near the entrance, two figures were freely moving within the barrier. Could they be the casters? Guyu speculated. A soul warrior level 1 might see through my stealth, too dangerous. Just then, an annoying voice reached his ears. Guyu immediately recognized it as Lin Wenxiang's voice. He felt fortunate for coming today, and while Lin Wenxiang was talking with another person, Guyu stealthily hid under a table. Master, I want to deal with this woman first. Lin Wenxiang's voice was filled with malice. Go ahead, it's needed for the ritual anyway, another voice replied. Lin Wenxiang grinned wickedly, hoisting the unconscious Wang Wenwen over his shoulder and heading towards the women's restroom. Although his original soul pet had been crippled by Guyu, he had found a benefactor. As long as he worshipped some demon lord, he could gain new power. Lin Wenxiang thought, as long as he got benefits, he was willing to do anything. I've waited for this day for so long. Wenwen. Lin Wenxiang muttered to himself as he carried Wang Wenwen's body behind the women's restroom door. Guyu witnessed this scene and smirked coldly. Wang Wenwen was bound to suffer, but he had no intention of saving her. She brought this upon herself, and not finishing her off was already merciful. Hidden under the table, Guyu observed the mysterious person. Suddenly, a panel of information appeared in his mind. Nightmare Demon's Soul Slave, Soul Power Level Soul Warrior 1. Sacrificed his original soul pet to become a slave of the Nightmare Demon. Capable of Demon Beast transformation, current strength equivalent to Spirit Level 1. Guyu finally understood. In his predecessor's memories, soul slaves were synonymous with terrorists. He didn't expect that they became slaves by sacrificing their soul pets. He recalled that on his first night in this other world, the TV had reported a suspected soul slave infiltrating the city. He didn't expect to encounter one so soon. A demon beast transformation strength equivalent to Spirit Level 1 far exceeded Guyu's levels, making the situation quite tricky. Why does the demon lord need beautiful women? The mysterious person muttered to himself. He then began checking each sleeping customer one by one. Guyu pondered, what kind of lecherous demon lord seeks women? He glanced at the restaurant entrance. The mysterious person was lingering there, making a stealthy escape nearly impossible. Moreover, Lin Wenxiang, as a potential soul slave, was a threat. Eliminate the problem at its root. Now that Lin Wenxiang was absent, it was the best time to launch a surprise attack on this mysterious person. Guyu curled up under the table, his mind racing until he finally devised a plan to deal with the troublesome soul slave. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure was meticulously searching and finally zeroed in on a girl of decent appearance. It's about time to leave. Why isn't this kid done yet? The mysterious figure muttered under his breath, frowning slightly. He knew all too well that unfolding the hypnotic barrier was tantamount to launching an attack on the soul slave, and those pesky pursuers could arrive at any moment. Guyu held his breath and waited for the right moment. When the mysterious figure turned his back, Guyu silently used his stealth ability to close the distance. Suddenly, he summoned Shui Ying, and the soul-locking chain shot towards the mysterious figure's back like lightning. At the moment his concealment was broken, the mysterious figure sensed the soul power fluctuation. How could there be someone else, he thought, shocked, and instinctively transformed into his beast form. Though he managed to dodge the soul-locking chain, Shui Ying's instant ice spike hit his arm, causing blood to spurt. Another little mouse? The mysterious figure remarked in surprise, noting the attacker's low power. As their eyes met, he finally saw his opponent clearly. Vibrant red hair, a fierce face, crimson eyes, and a strange black mark on his forehead. By now, the mysterious figure's body had fully transformed, with one arm turning into a massive claw, surrounded by swirling black smoke. Only his injured right arm remained bleeding, unable to morph into a blade. So, You're Guyu, aren't you? The red-haired man rasped. A white snow fox, chain-like soul weapon. I'm curious, how did your weak power resist the barrier's hypnosis? But it doesn't matter now, you're about to die. Guyu didn't respond, but the red-haired man's attributes were fully exposed to him. Nightmare Demon Soul Slave level. Spirit Link level 1 soul skills. Endless Nightmare. Inflicts significant mental damage on the enemy. Nightmare. Releases a colorless gas to hypnotize the enemy after charging. Beast Blade. Swings a blade to pierce the enemy. Guyu calculated silently. This soul follower doesn't have strong damage skills. As long as I'm cautious of his hypnosis, I should be safe. Frightened by my appearance? This is true power, the red-haired monster sneered, advancing on Guyu. This is what you call power? Looking neither human nor ghost, it's quite laughable. Guyu retorted with undisguised sarcasm. What do you know? The power of a soul pet isn't your true power. This is the real me, the monster roared. Die, you pathetic mouse. His speed was unexpectedly fast, the blade whistling towards Guyu. Guyu smirked, quickly stepping back and channeling his soul power, sending the soul-locking chain flying at the monster again. You couldn't even hit me with a sneak attack. Are you underestimating me? The monster roared, effortlessly deflecting Guyu's soul-locking chain with his blade. Shui-ing. Enchant, Guyu calmly commanded. Just a low-level hypnosis skill. It won't work on someone with a strong mind like me, the red-haired monster scoffed. However, he underestimated the power of enchant. Despite his precautions, the level difference allowed enchant to successfully control him for about 2.5 seconds. That brief time was enough. Shui-ying's ice spike accurately pierced the monster's previously injured arm, causing the red-haired monster to howl in pain. Didn't expect this monster to be such a coward. What's he screaming for? Guyu thought, mocking internally, but then realized the danger. Not good. If this continues, Lin Wenxiang might come out. Nevertheless, this series of encounters confirmed Guyu's earlier suspicions. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared for the next battle. The so-called beastification is not like the enhancement of a physical body as seen in spirit beasts of the spirit linking level, Guyu thought to himself. If it really had such power, his injured arm would have transformed by now. He decided to lure the enemy out first and then defeat them one by one. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu quickly retreated and escaped from the heavenly realm. However, to his astonishment, everyone outside had also collapsed on the ground. Is the barrier's range really that wide? He wondered in surprise. The red-haired monster was thoroughly enraged. A mere snow fox had injured his arm twice, and the burning pain only fueled his anger. He gritted his teeth, vowing to snap the snow fox's neck to vent his frustration. The monster initially thought the snow fox's charm was just a simple hypnotic skill, not expecting it to affect the soul slave of a nightmare demon like him. He had dodged the troublesome soul-binding chain, only to fall prey to the seemingly harmless snow fox. The red-haired monster went berserk, lunging at Shui-ying. However, Shui-ying was already keeping a safe distance by staying close to Guyu. Guyu realized that Lin Wenxiang must have only briefly mentioned his soul-binding chain ability and Shui-ying's capabilities. The arrogant red-haired man had fallen for it. You didn't know about the frost breath, did you? Guyu thought smugly. You damn fox, die. The red-haired monster roared, preparing to unleash an endless nightmare. A cloud of pitch-black mist erupted from his body. The monster was sure that such a spell-type soul pet would require charging and couldn't continuously use skills. It had just unleashed an ice spike, so it should be in a cooldown period now. However, what awaited him was a sky full of blue ice crystals. Shui-ying, frost breath. Guyu commanded. He had planned to use frost breath to trap the red-haired monster right from the start. No matter how much he calculated, the opponent couldn't have imagined that Shui-ying was a legendary soul pet with a profound battle technique. The speed of the frost was far superior to the black mist. The red-haired monster was instantly engulfed by the blue frost, letting out a harrowing scream as the black smoke dispersed. The soul-binding chain struck once again, effortlessly restraining the monster's other arm. It's over, Guyu thought with delight, giving the opponent no chance to react and immediately activating immobilization. After a brief rest, Shui-ying quickly formed a massive ice spike and hurled it at the red-haired monster's head. The monster tried to dodge, only to find himself immobilized by a mysterious force. As the massive ice spike approached, sheer terror overwhelmed him. No, don't, the red-haired monster exclaimed in panic. I am the servant of the demon god. Before he could finish, the huge ice spike pierced through his face. The soul slave instantly lost all signs of life, his body collapsing with a thud. The surrounding barrier disintegrated, and black powder dissipated from the man's body. Suddenly, a devouring force activated on its own. The black powder in the air flew toward Guyu, who absorbed it entirely. Guyu felt a surge in soul power, realizing that the transformed soul slave had been deemed a soul beast, allowing him to absorb part of the nightmare demon's power. The soul power brought by this soul slave was more than all the soul beasts he had hunted before combined. Looks like I'll break through soon, Guyu thought with delight. Spotting a space ring on the red-haired man's blood-red finger, he immediately took it. Remembering that Lin Wenxiang was still in the women's restroom, he decided to deal with him now to eliminate any future threats. Taking a deep breath, Guyu resolutely headed towards the women's restroom. There's a first time for everything. For my safety, let's do this, he encouraged himself. Meanwhile, Wang Wenwen slowly opened her eyes to find herself disheveled, with Lin Wenxiang lighting a cigarette nearby. Horrified, she screamed, "You bastard, what are you doing?" and then broke down in tears. Lin Wenxiang, enraged by her screams, slapped her hard. "You filthy woman, what are you yelling for?" Unable to accept the harsh reality, Wang Wenwen fainted again from the pain. Lin Wenxiang adjusted his attire and energetically pushed open the bathroom door. As he stepped out, a glint of cold light flashed, and a chilling dagger was pressed against his neck. "Guyu." Lin Wenxiang's eyes widened in terror as he realized the barrier had vanished. "Where's my master?" he asked, his voice trembling. "The red-haired freak?" Guyu's lips curled into an innocent smile. "He's already in hell. Why don't you join him?" This statement hit Lin Wenxiang like a bolt from the blue. The red-haired man, whom he had considered nearly invincible, had fallen just like that. The silent collapse of the barrier confirmed this brutal truth. "Spare me." Lin Wenxiang's voice shook as he pointed toward the women's restroom. "Don't you like Wenwen? I'll let you have her." Guyu leaned in closer, sneering. "You've got it all wrong. I'm not interested in that woman. I just want you dead." With that, he manipulated the soul lock chain to open the bathroom window. "Please." Lin Wenxiang completely broke down. "I'll be your servant. I'll find you any woman you want. Just don't kill me. You disgusting creature, keeping you around is a waste of resources," Guyu said coldly. Just as Lin Wenxiang attempted to use his charm, Guyu, well prepared, moved behind him, flashed his silver blade, and kicked him out the window. This was Guyu's first time taking a life himself. Without the system, Shuiying might have already met a grim fate. He had no mercy for such people. In this fantasy world, soul power fluctuations couldn't be detected by surveillance, so Guyu used stealth to quietly leave. It was a long while before the people in the hall gradually woke up. With this, Lin Wenxiang's death would be attributed to a soul slave, and his father's revenge wouldn't come after Guyu. The barrier that put everyone to sleep provided Guyu with the perfect alibi. As for any questioning from Wang Wenwen, a bathroom excuse would suffice. Back at home, Guyu felt a wave of exhaustion. Although the banquet had caused quite a stir, eliminating future threats was worth it. He decisively deleted Wang Wenwen's contact, severing all ties with her. After carefully bathing Shuiying, Guyu soaked in the bathtub, contemplating. With his enemy gone, the next month would be dedicated to enhancing his strength in preparation for entering Bailon Academy. After the bath, Guyu collapsed onto the sofa and turned on the TV, hoping to catch news about the day's events on Changlong Street. Shuiying lay on his lap, her fox eyes focused intently on the screen. "You can understand this?" Guyu asked in surprise. Shuiying glanced back at him and nodded slightly. "You're a smart little fox," Guyu chuckled, rubbing her ears before casually picking up his phone to play a game. Shortly after, a shocking piece of news came through the television. An establishment called Tianshang Renjian on Changlong Street was attacked by soul slaves, resulting in the unfortunate death of a high school student and a female student being sent to a mental institution due to severe psychological trauma. Although the soul slaves were killed by unidentified individuals, the incident continues to escalate. The news anchor urged citizens to stay safe and report any detailed information to the police. Guyu frowned as he heard the news, contemplating, the police? Are they really effective against soul slaves? He thought about Wang Wenwen being sent to a mental institution and mused to himself. She chose her own path. No one else is to blame. His interest in the game interrupted. Guyu put down his phone and decided to check the spatial ring left by the soul slave. Carefully opening the ring, he discovered it contained a space of 5 cubic meters. Eagerly, Guyu extracted all the items inside, and suddenly, a peculiar item caught his eye. A drowsy barrier scroll. Guyu examined the scroll closely. So this was the source of the barrier. He felt a sense of relief, having gained another trump card. Continuing his search, he found a valuable soul equipment, an invisible thunder arrow. This specialized wrist arrow could launch thunder elemental dark arrows to ambush enemies. Guyu was overjoyed as it was exactly the long-range attack method he lacked. He considered testing the power of the invisible thunder arrow on the balcony, but decided against it, worried about the potential damage and cost of repairs. He thought it best to try it outdoors on another day. After inspecting the items in the spatial ring, Guyu found only 3 first-tier ice soul cores. Without hesitation, he fed them to Shuiying. Watching Shuiying contentedly shake its fur after consuming the soul cores, Guyu decided to deal with the remaining soul cores later. To quickly enhance Shuiying's combat abilities, Guyu opened the Hunter app forum, hoping to find useful information. As he browsed, he saw a variety of posts. Some complained about soul pets being lazy, others warned of dangerous soul pets in the north, and some discussed methods for nurturing wind elemental soul pets. There were even posts about people wanting to marry their soul pets. which wasn't uncommon in this world. A post about dangerous soul pets appearing in the northern part of Wielding City caught Guyu's attention. He thought to himself, if there's danger, it's even more reason to venture forth. Without the baptism of blood, how can one grow? Continuing to browse the forum, Guyu found an intriguing post. Someone had obtained a bone-like item after killing a special soul beast during an adventure. Guyu immediately connected it to the soul bones mentioned by the system, rare items that could grant skills to humanoid soul pets. The post mentioned that the bone was sold for a high price of 300,000 soul coins, further confirming Guyu's suspicion. After closing his computer, Guyu lay on his bed and decided to conduct his daily lottery draw. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side today. He only received 10 ordinary soul crystals and 10 first-tier ice soul cores as consolation prizes. Reflecting on the day's experiences, Guyu deeply appreciated the power of the skills granted by the system, such as the exorcism method and devour. However, he also realized he couldn't overly rely on these advantages and needed to work harder himself. Guyu began to slowly absorb the 10 soul crystals, and as the last crystal was absorbed, he felt a powerful force surging through his body. Excitedly checking the system panel, Guyu discovered that his soul power had advanced to the 4th tier of the soul disciple. This progress filled him with anticipation and motivation for the future. Only by continuously strengthening oneself can one avoid becoming a burden in battle. Guyu gazed at the remaining 10 first-level ice-type soul cores in his hand with determination. He didn't want to be just a liability protected by his soul pet, but instead aspired to become a true partner who could fight alongside it. Here, Shuiying, eat these two. Guyu offered the soul cores to Shuiying. The little creature tilted its head, its crystal-clear eyes filled with curiosity, as if wondering why its master suddenly brought out so many soul cores. It cautiously accepted the cores, slowly absorbing the power contained within them. After the last soul core was absorbed, Shuiying appeared visibly exhausted. Having experienced a life-and-death battle and absorbed a significant amount of soul power, the little one had reached its limit. It wobbled its fluffy tail and slowly walked to the bedside to lie down. Guyu watched his partner fall into a deep sleep and then lay down to rest himself. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtains, Guyu forced himself awake despite his sleepiness. Seeing Shuiying still asleep, he quietly changed into his workout clothes and decided to go for a morning run alone. In Bailong Park, a few elderly people were exercising in small groups. As Guyu jogged, he occasionally overheard their conversations. It's rare to see young people like him who understand the importance of exercise these days. When I was young, I also worked hard to keep fit. These remarks left him feeling slightly embarrassed. To be honest, in his previous life, Guyu was a complete homebody who couldn't be bothered to exercise, let alone leave the house. But now that he had chosen the path of a soul pet master, he couldn't afford to be lazy anymore. If he encountered a formidable enemy, he wouldn't even have the stamina to escape, which would be a dead end. Moreover, he lacked knowledge about other ways to enhance his physical strength, so he had to start with basic physical training. When he returned home, Shuiying was still asleep. Guyu quietly prepared its breakfast while planning his next steps. The northern part of the city was abundant with ice-type soul pets, making it an ideal place for Shuiying to level up through battles and consuming soul cores. During this trip, he planned to spend more time in the wild, aiming to quickly gather the 200,000 tuition fees needed for Shuiying to reach the spirit level. Thinking about what Shuiying might look like after its transformation, Guyu couldn't help but smile in anticipation. As for survival in the wild, there were adventurer camps set up within human territories, which, although spaced out, provided enough places to rest. Before setting off, Guyu visited the Soul Pet store in Longxing Tower to purchase 10 sets of food for Shuiying, spending 5,000 soul coins. According to his research on forums, most ice-type soul pets required a material called ice flame grass to advance to the spirit level, and it was cheapest at the Hunters Guild. In the marketplace, everything seemed to be hyped up. The Hunters Guild was the hub of daily exchanges of various materials, crystal cores, and pet eggs, full of business opportunities. Guyu stepped into the guild hall and was greeted by an enthusiastic receptionist. She smiled and asked, "Hello, Mr. Yu. How can I assist you today?" "Hello, beautiful sister," Guyu replied politely. "I was wondering if you have any ice flame grass for sale?" The receptionist's smile turned a bit apologetic. "I'm sorry, sir. A lovely lady purchased all of it just moments ago." "What?" Guyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. The receptionist continued, "I'm really sorry, but we currently have no supply of ice flame grass. If it's urgent, you might want to check back in a few days." "All right. Thank you," Guyu said, leaving the Hunters Guild with disappointment weighing heavily on him. He squatted by the guild entrance, scratching his head as he pondered his next move. Without the ice flame grass, the advancement of his snowfire would be delayed. In this world, time was money. Guyu found himself at a crossroads. Should he wait to gather all the materials or go on an adventure right away? Just then, a striking woman dressed in white, carrying a beautiful snow fox, passed by. Her presence felt oddly familiar to Guyu, and after a moment's thought, it clicked she was the wealthy lady who had brought her fox for treatment before. Recalling the receptionist's earlier words, Guyu had a hunch. The ice flame grass must have been bought by this woman in white. He remembered her mystical ice fox was a common grade, level 5, likely needing ice flame grass for an upgrade as well. Taking a deep breath, Guyu mustered the courage to approach her. "Excuse me, miss, could you please wait a moment?" he said, feigning seriousness. The woman turned around, her expression puzzled. Upon seeing that the voice belonged to a handsome, dark-haired man, a hint of delight flashed in her eyes. "Oh, it's you," she said, her smile blossoming like an ice lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. "Long time no see, beautiful sister," Guyu explained with a smile. "Here's the thing. My soul pet needs ice flame grass for an upgrade. I just found out at the Hunters Guild that a goddess-like lady bought it all. I believe only you could be described as a goddess here," Guyu added, not missing a chance to flatter her. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, her beauty even more enchanting. "Flatterer," she chuckled softly. "So, you're hoping I'll sell you some ice flame grass?" "You are indeed perceptive, miss," Guyu said, bowing his head. "I humbly ask you to part with some of it." "All right, since you helped with Yao Yao before," she agreed readily. "I bought it all because I wasn't sure how much I'd need for the upgrade." Guyu listened, a bit exasperated. He thought to himself, is this what it's like in the world of the wealthy? After bidding farewell to the wealthy lady, Guyu sat quietly on the tram heading to the northern city checkpoint, holding his snowfire. In his mind, he calculated, snowfire is a high-grade soul pet. It's better to have extra, just in case. And having 6 is auspicious. If I fall short by 2 for an upgrade, that would be a disaster. In the tram car, a group of burly men were chatting. "Captain, do you think we'll succeed in hunting that wild bear? I heard it's a level 3 spirit beast," a bald man asked. "What's there to fear?" A bearded man, apparently the team leader, replied confidently. "With my flamebird, we can counter that ice-type wild bear easily. The 5 of us will take it down effortlessly." "I heard the north of the city has been unstable lately," another man interjected. "There's been an increase in fierce soul beasts. A spirit beast handler from the neighboring team even lost an arm escaping. I heard there are dragons in the northern region," one man claimed assertively. "That's nonsense," the captain laughed, cursing. "Dragons, those legendary creatures, wouldn't be here in the north. Captain, look at our Jade Dragon City. It has dragon in its name. There's a legend that a giant dragon was once sealed here," the man argued, undeterred. Listening to their conversation, Guyu felt a surge of excitement. Dragons? Such powerful soul pets, just imagining having one as his own was thrilling. Lost in his daydreams, the tram reached its stop. Guyu got off, scanning his card with ease, silently encouraging himself. "Ice-type soul beasts, tremble. I'm here to hunt you down." As he finished speaking, Guyu suddenly realized how over the top he was being, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Not far from the city, the familiar icy world unfolded. The rugged snowy mountains stretched endlessly, merging with the horizon, with a dazzling white extending as far as the eye could see. Guyu retrieved the cold weather leather coat he had prepared from his spatial ring and quickly put it on. He took a deep breath, summoned his loyal companion, Shuiying, and once again set foot on the snow-covered lands of the Northern Territory. The soul chain drew an elegant arc in the air, and ice spikes flew like a blizzard. An unfortunate snow wolf fell instantly, becoming Guyu's prey. However, such weak soul beasts could no longer provide any combat experience for Guyu. Although the instant kill was satisfying, it brought no real progress. Frowning in thought, Guyu decided to explore further in search of stronger opponents. He opened the Hunter app, carefully studied the map, and finally chose an area called the Hanji Mountains. This place was home to a large number of common-grade soul beasts known for their ferocity, making it the ideal place for him to seek a breakthrough. At the foot of the Hanji Mountains, Guyu found a resting point that could serve as a temporary base. He whispered to Shuiying, "This is the best place for us to level up for now." With that, he activated his stealth effect and cautiously moved forward with Shuiying to explore. After advancing several hundred meters without encountering anything, Guyu felt a twinge of doubt. There should have been soul beasts ambushing him by now. Remaining vigilant, he continued deeper into the heart of the mountains. Suddenly, at the end of the mountain path, a peculiar lotus flower caught Guyu's attention. It grew on a rock, surrounded by trees, completely defying his understanding of plant growth. Just as he was marveling at it, the system's notification sounded. Ice stone lotus, core material for ice-type soul beast breakthroughs. Typically grows in extremely cold regions, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over the years. Often guarded by protective spirit beasts. Guyu's eyes lit up. Breakthrough material? Shuiying might need this. This ice stone lotus, I must have it. No sooner had he spoken than a figure suddenly lunged at Shuiying. Shuiying reacted swiftly, immediately casting a charm skill. The figure froze, and Guyu seized the opportunity to quickly retreat. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in surprise. Before him was a massive spider, about 2 meters tall, entirely ice blue, with 4 large legs suspended in the air. Its huge fangs dripped green saliva onto the ice stone lotus, creating a grotesque scene. It seems this is the guardian spirit beast of the ice stone lotus, Guyu thought to himself. But it's just a monster hoarding a spiritual item. Today, this ice stone lotus is mine. He carefully observed the giant spider, and soon, the system analyzed its attributes. Ice demon spider. Grade, common. Level, spirit phase 2. Origin, originally just a normal ice crystal spider. It gained new abilities over time by absorbing the power of the ice stone lotus. Soul skills. 1. Skynet. Fires a web at the target, causing a binding effect if successful. 2. Deadly venom. Normal attacks carry poison-type attacks. 3. Ice silk. Fires ice-type silk attacks, slowing the target and cumulatively causing a binding effect. 4. Lethal bind. Causes paralysis to bound targets. Guyu analyzed the ice demon spider's attack methods and found its tactics rather simple, relying mainly on binding effects. Once it couldn't control the enemy, it had no effective attack methods. Shuiying, watch out for its web, Guyu quietly reminded. As long as you dodge the web, it has no combat power. Without being able to bind enemies, this spider's strength is probably even less than the frost giant wolf we encountered before. As Guyu pondered how to deal with the ice demon spider, it suddenly launched an attack. Guyu and Shuiying immediately entered combat mode, ready to face this unexpected challenge. It will never let anyone who intends to take the ice lotus get away. The massive body of the ice demon spider loomed between the branches, and a sticky ice silk shot through the air, aiming straight for Guyu's throat. Guyu, who was already on guard, swiftly dodged. Simultaneously, another giant web whistled toward Shuiying, but the agile creature easily evaded it. You're not the only one who can bind. Guyu sneered, throwing out the soul lock chain with a backhand motion. As his soul power grew, he wielded the chain with increasing mastery. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the ice demon spider hurriedly climbed up the tree, but the soul lock chain precisely caught one of its legs. Shuiying, prepare for frost breath. Guyu commanded. Against a soul beast trying to escape, frost breath was the best choice. With the soul lock chain's restraint, the effects of soul descent and soul lock activated simultaneously. The ice demon spider felt its body slow down, its strength gradually draining away. This was the first time it had lost control after hunting countless creatures. Just as the ice demon spider was about to make a desperate move, the immobilizing effect kicked in perfectly. The profound level combat technique frost breath poured onto the massive spider without reservation. Amidst its shrill cries, the power of frost began to erode its skin. Come down here. Guyu seized the opportunity, using soul power to forcibly pull the injured ice demon spider. Shuiying, ice spike attack. A massive ice spike formed in the air and shot toward the ice demon spider like lightning. Even as it struggled desperately, the soul lock chain's binding left it nowhere to escape. The ice spike easily pierced its abdomen, and Guyu then dragged it to the ground. Could this second-level spirit ice demon spider be dealt with so easily? Guyu found it hard to believe. To prevent it from playing dead, he cautiously used a wrist-mounted arrow to deliver 2 remote strikes. Only after confirming it was truly dead did he approach the body with Shuiying. Devour the ice demon spider. As the corpse vanished, a mystical bone and a soul core appeared. Guyu's heart raced. This was a rare ice-type, earth-level soul bone, capable of granting new power to an ice-type soul beast. If the ice demon spider weren't so ugly, he might have been tempted to kiss it. The other trophy was a second-level ice-type soul core, perfect for Shuiying's experience boost. Love it, love it. This big spider almost dropped a pet egg for me, Guyu exclaimed with delight, then turned to pick the ice stone lotus. As the lotus left the stone, the entire boulder magically turned to powder, dispersing into the air. In Shuiying's expectant gaze, Guyu fed it the second-level soul core. In an instant, dazzling light burst from within Shuiying. When the light faded, Shuiying's body had noticeably grown, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall and almost 2 meters long, appearing more robust overall. A system notification appeared. Ice Snow Spirit Fox. Grade, Legendary. Level, Mortal 5th tier. Current status, ready to advance. Advancement requirements. 1 Ice Stone Lotus, 5 Ice Flame Grasses, 10 first-level Ice-type Soul Cores. 5 Ice Flame Grasses, good thing I foresaw and bought 6, Guyu thought with relief. Just need these 10 first-level Soul Cores. I'll try my luck with the lottery tonight, and if that doesn't work, I'll find some Ice-type Soul Beasts to trouble tomorrow. After collecting the Ice Stone Lotus and Soul Bone, Shuiying felt the surge of soul power within her, signaling an imminent advancement. She decided to return to the camp to rest and gather strength for the next day's exploration. However, just 200 meters into her return, a white figure suddenly attacked from the side. Upon closer inspection, it was the familiar frost wolf. Unlike before, Guyu's strength had significantly improved, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Enchantment. Guyu decisively unleashed his soul skill. Instantly, The frost wolf seemed bound by invisible chains, its movements frozen in place. Guyu moved with fluid grace, his left hand casting a soul-locking chain through the air, while his right arm lifted to release two hidden thunder arrows that whistled towards the wolf's eyes. Following that, an ice spike aimed directly at the wolf's vulnerable abdomen. The thunder arrows hit their mark precisely. Blood gushed from the frost wolf's eye sockets, and its anguished howl echoed across the snowy plains. Though blinded and enraged, the wolf could only snap wildly at the air, unable to locate Guyu. Having confirmed the effectiveness of his tactics, Guyu directed Shuiying to deliver a fatal blow. The ice spike effortlessly pierced the wolf's vital spot, ending the battle. After absorbing the soul core, Guyu pondered. The previously deserted area was likely due to the fall of the ice demon spider, allowing other soul beasts to return. As it neared 6 in the evening, Guyu was about to leave when he heard the sounds of a fight in the distance. Driven by the desire to learn from other hunters' combat techniques, he activated his stealth and quietly approached the scene. He saw a team of 4 engaged in a fierce battle with 2 frost wolves. A large, one-horned bull stood at the forefront, bearing the brunt of the wolves' attacks, beside a bald, muscular man with a shield. A middle-aged man wielding a spear and his powerful ape companion were jointly battling one of the wolves. The situation was clearly unfavorable for the humans. If not for the steadfast defense of the one-horned bull, the team would have likely been overrun. Number 4. Stop using your weak arrows like scratches and have your soul pet go all out. These wolves are too fierce, the man with the spear shouted urgently. Boss, my fire lizard is too low level, and it's severely weakened in this environment. A young man with yellow hair replied helplessly. Number 3. Increase the healing. Number 2 and his bull are barely holding on. Understood. The woman in black responded softly as her butterfly soul pet applied healing techniques to the battered bull. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. One of the enraged frost wolves abandoned the bull and lunged directly at the spear-wielding man. Boss, watch out! The woman's terrified scream pierced the air. In a Tubiganstone battle, the 2 hunters were clearly losing ground, and the man with the gun was in a perilous situation. Although Guyu was reluctant to shed blood, he had no choice but to intervene. His soul-binding chain shot out like a snake, precisely wrapping around the hind leg of the frost giant wolf, which had lost its target. Taking advantage of the wolf's momentary immobilization, an arrow imbued with hidden thunder struck through the air, hitting the creature squarely in the eyes. Blood splattered as the wolf howled in agony, its combat strength significantly reduced. The man with the gun seized the opportunity and delivered a fatal shot to the wolf's throat. With a heavy thud, the imposing frost giant wolf fell to the ground. The remaining wolf was quickly dispatched by the group of 8 attackers. If these 2 wolves could truly understand human words, they might curse Guyu for his ambush, but they would never have the chance to reach such a level of enlightenment. Sorry, boss. I'm out of soul power and can't use my taunt skill anymore, said the bald man apologetically. No worries, you've held on long enough, the man with the gun reassured, patting his shoulder. As the situation calmed, Guyu was about to leave when the man with the gun hurriedly caught up to him, clasping his hands in gratitude. Please wait, brother. Thank you for saving us. It's just a small gesture of help among compatriots, Guyu replied, turning to face him. Qinchuan finally got a clear look at their savior's face and was momentarily stunned. Such a powerful control-type soul weapon was wielded by a young man of just 17 or 18. Remembering how he was expelled from the Soul Pet Academy due to his mediocre talent and had to form a hunter team with like-minded individuals to make a living, he was even more impressed by the remarkable young man before him. Their team had members skilled in attack, defense, support, and ranged combat, but they had never seen such an outstanding control-type soul weapon user. The chain just now had effortlessly resolved his crisis, and this unique strength fascinated him. Savior, I am Chun Chuan, the leader of this hunter team. The man with the gun introduced himself, extending his right hand. Guyu hesitated briefly, but then shook his hand. Brother, are you a lone hunter? Why not join our team? Chun Chuan invited sincerely. Thank you for the offer, Brother Chun, but I prefer to work alone and avoid constraints, Guyu politely declined. In that case, you should take the frost giant wolf you subdued as a token of our gratitude, Chun Chuan suggested. Why should he? Interrupted a blond man nearby with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Guyu, uninterested in such trivial disputes, calmly replied, It's unnecessary. The wolf was slain by all of you together, and I won't take what is rightfully yours. Yu's modest words endeared him to Qin Chuan. Qin admitted, To be honest, without your help, we would have been in serious trouble today. Guyu silently observed the soul pets of the group, noticing that most were of ordinary grade, with only Qin Chuan's monkey reaching a common grade. Even so, there was still a significant power gap compared to the 2 frost wolves. Qin Chuan solemnly handed an ice-type soul core to Guyu, saying, This is the soul core of the frost wolves. Please accept it. Guyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the gesture of gratitude. He was quite impressed by this straightforward man and replied with a smile. Then I accept it gratefully. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. Seeing this, Chun Chuan warmly invited. The snow plains can be dangerous at night. Why not come back with us to the resting place at the foot of the mountain? Guyu thought for a moment and admitted. To be honest, this is my first adventure here. Chun Chuan readily agreed. Then let me lead the way for brother Yu. Throughout the journey, Guyu remained quiet, only giving brief responses to the team's small talk. During what seemed like an ordinary trip, he quietly triggered a daily lottery, and the system coldly informed him that he had gained 10 ordinary soul crystals and 10 first-tier ice-type soul cores. Guyu was thrilled. He finally had all the materials needed for Shui Ying's advancement. As he imagined Shui Ying's transformed appearance, he followed the group to the resting place at the foot of the mountain. Upon entering the resting place, Guyu sensed an invisible forciate was protected by a barrier. He thought to himself, no wonder a human camp could be established in this remote wilderness. The barrier must be keeping threats away. The small town appeared like a hidden paradise, isolated on the rugged mountain path. Guyu was surprised to find the resting point far more luxurious than he had imagined. Guided by Chun Chuan and the others, he learned about this well-equipped camp, which seemed like a miniature version of a town, complete with everything one might need, including movies for relaxation. At the entrance, the staff warmly greeted him. Welcome to the Hanjishan resting place. Following local custom, Guyu paid a resting fee of 5,000 soul coins. The staff handed him an identity card, advising, Mr. Yu, this is your ID card. It can be used to access all the facilities here. Please keep it safe. Guyu politely bid farewell to Chun Chuan and the others. Brother Chun, I have some matters to attend to. Until we meet again. Chun Chuan waved goodbye. Take care, brother Yu. Until next time. Huang Mao, the fourth member, watched Guyu's departing figure thoughtfully, pondering something unknown. As Guyu strolled through the town for a while, he noticed it was sparsely populated, mostly by hunters and soul pet masters. The diverse soul pet companions added a lively touch to this remote resting place. Guyu found his accommodation and, after a quick check-in, headed straight to the 6th floor. He casually chose room 602 and swiped his card to enter. The room was spacious and luxurious, about 150 square meters, and its interior decor far surpassed that of Guyu's home. He quickly walked in, carefully closed the door, and drew the curtains, preparing for the important moment ahead. His heart racing, Guyu summoned Shui Ying from his soul space. The nearly 2-meter-tall soul pet eagerly poked its head out and began to explore the unfamiliar surroundings joyfully. Guyu hurriedly stopped it, worried it might damage the room's furnishings. Shui Ying obediently halted and lay down gently on the floor. Taking a deep breath, Guyu retrieved the advancement materials from his spatial ring. His hands trembled slightly as he cautiously fed Shui Ying the ice stone lotus, ice flame grass, and 10 soul cores in succession. A minute later, Shui Ying suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Guyu held his breath, watching the process intently. About 3 minutes later, the light gradually faded. Eagerly, Guyu checked Shui Ying's new attributes. Ice Spirit Snow Fox. Grade, Legendary. Level, Spirit Communication Tier 1. New skill, Extreme Ice Bloom Earth Level Combat Technique. Inflicts wide-range freezing damage after a brief charge-up. Guyu was thrilled to discover that Shui Ying had not only advanced to Spirit Communication Tier 1, but had also acquired a powerful area attack skill. He carefully examined the evolved Shui Ying. Its size had increased, now standing around 2 meters tall and measuring 2.5 meters in length. Its blue eyes paired with red long eyeshadows, and its sharp, fluffy turquoise ears were stunningly beautiful. The fur appeared glossier, and the blue fur on its forehead had transformed into a shape resembling blue flames. Most strikingly, 3 fluffy tails now floated elegantly behind it. Already evolved to 3 tails? Guyu murmured, his eyes filled with amazement and anticipation. With the evolution into a 3-tailed form, Binkai can now withstand 3 attacks from a legendary soul beast. This crucial survival skill, combined with the powerful targeted lock and AoE damage ability of Extreme Ice Blossom, filled Guyu with excitement. He couldn't help but marvel at how Shui Ying's power had completely surpassed any soul beast he had ever encountered. As Guyu was lost in admiration for Shui Ying's abilities, a curious thought crossed his mind. What would Shui Ying look like if she transformed into a human? Almost as if she understood her master's thoughts, Shui Ying's blue eyes met Guyu's gaze, and her body began to glow white, gradually transforming into a human form. When Guyu opened his eyes again, the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. A breathtakingly beautiful girl appeared in front of him, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. She wore a loose blue ceremonial robe that subtly outlined her graceful curves. Her bare shoulders and the gentle swell of her chest beneath the fabric were mesmerizing. The girl's face was stunningly beautiful, with slightly puckered cherry lips and a barely perceptible sadness in her expression. Her blue eyes sparkled like stars under moon-like eyebrows, and her long silver hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall. Atop her head, a pair of fluffy fox ears twitched gently with her movements, inviting a touch. A delicate fox ornament woven into the silver strands at her right temple added a lively charm to her appearance. Guyu's gaze involuntarily drifted downward. The girl's shapely legs were wrapped in white stockings, slightly pressed together, creating an enticing allure. She wore blue fox-themed wooden clogs that perfectly complemented her overall image. Behind her, 3 fluffy tails swayed gently, as if they were alive. Guyu stared blankly at the exquisite beauty before him, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, but dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Just then, a soft and melodious voice broke the silence. "Master, are you all right? Why have you been staring at me for so long without speaking?" Guyu snapped back to reality, quickly shaking his head with a smile. "It's just that Shuang has become so beautiful, I couldn't process it for a moment. You must be a goddess sent to me by the heavens, surely." Hearing this, a hint of joy flickered in Shuang's eyes, followed by a trace of sadness. She softly said, "I'm so glad. I missed you so much, did you know?" As she spoke, a few strands of her silver hair brushed against Guyu's face. Guyu was bewildered and hadn't quite processed what was happening when he felt crystal-clear tears fall onto his lips, salty to the taste. His heart became flustered, and he hurried to comfort her. "Don't cry. This is a good thing, Shuang." With that, he gently helped her up, worried that something might go wrong if this continued. Shuang smiled through her tears, gently wiping them away, her slightly reddened eyes making her even more endearing. She softly said, "I'm just too happy. Please don't worry, master." As she spoke, the small blue bell around her neck jingled pleasantly. Shuang's soft body snuggled next to Guyu, her head lightly resting on his shoulder. Her fluffy fox ears brushed against his chin, causing a ticklish sensation. Guyu couldn't resist the urge to touch those adorable ears. "Back then, it was you who saved me," Shuang murmured. "I decided then and there that I would follow you for eternity." Guyu reminisced, saying slowly, "During my toughest times, the only one by my side was Shuang." "Being by your side is my greatest wish," Shuang said, as tears once again glistened and fell. "Don't cry, be good." Guyu gently embraced Shuang's slender waist, savoring the faint fragrance she carried. They held each other tightly, lost in the moment. After a while, Guyu broke the silence. "Let's go, grab something to eat." "Okay," Shuang replied, her fox ears twitching lightly. "In this form there aren't many people in the resting area, it's fine." Guyu gently took Shuang's delicate hand and led her out of the room. Although there weren't many people on the street, Shuang's appearance would undoubtedly cause a stir. Every man who saw Shuang was so captivated that they couldn't move, and some even walked straight into lampposts. The street was in chaos, with people holding their swift cats, shouting, "Transform for me," while couples argued and broke up on the spot. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, exclaiming, "Whose beauty is that? A fox spirit pet? That tail is something else. Wow, who's the lucky guy? Look at those fox ears, I can't handle it." Before they were overwhelmed by the intense stares, Guyu swiftly led Shuang away. They found a quieter barbecue stall and sat down. Guyu ordered several skewers of raw porcupine meat and some beer. The stall owner, enchanted by Shuang's beauty, generously offered them some of his finest wine. Shuang beamed with joy and remarked, "I've been in this world for a while, but this is the first time I felt so happy and relaxed. It's all because my master is with me." Guyu touched his nose and chuckled. "Hee, same here." He concentrated on grilling the skewers, sprinkling them with simple seasonings like salt and chili, and soon the aroma filled the air. They both devoured the porcupine skewers quickly. Shuang's cheeks glistened in the firelight, and Guyu handed her a wet wipe to clean her mouth. Shuang praised, "It tastes really good." Guyu ordered a few more porcupine skewers and some premium beef, handing Shuang a bottle of Brave the World beer, explaining, "This is beer. It can warm you up, though you might not need it, but it helps with sleep." He also poured some of the wine gifted by the stall owner. Shuang curiously tasted both the beer and the wine. Guyu also drank, savoring the fiery sensation and the sweet aftertaste of the wine. They enjoyed their food and drinks while gazing at the snow-covered plains in the distance, bathed in moonlight, like a dreamscape. After their feast, Guyu left a first-tier wind element soul core as payment and took Shuang home. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted over, and Shuang hugged Guyu from behind. Her blue eyes locked onto Guyu as she murmured, "Shuang will always stay by your side, remember?" Seeing Guyu silent, she looked up and asked, "Master, why aren't you saying anything?" Guyu gently lowered his head and softly replied under the moonlight, "I will always be with you too, until death do us part." As their lips parted, Shuang shyly averted her gaze from Guyu, snuggling into his embrace. Her fluffy fox ears playfully twitched in front of him, and her 3 snow-white tails swayed gracefully. Gently, Guyu lifted her into his arms, feeling the silky softness as he cradled her horizontally. Watching her bashful expression, his heart fluttered, But he suppressed his emotions. His intuition warned him that any rash actions might bring misfortune. He carefully placed Shuang on the bed and retrieved a soul bone he had previously acquired from his storage space. It was a rare ice-type Earth-grade soul bone, capable of bestowing new powers upon an ice-type soul beast. Guyu consulted the system on how to use it and learned that it needed to be applied to the arm, thigh, or collarbone of a soul beast that had successfully taken human form. Each enchantment could enhance the skills of the soul pet based on the quality of the soul bone. Shuang, I'll use the soul bone to enhance your skills now. It's my first time doing this, but don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I understand, Shuang replied softly. Guyu decided to start with her arm. He gently pulled down the sleeve of Shuang's left arm and pressed the ice soul bone against her skin with his other hand. Instantly, the soul bone emitted a blue light, gradually becoming transparent as it merged into Shuang's left arm. The intense pain made her roll and moan, her fluffy tails instinctively wrapping around Guyu. He quickly handed her a pillow, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead with concern. Soon, an intricate blue lotus pattern appeared on Shuang's left arm. Guyu immediately checked her attribute changes. The Ice Spirit Fox had advanced to legendary level, acquiring the piercing cold thorn skill, which inflicted ice-type penetrating damage with a slowing effect, dealing triple damage to frozen targets. This perfectly replaced her original ice spike skill, complementing her existing ice control abilities. What is this incredible power? Shuang asked in amazement, feeling the changes within her. It's the power of the soul bone, enhancing your skills, though acquiring it depends on luck. Thank you for the gift, master. I will work even harder, Shuang said, seemingly more alert after the pain. As night deepened, Guyu prepared to bathe and rest. Soaking in the bathtub, he pondered. Despite Shuang's successful advancement, his soul power remained stagnant at level 4. Perhaps he should continue hunting soul beasts to break through the bottleneck with the power of devouring. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and Shuang appeared at the entrance. I want to join you, she said softly. Isn't that inappropriate? Guyu replied seriously. Did master forget? Didn't you always help the little white fox bathe before? Shuang asked innocently. Or does master dislike me? No, it's just. Guyu was at a loss for words. Everything of mine belongs to master, Shuang said as she began to undress. Just then, a powerful deep river beast suddenly attacked. It was a mythical beast of ill omen, summoned by the treasure dog, capable of erasing memories and delivering extra-dimensional strikes. It used its mysterious power to teleport Shuang away, engaging Guyu in a fierce battle. By the time Guyu emerged from the bathroom, he was covered in wounds. Master, how did you get hurt? Shuang asked anxiously, seemingly having forgotten everything that happened earlier. It's nothing, just need to rest, Guyu replied weakly, quickly stopping Shuang from helping, fearing the return of the ominous beast. He now understood the reason for the deep river beast's appearance and silently vowed to one day subdue this mythical creature. Under Shuang's gentle massage, Guyu gradually fell asleep. After a long while, Shuang quietly covered him with a blanket, gazing at her sleeping master. Finally, I've seen you again, she whispered, her exquisite face breaking into a heartfelt smile, as if time had stopped in that moment. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains and fell on Guyu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on the sofa. Recalling the events of the previous day, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had fallen asleep there. Turning his head, he saw Shuang sleeping peacefully beside him, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly in the morning light. Unable to resist, Guyu pinched his own cheek. Ouch! He winced, the pain confirming that this was no dream. It was hard to believe that such a beautiful woman had become his soul companion. It's time to get up, Guyu gently patted Shuang's face. Master, no, not there, Shuang murmured coquettishly in her sleep, sending a shiver down Guyu's spine. It seemed she was having a rather improper dream, so he decided not to disturb her for now. Being up early, Guyu planned to complete his daily lottery. He skillfully clicked the button, and this time, instead of the usual consolation prize, a dazzling array of colors flashed before him. Skill acquired, Royal Command. The system notification appeared. Royal Command. All your soul companions are now considered lifebound companions. This description puzzled Guyu. Normally, a person could only have one lifebound soul companion, right? The system explained further. Ordinary soul companions might flee or turn against their masters, but lifebound ones are linked to their host's soul and never betray. However, this bond cannot be broken or interfered with in any way. Guyu pondered this. While the skill ensured loyalty, it also imposed significant restrictions. He had originally planned to find a damage-absorbing tank-type soul companion to protect Shuang once he reached the soul warrior stage, while he focused on control. If better options arose in the future, he could replace them. But now, the Royal Command skill meant that once a contract was signed, it couldn't be changed, completely disrupting his plans. It seemed he would have to focus on nurturing high-quality soul companions to ensure his own power ceiling. Well, let's take it one step at a time, Guyu muttered to himself. First, I need to enhance my soul power. He quietly got up and sat cross-legged on the bed, taking out the soul crystal he hadn't had time to absorb yesterday. As the light shimmered, the energy from the crystal was gradually absorbed. Good morning, master, Shuang said, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she sat up. Awake? It's time to continue our adventure, Guyu smiled. As they reached the entrance of the resting area, a familiar figure came into view. Boss, why haven't we set off yet? It was the voice of Bald Second coming from nearby. That snow demon is only ordinary level, but it's reached the spiritual communication level. It might be tough for us to handle. Fourth brother's voice was tinged with apprehension. If you're scared, leave the hunter squad early. That mindset will get you killed eventually. Guyu was about to leave quietly with Shui Ying when he was called out. Brother Yu, please hold on. I have a request. Chen Chuan's voice rang out, clearly having noticed his presence. The reward is definitely generous. We won't shortchange you, my young friend. Brother Chen extended his hand to Guyu, sincerity shining in his eyes. Good morning, Brother Chen. Guyu quickly shook his hand, a hint of respect in his voice. Master, perhaps we should reconsider going. Shui Ying's voice echoed in Guyu's mind, filled with concern. Guyu gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. But we need the money. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. The little white fox blinked her bright eyes. All right then, I will protect you. She nodded solemnly at Guyu, her tail gently swaying. At this moment, Guyu was short on cash tuition, rent, and more powerful soul gear all required financial support. He looked up at Chen Chuan directly. Is there anything you need help with? Chen Chuan patted Guyu on the shoulder. Little brother you might not know, but we're here to complete a hunter mission to capture an ordinary level snow demon in these mountains. He paused. However, this snow demon is quite cunning, and we're short a crowd control hunter. We hope you can assist us with control. The reward is 150,000. The blonde hesitated and tugged at Chen Chuan's sleeve. Boss, isn't this? His voice trailed off, clearly questioning the price. Chen Chuan patiently explained. If we don't complete the mission, we won't earn a dime and will lose the 100,000 deposit. His gaze lingered on Guyu for a moment, as if assessing the young man's capabilities. Guyu noticed the blonde man standing behind Chen Chuan Laosi, a team member with average combat skills. From the occasional caring glances Chen Chuan cast his way, Guyu surmised that this blonde man's father might have saved Chen Chuan, entrusting his son to him for training. All right. Forced by circumstances, Guyu chose to help for the generous reward. Guyu followed Chen Chuan's team back into the mountains, delving deeper from the spot where they had battled the frost giant wolf yesterday. He thought to himself, so yesterday was about clearing the path. They're quite clever. According to the map, after passing through the dense forest, they were nearing the snow demon's territory. Little brother please be careful. We haven't explored this area. It might be very dangerous, Chen Chuan warned, his voice low. Got it. Guyu stayed close behind the team, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Bald Lauer scratched his head and asked naively, Boss, where's the snow demon hiding? Just as he spoke, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before them. It was a humanoid creature about 1.8 meters tall, shrouded in a large cloak that obscured its true visage. A chilling air emanated from it, and its limbs resembled those of a werewolf, with long, sharp claws, clearly a melee-type enemy. Everyone, fall back a little. This is the target of our mission, Chen Chuan calmly commanded, his hand already on his weapon. Guyu scrutinized the creature, information about it surfacing in his mind. Snow demon. Rank, ordinary level. Stage, spirit communication stage 3. Characteristics, extremely rare in the snowfields, incredibly elusive, somewhat tricky. Soul skills, blade claw strike. Normal attacks cause bleeding and slow effects. Painful howl, briefly charges up, causing a short fear effect on nearby enemies. Ghostly assault, body becomes ethereal, allowing for a surprise attack from behind. This is a melee rush-type soul beast, lacking any strong ranged attack abilities, Guyu analyzed. But this ghostly assault could be a bit troublesome. He hesitated, knowing that although he was mainly there for crowd control and not output, the snow demon's skill set was quite dangerous. Brother Chun, you should retreat. I think this snow demon won't be easy to defeat, Guyu advised, genuine concern in his tone. Chen Chuan showed a hint of difficulty on his face. Thanks for your concern, young brother, but we need the money too. We have to fight. In this line of work, we can't always choose our battles. Being a hunter means having your life on the line. Second brother, grab that snow demon quickly. We can't withstand attacks of this level. Chen Chuan shouted urgently, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Bald's second brother immediately summoned his soul, weaponom massive shield. Guyu observed the shield closely, evaluating it silently. The shield's initial ability was to increase the threat level for allies, which was exactly the tank role Guyu lacked. Unfortunately, Wang Yu's presence prevented him from freely seeking transitional soul pets. The single-horned bull, now imbued with a threat buff, charged fiercely at the snow demon. However, The ghostly snow demon was not fooled. It used its phasing skill to effortlessly bypass the bull, heading straight for Huang Mao, who was armed with a bow and arrow, clearly intending to eliminate the ranged attacker first. Gu Yu, quick to sense danger, swiftly retreated a few steps. Chen Chuan looked puzzled. What? It ignored second brother's taunt. Retreat. We can't defeat this snow demon, Chen Chuan decisively ordered. His judgment was spot on. The rest of the team was too weak, and without a damage absorber, if the backline was taken out, they stood no chance. Unlike Gu Yu, they couldn't discern the enemy's skills. Gu Yu sighed to himself, realizing that the intelligence of soul beasts at the spirit level had indeed increased, understanding how to prioritize distant threats. Second brother rushed over, trying to block the attack for Huang Mao, but his speed was no match for the spirit level 1 soul beast's assault. Just as the snow demon's claws were about to tear through Huang Mao's skull, Gu Yu swung his soul chain from behind, striking the snow demon hard. Huang Mao staggered, nearly falling. Idiot, what are you doing? Get out of the way, Gu Yu shouted sternly. But it was too late. The snow demon's claws mercilessly landed on Huang Mao's shoulder. A sharp crack was heard as Huang Mao's arm was severed, blood splattering everywhere. "Ea!" Huang Mao screamed in agony, instantly becoming a one-armed man. Despite Gu Yu's strained relationship with Huang Mao, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. To avoid exposing Shui Ying's power, he had to intervene personally. After its success, the snow demon didn't pause, preparing to unleash a painful howl to intimidate those around and launch another attack. Second brother arrived in time, using his soul weapon to interrupt the snow demon's skill, temporarily drawing its attention. Meanwhile, Gu Yu's soul chain wrapped around the snow demon's right arm, slowing it down. However, the other's attacks had little effect, only leaving minor injuries on the snow demon. It once again targeted Gu Yu. Gu Yu knew things were going south, the situation spiraling beyond control. I can't let it continue like this, he resolved internally. Shui Ying, charm it. Shui Ying, who had been idly perched on Gu Yu's shoulder, leaped into battle form at his command. The snow demon, about to unleash its skill, was instantly immobilized, turning into a statue. Witnessing this, Chen Chuan no longer hesitated. The snow demon's abilities were too bizarre and far beyond what their team could handle. Huang Mao had already lost an arm, and without prompt medical attention, his life was at risk. Filled with regret for not heeding Gu Yu's advice, he made a decision. Retreat, lives are at stake, Chen Chuan ordered decisively. With just the three of them, they couldn't defeat a snow demon unaffected by taunts. Moreover, there was an injured teammate in dire need of help. The group hurriedly withdrew, leaving behind chaos and an unfinished battle. You all should leave now. I'll cover for you, Gu Yu said, his expression serious. Since I've promised to help, I won't just stand by. Let's go together. How can I leave you behind to cover us? Chen Chuan said urgently. It's fine, my spirit pet is at the clairvoyant level, Gu Yu replied with a hint of confidence in his voice. Chen Chuan knew that his team's strength was relatively weak, and staying would only be a burden. Moreover, with Gu Yu's clairvoyant level pet, he should be able to escape the danger on his own. Bowing deeply to Gu Yu, he said, Brother Yu, take care. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. He then quickly helped the weeping Huang Mao to his feet. As he watched Chen Chuan's team retreat, Gu Yu's heart wasn't as calm as he appeared. Facing the snow demon, he couldn't be sure if the soul lock chain would affect it in its intangible state. Just then, the charm effect wore off. The snow demon quickly identified the source of its anomaly as the strange black chain and immediately targeted Gu Yu as the biggest threat. Seeing that Chen Chuan's team had fully withdrawn, Gu Yu no longer had any reservations. The snow demon launched another ghostly assault. As Gu Yu expected, the soul lock chain slipped off. This intangibility was akin to the untargetable state in League of Legends, making it invincible and immune to negative effects. In an instant, the ghostly figure appeared before Gu Yu. No choice, Shui Ying, ice armor. Gu Yu commanded, instructing Shui Ying to enter battle mode and protect him, using the invincible ice armor to absorb the attack. It was a last resort, as the ice armor's cooldown was a long minute. The snow demon didn't anticipate the sudden appearance of a fox that could withstand its assault. Shui Ying swiftly struck back with its claws, then unleashed an icy explosion. Gu Yu seized the moment when the snow demon was staggered and hit it again with the soul lock chain. As the snow demon attempted to unleash a painful howl, it was interrupted by a freezing skill. Powerful frost enveloped the snow demon, freezing it into several irregular ice spikes. Taking advantage of this, Gu Yu's chilling spike accurately hit the massive ice spike, shattering the snow demon's grotesque body into pieces. I've split apart. This was the snow demon's last conscious thought. Just as Gu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, a mass of dark gas drifted from the distant forest. These threads of gas reassembled the snow demon's shattered body, with a black pearl forming at its center. What the heck? Is this a resurrection? Gu Yu quickly retreated, with Shui Ying immediately guarding him. The system prompt appeared. Spirit of Resentment grade, common level, clairvoyant stage 2. the product of a recently deceased snow demon's spirit combined with dark soul power. Skills: Dark Claw. Normal attacks have a chance to cause confusion. Wailing Howl deals indiscriminate dark attribute damage to nearby enemies. Dark Impact conjures dark power for an instant impact blast yellow. Guyu observed the newly formed spirit of resentment, noting that one skill was marked in yellow, likely signifying damage comparable to a yellow-level battle technique. However, he smiled lightly. Even though its power and combat skills have improved, without the ghostly assault, what chance does this resurrected snow demon have against me? Facing the newly emerged vengeful spirit, Guyu launched a surprise attack without hesitation. Who would wait for their opponent to recover before starting a fight? His soul-locking chain shot out like a snake, tightly binding the vengeful spirit that hadn't yet had a chance to breathe the air of this world. Shui-ing, Frost Breath. Guyu commanded in a low voice. Blue ice crystals instantly covered the twisted and broken body of the snow demon. The vengeful spirit let out a painful, eerie howl, with the words Soul Palace Master mixed in its cries. However, before it could finish, the piercing chill had already mercilessly pierced through its body. Before Guyu could use his thunder arrow, the newborn vengeful spirit had already disintegrated under Shui Ying's powerful attack. All that remained on the ground was the shattered body of the snow demon, and the core of dark power had been split in half by the icy spike. Guyu quickly stepped forward and began absorbing the vengeful spirit. Black soul energy surged into his body like a tide, and he felt his soul power rapidly increasing. Suddenly, an unusual feeling washed over him. This rate of increase seemed unusually fast. It's coming. Guyu's heart skipped a beat, sensing he had broken through a certain limit. He quickly checked his system panel. Host, Guyu. Stamina, level 2. Soul power, Soul Disciple stage 5. Half of the dark power core had been completely absorbed by Guyu. Through recent battles, his stamina had increased by 1 level, which was a decent result. However, the vengeful spirit hadn't dropped any items, likely because the snow demon's soul core had been completely consumed by the dark power. Guyu frowned with frustration. Damn dark power. But then he reconsidered, finding something amiss. In this desolate snowy wilderness, where did the dark power come from? Shouldn't it be ice power instead? Shaking his head, Guyu decided not to dwell on these pointless questions. I should go check on Chinchuan's team. He turned and hurried back. However, when Guyu reunited with the team, the scene before him made his heart sink. Huang Mao had been dead for some time, his body gruesomely mauled. 3 frost wolves had clearly tracked the scent of blood, 2 of them devouring the carcass of the unicorn bull, whose owner had long since perished. Chen Chuan's golden ape was still struggling, battling a giant frost wolf to protect its master. Chen Chuan was severely injured, one arm missing. As for Lao San's sister's body, it was so disfigured that Guyu couldn't bear to look. Though Guyu was not a saint, the tragic sight stirred a fury within him. Beasts, he roared. The frost wolves turned in unison, glaring menacingly at Guyu before charging at him. Shui-ing, Extreme Ice Blossom. Guyu ordered again. In an instant, a dazzling ice lotus bloomed among the 3 wolves, the cold air spreading in all directions. Guyu quickly rushed to Qin Chuan's side, asking with concern, Brother Qin, are you okay? Qin Chuan tried to respond, but coughed up a large amount of blood. Guyu felt a wave of guilt. If he hadn't been so focused on Shui-ing, he might have been able to help in time. But he hadn't anticipated Lao Si's severed arm would indirectly lead to Qin Chuan's team's misfortune. Little brother, don't dwell on it, Qin Chuan struggled to say. If it weren't for you, we would have been wiped out by that snow demon. Your soul pet's power is the strongest I've ever seen, and I understand your intentions. Although Lao Si was somewhat offensive to you, the fact that you came to help us is more than we could ask for. I only got us into this mess because I didn't want to abandon an ally's child. It was my poor judgment that led to this. It's my own fault. As he spoke, Qin Chuan's eyes began to glaze over, his life rapidly slipping away. This matter has nothing to do with you. Guyu looked at the tragic scene before him, his heart a mix of emotions. Qin Chuan and his teammates Old 2, Old 3, Old 4, and the mighty golden gorilla were all lying in a pool of blood. The golden gorilla, bound by the power of the contract, protected its master Qin Chuan until its last moment, but eventually closed its eyes in weakness. The cold wind howled, swirling the snow around. Guyu clenched his fists, filled with regret. If he hadn't been hiding Shui Ying's true power, he could have subdued the snow demon with charm from the start of the battle. That way, they wouldn't have been surrounded by the bloodthirsty 3-headed wolves. Shui Ying transformed into her human form, standing quietly beside Guyu. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, like a snow fairy. Master, you need not blame yourself too much, Shui Ying said softly. All of this is the evil consequence sown by that yellow-haired Old 4. His lack of kindness led the whole team to ruin. Apart from you, Master, I've always despised human selfishness and betrayal. Guyu turned to look at this extraordinary beauty, his mind filled with thoughts. He hadn't done anything wrong. In this world of survival of the fittest, having a powerful and beautiful soul pet, like Shui necessitated hiding his strength to avoid endless coveting and hatred. Shui, Free's brother Chen, and Old 2 and Old 3's bodies, Guyu finally decided. As for Old 4, let him rest here forever. On this day, the black-haired youth who had initially intended to wander in another world learned a profound lesson. He silently vowed that to protect those he cared about and to avoid repeating Chun Chuan's fate, he must become the strongest in this world. Shui gently held Guyu's hand, warm as jade. No matter if you stand against the world, I will always be by your side. You are everything to me. In this snow-covered wasteland, this was all Guyu could do for his fallen companions. After dealing with the aftermath of the battle, Guyu gazed at the bodies of the 3 frost wolves on the ground. As he activated his devouring ability, the wolves' bodies gradually dissipated, transforming into specks of light that merged into his body. However, the increase in soul power was far from sufficient. Too little. Guyu sighed, picking up the only 2 first-tier eye soul cores left on the ground and putting them into his pouch. Let's go, Shui. Without looking back, he resolved to make a change from this moment onward. Shui immediately understood, shifting into her combat form and crouching slightly. Master, please get on, she reminded him. I've reached the spirit level and can carry you now. Guyu nimbly mounted Shui's broad back, feeling the steady rhythm of his steed's strides. And so, the master and his apprentice embarked once more on their journey to hunt soul beasts. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Guyu led a nearly mechanical life, hunting, devouring, resting, in a continuous cycle. After the painful lesson with the snow demon, he no longer ventured deep into the mountains, but repeatedly hunted lower-level ice soul beasts around the periphery. Although his strength grew slowly, it accumulated over time. His daily lottery became a reliable source of power, with 90 ordinary soul crystals helping him break through to the first tier of Soul Warrior. The soul chain also gained a new attribute, Mandate, which increased the damage caused by soul pets to linked enemies by 30. On the morning of the 10th day, Guyu awoke from a nightmare. In his dream, he experienced life and death, with everyone around him betraying him, except for Shui, who remained by his side. Looking at the sleeping Shui beside him, he felt a sense of otherworldliness. Still such a sleepyhead, Guyu chuckled softly, casually opening the system lottery. A flash of magical light appeared, and a bottle of basic stamina potion materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he drank the potion, increasing his stamina from 2 to 3. Good morning, master, Shui murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes, the strap of her silk nightgown slightly askew, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Guyu quickly turned away, feigning calmness as he said, Get up. We need to head back to Wielding today. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue leveling up, but the daily expense of 5,000 soul coins had left him financially strained. Looking at the nearly 100 first-tier ice soul cores in his space ring, Guyu calculated silently. During these days, the low-level soul beasts were no match for Shui. With the area control of Extreme Ice Bloom, they didn't even bother using stealth, opting instead to confront 2 or 3 soul beasts hidden, easily wiping them out. However, what frustrated Guyu was that apart from the first wind mantis, devouring so many soul beasts hadn't granted him any new skills. After tidying up briefly, he cancelled the universal card and left the resting spot in the Hanjishan mountain with Shui. Yu stood still, his eyes fixed intensely on Guyu's departing figure. Ever since he had seen that stunning silver-haired, fox-eared girl that night, no other woman could capture his heart. Yu, once a soul pet master at Balon Academy, had been sentenced to 10 years and expelled for assaulting a girl. After his release, his tarnished reputation left him with no choice but to make a living as a hunter. Despite this, his spirit-level flame gorilla still showcased his impressive strength. I regret contracting with this gorilla, Yu muttered to himself. Ever since he laid eyes on Shui, her image lingered in his mind. After a few days of observation, he discovered that Guyu always entered and exited the icy mountains alone. This realization ignited his vile desires. What was a mere spirit-level soul pet in the presence of the 3 of them? Boss, we should move. I can't wait to enjoy that little beauty, his 2 subordinates said, their eyes gleaming with lewd anticipation. Keep it down. Don't let anyone hear us, Yu warned quietly, then stealthily followed with his men. One of his subordinates had a digging shrew adept at tracking and burrowing, allowing them to successfully monitor for days. Let's go, Yu said, licking his lips. A high school-looking kid is nothing against us in the face of a life-and-death threat. Soon, Shui sensed movement behind them. Guyu immediately used stealth, hiding at a distance, leaving Shui in human form to walk alone in the snow. Seems I need to be more careful in the future. Letting Shui take human form in public indeed invites trouble, Guyu pondered. Just like they say, beauty has been a curse throughout history. It's my fault for forgetting to keep her in fox form today. Before long, the 3 men, with their respective soul pets, caught up. Guyu recognized from afar the most powerful one among them, the flame gorilla. Flame Gorilla Common Grade Spirit Level, First Stage. Abilities: Control over fire. Soul Skills: Flame Fist, normal attacks with added fire damage. Scorching Fireball, charges and launches a fireball. Flame Roar, area fire damage with a burning effect. Chest Thump, increases ally attack power. A spirit level Flame Gorilla, huh? Guyu analyzed calmly. The other two, the common grade Digging Shrew and Gale Lion, pose no threat. I'll deal with the small ones first, then have some fun with this gorilla. Guyu was already confident, with a perfect hunting plan formed in his mind. At this moment, Yin Yu's gaze fell on the silver-haired girl standing alone, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Little beauty, what are you doing here all by yourself in this desolate place? Where's your master? Yin Yu sneered, his face twisted with a disgusting grin, as he approached Shueying. Wow, this villain is really lacking in style. He feels like the kind of character that wouldn't last 3 minutes in a TV show. A typical experience-giving minion, Guyu muttered coldly from the shadows. As Shueying remained silent, Yin Yu and his two companions continued to close in. The moment they entered the designated range, Guyu decisively gave the order, bewitching Flame Ape. The red beast froze instantly, followed by a chilling spear piercing through the air, aimed directly at the Flame Ape's head. Yin Yu reacted quickly, summoning his life-bound soul weapon, the Flame Sword, and barely managed to fend off the lethal strike with his soul power. But the cold had already left frost on his hands. In that split second, the soul lock chain suddenly appeared, precisely wrapping around the neck of the mouse minion. As the immobilizing effect took hold, Guyu flashed behind him, the silver blade silently slicing through his throat. Immediately, with a surge of soul power, the soul lock chain hurled the corpse towards a tree with force. Blood splattered, and the mouse minion died without a sound. After disposing of one, Guyu immediately targeted Yin. A hidden thunder arrow shot from his sleeve, but the Flame Ape, now alert, intercepted it. The arrow exploded on its chest, but the defense of this spirit-level soul beast was formidable, and it remained unharmed. Fool, what are you standing there for? Help me! Yin Yu shouted at the lion minion, who was stunned. The minion snapped out of his daze, seeing his companion's gruesome death, and hastily commanded the Gale Lion forward. However, this ordinary-level soul beast was no match for Shueying in her combat form, and was sent flying with a single blow, its fate uncertain. The lion minion fainted on the spot. You think you can target me with that level of skill? Guyu glared at Yin Yu, his eyes cold as knives, as if looking at a dead man. Only then did Yin Yu realize that Guyu possessed the strange skill of invisibility. The situation had taken a drastic turn for the worse. The Flame Ape was injured. One of his subordinates was dead, the other incapacitated, and a strong sense of unease made his legs tremble. I'm sorry, young man. We were just passing through with no ill intentions. Yin Yu lied, knowing even he didn't believe it. He still wanted to live, to enjoy women and wealth, unwilling to meet his end here. Oh, is that so? Guyu smiled innocently, gesturing with a please motion, then go ahead and leave. Yin Yu stood there holding the flame sword, paralyzed, unable to move forward or retreat. Yin Yu stood frozen, his mind engulfed in an unprecedented internal conflict. Faced with the enigmatic strength of the young man before him, his thoughts were in disarray. He wanted to flee but feared a sneak attack from the other. With his earlier lust fading, all that remained was his cowardly and ugly soul fighting within. They locked eyes for a long while, and the stalemate eventually shattered Yin Yu's rationality. He commanded his Flame Ape to launch a fireball, a feeble and impotent display of rage. I gave you a chance, but you're useless, Guyu remarked, his warm smile unwavering. The chilling sting in his hand easily neutralized the fireball's threat, then embedded itself in the rock behind. The Flame Ape prepared to unleash a fiery roar. By now, Yin Yu was completely disoriented, having forgotten his earlier arrogance and thinking the three of them could easily subdue the boy. His lust-clouded mind made him as foolish as a pig, oblivious to the fact that a teenager with a spirit-level soul pet had survived 10 days alone in the frigid mountains unscathed. Yin Yu lost all reason, charging at Guyu with his flame knife. Fool, I'm waiting for cooldowns. What are you waiting for? Snowfire Charm. The charm skill activated again, interrupting the Flame Ape's spell. Snowfire quickly closed in on Guyu, while the chilling sting struck the Flame Ape once more. Without its master's effective command, the Flame Ape couldn't dodge as before. The ice spike easily pierced its body, causing it to bleed profusely and collapse in severe injury. Yin Yu roared, swinging his flame knife at Guyu, but Snowfire arrived just in time, using its ice armor to block the full-force attack. What? Yin Yu was incredulous that his soul-infused strike couldn't even breach the opponent's defense. Guyu, who had been waiting patiently, finally acted. The soul lock chain wrapped around Yin Yu's knife-wielding hand, activating a paralyzing skill. Snowfire seized the moment, launching a strengthened claw strike with a mission effect at Yin Yu's head. At the critical moment, the severely injured Flame Ape lunged once more, shielding its foolish master from a fatal blow. Yen Yu's legs buckled, blood spurting as he collapsed. The death of his life-bound soul pet inflicted a massive mental backlash. Please, don't kill me. I'm already a cripple. I deserve this. He begged pathetically, his fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Oh, and did you spare those you harmed? Guyu's expression turned cold. Judging by your confidence, you've done this many times. Did you ever let others go? Yen Yu recalled the curses of his victims before their deaths, but before he could defend himself, the chilling sting pierced his filthy skull. Don't come back as a human in your next life, Guyu said coldly, stripping the spatial ring from the corpse and leaving the body for the mountain wolves. Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind. It was the henchman who had been playing dead, trying to escape. Spare me, let me go like a fart, he pleaded, terrified out of his wits. The soul lock chain danced again, blood splattering the scene. It was followers like these that allowed evil forces to thrive. Guyu wasn't a champion of justice, nor did he intend to eradicate all evil. But anyone who sought to harm him, regardless of their nature, had to die. Guyu skillfully consumed the corpses of 3 soul beasts, feeling only a slight increase in soul power. He quickly rummaged through the 3 people's spatial rings, regretting that the soul coins, akin to real gold and silver, were all stored in a bank, inaccessible without a password. Damn it, those banks are getting all the benefits, he muttered under his breath. However, the spatial ring of the one who seemed to be the leader contained quite a few valuable items. Guyu carefully took stock. Over 20 first-tier fire attribute soul cores, more than 10 ordinary soul crystals, and a soul weapon. Having soul crystals is not bad, he mused. And this new spatial ring is quite handy, around 20 cubic meters, saving me some money. Guyu picked up the green short blade soul weapon and examined it closely. A poison short blade. Ordinary attacks come with extra poison attribute damage, he silently compared. Its attack power is similar to the sharp silver blade, but with added poison attributes. Looks like the sharp silver blade can take a break. He swung the poison short blade a few times, finding it quite satisfactory. The blade was about 3 centimeters longer than the silver blade, making it feel just right in his hand. Shuiying, let's go. Guyu mounted Shuiying. The pair quickly left the scene. Shuiying's speed was remarkable, reaching the vicinity of the North Gate checkpoint of Wielding City in less than 3 hours. Guyu dismounted, saying softly, "Thank you, Shuiying." Shuiying transformed into a human form, her silver hair flowing in the wind. She cheerfully said, "It is my honor to assist my master." With that, she clung tightly to Guyu's arm. Guyu thought to himself, why is Shuiying becoming more and more affectionate? Yet the sensation of his arm being nestled between 2 soft mounds was secretly enjoyable. After passing through the city gate security, Guyu quickly arrived at the Hunters Guild in the north of the city, intending to sell the soul crystals. His wallet was almost emptier than his face. At the purchasing counter, when Guyu began pouring out soul cores by the ringful, the old man in charge of buying them was taken aback. Wow, are young people this fierce nowadays? The old man exclaimed. It's rare for someone to sell so many soul cores at once. An entire spatial ring full of them? That's unbelievable. How many soul beasts must you have slain? The old man carefully counted. 78 ice attribute, 23 fire attribute, for earth attribute, totaling 105. The standard purchase price is 5,000 soul coins each, totaling 525,000 soul coins, he said, calculating as he went. Guyu knew these soul cores could fetch a higher price, as demand could drive prices up. However, he was in urgent need of money and didn't have time for small gains. I haven't been home for more than half a month. The landlady might start urging for rent, he thought, so he readily said, all right, I'll sell them all. WeChat received 525,000, the mechanical female voice announced, sounding particularly pleasant to Guyu. With money in hand, he prepared to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man with a somewhat sleazy appearance suddenly blocked Guyu's path. This man was shorter than Guyu's 1.77 meters, with shifty eyes gleaming with an unusual light, clearly a seasoned veteran. Hold on, young man, the middle-aged man urgently said. Guyu hesitated slightly, turning to ask, what's up? Never seen such a handsome hunter. Indeed, you are the most handsome hunter I've ever seen. The man immediately flattered. Go on, what's this about? Guyu's expression softened, secretly pleased. So this is what being praised feels like. I love it. I see you are truly exceptional, both in appearance and strength. The man continued to praise. Stop, enough flattery, get to the point. Guyu quickly interrupted, waiting for the man to reveal his true intentions. The middle-aged man eyed the considerable number of soul cores in Guyu's hand, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. He lowered his voice. Hey there, young man. I see you're quite capable. I've got a great opportunity for you, the hottest underground beast arena in Wielding City. I'll handle the registration. You just need to compete. We'll split the prize money 80-20, with you taking the larger share. All other prizes are yours. How does that sound? What's in it for me? Guyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man. The middle-aged man leaned in conspiratorially. The first prize is a rare, Earth-grade soul box. It lets your pet learn an additional skill. I, Backstreet Werewolf Zhang, personally guarantee it. If it's a scam, you can do whatever you want with me. Never heard of you. Why come to me? Werewolf Zhang glanced at the snow fox on Guyu's shoulder, smiling meaningfully. Because of it. A three-tailed fox, starting at rare grade, can easily make it into the top 10. Guyu was secretly alarmed, wondering if the true identity of the snow fox had been exposed. Outwardly, he remained calm. These competitions are dangerous. What if we encounter a powerful soul beast? Oh, come on. Where in Yulong City would you find such powerful soul pets? It's mostly ordinary and spirit grade matches. Who would dare let a shape-shifting grade fight? That's a death wish. Werewolf Zhang pulled out an imported cigarette. Want one? Guyu politely declined the cigarette, musing aloud. That soul box is tempting, but I can't shake the feeling you're up to no good. I, Werewolf Zhang, am known for my integrity. Ask around, he said, handing over his contact information. Back home, Guyu collapsed onto the sofa, watching the snow fox flit about busily, feeling a warmth in his heart. Just as he was relaxing, his phone buzzed with a message from Werewolf Zhang. What have you decided? Guyu turned to ask the snow fox, engrossed in its idle drama. Want to give it a shot? Whatever decision you make, I'm with you. The snow fox replied softly. After a quick browse through the Hunter app forum to confirm the existence of the underground beast arena, Guyu replied. All right, tell me the time and place. Friday evening at 6, under the landmark at Times Square. My guy will meet you there, Werewolf Zhang replied immediately. Glancing at the calendar, Guyu noted it was Wednesday, giving him a day to rest. He lay back on the snow fox's soft lap, and together they watched a movie from this world. On Thursday, Guyu and Shuang stayed home watching TV. Recently, he didn't dare let Shuang transform and go out freely, which limited their activities. Time flew by, and soon it was Friday evening. Guyu dressed up and meticulously checked his combat gear. If there was a chance to win first place tonight, he would go all out. At 5:40 p.m., he arrived early at the landmark sign of Times Square on Chenglong Street to wait. Standing by the street, Guyu couldn't help but feel anxious. It was his first time participating in such an underground beast fighting competition, and the strength of his opponents was completely unknown. What worried him more was if he really did win first place, would they let him leave easily? Just as he was lost in thought, a black sedan silently pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, and the driver took off his sunglasses, politely asking, Are you Mr. Yu? Yes. Are you sent by Werewolf Zhang? Indeed. Mr. Yu, please get in the car, the driver said respectfully. The ride was smooth, but the atmosphere inside the car was a bit awkward. Seeing that Guyu wasn't talkative, the driver broke the silence. Mr. Yu, you truly are a young hero. Mr. Zhang mentioned a mysterious strong contender was coming tonight, and I didn't expect someone so young. Oh, how much do you know about the arena? Guyu asked with interest. The driver explained. The arena has been around for a long time, born out of people's desire to relieve stress by watching soul pets battle. It's said that the arena's behind-the-scenes boss is the Yun family, the true overlord of Yulong City, with immense wealth. Guyu understood. No wonder this event could exist for so long. It must be like football in his previous life, attracting a large audience while being a cash cow for the Yun family. Werewolf Zhang probably approached him to place a bet on an underdog and make a profit. Losing wouldn't matter much, but winning would be a huge gain. Guyu thought to himself that he might as well see the world, and perhaps even get that Earth-tier soul box. After more than 10 minutes, the car turned into a quiet street and slowly stopped. Mr. Yu, we're here, the driver said. As Guyu got out, he saw Werewolf Zhang with a mischievous grin, holding a dignified black cat. Before Guyu could speak, Werewolf Zhang quickly explained. Calm down, young man. I just received word that tonight's strongest soul pet is only at the spirit level and definitely not above level 3. You have a good chance of winning. Seeing Guyu's displeased expression, he hastily added. It couldn't be helped. Some things can't be said directly. Even if the prize is an Earth-tier soul box, if I had told you up front, you might not have come. It's all a well-intentioned lie. Old age brings wisdom, Guyu said helplessly. This soul box is universal, suitable for soul pets of all attributes. Follow me, young man, Werewolf Zhang said, leading the way with the black cat in his arms. Guyu remained cautious, observing his surroundings, but it seemed he was overthinking. Noticing his wariness, Werewolf Zhang laughed. No need to be too tense, young man. Though it's an underground fight, it's not entirely lawless. This isn't some shady operation, so rest assured. It's normal not to trust me, but coming here alone shows you have the adventurous spirit necessary for success. Hesitation and fear can only lead to missed opportunities. The old man looked at Guyu with a meaningful gaze, as if seeing his younger self. He patted Guyu's shoulder, laughing heartily. Success or failure hinges on a single thought. Remember this, when faced with danger, keep in mind the saying, as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Are you trying to tell me something? Guyu asked thoughtfully. It's just our first meeting. I'm merely reminding you to know your limits when competing. If you're not strong enough, just admit defeat. The old man chuckled, brushing it off. Guyu followed him through a dim alley, winding past several buildings until they reached the entrance of a high-rise's basement. Pushing open the heavy iron door, a long tunnel stretched out before them. At the end of the tunnel, a door opened to reveal a vast underground plaza, with several hundred-meter-high stages standing at its center, surrounded by a bustling crowd. On one stage, a bloodthirsty hyena was fiercely battling a sharp-bladed mantis. The audience around them either cheered loudly, were engrossed in betting, or even danced spontaneously, turning the place into an underground entertainment hub. Wolfman Zhang led Guyu to a simple white room at the side. The room was sparse, with only a few people inside, resembling a guard room. Old Zhou, this is the new participant I found. Give him a number, Wolfman Zhang said. Haha, Old Zhang, have you lost so much that you've gone mad? Bringing in a kid to compete. Old Zhou laughed, teasing. After some bargaining, Guyu finally received the number 31, meaning he would start from the round of 32. Before leaving, Wolfman Zhang handed Guyu 100,000 soul coins, saying it was to make friends. Bet it all on me, Guyu said, looking directly at Wolfman Zhang. Wolfman Zhang's eyes lit up, brave. I'll add another 200,000, all on you to win. If you win, it's all yours. Settling in, Guyu first went to watch the matches on the stage. Unfortunately, the performance of the two third-tier soul disciples on stage disappointed him. Their coordination with their soul pets was clumsy, and the fights lacked any strategy. Feeling bored, Guyu headed to the bar and ordered a cocktail. The taste made him frown, far from what he had anticipated. Scanning the beautiful women around, after seeing Shui Ying, those faces that once moved him now seemed unremarkable. Just then, a hint of white caught his eye, approaching him. Guyu's pupils narrowed. It was her. Here comes that little rich girl again. Guyu was sitting alone at the bar, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in white. It was the same young woman he had seen before, walking gracefully towards the bar, followed by a petite girl with fox ears on her head. It was the fox he had encountered that day. Guyu discreetly observed the fox-eared girl. Although she was quite pretty, she still didn't compare to his own Shui Ying. Miss, you're here. What would you like to drink? I'll get it ready for you right away, the bartender asked respectfully. Just some cola, with ice, the woman in white replied cheerfully, then turned to ask, Yao Yao, what would you like to drink? Miss, Yao Yao wants to drink alcohol, the fox-eared girl said timidly. You're too young for that. But I want to, she whined. The two of them sat down next to Guyu, who inwardly groaned. He wasn't equipped to handle rich girls like this, and his social anxiety from his past life as a homebody kicked in. He hurriedly put down his beer bottle and was about to make a quick exit when he heard that familiar voice behind him. Where are you going? I spotted you from afar, and now you're trying to slip away as soon as you see me. What's with that reaction? Am I that unwelcome? The woman in white said with a hint of mock anger. Guyu had no choice but to turn around, forcing a smile. What a coincidence, it's you. Thanks for your help last time. I didn't notice any gratitude. You ran off without a word after I paid last time too. Guyu thought to himself how troublesome women could be, unlike his Shui Ying. He quickly explained, I was in a hurry to help my soul pet break through. You old pervert. So, what are you doing here? She asked. I heard the first prize in tonight's competition is an Earth-grade soul box, so I'm trying my luck. They chatted intermittently, and before long, the woman in white left with her ice fox. Next up, we have contestant number 31 versus contestant number 27. Will both contestants please proceed to ring number 2 for the match? In the VIP room, a werewolf named Zhang perked up at the mention of number 31. Let's see your true strength, young man. Guyu stepped onto the ring, facing a woman in her 20s with ordinary looks. Her soul pet was a robust black bear, at mortal level 4, with brute strength and throat grip as its sole skills. Guyu assessed the situation. This level of combat ability is hardly a challenge for Shui Ying, not even worth warming up. It seems she hasn't even awakened her soul tool. Shui Ying, come out. When the elegant three-tailed snow fox appeared, the audience erupted in excitement. Isn't that just a fox? Can it beat the bear? A bald man questioned. You don't know anything. See those three tails? That's a powerful fox, someone else immediately countered. The bald man, unconvinced, opened an app to place a bet on the bear winning. Guyu ignored the trivial debates, simply whispering to Shui Ying, just don't go for the kill. At the command, Shui Ying moved like a white flash of lightning, appearing instantly before the wild bear. The ordinary grade bear didn't even have time to defend itself before Shui Ying's simple attack sent it flying. If Shui Ying hadn't held back, the bear might have been killed by that single blow. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The spectators exchanged glances, clearly disappointed by the one-sided fight. They had come to see intense battles between soul beasts, not this kind of effortless domination. The bald man was particularly stunned, no longer caring about the outcome of his bet, but rather shocked by this unprecedented scene. What the heck? Did that fox just cheat? Took down the bear with one swipe? An incredulous voice erupted from the crowd. The winner, number 31, the referee announced. Guyu left the arena expressionlessly, uninterested in such a lopsided match. The werewolf sitting in the VIP section had watched the entire fight. Although he had anticipated the young man's impressive strength, he hadn't expected him to defeat an ordinary grade soul beast without even using soul skills. The subsequent matches were equally predictable. Even when opponents sent out ordinary grade soul pets, they posed no threat to Guyu. Shuiying easily overwhelmed them with its frost sting and basic attacks. Only Guyu knew that he had yet to use his control-type trump card, enchantment. Thus, Guyu advanced smoothly to the semifinals. His new opponent was a bespectacled young man in his early 20s who owned 2 soul pets, indicating he had reached the soul warrior level. Guyu scrutinized the opponent's lineup. One was a transformed iron armor turtle, ordinary grade spirit level 1, known for its defense. The other was a fire anteater-like fierce flame toxic beast, ordinary grade level 4, specializing in poison and fire attacks. Go, Fox brother. I've bet a month's worth of meals on you. A female student shouted from the stands. Are you crazy? He's up against a dual pet soul warrior, her companion retorted. I don't care, he's so handsome. I just believe in him. On the arena, the bespectacled man was full of confidence. I've watched your previous matches. Your fox's spells are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you can't beat me. Oh, Guyu's lips curled into a teasing smile. So confident. Where do you get your courage from? With your ordinary grade level 5 fox, no matter how strong, you can't defeat my 2-pet combo. And the bespectacled man began to analyze further. Enough talk, Guyu interrupted. Do you believe I can send you off the stage in 10 seconds? This statement immediately caused an uproar among the audience. Arrogant, claiming to defeat a soul warrior in 10 seconds. If he can do it, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. It's recorded, let's see how he loses. Teach this arrogant kid a lesson, came the shouts from the audience. Why are you betting on him again? A girl asked. I don't care, I just believe in the handsome guy, the infatuated girl replied firmly. Facing 2 opponents, Guyu declared he would defeat them in just 10 seconds. The crowd began placing bets, with most wagering on Guyu's loss. After all, no matter how powerful a soul pet is, it's hard to beat too, right? Ignoring the host's chatter, the bespectacled man stared directly at Guyu and taunted. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with that big talk? Guyu let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost in his eyes. You'll find out soon enough if it's just talk. He resolved to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The bespectacled man immediately summoned his soul Tula stick resembling a rolling pin. Guyu quickly assessed its properties. Disciplinary stick abilities. Increases the attack power of the soul pet hit by the stick by 40. Reduces the enemy's movement speed by 40 when struck. Wow, 40 attack boost. Guyu was amazed. Despite its ordinary appearance, this rolling pin had impressive attributes. The bespectacled man swung the stick, tapping each of his 2 soul pets, a smug smile playing on his lips. Go on, my darlings, show this arrogant guy what you've got. Just as he was about to mock Guyu again, a chill swept over him. To his shock, his beloved soul pets were frozen in place, unable to move. Worse, he found himself completely immobilized too. A dark chain wrapped around his arm like a venomous snake, and in a flash, a shadowy figure appeared in front of him, kicking him off the platform. The bespectacled man flew out of the competition area. The audience was in shock, buzzing with discussion. Did he really get knocked out in just a few seconds? And against 2 soul pets. In a private box, Zhang the werewolf was stunned not by the instant defeat of the soul pets, but by the dark chain's ability to render the enemy helpless. Such powerful control, he murmured. Among the crowd, a gambler who had boasted about washing his hair upside down had already forgotten his bold words. A young girl, eyes shining, exclaimed, Wow, he's so handsome, I really like him. Guyu looked coldly at the disheveled bespectacled man, his tone taunting. Foolish. What good is high attack power if you're too slow? If you can't hit anyone, it's useless. Who's going to wait for you to power up before attacking? In fact, while the bespectacled man was still empowering his soul pets, Shuiying's icy breath was ready to strike. The freezing breath enveloped the armored turtle and the fiery poison beast, leaving them barely alive as they awaited orders from their master. Guyu thought to himself that the combination of charm and soul lock chain could have instantly defeated the bespectacled man. One soul pet was low level, the other slow as a snail, no, more like a turtle. Even if Guyu attacked Heaton, they couldn't withstand Shuiying's assault. Stop talking so much nonsense in the future. It's just giving your opponent opportunities, Guyu advised. Reflecting on his actions, the bespectacled man felt foolish. I lost, he admitted, acknowledging the vast difference in their abilities. After effortlessly defeating his opponent, Guyu felt a bit smug. No wonder I'm so strong, he mused, finally understanding why protagonists in novels can defeat enemies above their level with ease. However, the enthusiastic crowd didn't see it that way. Some even suspected the match was rigged. After all, how could 2 soul pets lose to 1? It must be an act, they thought. Fox brother, you're so handsome. I love you. The infatuated girl continued to shout. Haha, I won. A gambler laughed excitedly, celebrating yet another victory for the betting crowd. After the match, Guyu quickly left the platform and disappeared into the crowd. To escape the pursuit of his enthusiastic admirers, Guyu hurriedly slipped into the restroom to catch his breath. Leaning against the cold tiled wall, he thought to himself that the fans were a bit too passionate. Just as he was about to take a moment to compose himself, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out to see a message from Werewolf Zhang. Impressive skills, little brother. Tonight's winnings are thanks to you. Guyu stared at the message, unsure of how to respond, and ended up sending back a humorous emoji. He turned on the tap, splashing cold water on his face, which helped him regain a bit of calm. After washing his face, he took a deep breath and gathered the courage to step out of the restroom. The situation outside hadn't improved. The hallway was divided into two groups. One was his diehard fans, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. The other seemed eager to glare him to death, their anger almost tangible. Guyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It wasn't his fault. He figured the odds were just too high, making him the dark horse that cost many their bets. But there's still one more match. Guyu clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. The Earth Tier Soul Box is within reach. When Guyu stepped back onto the stage, he was surprised to see that his opponent was the same girl in white from before. "Why is it you?" Guyu exclaimed, his voice tinged with undeniable surprise. The girl in white smiled slightly. "Why can't it be me?" Her voice was soft, yet carried an unmistakable confidence. "What's your name?" Guyu asked. "You. I'm Yun Wuxin." Guyu nodded slightly. "Let's begin." He extended his hand and calmly summoned Shuang. "Wow." Yun Wuxin's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that the snow fox?" She clearly recognized Shuang, but the snow fox before her, now with three tails and emitting a ghostly blue glow, was stunningly different from when they first met. "This isn't an ice fox at all, you fraud." Yun Wuxin huffed, her delicate face full of displeasure. "Today, you've met your match." With that, Yun Wuxin summoned her own soul pets, a frost fox and a cute little white kitten. Guyu immediately realized that the fox-eared girl he encountered before was the transformed form of the frost fox. Glancing at her frost fox, Guyu noted its attributes were similar to before, but it now had a soul box skill frozen domain. No wonder she's from a wealthy family. Even has a soul box skill, Guyu mused. And with the surname Yun, she must be the little princess of the Yun family. Frozen domain, an environmental skill, creates an icy barrier that increases ice-type skill damage by 80 and reduces all enemies' speed by 30. An environmental skill, that's powerful, Guyu thought. I need to figure out how to get one for Shuang too. He quickly analyzed her other soul pet, the spirit-like kitten, a regular grade, level 5 mortal tier soul pet, adorable and supportive with no combat abilities. Soul skills, healing paw, which encourages allies with a healing effect, inspiring paw, boosting all allies' attack power, starlight blessing, temporarily enhancing all ally attributes by 30. Truly a mascot, purely supportive, Guyu evaluated. His opponent was indeed formidable, but considering she had helped him before, he didn't want to defeat her too harshly. "Here I go." Guyu, usually one for sneak attacks, unusually announced his move. "Oomph, I don't need your warning," Yun Wuxin retorted, her playful demeanor replaced by seriousness. The fox-eared girl launched a charged ice spike attack at Guyu. Unfortunately, her casting speed was too slow, far inferior to Shuang. Guyu easily dodged the attack, pondering, I need to gather more intel on her. "Shuang, frostbite sting." Guyu commanded, opting for a deliberately restrained attack. The frostbite sting formed swiftly in front of Shuang, its chilling aura rushing towards Yun Wuxin. Unfazed, Yun Wuxin summoned her exclusive soul artifact, the Phoenix Veil Umbrella. Soul artifact, Phoenix Veil Umbrella, ability, boosts current allies' attributes by 50, can enhance the next ally skill by 100. A 50 attribute boost? Guyu furrowed his brow. That's strong. It must be a top-tier supportive artifact. Yun Wuxin quickly imbued the mystical ice fox, Yao Yao, with the power of her soul artifact. Enhanced by this amplification, Yao Yao's spellcasting speed surged, instantly forming an ice spike that precisely neutralized the incoming chilling strike. "Not bad, young lady," Guyu remarked, his expression serious, eyes fixed on his opponent. Yun Wuxin set aside her usual playful demeanor, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You're strong too," she acknowledged, taking a deep breath. Yao Yao Icebound World. In an instant, a surge of ice magic erupted from the arena, forming a massive ice and snow barrier. The biting cold made the spectators shiver involuntarily, exclaiming in surprise, "Whoa, what's happening? It's freezing." In the VIP box, the werewolf Zhang felt a twinge of anxiety. He never expected the final battle to be against the little princess of the Yun family. Could Guyu, facing Yun Wuxin with her rare soul pet and auxiliary soul pet, achieve a miracle by fighting two at once? The arena was enveloped in ice and snow, a seemingly unbeatable environmental technique. Yet, surprisingly, Guyu and his companion Shuang appeared unaffected. Instead, the environment seemed to enhance Shuang's spell attack power. Activate Dispel and Immunity, Guyu murmured. The extreme ice body grants immunity to any ice control. The mystical ice fox Yao Yao quickly formed 3 ice spikes, shooting them toward Guyu like arrows. However, Shui Ying's 2 enhanced chilling strikes easily neutralized them. Yun Wuxin was astonished to see this duo moving freely within her icebound world without any loss of speed. Even more shocking was that the ice spikes formed by the opponent's 3-tailed fox were more powerful than Yao Yao's. This next strike will decide the winner, Yun Wuxin declared, her expression tense. She commanded the mascot Meow Meow, a luminous cato, apply its skill to Yao Yao. Starlight Blessing, amplify again. Yao Yao freeze. In an instant, a massive surge of icy energy gathered, locking onto Guyu's direction and rushing toward him. If hit, the consequences would be dire. Guyu's instincts screamed danger. A locking technique similar to Extreme Ice Bloom? The amplified skill stacking reaches this level? No more holding back. He decisively ordered, Shui Ying, charm. Target their mystical ice fox. Yao Yao's spellcasting was interrupted by the charm, leaving Yun Wuxin shocked once more. Meanwhile, Guyu's soul lock chain targeted Yao Yao. Sensing the danger, Yun Wuxin rushed forward, using her soul artifact to deflect the chain. Yao Yao broke free from the charm, quickly retreating several steps before unleashing a series of ice spikes, aiming to win with speed. You want to compete in speed? Then let's seriously compete, Guyu mused. Following his command, Shui Ying transformed into human form, gracefully landing beside him like a celestial being. The chilling strikes and ice spikes collided midair, igniting an intense confrontation. The final battle was about to begin, and Guyu was calculating his chances. With his stealth skills, securing the soul box shouldn't be a problem. When Shui Ying's stunning beauty was revealed to the crowd, the audience erupted. How did that fox block such a fierce barrage of attacks? One spectator exclaimed in disbelief. It's like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Another admirer declared on the spot. I announce that from now on, she is my wife. Are you crazy? You see a beautiful woman and immediately claim she's your wife? Someone nearby mocked. A man with glasses glanced at his husky and muttered regretfully. Why can't my soul pet turn into a beautiful girl? Yun Wuxin watched Guyu, who was unscathed, in shock. This opponent was ridiculously strong, rendering all her skills ineffective. What was even harder to accept was that his fox soul pet's beauty far surpassed her own. It was her first time experiencing such a complete defeat. I concede, Yun Wuxin said weakly. Her full-force attack was effortlessly neutralized, and her continuous ice spike rain was completely blocked. The mysterious power of his soul chain remained unknown, and continuing the fight would only bring humiliation. To protect her beloved soul pet, she chose to surrender. Seeing this, Guyu retracted his soul chain and bowed expressionlessly. Miss Yun, thank you for the match. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. My attacks were completely ineffective, Yun Wuxin grumbled. It's infuriating that you took the Earth Deer's soul box. The Ice Fox quickly ran to Yun Wuxin's side to comfort her. I'm sorry, Mississippi. It's all Yao Yao's fault. In a private box, Lang Rinzhang observed the entire battle. He hadn't anticipated Guyu's formidable strength, rendering even the powerful environmental techniques of the Yun family's little princess ineffective. The knight's gains far exceeded expectations. After the host's lengthy speech, Guyu finally received his Prizia blue box engraved with mysterious runes and a wolf's head. It contained the Swift Wind auxiliary soul box skill, which could significantly boost a soul pet's speed, with stronger effects for pets with higher bloodlines. With the soul box in hand, Guyu was eager to leave. As he was about to go, he was surrounded by a crowd. He quickly retracted Shui Ying and left hastily, knowing her large size made her an easy target. At that moment, Lang Rinzhang appeared with a graceful lady. Congratulations, young man, on obtaining the Earth Deer's soul box. Thank you, but I have things to attend to. Let's catch up another time, Guyu said, leaving without looking back. His priority was to return home and strengthen Shui Ying. Money was secondary. This kid, Lang Rinzhang chuckled as he watched Guyu's retreating figure. It seems getting his help again won't be easy. At the exit of the basement, Guyu encountered Yun Wuxin waiting. Miss Yun, waiting here, could it be you intend to rob me? Guyu joked. Yun Wuxin rolled her eyes. Our Yun family doesn't break promises. Even though I lost this time, I will become stronger and beat you, you big liar, she said, stomping her feet in frustration. I look forward to it, Guyu replied with a smile. He was relieved that she wasn't the type to be unreasonable and gather a crowd of soul masters to besiege him. Clearly, his current strength was still insufficient. Hey, big liar, let's exchange contact information, Yun Wuxin said. I'm curious about how you trained your fox to be so powerful. Sure, but I have things to do today. Let's talk another time. After exchanging contact information, Guyu left. Just outside the building complex, Guyu noticed the driver from before was still waiting. Mr. Zhang instructed me to take you home. Thank you. That would be helpful, Guyu replied, giving his address as the car slowly disappeared into the night. With the help of the driver, Guyu quickly returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw Shuang preparing to do some chores. Shuang, you've had a tough day with the battle. You don't need to do the chores, Guyu said quickly, concern evident in his eyes. Shuang smiled gently, a hint of emotion in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, master. It makes me very happy. She softly took Guyu's hand, guiding him to lie down on the sofa, placing his head gently on her lap. Guyu relaxed, enjoying the familiar comfort of her lap. Sensing his needs, Shuang began to softly massage his temples with her small hands. Fighting two spirit pets alone must be tough. I need to find you some help soon, Guyu said quietly, a trace of worry in his eyes. Shuang looked down at Guyu's face, speaking softly. Whatever you decide, master, I'll be by your side. Hearing her words, Guyu closed his eyes, ready for a brief rest. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just as Guyu was savoring the moment, his phone vibrated, breaking the silence with its buzzing. Who the hell is interrupting me now? Guyu grumbled, pulling out his phone. It was a message from Langrenjiang. Langrenjiang. Hey buddy, thanks to you, I made quite a profit tonight. As we agreed, send me your bank details, and I'll transfer your share. Guyu replied, sure, thanks. My account number is XXXX. By the way, you seem to know a lot of people. Could you help me get some better equipment? Langrenjiang. No problem, brother. It's already in the works. You'll have it by tomorrow. Guyu, thanks a lot. Shortly after, a notification popped up on Guyu's phone, showing a deposit of 500,000. Wow, that was fast, Guyu smiled. Watching him, Shuang gently asked, Master, is there good news? Yes, we're in the money now. You can have the best food and clothes, Guyu said excitedly. Shuang smiled. No need to trouble yourself, master. I'm fine as I am. She was always thinking of him. Just then, the phone buzzed again. Guyu frowned. Who is it this time? It was a message from Yun Wuxin. She was asking if the Feng Qi Dianxie was useful. As they chatted, Guyu learned that the soul box was acquired by the Yun group at great expense, originally intended for Yun Wuxin. However, she wanted to earn it herself, but Guyu ended up with it instead. During their conversation, Guyu had an idea. He asked, by the way, Yun Wuxin's spirit pet is a fox too. Do you know where I can get some high-quality pet food for Shuang? After chatting a bit more, Guyu spent 100,000 to buy 10 sets of premium meat patties. They should be delivered by tomorrow, right? The Yun family's efficiency shouldn't disappoint, Guyu thought. Suddenly, Guyu smacked his forehead, annoyed. This lap pillow is too comfortable. I almost forgot the main task. He quickly got up and asked internally, System, how do I use this soul box? The system, long silent, responded, touch it with your life-bound soul tool, and the soul box will open, allowing your spirit pet to absorb its power. Hearing this, Guyu immediately summoned the soul lock chain. As soon as the chain touched the box, it opened with a snap. A blue silhouette slowly emerged from the box, resembling a wolf. Shuang, why don't you try absorbing this? Guyu suggested to Shuang. All right, master. Shuang nodded, ready to embrace this new power. When Shuang's delicate hand touched the green apparition, a sudden phenomenon occurred. The illusion swirled like a vortex and was instantly absorbed by her. She closed her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was feeling the surge of new power within her. Through their bond, Guyu immediately sensed the change in Shuang. He eagerly checked Shuang's attribute panel. Soul box skill, swift as the wind. Effect, temporarily increases soul pet's movement speed. Current boost, 60. Note, each soul pet can have up to 5 skills. Speed is the ultimate power, Guyu thought with delight. Empowered with new strength, Shuang knelt gently before Guyu, her voice soft. Thank you, master, for granting me this power. Guyu quickly helped her up. Shuang, you're not my servant. You're the most important person to me. I understand, Shuang replied, lowering her head, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks, clearly moved by her master's words. In this tender moment, Guyu's phone started vibrating again. Annoyed, he checked it, only to find it was not a WeChat message, but an important email, the acceptance letter from Bailon Academy. He glanced at the date. The semester starts on the 26th of this month, and today is already the 19th. School starts in a few days. I need to prepare soon. Guyu immediately focused on planning what to pack. The next morning, Guyu went out for his usual workout. Noting that his stamina level was only at 3, he realized his current training methods were no longer sufficient for improvement. To enhance my overall strength, finding a second soul pet is the way forward. But the existence of Wang Yu posed a dilemma. Soul pets of rare categories were expensive, while ordinary ones didn't meet his standards, making it a tough decision. Back home, Shuang was still asleep. Guyu quietly left the bedroom and began his daily lottery. The system promptly displayed. Consolation prize received. 20 ordinary soul crystals. 10 second-tier ice attribute soul cores. 10 second-tier any attribute soul cores. This reward is quite suitable for preparing a second soul pet, Guyu thought, absorbing the accumulated soul crystals, but unfortunately, he didn't level up. As the clock struck 9, just as Guyu was about to wake Shuiying, there was a knock at the door. Peeking through the peephole, he saw it was the landlady. Little Gu, it's time to pay the rent, she said bluntly. Okay, auntie, but this is the last month. I'm heading to Balon Academy. Guyu explained as he handed over the money. Oh, little Gu, you're doing well, the landlady congratulated him, as Soul Pet Masters held a prestigious status in this world. After seeing the landlady off, Guyu turned to find Shuiying peeking through the bedroom door. Come on, Shuiying, it's time to get up. After Shuiying got dressed, the two of them immediately started packing their luggage. The convenience of the space rings allowed them to easily pack all the essentials. Considering potential unforeseen situations, Guyu brought extra food. Being somewhat lazy, he entrusted all the space rings to Shuiying for safekeeping. While they were busy organizing, there was a sudden urgent knock on the door. Guyu, slightly impatient, walked towards the door, thinking it must be the delivery he had ordered. However, when he opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight several men in black suits and sunglasses stood outside, exuding a mobster-like aura. The leader of the men in black immediately spoke. Hello, Mr. Yu. We are here to deliver the goods on behalf of our young lady. Guyu responded politely. Thank you, gentlemen, for your hard work. He was secretly impressed by the efficiency of the powerful families in this world, delivering goods overnight. After the men in black set down the large boxes, they quickly departed. Guyu expressed his gratitude to Yun Wuxin via WeChat and eagerly opened the package. Inside were premium steaks, emitting a tempting aroma. Feeling hungry, Guyu smiled as he opened a bag for Shuiying. They've made it really well, just as portable as snacks. Shuiying suddenly seemed a bit shy, hesitant to speak. Noticing her unease, Guyu asked, What's wrong? Shuiying hesitated for a moment, but then said, Actually, master, soul pets of legendary level and above don't need to eat these things anymore. I can now absorb the soul power from the world around us. Guyu laughed and said, Oh, that's fine. As long as you like eating them, I'll buy them for you, just as snacks. Moved, Shuiying said, Thank you, master. I was worried about burdening you. Guyu reassured her. After yesterday's battle, we have money now. These are just small expenses. Although Shuiying didn't quite understand the human concept of money, she thanked him again. After this little interlude, they each got busy with their own tasks. Shuiying continued to indulge in her favorite idol dramas, sitting quietly on the sofa watching TV. Meanwhile, Guyu began researching how to get to Balon Academy. Balon Academy is one of the top soul pet trainer academies in the northern part of Huagua, located in Xinyao City, north of Yulong City. Xinyao is even more prosperous than Yulong, but the two cities are quite far apart. Guyu weighed the option of traveling alone to fight and level up, but considering the potential dangers, he ultimately decided to take the barrier train, which could get them to Xinyao City within 3 days. After booking the train tickets for the following afternoon, Guyu felt somewhat relieved. He began to ponder what kind of people he might encounter at Balon Academy. Just then, another familiar knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Guyu guessed it must be the equipment prepared by the werewolf Zhang. Thanking the delivery staff, he eagerly opened the package. Inside was a specially made flying eagle vest, numbered 078, crafted from special defensive materials offering high defense and effectively reducing impact. There was also a pair of agile boots, processed and enchanted with soul power, providing a moderate increase in movement speed. Guyu immediately tried on the equipment and was quite pleased with the fit. The next afternoon, Guyu took Shuiying to Yulong City's train station. It was his first time taking a train in this otherworldly realm, and he was filled with anticipation and curiosity. Due to the sparse population in this world, the train station was not crowded as he had imagined, but rather spacious and quiet. The train slowly traversed the snow-covered wasteland, with only a few passengers inside. Guyu chose a private compartment to avoid unnecessary trouble after all. With some spare money, it was better to pay for peace than to deal with troublemakers. This train ran on a specially designed magical barrier track, making it impossible for ordinary soul beasts to approach, ensuring undeniable safety. Shuiying was initially filled with anticipation for the journey, but after more than an hour, as she stared at the monotonous snowy landscape outside, her eyelids began to droop. She transformed into her mini fox form and nestled into Guyu's arms, falling into a deep sleep. Guyu held her quietly, watching the time pass by. What he thought would be a peaceful journey was abruptly interrupted by a piercing announcement. Attention, everyone on the train. This train is now under the control of the Black Wing Alliance. Cooperate, or face the consequences. Black Wing Alliance? Guyu frowned slightly, gently waking the sleeping Shuiying. Wake up, we're in trouble again. Master? Shuiying yawned groggily. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, Guyu immediately used stealth magic, placing Shuiying into a hidden space. Bang! The compartment door was violently kicked open, and a woman in black, wearing high heels, strutted in. Guyu was on high alert. This Black Wing Alliance was far more complex than it seemed. Observing her closely, he realized she was a soul slave of a 6-legged earth dragon, a second-tier soul warrior who had gained beastification abilities through an evil pact, reaching the second tier of spirit communication. The woman in black scanned the empty compartment, puzzled. Strange, where did the people in this carriage go? Without lingering, she turned to the next carriage. Guyu followed stealthily, discovering the train was swarming with various soul slaves, mostly at the soul apprentice level, but they were numerous. Soon, a man resembling a train attendant reported to the woman in black. Ma'am, we've gathered most of the people in the front carriages, but it seems one person is missing. What? Search thoroughly, leave no stone unturned, the woman in black ordered sharply. At this point, about 50 passengers were gathered together. A young man, trembling, spoke up. If you want money, I'll give you everything. Please, just let us go. The woman in black sneered. Money? We have no use for such worthless things. I want your lives, to sacrifice to the great demon god. Before her words faded, she drew a gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the young man fell to the ground. Witnessing a life vanish before their eyes, the women and children began to wail in terror. Anyone who cries next will have their head blown off. The chilling voice of the woman in black echoed through the carriage. Instantly, all passengers were struck as if by lightning, forcing back tears that threatened to spill over. The only sound left was the stifled sobbing. To kill someone publicly in this world where life is so valued, it was clear these were ruthless criminals not to be trifled with. Guyu curled up in a corner, quickly assessing the situation. There were too many enemies. At least a dozen soul slaves armed with cold eyes filled the carriage. In this confined space, his abilities were severely restricted, leaving him unable to fight effectively. Shui Ying's combat prowess was best in open areas, and this was far from an ideal battleground. If I reveal my identity here, it will definitely lead to a vicious battle, Guyu thought, clenching his fists. The worst-case scenario is death. No, he couldn't rashly start a fight here. These people were merciless killers. He needed to find a way to escape. How could he get out of this predicament? Guyu stayed hidden in the corner, calmly analyzing the situation, first needing to understand the group's intentions. The woman in black manipulated her phone with slender fingers, and a live broadcast interface appeared on the screen. She flashed a sickly smile at the camera. Good evening, foolish humans. This Harmony train has been taken over by the Blackwing Alliance. Now, I will show you the most magnificent art. She laughed maniacally, her laughter piercing and eerie. She talks as if she's not human herself, Guyu silently remarked. A soul slave dressed as a train conductor hurried over, whispering, Report, ma'am. The missing person hasn't been found. It doesn't matter, the whole train will be gone soon anyway, the woman in black replied arrogantly, her tone filled with cruel delight. The entire train? Guyu was shocked. Damn, that's ruthless. The woman's phone suddenly rang, and she quickly answered, Hello? I'll handle this shortly, no need to worry, sir. Her tone immediately turned respectful, indicating her superior was on the other end of the line. Sir? Guyu's brow furrowed. Was there someone even more powerful than her? The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and he couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave immediately. If her superior arrived, they could easily detect his stealth. The woman in black hung up and announced to the passengers, The train will soon cross the bridge ahead, and you'll meet in the abyss below. Her voice was filled with a twisted excitement. Were they planning to blow the whole train off the cliff? Guyu's heart raced. No, he had to get off before the bridge. He reached for his pocket, gripping the sleep barrier scroll. It was time to use it. Just as the woman was about to continue her terrorist rhetoric, Guyu seized the moment and quickly threw the sleep barrier scroll. A dark energy field expanded instantly, causing everyone inside to become dazed and collapse. Simultaneously, Guyu's soul-binding chain shot out like a silver snake towards the woman's head. Got her! Guyu shouted. Freeze. Shui Ying, piercing cold. Without time to use a skill requiring charge, Guyu commanded Shui Ying to attack. A flash of cold light, and the piercing cold skill pierced through the woman's head as if through paper. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to react. Guyu flicked the soul-binding chain, and the woman's body was flung out the window, disappearing into the rushing wind. That should do it, he thought, knowing there was no time to confirm. The priority was to find out how they planned to destroy the train, otherwise, he would have to jump to safety. Before jumping, let's take care of these minions, Guyu thought, glancing at the unconscious soul slaves, recalling Chun Chuan's face. As for the ordinary passengers, their fate was left to luck. The sleeping soul slaves were like lambs to the slaughter, offering no resistance. Guyu moved swiftly and efficiently, each strike absorbing their soul energy. With a physical strength at level 3, Guyu's physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The piercing cold skill flashed again, directly slicing through the train door. Guyu leaped out with Shui Ying, escaping the speeding train. Shui Ying, Guyu called internally. In midair, Shui Ying quickly transformed into battle form, catching Guyu securely. That was close. Guyu hadn't even caught his breath when he sensed intense soul energy fluctuations behind him. Speed of the wind. Shui Ying immediately activated its movement skill, dodging the attack from behind like lightning. Guyu looked back to see a shadow rapidly closing in on them. The scene left Guyu in disbelief. The woman in black had completely transformed. Her body was covered in nauseating slime. Her skin was torn and tattered, and 6 grotesque tentacles extended from within her. Even more shocking, the head he had smashed was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quickly scanning her attributes, Guyu's pupils contracted. Soul slave of the 6-legged earth dragon. Spirit skill tier 2. 6-legged poison. Tentacle attacks carry poison. Earth rift. Area earth attribute damage. Can cause entrapment. Earth dive. Freely burrow and move underground. Limb regeneration. Exceptional vitality and recovery ability. Shui-ing retreat. Head towards the cliff. Guyu swiftly assessed the situation. This creature is tough. She can cause terrain collapse and move underground. Fighting on flat ground is certain death. Bastard. I'll make you wish for death. The 6-legged monster howled in agony, its voice full of anguish. Guyu, riding on Shui-ing, quickly put distance between them with lightning speed. As they raced through the snowy forest, the distant bridge and smoothly moving train came into view. Soon, they reached the cliff's edge, where Shui-ing transformed into human form to stand guard. The 6-legged monster caught up, sneering, "Keep running?" "It's not out of fear," Guyu thought with a cold smile. Shui-ing charm. The charm hit its mark, and the soul-binding chain instantly wrapped around the monster's tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu commanded, "Paralyze." Frost breath. A chilling frost enveloped the monster, the ice affliction causing unbearable pain. Once the paralysis wore off, the monster angrily struck the ground, but Guyu deftly dodged the collapsing earth. The monster burrowed underground to heal, only to find the soul-binding chain tightly connected, its inner strength continuously draining, making recovery increasingly slow. The monster launched an underground assault, but Guyu, already prepared, dodged it. A 1-second immobilization combined with Shui-ying's extreme ice bloom, fate's command, and piercing cold turned the monster into an ice sculpture and shattered it to pieces. The writhing fragments eventually ceased, and Guyu immediately activated Devour, absorbing the soul energy. A system notification sounded. Skill successfully plundered. Limb regeneration. Converted to undying body. Effect: enhanced physical vitality, passive recovery ability boost, can expend soul power to heal non-lethal injuries. Just as Guyu was about to check his enhanced attribute panel, a fierce murderous intent struck. Despite his quick reflexes, his body was still a moment too slow. At the critical moment, Shui-ing summoned an ice armor, shielding him. However, the opponent's power was overwhelming, and the shockwave sent Guyu plummeting off the cliff. "Damn it, did I just dig my own grave?" Guyu cursed inwardly as he fell. As Guyu was sent flying by the powerful impact, he caught a clear glimpse of his assailant's true identity in the last momenta: muscular man in blue and white underwear. "What a freak," he cursed internally. What shocked him even more was the creature's true form, a 4-winged rhinoceros beetle, classified as rare, at a level of shapeshift stage 1. This formidable beetle had evolved into a 4-winged form, possessing a terrifying combination of soul skills. Power Supreme, dealing extremely high damage with normal attacks, but unable to learn any spell-type skills. Mystic Wings, increasing attack and movement speed by 30. Dominant body attacks cause strong knockback effects, with added terrain destruction capability. What? A shapeshift-grade soul beast. Guyu was stunned. This is so unfair, attacking a young soul pet master like me. Despite its bizarre underwear-clad appearance, its strength was undeniably formidable. Its ability to take on the form of a muscular man was due to its genuine shapeshift-grade power. Guyu realized he was knocked off the cliff by the opponent's passive knockback effect. As he plummeted through the air, he quickly summoned a soul chain, latching onto the nearest tree trunk, preventing an immediate fall into the abyss. However, before he could use a skill to climb back up, the underwear-clad man swiftly attacked again, delivering a powerful punch to the tree. To Guyu's shock, the thick trunk was reduced to dust. "Damn, this enemy is so cunning," Guyu thought in horror. "Isn't the usual script for me to climb back up and defeat it?" Yet this creature chose to ensure his demise, sending Guyu's body into a free fall, quickly disappearing into the depths below. "Mess with us, the Black Souls, and think you can live? An endless abyss, shattering bones, you're getting off easy." A booming voice echoed from above. "Black Souls, not the Blackwing Alliance." Guyu wondered as he fell, but there was no time for further thought. "Master!" Shui-ing cried out in fear, then decisively leaped into the abyss to follow Guyu. The muscular man waited for a moment, hearing no sound, then turned to leave, muttering to himself, "I'll complete the mission alone. Those two are definitely dead. No one could survive such a fall, not even me." Guyu had no idea how long he had been falling into the endless dark abyss. He saw Shui-ing transform into her battle form, rapidly descending and finally catching up with him. In midair, she shifted again, grabbing hold of Guyu. "Why are you so foolish, jumping down to your death?" Guyu said helplessly. Tears streamed down Shui-ying's face. If Master were to die like this, I couldn't live on either. I'll find a way to save you, even if it costs me my life. Silly girl, if you leave me, I couldn't survive alone either. This abyss is a dead end, Guyu said softly. Master, don't lose hope. I'll use my body to cushion your fall at the last moment, saving your life as much as possible, Shuang said, her blue eyes full of sorrow. She embraced Guyu tightly, adjusting her position to face downward. Her heart was heavy with reluctance. She didn't want to die, having just reunited with him a few days ago, with so many things left undone. But now, trapped in a dire situation, she was ready to sacrifice herself. The fierce wind roared past, and Guyu gazed into the endless darkness below. Is this really the end? There must be another way. He quickly racked his brain, considering the effects of his indestructible body. I'll bet on surviving today. Guyu forced the contract's power to keep Shuang clinging to him, preventing her from moving. Shuang, shoot the icy thorn at the cliff. In Guyu's hand, the piercing chill quickly formed into a blue and white ice spike, exuding a biting cold. Without hesitation, he connected it to the soul-binding chain and aimed it at the cliff's edge, launching it forward. It was their only chance of survival. The ice spike hit its mark precisely, and Guyu immediately maneuvered the soul-binding chain to grip firmly onto the cliff face. Clutching the chain with one hand, his muscles tensed as he bore the weight of two people. The momentum of their rapid fall was abruptly halted, yet even with his enhanced strength at level 5, he couldn't withstand the tearing force. With a sharp crack, the bones and muscles in Guyu's right arm shattered. The excruciating pain felt like 1,000 needles piercing him, blurring his vision, and his right arm went completely numb. The chain, unable to maintain its hold due to the distance, dissipated, and they began to fall once more. I must try again. Guyu forced himself to stay conscious, knowing that only by attempting again with his left hand did they stand a chance. Master, please don't do this. Shuang pleaded, tears streaming down her face. My ice armor can protect you from the impact. Without you, what's the point of living? Guyu managed a faint smile. Either we live together, or we die together. Once more, the piercing chill coalesced, and Guyu poured the last of his soul power into releasing the chain. This time, the chain's attachment speed was noticeably slower, but the potential unleashed by the threat of death allowed him to hold on for 2 seconds. Blood gushed from the completely broken muscles of his left arm, staining half his garment red. The fall speed had significantly reduced. In his bloodless-induced dizziness, Guyu released the soul binding on Shuang. He couldn't hear what she was saying, only seeing her tear-streaked face. Memories flashed before him like a montage, scenes from past lives and the present flickering by. Is this the end? Guyu thought bitterly. Suddenly, a warm, furry sensation enveloped him. His body jolted, then was hurled into the air, landing heavily on the ground. Guyu coughed up blood, pain radiating from his ribs. In the final moment before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw an elegant, 3-tailed snow fox. Shuang, did we succeed? Was Guyu's last thought before slipping into unconsciousness. In the endless darkness, Guyu opened his eyes once more. His whole body ached as if it had fallen apart. With great effort, he focused his vision and saw Shuang lying on top of him, her beautiful face streaked with tears, her blue Miko outfit stained with blood. Leaning against the stone wall, Guyu's mind gradually cleared. I survived, he thought, trying to lift his hand to touch Shui Ying's head, only to realize that both his arms were gone. With difficulty, he raised his head to look at his severed arms. The wounds had already healed, a testament to the power of his undying body. At that moment, Shuang seemed to sense something and lifted her head. Master, she exclaimed joyfully, hugging Guyu's head tightly. I thought I'd never see you again. Stop, stop, Guyu gasped, struggling for breath. Realizing her overreaction, Shuang quickly let go, her eyes brimming with tears as she apologized. Guyu asked Shuang about her injuries with concern. She replied that she had only suffered some minor aftershock injuries, and after a few days of rest, she had recovered. A few days? Guyu asked in surprise. Shuang explained that because they were in such a deep location, it was difficult to distinguish day from night, and she could only instinctively judge that about 2 days had passed. Guyu looked up to see a faint glimmer of light in the endless darkness, as if they were at the bottom of a dry well. Realizing the danger of their situation, Guyu thought, I need to find a way out of this place quickly, or we'll starve to death. Sensing Guyu's need, Shuang retrieved a space ring from her chest. Guyu felt grateful that he had entrusted her with their important belongings. Otherwise, with both arms lost, the ring would have likely been gone as well. While Shuang carefully helped him drink water, Guyu quickly checked the system. As expected, the daily available lottery spins showed as 2, confirming Shui Ying's time estimate. He immediately used the accumulated spins and obtained an item called, I am a tree. This intriguing item caught Guyu's interest. According to the system, upon use, it would transform him into a tree, making him undetectable to any living creature, but also unable to move. The current usage count was 33. As Guyu pondered the potential uses of this item, Shuang noticed his distraction. He quickly reassured her, and her nerves, tense for days, finally relaxed as she held him and gradually fell asleep. Taking advantage of the moment, Guyu decided to try using his undying body to restore himself. He felt his soul power rapidly depleting, and his mind grew hazy. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right arm, and the wound at the stump split open again. Damn, why does it hurt so much? Guyu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Soon, white smoke rose from the wound, and flesh and bone began to regenerate at a visible rate. However, when the new arm grew to the forearm, Guyu's soul power was completely exhausted, forcing him to halt the recovery process. Guyu eagerly consumed soul crystals to replenish his soul power, focusing on repairing his right hand. He knew that without basic mobility, he couldn't leave this place. After using up 20 soul crystals, his right arm finally recovered to the wrist, but the massive soul power expenditure left him utterly exhausted. He barely managed to move his newly restored arm before passing out. When he regained consciousness, he felt a cool sensation on his lips and a sweet taste in his throat. He realized he was resting on Shuiying's soft lap, with the faint sound of bells in his ears. It turned out that Shuiying had been carefully feeding him water while he was unconscious. Once his mental strength gradually returned, Guyu immediately set to work on repairing the rest of his hand. Hiss! The intense pain made him gasp, while Shuiying silently watched the miraculous power at work on her master. After a strenuous effort, his right arm was finally fully restored. Thanks to the power gained from the six-legged earth dragon, the situation wasn't worse. Guyu silently vowed that if he made it out alive, he would tear that perverted underwear man to pieces. The master indeed possesses great power, Shuiying said happily. Shuiying, we need to find a way up. But before that, let's see what's at the bottom of this abyss, Guyu said, looking around. I hope there's a way out. Over the past few days, Guyu had been conserving food, only drinking water. Now that his body was half recovered, it was time to replenish his strength. He quickly found some instant food and filled his stomach. Just then, he realized he had another chance to draw a prize, meaning he had been unconscious for a whole day again. This can't go on. I'll hold off on restoring the left arm for now, Guyu murmured to himself. As usual, he drew a consolation prize, and the soul core he received was fed directly to Shuiying. After long-term accumulation, Shuiying finally broke through to the second rank of the Spirit Link stage. Guyu tried throwing a few punches with his right hand, feeling no different than before. Let's go, Shuiying, and find a way out. He took out a flashlight and comforted himself. There must be some adventure down this cliff, maybe an old man with 100 years of skill to pass on, or some peerless weapon. Once we're out, nothing will stand in our way. In the pitch-black abyss, the flashlight's beam seemed so faint. Suddenly, a hiss sound made Guyu alert, and he quickly hid behind Zing. It was clearly the sound of a snake. However, when he saw the source of the noise, the sight was more shocking than any soul beast. A giant rat over 3 meters tall was staring at them with its beady eyes, its long whiskers twitching with its breath, and its massive body looked particularly terrifying. The giant rat lunged with its gaping mouth, but its speed was not fast, allowing Guyu to dodge easily. He dropped the flashlight and summoned the soul-locking chain. The system identified it as a cave giant rat, classified as mundane grade, but its spirit link level 4, with gnawing and night vision abilities. A mundane grade rat? This big, yet at spirit link level. Guyu was puzzled. He manipulated the chain to easily wrap around the rat's tail, feeling an unprecedented absorption of soul power. Paralyze. Icy Thorn. With a 2-move combo, the spirit link level giant rat was dispatched with ease. After devouring the giant rat, Guyu acquired the night vision skill. The rat's corpse vanished, leaving behind a second-rank dark-type soul core. With the surge of soul power, Guyu's night vision ability activated, and the pitch-black world became instantly clear. As far as the eye could see, it was a barren, endless wasteland. With his soul power replenished, Guyu continued exploring the unknown territory with Shuiying. With night vision, the exploration became much easier. For 4 days, Guyu wandered with Shuiying in this pitch-black land, as if lost in an endless dark labyrinth. If not for the system's prompts, he would have long lost track of time. During this period, they encountered numerous mysterious creatures that provided Guyu with a substantial amount of soul power. Just yesterday, he finally succeeded in fully restoring his left arm. However, Guyu's spirits were not lifted. The endless darkness and the despair of finding no way out gradually made him agitated. Without Shuiying's silent companionship, he might have already broken down. In contrast, Shuiying remained surprisingly optimistic, always following Guyu like a shadow. After killing another cave rat, Guyu mechanically devoured its corpse. The repetitive killing and absorption had numbed his mind. He continued to wander aimlessly with Shuiying, hoping deep inside for something to change and break this monotonous cycle. Suddenly, Shuiying stopped alertly and said worriedly, "Master, there seems to be a barrier ahead. I can't go through." Guyu's heart stirred. This might be the turning point he had been waiting for. He reassured softly, "Come back, Shuiying. I'll be careful from here on." With that, He stored Shui Ying in his soul recognition space. The system's cold voice echoed. Barrier detected. Exorcism method activated. This sound was like a bucket of cold water, quelling Gu Yu's anxiety. He took a deep breath, rested for a moment, and gathered his thoughts. A light barrier, set by a powerful light sealer? Gu Yu muttered to himself. There should be something sealed inside, right? With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, Gu Yu stepped into the barrier. After walking a short distance, he discovered 100 meters ahead stood an altar. Above the altar hovered a mysterious transparent cube, inside, which seemed to be a blurry figure. Is it a person? Gu Yu's heart skipped a beat. It seems my hope of leaving here rests on this mysterious figure. Just as he was about to approach cautiously, he suddenly sensed a powerful soul force rapidly approaching from afar. The strength of this force, conservatively estimated, was at least at the spirit condensation level. Without Shui Ying's protection, Gu Yu knew he stood no chance against such a formidable foe. In desperation, he took out the small tree model and urgently asked, "How do I use this thing?" The system calmly replied, "Just infuse it with soul power." Gu Yu immediately channeled his soul power into the small tree model and instantly felt a mysterious force enveloping him. The next moment, he found himself unable to move, indicating that the artifact had successfully taken effect. Soon, a white silhouette swiftly swept past, transforming into an incredibly handsome man in white robes. Gu Yu was astonished to see that this person could traverse the barrier, leading him to speculate that he might be the barrier's master. Unfortunately, due to the distance, he couldn't discern specific details about the man in white. The man in white stopped, looking around with a puzzled expression. How did the soul force fluctuation disappear? Just then, a giant mouse scurried past outside the barrier. The man in white sneered, so it was just a lowly rat. With a casual wave, a white light instantly obliterated the giant rat. Witnessing this, Gu Yu was deeply shocked. The speed of that white light was incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. The man in white adjusted his robe and gracefully approached the mysterious cube. He gently tapped it as if knocking on a door, speaking in a warm yet slightly helpless tone. "Where? Have you made up your mind?" There was no response from the figure inside the cube. The man in white sighed and continued. "Where? You're still the same after all these years." The man in white slowly walked around to the other side of the transparent cube, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Do you still hate me this much? How many years have you sealed yourself away here? Why won't you be my woman, become a queen, and enjoy the riches of the world? Just say yes, and I'll lift that curse immediately." Gu Yu watched the scene unfold, shaking his head internally. The man in white appeared dignified on the outside, yet acted like a desperate fool, performing a pitiful love drama. Unfortunately, such devotion was destined to lead to nothing. The man in white continued to pour out his affection to the person inside the cube, making countless promises, as if ready to bare his soul. However, the person inside remained unmoved. Eventually, he couldn't contain himself any longer, tearing away his facade and shouting hysterically, "Why? Haven't you known my feelings for you since we were young? Why would you rather die alone here than accept me? Am I not worthy of you?" Just as Gu Yu wondered why there was no response, a cold female voice emerged. "Give up." The voice, filled with laziness and resentment, was starkly different from Shui Ying's gentle and pleasant tone, more like that of a mature older sister. "A father's murderer is irreconcilable. You expect me to submit to you?" The voice continued. "That old man brought it upon himself." The man in white was enraged. "He stopped me. He had to die." He began to pound on the transparent cube in frustration, but it was all in vain. Eventually, he gave up, staring blankly at the person inside, sneering. "If I can't have you, no one else will. I'll wait until you accept me where, after all, you will always belong to me." With that, he transformed into a white light and vanished. Gu Yu cautiously waited for about an hour before deactivating the effects of the props. He carefully climbed the steps of the altar, approaching the completely transparent prison. Inside sat a black-haired woman, her back to Gu Yu, with a striking figure and draped in a bright red cloak. Just as Gu Yu was about to speak, a system notification popped up. Fallen Darkwing Dragon. Grade, Epic. Level. A powerful dark dragon perfectly evolved with the power of wind, with its dragon soul shattered for unknown reasons. Soul skill. Gu Yu's eyes widened in shock. This mysterious woman was actually an epic-level dragon? A dragon? Gu Yu was surprised but spoke respectfully. "Hello, beautiful dragon. I'm just an ordinary person who ended up here by accident. Could you tell me how to get out?" Silence filled the space as Gu Yu stood awkwardly, feeling like he could dig a hole with his toes. Finally, a lazy voice broke the silence. "Fly up. There's no other way." Startled by the melodious voice, Gu Yu looked towards its source. A woman slowly turned around. She had been trapped here for an unknown amount of time, and this was the first time someone other than that vile scoundrel had come here. Their eyes met, and Gu Yu was stunned. This woman's beauty could rival that of Shui Ying. Each had their own charms. Shui Ying was pure white, while this woman was an enticing black. The woman was naturally alluring, with a captivating face that could bring nations to their knees. Her skin was like jade, and her yellow eyes looked at Guyu. Her slightly upturned lips seemed to want to speak, while her crescent-shaped eyebrows and clear, autumn-like eyes were inherently pure, yet inexplicably seductive, making it hard to look away. Her hair was jet black, somewhat disheveled from neglect, but it only added to her languid charm. Surprisingly, she wore a black bodysuit, with only a strip of black fabric covering her modesty. Her black robe barely concealed her ample bosom, and her slender waist seemed fragile. Black silk gloves covered her hands, and her legs were clad in exquisite dragon-shaped boots. Unfortunately, much of her stunning figure was hidden by a red cloak. Even so, her allure was irresistible. Guyu now understood why the man in white had been so captivated. Being enchanted by such a woman didn't seem shameful. Despite Shui Ying's influence, Guyu wasn't completely immune to beauty, and he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Coming to his senses, he sheepishly said, "I'm sorry for staring." The woman, unfazed, looked at Guyu and asked, "How did you get here? This place is sealed off by an external barrier, and your abilities seem insufficient to break it." Her yellow eyes fixed on Guyu. "Besides, how did you know I was a dragon?" Guyu mumbled to himself, "So, I just have to fly up?" Then, he decided to be honest. "To tell you the truth, I got here because I can ignore any barrier effects." The woman's eyes filled with disbelief. "That's impossible. I've never heard of such an ability." But Guyu's presence was undeniable proof. She furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment as if making a decision. "If you can enter this transparent barrier, I'll believe you. And I have a way to help you leave," she said slowly. "Really?" Guyu was overjoyed, studying the transparent barrier closely. He reached out, his palm touching the transparent screen. Instantly, he felt the barrier's presence, but then his ability activated, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. The six-sided barrier, created by the celestial soul artifact known as the six-sided emerald mirror, served as an absolute defense, blocking any soul power fluctuations in this world. Guyu reached out his hand and effortlessly passed through the transparent barrier. In an instant, he felt the soul power within him recede like a tide, as if it had never existed. He attempted to summon the soul lock chain, only to find it utterly futile. "Look, I've come in," Guyu said with a smile. "No barrier in this world can stop me." The black-haired woman watched in disbelief as Guyu easily entered the six-sided barrier, her eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment, as if her years of understanding had been completely overturned in that moment. "Now, can you tell me how I can leave here?" Guyu asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. The woman slowly spoke, her voice smooth like ancient silk. "It's simple. Sign a vassal contract with me. Become my vassal. I can easily take you out of here." "A vassal contract? What is that?" Guyu asked with a frown. The woman's expression suddenly became a bit bashful as she softly explained. "You can think of it as becoming my servant, a dragon's vassal." Guyu fell into silence. Despite the allure of beauty, the condition of becoming a servant was hard for him to accept. He felt a twinge of disappointment and pondered whether there might be another way. "Why are you trapped here?" Guyu countered, trying to find a breakthrough. The woman gently caressed the transparent barrier, sighing softly. "I'm not trapped here. I can only stay here." She continued to explain, "I am currently under a curse. If I leave this transparent barrier, my power will rapidly drain. Every time I try to break this six-sided barrier, my power quickly diminishes until it reaches zero. Only within this six-sided barrier does the curse's power temporarily cease to devour my strength." Her words were filled with helplessness and fatigue. "I've tried too many times. With my current power, I probably can't even leave the outermost barrier. Those lowly creatures outside only became that way because they absorbed a minuscule portion of my power." Guyu was shocked to realize that the soul power surge in those giant rats outside was due to this black-haired woman before him. The woman continued to explain, "The power of the dragon clan is too overwhelming. You humans cannot accept the power of a dragon unless it's through a life-bound soul contract. Even if I signed an ordinary soul contract with you, the soul power within me would backfire, turning you into a soul slave. Only by signing this vassal contract, becoming my vassal, and then summoning me can you take me out of here." After hearing this, an astonishing thought flashed through Guyu's mind. Could it be that the so-called soul slave is a result of a reversed soul pet contract? This speculation sent chills down his spine. Time quietly passed as Guyu fell into deep thought, and the woman did not urge him. Eventually, Guyu tentatively asked, "Will the curse consume your power entirely?" "Devour it completely," she replied with a tone filled with resentment. "Then how can we fly up? Isn't it at least spirit level to ride?" Guyu continued to inquire. The woman coldly replied, "Even a newborn dragon can spread its wings and fly. Are you underestimating me?" Guyu sighed inwardly. The strength of the dragon clan was indeed formidable. After much consideration, he finally made a decision. "All right, I agree to become your vassal." Upon hearing this, the woman also fell into a prolonged internal struggle. In the end, she made up her mind, gently waved her hand, and the barrier gradually converged, transforming into a bracelet that adorned her slender wrist. Suddenly, she frowned, as if experiencing discomfort. She quickly approached Guyu, gently placing her hands on his temples. Her eyes closed as she began to chant a string of obscure dragon language. Guyu, admiring her close-up beauty, noticed her pained expression, and she suddenly let out a muffled groan, seemingly on the verge of fainting. He quickly reached out to support her slender waist. A large amount of dark attribute soul power surged from the woman's body, dissipating into the air. Guyu could clearly feel her power rapidly diminishing. A red contract formation appeared on the woman's chest, and a red line extended from it, directly entering Guyu's body. The woman gazed at the red line, her eyes filled with melancholy. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A blue contract formation suddenly appeared within Guyu's body, and the blue power flowed back along the red line, directly pouring into the woman's chest. What is this? The woman was puzzled, as this was quite different from the dragon vassal contract ceremony she remembered. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Guyu's mind. Contract power detected. King control forcibly activated. In response to the system prompt, Guyu stared blankly at the system panel before him. His eyes darted between the flashing words, his heartbeat quickening with each line of information. Successfully acquired the second soul pet, fallen Darkwing Dragon. This message hit Guyu like a sledgehammer, striking his heart. His eyes widened as he repeatedly confirmed the content on the panel in disbelief. Grade, Epic. Level, Mortal Tier 1. Traits, a powerful dark dragon. The evolved form perfectly fused with the power of wind. Guyu's breath became rapid as he realized the magnitude of what he had acquired. Even though the dragon's soul had been destroyed, the strength of this dark dragon remained formidable. The system panel continued to display the soul skills of the fallen Darkwing Dragon. 1. Dark Claw, normal attack with additional dark attribute damage. 2. Flames of Darkness, deals significant dark attribute damage to a specified target, also reducing defense. 3. Shadow Dragon Breath, causes massive dark attribute damage to all targets in the forward range. 4. Corrosive Flames of the Earth, each dark attribute damage has a chance to inflict confusion, fear, or blindness. 5. Dark Dragon Armor, reduces damage by 50, immune to confusion, charm, fear, and blindness. 6. Wings of the Fallen, doubles movement speed, casting requires no charge time, flying speed doubles again. 7. Reverse Scale of the Evil Dragon. 8. End of Days. 9. Evolvable. Current status, extremely weak, dragon soul dissipated. Advancement breakthrough, requires no materials. Guyu's heart raced as he finished reading the attributes of this epic dragon, too stunned to speak. 3 powerful passive skills, and 2 with unknown effects. This was a treasure trove in itself. What shocked him even more was that this powerful dark dragon had become his second soul pet. Guyu felt secretly relieved. At least now, he wouldn't have to play the role of a servant. A question suddenly emerged in his mind. Could Wang Yu's power really interfere with the so-called familiar contract? Just then, Guyu noticed a black-haired woman standing not far away. Her beautiful eyes were staring at him intently, filled with confusion and astonishment. Inside, the woman was overwhelmed with disbelief. She sensed that the contract just completed was not the relatively equal familiar contract. This seemingly ordinary black-haired man was actually able to forcefully establish a life-bound soul contract with her. This completely overturned her understanding. Weren't humans supposed to have only one life-bound soul contract? At this moment, she clearly felt her soul and life had been completely bound to Guyu. The powerful constraint deep within her soul left her unable to resist any command from him. The woman glanced down at her own condition and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The powerful strength she had accumulated through a lifetime of hard cultivation was now like a deflated balloon, about to drain away. Her entire cultivation was on the verge of vanishing overnight. Ever since she was ambushed and sealed by the dragon-slaying formation, this outcome seemed inevitable. The six-sided barrier was merely delaying this day's arrival. It seems this is fate, and it's all my fault, the woman silently said to herself. The loss of power left this once proud dragon somewhat lost. Now, her life was in someone else's hands. Since she had chosen to believe in miracles, she might as well completely submit to destiny. After all, despite her years of perseverance, she ultimately couldn't change this outcome. With this thought, the woman closed her eyes in resignation. Guyu quickly noticed her unusual state. After all, the two were now soul-bound, and he could clearly feel the woman's frailty. Her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, a hint of tears glistening at the corners. Seeing her petite figure about to collapse from exhaustion, Guyu hurried forward and reached out to support her. The woman instinctively tried to resist, but found herself powerless. Her soft, delicate body helplessly slumped into Guyu's arms. Is this the power of that curse? Guyu asked softly, his tone filled with concern. Yes, the black-haired woman replied weakly. The dragon-slaying formation is a punishment used specifically against Dragon Clan criminals. Her voice grew fainter. My power is nearly gone, and even this transformation ability is slipping away. I fear I'll have to trouble you to take care of me for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, a black light flashed across the black-haired woman's body. Her form began to change, slowly slipping from Guyu's embrace. The creature's body kept transforming until it finally became a black, sinister dragon over 10 meters tall. Its yellow eyes glowed with an eerie light, and its massive wings unfurled as if they could block out the sky. The dragon's body was covered in black scales, each one gleaming with a cold sheen. The underside of its long neck was lined with razor-sharp reverse scales, and its tail, like a whip, swept the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Two pitch-black horns on its head curved backward, adding to its menacing aura. Guyu was astonished. Is this what a dragon is? Even at the lowest level, its size is enormous. However, this imposing black dragon suddenly lost all its grandeur. Its massive body collapsed, its breath becoming extremely weak. Its yellow eyes remained fixed on Guyu, as if seeking help. Guyu quickly approached the dragon, gently stroking its nose and soothingly said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Hearing this, the black dragon seemed to relax and slowly closed its eyes. Guyu thought to himself, it seems it has exhausted its strength and needs time to rest. He observed the enormous creature in front of him, pondering, is it possible to store something this big in my soul space? With a mindset to try, Guyu silently commanded, absorb. To his surprise, the black dragon was easily absorbed into his soul space. Inside the soul space, Shui was resting idly. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a massive black dragon appeared beside her out of nowhere. Shui was stunned, looking at this giant creature in bewilderment. What on earth happened outside? But she quickly noticed that the weak dragon carried Guyu's soul aura. Instantly, a sense of familiarity warmed her heart. After all, it was the aura of her beloved master. She began to examine this new companion carefully. Despite having acquired an epic dragon as a soul pet, Guyu didn't seem overly excited. He realized that an epic dragon, with such a colossal body, must not be exposed to others. More importantly, he mustn't let that white-clad man discover the black dragon's presence. The urgent task was to find a way to help this fallen underworld winged dragon quickly regain its strength. Guyu calculated, strength, soul cores. He did have quite a few second-tier dark soul cores. While the dragon rested, he might as well hunt more giant rats to accumulate more soul cores. After all, he couldn't leave this place now, and soul cores were always useful. However, Guyu's biggest worry was, if that white-clad man returns and discovers the fallen underworld winged dragon is gone, will he go berserk and destroy the entire abyss? That would be a disaster. More frighteningly, Guyu strongly suspected that this abyss was caused by the fallen underworld winged dragon. Shaking his head, Guyu decided to stop overthinking. He quickly left the light barrier and continued hunting giant rats. Just as he exited the barrier, Shuang leapt out lightly. Master, who is that black dragon? Shuang asked curiously. Our new companion. It can help us leave this place, Guyu explained briefly. That's great. Master is amazing, Shuang exclaimed, excitedly jumping onto Guyu, eager to finally leave this dreadful place. The hunting continued for an unknown period, and Guyu noticed that the cave rats were becoming fewer, while his combat ability seemed to remain stagnant. Just then, a flash of black light appeared, and the enormous black dragon reappeared before Guyu. It seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Are you feeling better? Guyu had to shout, as the dragon was incredibly tall. The dragon's head lowered slightly, meeting Guyu's gaze. Guyu summoned the soul-binding chain and used its sprinting ability to reach the dragon's head. I was worried you couldn't hear me, so I came up here myself, Guyu explained. You need to regain your strength, right? I've prepared these for you. With that, Guyu took out all the dark soul cores he had, ready to help the fallen underworld winged dragon restore its power. Guyu smiled as he watched the black dragon open its massive jaws, the soul-binding chains dancing in the air. Without hesitation, he poured nearly 100 second-tier dark soul cores into the dragon's maw, thinking that this immense energy should be enough for it to ascend to the spirit level. The black dragon swallowed the soul cores, and a dark force immediately enveloped it. Guyu quickly leaped off the dragon's back, landing softly with the help of Shui Ying's fluffy foxtail. Shui Ying then transformed into human form, standing beside Guyu and curiously asking, Master, does it need to be second-tier to fly? No, it can fly now. It'll just be faster after upgrading, Guyu replied truthfully. They had been trapped in the abyss for 7 days, missing the start of school, but he understood the importance of not neglecting his studies. As waves of energy pulsed, the black dragon's form expanded rapidly, eventually reaching an astonishing height of over 20 meters. Guyu checked its attribute panel and found that with the infusion of energy from nearly 100 second-tier soul cores, it had successfully ascended to the spirit level. As an epic-grade soul pet, the fallen Darkwing Dragon had awakened two powerful skills. Wings of the Wind, which increases its movement and attack speed by 100, making it far more agile than swift as the wind. Earth Dragon's Might, a simple yet brutal passive skill that forcibly reduces the attack power of all nearby creatures by 40. A surge of pride filled Guyu's heart. This was the power of an epic-grade soul beast. Unlike Shui Ying, who only awakened one skill, Ice Blossom, upon evolving, the fallen Darkwing Dragon's simultaneous awakening of two skills was truly astounding. While Guyu was lost in thought, the black dragon transformed into a human form. A stunning woman in black appeared before him, her brows slightly furrowed, biting her lip gently as she walked forward. Her voluptuous figure swayed gracefully with each step, a pair of dark red dragon horns atop her head, and a dragon tail faintly visible beneath her cloak. This is the blessing of the life bond. So the transformation is not complete, the black-haired woman explained softly, clearly as surprised by the ability to bond with two life-bound soul pets simultaneously as Guyu was. Through their soul connection, she could already sense Guyu's thoughts. What should I call you? Guyu asked earnestly. The black-haired woman gazed at the distant altar, her voice tinged with reminiscence. I don't know how long I've been trapped here. My name has lost its meaning. Besides, you gave me new life. Little master, you can call me whatever you wish. You would call me master? Guyu asked in surprise. He hadn't thought he could tame the proud fallen Darkwing Dragon, as dragons have always respected strength above all, and he seemed weak to the world. Though I don't know how you did it, since you can alter the power of the contract, our souls are linked. If you die, so do I, the black-haired woman stated calmly. True to their word, the dragons honored their promise. She indeed fulfilled the pact and took Guyu out of the barrier. The brief freedom restored some of her strength, further earning Guyu's respect. You truly are worthy of being my master, she said, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light as she gazed at Guyu's face. Guyu felt warmth in his heart and softly replied, Rest assured, even if the contract changes, I will never force you to do anything. By the way, I remember your name has you in it, and since we met under this abyssal glass barrier, how about calling you Liu? Liu, she murmured, seemingly satisfied with the new name. Not bad. Then stop referring to yourself as I in that formal way. It sounds awkward, Guyu chuckled. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Then, Liu took out a jade pendant and whispered to it. I have finally escaped that curse. One day, I will avenge you. With that, she closed her eyes in prayer. Seeing her sorrowful expression, Guyu couldn't help but ask, Who is Yuer? Isn't gaining freedom a good thing? Why do you seem so sad? Yuer was my maid and my closest sister. Liu's voice was filled with suppressed pain. She died by the sword of that lecherous villain. I must avenge her and seek justice for my people and my father. Guyu was pondering how to comfort her when his eyes caught sight of the jade pendant. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Black Dragon Jade. Initially could increase soul absorption speed, later modified into a concealed soul force emitter. This revelation startled Guyu. He approached Liu and gently asked, Liu, do you trust me? Liu hesitated slightly. I believe you, little master. You indeed possess extraordinary power. Then please discard this jade pendant, Guyu sighed. Consider it an order from me. You can resent me for it. Unexpectedly, Liu did not get angry. She simply gazed quietly at the pendant, as if contemplating something. After a long pause, she spoke in a forlorn tone. All right, little master, I'll listen to you. Let's go. Just as Guyu was about to turn away, he noticed tears streaming down Liu's face. Her tears traced the contours of her face, but stubbornly refused to fall completely. It turned out she had long seen through everything, just unwilling to believe it. Liu suddenly embraced Guyu, her subtle dragon scent lingering in the air. Guyu gently held her trembling body, softly comforting. Don't cry, everything will be all right. Shuang silently stood by, accompanying them. Eventually, Liu released Guyu and transformed into a giant dragon. Guyu picked up Shuang and, using chains, steadied himself on her broad back. The fallen dragon regained her freedom and soared once again through the realm. After an indeterminate time, a beam of white light returned to the abyss. Seeing the empty altar, he was struck speechless with shock. Hastily, he activated a communication device, roaring, She's gone. Track her whereabouts immediately. However, the news that followed left him ashen-faced. Clinging to a last shred of hope, he frantically searched the abyss, finally discovering the broken jade pendant in a dark corner. This can't be. This can't be. His roar echoed through the silent abyss for a long time. With the speed boost from the wings of the fallen, Guyu experienced an unprecedented flight. Thousands of meters high, he and Shuang sat steadily on Liu's back, a special dark force acting like an invisible barrier separating them from the howling wind. This speed made airplanes seem slow in comparison, and amidst his excitement, Guyu suddenly realized a problem direction. Oh no, we better not be flying in the wrong direction. Guyu thought with a start, quickly signaling Liu to lower their altitude. At this speed, a small mistake could land them in another country. Soon, they found an uninhabited clearing. The dragon landed gently, and Gu Yu and Shui Ying carefully jumped off. Liu then transformed into her human form, standing silently beside Gu Yu. Ever since escaping the abyss, she hadn't spoken, seemingly deeply affected psychologically. Gu Yu shifted his focus to the immediate task determining their location. He pulled out his phone, which still had over 30 battery, and saw that it was the morning of the 28th. This meant they had spent a whole 8 days in the abyss. The phone's map showed they were not far south of Xinyao City, fortunately heading in the right direction. They had traveled far beyond the bridge, and the fate of the Harmony Express train remained unknown. "Let's go," Shui Ying, Liu, Gu Yu said. "No need to fly any further. Liu, you can rest in the space." Shui Ying immediately assumed her battle form, and Gu Yu easily leapt onto her back. However, when he turned back, he noticed Liu standing still, looking dazed. "What's wrong, Liu? Haven't you rested enough?" Gu Yu asked with concern. Liu snapped back to reality and softly replied, "There's nothing to worry about, master. I just don't want to be alone in a confined space again." Gu Yu felt a pang in his heart, suspecting she might have developed claustrophobia. He extended his hand towards Liu. "Then come along." After a moment's hesitation, Liu took his hand. Gu Yu gently pulled her into his embrace. She didn't resist, quietly leaning against him, her subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Shui Ying carried the two of them at an incredible speed. Whenever they encountered others, she would cast her swift wind technique, accelerating instantly. Hunters on the road could only catch a glimpse of a white blur speeding past. By afternoon, they neared the southern checkpoint of Xinyao City. Out of caution, Gu Yu asked Liu and Shui Ying to step back temporarily. "Liu, we're at the checkpoint. For safety, you should head back first. Shui Ying, you too, keep her company." Liu lowered her head without a word. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yu approached the checkpoint alone. A young female security officer came forward to inquire. "Please cooperate with the inspection and present your ID." Gu Yu took out his ID card, but there was an issue during verification. The security officer, as if seeing a ghost, repeatedly checked Gu Yu's identity information. "Are you Gu Yu?" she confirmed with a trembling voice. Gu Yu nodded in affirmation. The security officer's voice grew even shakier. "According to the information you..." She didn't finish, but Gu Yu understood. The Harmony Express train was likely completely destroyed, and as a passenger, he was probably presumed dead. "Verification shows you were a passenger on the last Harmony Express train," the security officer finally stated, her eyes filled with disbelief. The Harmony Express had an accident, and no one on board survived. Gu Yu had anticipated such an outcome. In this sparsely populated world, even personal fights are forbidden to be fatal, let alone such a major incident. That day, the Soul Slave Organization declared war on the Huan Nation government during a live broadcast, and soon after, this severe accident occurred. It would be surprising if a thorough investigation wasn't conducted. Soon, a few officers from the security department took Gu Yu away. At the police station, he wasn't met by regular police officers, but by personnel from the security bureau. This bureau could be understood as a special police unit dedicated to matters related to soul pet masters. Li Mu carefully reviewed Gu Yu's detailed profile. The recent shocking case had alerted the higher-ups, who ordered a thorough investigation and crackdown on the Soul Slave Organization. This group, calling themselves the Black Wing Alliance, had repeatedly organized illegal activities. This time, the Harmony Express was hijacked, and after traveling 1,000 meters past the canyon bridge, the tracks barrier was mysteriously destroyed. The entire train derailed, resulting in the deaths of all 68 passengers, while the Black Wing Alliance members vanished without a trace. Li Mu had been in charge of this case. To his surprise, days after the incident, Gu Yu, one of the passengers, returned alive. Was it luck? Li Mu quickly examined his records. They were spotless. Raised by the state since childhood, he seemed to have no reason to become a terrorist. He was also a survivor of the Tianming City catastrophe. Could he be the legendary Heaven's Calamity Lone Star? His visit to Xinyao was merely for the opening of Bailon Academy at the end of the month. Although Li Mu didn't believe Gu Yu was a terrorist, for the sake of professional duty, he decided to meet Gu Yu personally, just to go through the motions. After all, as the sole survivor, he did carry a slight suspicion. Gu Yu was then invited to a separate room. As he wondered why no one had come yet, a tall, strong middle-aged man entered. The man exuded integrity and got straight to the point, asking, "Are you Gu Yu? How did you survive?" His eyes scrutinized Gu Yu intensely. Feigning terror, Gu Yu stammered, "I was heading to Bailon Academy for the opening ceremony and didn't expect such a thing to happen." "I asked how you survived," Li Mu repeated impatiently. Thinking there were no witnesses, Gu Yu decided to fabricate a story. He said, "My sole weapon ability is long-range attack. When those people were searching the train, I happened to be in the restroom, so I avoided them." And then, Li Mu pressed. Gu Yu continued his fabrication. "At that time, the gang leader was live broadcasting, so I seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He summoned his soul chain to prove his innocence. During the broadcast, the woman was immobilized by my soul chain. It must have been caught on camera. I was so scared that I jumped off the train and ran. Guyu tried to appear as an ordinary person, adding, "My soul pet is a fox." I had some interaction with Miss Yun's family and learned from her how to nurture a fox soul pet with ice attributes. It exhausted its soul power protecting me and is now recovering. He acted as if he was about to show it to Li Mu. I carried plenty of food and made my way here. Later, I encountered a group of hunters and paid them to. All right, I've got the picture. Li Mu interrupted, finding the story uninteresting and not gaining any new information. Guyu's account matched the intelligence they had. During the live broadcast on the day of the incident, a chain soul weapon did indeed attack the gang leader's head, followed by an ice element soul skill strike. Unfortunately, after the battle began, the phone fell, and the broadcast was cut off. Since it was a live broadcast, the possibility of Guyu being a terrorist was ruled out. Who would stage an act and sacrifice their own people, especially when they had complete control of the train? Li Mu also confirmed that it was indeed the same entirely black chain soul weapon. As for how Guyu survived, Li Mu wasn't concerned. He was only interested in confirming that Guyu wasn't a terrorist. If Guyu had claimed to have survived the derailed train, that would have raised real suspicions. It seemed this kid truly was a heaven's calamity lone star, with a fate so hard that it brought misfortune to others. Best to have minimal contact with him. Such a strange thought crossed Li Mu's mind. In fact, upon closer inspection, there were many loopholes in Guyu's story. People, however, tend to hear what they want to hear. At 6 p.m., Guyu stepped out of the police station, clutching a certificate issued by Li Mu. This hard-earned piece of paper finally resolved his tardiness issue and opened the doors to Bailon Academy for him. Checking his phone, Guyu saw it was already late, and the school officials had likely left for the day. He decided to sort out his accommodation first and report to the academy the next day. After downloading a rental app, he quickly found a listing near the Bailon School District. After some negotiation with the landlord, he secured a one-bedroom apartment for a deposit of 100,000 and a monthly rent of 20,000 soul coins. Opening the door, Guyu surveyed his new home, marveling at how much more luxurious it was compared to his old home in Wielding City. He stretched out on the soft sofa, finally releasing the tension and fatigue from his journey. Just as he was about to relax, two lights appeared, a pure white one like a lotus and a dark one resembling a rose. The figures of Shui Ying and Liu materialized, filling Guyu with a sense of contentment. Shui Ying cheerfully said she would go organize their luggage, leaving only the graceful presence of Liu. Unexpectedly, Liu's demeanor seemed subtly different as she naturally sat beside Guyu, her long legs encased in black silk catching his eye. Liu gazed at Guyu, her yellow eyes glowing with an unusual light. Her voice, lazy yet alluring, softly said, "I just can't understand why the young master has so many special abilities." Her tone was a world apart from before. Guyu was taken aback and was about to ask when Liu leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear. "The old moon is dead, long gone beneath the dragon-slaying array." "Liu, this new name, I quite like it. Young master, the black dragon is a most evil dragon. Be careful not to be devoured by me." With that, she gently touched Guyu's chest, and a domineering force surged into his body. Before he could react, Liu had already stood up and left, leaving him stunned. Damn, she flirts and then just leaves, he thought, bewildered. Could it be that those two unknown skills have been unlocked? Guyu quickly checked his skill panel. The descriptions of the skills, Evil Dragon's Reverse Scale and Doomsday, caught his eye. Evil Dragon's Reverse Scale allows you to permanently designate one target as the reverse scale, which cannot be replaced. Any damage the reverse scale takes is reduced by 30. Doomsday is even more astonishing. If the reverse scale's life is in danger, the user will enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 500 and destroying everything until the end. Guyu gazed at these skills, understanding Liu's deep intention. He silently hoped that this skill would never be triggered. During dinner, Shuang took on the role of chef and served a sumptuous meal. Guyu, surprised by the array of delicious dishes, scratched his head and asked, "Wow, Shuang, when did you learn to cook like this?" Shuang smiled and replied, "While you were meditating with your eyes closed, I got bored and learned online." Guyu gave her a thumbs up and then dug in, devouring the food with gusto, enjoying such a delicious meal for the first time in days. However, he soon noticed something was off. He looked up to see Shuang gazing at him gently, while Liu stared absent-mindedly at the food, her chopsticks untouched. "Why aren't you eating?" Guyu asked, puzzled. Shuang softly said, "I made this especially for you and sister Liu. I'm not hungry." Liu responded calmly, "I haven't eaten in who knows how long, so I'm not tempted." Yet her eyes involuntarily lingered on a plate of braised pork. Guyu chuckled, "Come on, eat up. Look at you drooling over it." With that, he offered Liu a piece of meat. Eventually, Liu decided to eat, occasionally exclaiming how delicious it was. After dinner, Guyu lay on the sofa, enjoying a massage from Shuang. Li Yue sat quietly nearby, her gaze never leaving Gu Yu and Shuai. Suddenly, Gu Yu picked up his phone, grumbling, "Why does this stupid game only give guaranteed pulls? Trash game, I'm uninstalling it. Stupid gacha mobile games." Li Yue looked at the phone curiously. Seeing this, Gu Yu immediately ordered a new phone online for Shuai to teach Li Yue how to use. That night, Gu Yu soaked in the bathtub, staring at his arm in thought. Tomorrow, he would go to school for registration, and he calculated that it should be easy to get in. As he pondered Li Yue's situation, he suddenly realized he had more important matters to attend to. Gu Yu didn't go to peek at the two girls bathing. Instead, he sat at his computer, searching for information on dragons. Most of what he found was about Lord-level dragons. Although there was plenty of information on legendary dragons, none had both dark and wind attributes. As for the fallen seraphim dragon, there was no information at all. Li Yue, this powerful epic dragon, seemed to have never appeared in human records. Even soul bones were only vaguely mentioned online. Gu Yu fell into deep thought. This situation was actually not bad. The chances of someone discovering Li Yue's true identity as an epic dragon were much lower. But then he thought of another issue. Even so, he couldn't just keep her confined in the Soul Sea all the time. That would be like imprisoning her. Gu Yu sat in front of the computer, carefully researching information about the Yalong race. The text on the screen read, "Yalong is the offspring of dragons and other species, naturally inclined towards indulgence. Members of this race typically have dragon horns and tails, with most possessing rare-level strength. Only a few can reach the Lord level, and even fewer can break through to the legendary level." Seeing this information, Gu Yu finally relaxed. As long as Li Yue doesn't reveal her dragon form, she should be able to move around in the human world without much trouble. After acquiring the necessary information, he shut down the computer and, as per his routine, participated in the daily lottery. As expected, he received another upgrade gift pack. "I'll save it for later," Gu Yu thought to himself, considering these soul crystals as emergency energy sources for injuries. With his current strength, dealing with the students at school should be more than enough. As he lay on the bed pondering, the bathroom door opened. Shuai walked out, her face flushed, followed by Li Yue with a satisfied smile on her face. "Master, it's not what you think," Shuai quickly explained, her cheeks growing even redder. Li Yue chuckled and added, "I was just getting a bit cozy with Shuai. That's all. Don't get the wrong idea, little master. Shuai's skin is so smooth. Shall we continue this game tomorrow?" "All right, it's time to sleep," Gu Yu interrupted. "Li Yue, you should head back." "Little master, didn't you say you wouldn't force me to do anything?" Li Yue imitated Shuai's tone, looking pitiful. "Being alone in that space makes me uncomfortable." Gu Yu glanced at the bed, which could only fit two people, and said hesitantly, "How about this? I'll sleep in the living room, and you two can have the bed. Once I find a bigger place, we'll talk about it. After all, we have 900,000 now." "No way." Shuai immediately clung to Gu Yu's arm. "I want to sleep with the master." In the end, Gu Yu lay in bed with a beauty on each side, staring blankly at the ceiling. This situation seemed ideal, but was actually torturous, unable to move freely or act on impulse, as the affection level wasn't high enough to do more. He couldn't help but worry if this would drive him crazy. However, upon reflection, Gu Yu could understand Li Yue. She had self-imprisoned for who knows how many years. Any ordinary person would have mentally collapsed by now. Remembering his own near breakdown after just a few days in the abyss's darkness, he empathized with her. Besides, he had promised not to force her to do anything. Am I just asking for trouble? Gu Yu silently cursed himself. He found himself in a tricky situation. On his left was Shuai, sound asleep and nestled close to him. On his right was the captivating Li Yu, her enchanting eyes fixed on him, neither speaking nor sleeping. To make matters worse, his hand was trapped between Li Yu's soft bosom, the sensation through her silk nightgown almost suffocating. Instead of stopping him, Li Yu wrapped her shapely leg around his waist, the unfiltered softness quickening his pulse. Who could resist this? Gu Yu shouted inwardly. To prevent things from spiraling out of control, he quickly changed the subject. "Li Yu, why has your personality changed so much?" "Because this is the real me," Li Yu replied mysteriously, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Is that so? Don't you like it, little master?" Li Yu's gaze seemed to pierce his soul. "I do. I really do," Gu Yu admitted openly. There was no need to hide it. "You really are honest," just like Shuai said. Li Yu chuckled softly. "Since I can't change the fact that I've lost my power, I'll leave everything to you." As she spoke, she gently caressed Gu Yu's face with her delicate hand. In the moonlight, a strange translucent bracelet caught Gu Yu's eye. The six-faced jade mirror, a heavenly soul artifact that can block all soul power in the world, Li Yu explained quietly. "It was because of this that I was ambushed by the white dragon. It's said to be a key to some great treasure. I stumbled upon it and haven't had a chance to study its secrets. I can't activate it anymore, so I might as well entrust it to you." "No need," Gu Yu shook his head. "This is your power. I can't take advantage of you. Don't worry about it. I'll do my best to help you regain your strength, for my own sake as well. I don't know how powerful that white dragon is, but I am confident I can keep you safe. Hearing this promise, Liu thought of her father, the one who had once promised to protect her. Sadly, he was ambushed and killed by that ungrateful white dragon, his dragon soul extracted and used as a core for the dragon-slaying formation. Sensing her unease, Guyu gently pulled her into his embrace. Then I'll trust you completely, little master. Liu smiled sweetly, her beauty outshining even the moonlight. After countless years, she had finally found someone she could rely on, someone who allowed her to sleep peacefully. The next morning, Guyu opened his eyes to a breathtaking sight. Two fluffy tails were wrapped around him, and the buttons of his pajamas had somehow come undone. Before him was a landscape of pale, elegant curves, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, and the final tail perfectly veiling the most captivating view. Even though Guyu was accustomed to such beauty, he still found it hard to look away. Forcing himself to avert his gaze, fearing he might get into trouble if he continued, Guyu noticed that Liu was not beside him. Turning his head, he saw her standing quietly on the balcony, seemingly lost in thought. He chose not to disturb her, and instead opened the system to do his daily draw. With a hum and a flash of colorful light, Guyu's eyes lit up. After observing the system for some time, he had figured out its pattern. Colorful indicated the highest quality, followed by gold. The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, you've obtained the item Dread Mask. This mask had an eerie design, painted black, and simply looking at it invoked an inner fear. The description stated, when worn, it could completely alter one's soul power aura and even change the appearance of their soulbound weapon, though the abilities remained unchanged. This is practically a tool for committing crimes. Guyu marveled at the system's thoughtful intention. He tried on the mask, shivering at its cold touch. He then summoned his soul chain, which instantly transformed into a sharp chain blade, gleaming with a menacing aura. As Guyu admired his new look, Liu turned around from the balcony, her eyes filled with confusion. Young master? Is that really you? She could no longer sense Guyu's familiar soul power aura. Guyu quickly removed the mask, and seeing his soul pet unable to recognize him sparked an interesting idea in his mind. At 9 in the morning, Guyu arrived at the entrance of Bei Lan Academy. The guard routinely asked to see his student ID. With no other choice, Guyu explained his situation in detail. Eventually, he was taken to the guidance office. Director Zhang, this student says he's here to enroll, the guard said before leaving. The director, a bald man in his 40s with glasses and a sharp gaze, softened his demeanor after hearing Guyu's story and reviewing the security bureau's proof. Although he didn't typically handle late admissions, Guyu's soul power level, which was at the soul warrior stage, and his ability to survive an attack by numerous soul slaves, made him reconsider. Considering your unique circumstances, Guyu, we'll make an exception and allow you to enroll. Thank you, Guyu replied sincerely. However, don't get too excited just yet. Director Zhang's words interrupted Guyu's moment of joy. He explained that the school has strict rules, and since Guyu missed the initial placement test, he would temporarily be placed in the lowest class. Seeing a flicker of disappointment on Guyu's face, Director Zhang quickly added, don't be discouraged. The school holds a ranking competition every month to reassign students to different classes. The next one starts at the beginning of the month, so you still have a chance. Hearing this, Guyu felt a bit relieved. So there's a chance to move up? That's not too bad, he thought to himself. Afterward, Guyu paid the tuition fee of 200,000 soul coins. Director Zhang quickly registered his student information and handed him a brand new student ID. Just like that, Guyu officially became a member of Bei Lan Academy. People in this world aren't so bad, Guyu mused. He had expected some difficulties, but Director Zhang had efficiently completed the enrollment process. Director Zhang picked up the phone and dialed a number. Teacher Liu, we have a student with a special situation joining your class. Please come over. Soon, a woman in her 30s appeared at the door. Director Zhang briefly introduced Guyu's situation to her, and then Teacher Liu led Guyu away. Along the way, Teacher Liu didn't say much, and Guyu simply followed quietly. As they reached the classroom door, Guyu noticed a sign with the number 10 on it. Inside the classroom, Teacher Liu asked Guyu to give a brief self-introduction and then casually assigned him a seat in the back by the window. Guyu was secretly pleased, thinking it was a good spot. Teacher Liu immediately started teaching, explaining some basic knowledge. She emphasized the cooperation between soul pets in battle and the priority of selecting soul pet attributes. Guyu listened absent-mindedly, feeling that these theoretical concepts were meaningless compared to real combat. He was already planning that his future soul pet had to be at least legendary level, as he wasn't interested in anything less. As Teacher Liu's lecture continued, Guyu began to feel drowsy. He hadn't slept well the previous night, and the monotonous theory made him even sleepier. Soon, the topic turned to soul pet enhancement stages, which piqued Guyu's interest. He learned that advancing a soul pet's quality required consuming a lot of materials, but for his current legendary and epic level soul pets, it was still too early to think about upgrading. Teacher Liu also mentioned soul bones, which matched Guyu's earlier speculations. Soul bones are rare items that drop randomly when wild soul beasts die, and few people know about their existence. They can enhance a pet's skills, leading to qualitative changes, and can typically be used 3 times. From the teacher's words, Guyu inferred that there might be ways to further increase the number of enhancements in the future. Finally, Teacher Lu explained soul caskets. These are crafted by soul casket masters, requiring the capture of a spirit level or higher soul beast, separating its soul using special methods, and sealing it in a soul casket for crafting. Soul Casket Master? Sounds impressive. I should find an opportunity to learn more about this, Guyu noted to himself. The morning classes passed without much incident. In the afternoon, there was a practical training session, which Guyu was quite interested in. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. The practical class was taught by a middle-aged man with glasses. After gathering on the field, the glasses-wearing teacher began explaining the points to consider when battling soul beasts, how to analyze opponent information, and how to coordinate with soul pets during fights. After the explanation, the teacher summoned a flame-horned horse. This steed was strong and fierce. The teacher announced, "Today, we will officially start practical combat. To gauge everyone's battle level, I will not use any soul equipment and will only spar with you using my third soul pet, the flame-horned horse." The students began taking turns to face off. The teacher continuously commented, "This one is too clumsy. This one doesn't know how to cooperate with their soul pet. This one is just letting the soul pet fight while they do nothing." He started to feel a bit bored, thinking it was no surprise this was the lowest ranked class. Soon, it was Guyu's turn. The teacher scrutinized the black-haired youth, surprised to find that his soul power had already reached the level of a soul master, meaning he had at least 2 soul pets. The teacher's eye showed a hint of anticipation, wondering if this student might surprise him. The blazing horned beast, a rare level 5 spirit beast, is renowned for its formidable melee capabilities. Its fiery horns are not only natural weapons, but also the carriers of its powerful soul skills. It possesses 4 major soul skills: fire armor, yellow flame impact, dark blood activation, and pierce, each designed to enhance its impact power. "Bring it on, Guyu," challenged the bespectacled teacher. Guyu, composed and confident, lightly waved his hand to summon the battle form of Shuiying. The appearance of the 3-tailed snow fox immediately drew gasps of admiration from the surrounding students. Its graceful demeanor and shimmering fur instantly captivated the girls present. The bespectacled teacher squinted, sensing the aura emanating from Shuiying, confirming it was undoubtedly of a rare level or higher. With this realization, he decided to take the talented student seriously. As soon as the blazing horned beast entered the field, it activated its fire armor, enveloping itself in searing flames with a fierce aura. This display once again stunned the onlooking students, who realized that the teacher's previous battles had been holding back. "Summon your second soul pet, Guyu," the teacher advised. "Otherwise, against the blazing horned beast with its superior level and attributes, you stand no chance." "What? He's already at the soul warrior level." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Being able to summon a second soul pet meant Guyu had reached at least the first level of soul warrior, a level of prowess unexpected in this class. Guyu did not respond, instead focusing intently on the flame-covered horned beast before him. The fire attribute's protection was indeed troublesome, significantly diminishing Shuiying's attack effectiveness. The bespectacled teacher allowed Guyu to take the initiative, a decision he soon regretted. Shuiying had already completed its frost breath charge, with the soul lock chain snaking toward the blazing horned beast's horns. The blazing horned beast easily dodged the soul lock chain, but chose to take the frost breath heat-in. While the fire armor nullified much of the frost's power, the remaining chill still penetrated the defense, inflicting minor damage and adding slow and persistent damage effects. 3 levels of difference, combined with attribute disadvantage, truly challenging, Guyu mused to himself. The bespectacled teacher was taken aback, not expecting the snow fox to breach the fire armor and inflict damage. Could this be the advanced form of the ice fox, the ultimate spirit fox? But the ultimate spirit fox isn't supposed to have 3 tails. Ignoring its injuries, the blazing horned beast charged fiercely at Shuiying. Its horns blazed like flaming swords slicing towards its opponent. Facing this fiery assault, Shuiying executed a swift evasion, moving with the speed of the wind. The teacher with glasses furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion passing through his eyes. Although he had restricted the power and speed of the flame unicorn, it was perplexing how easily its fiery charge was evaded. That strange movement skill was definitely not something an ice-type soul pet could possess. Could it be that this kid had already mastered a soul box skill? Guyu calculated in his mind, unwilling to prematurely expose Shuiying's forced control ability and the invincible effect of the ice armor. Facing the flame unicorn with its formidable melee prowess, Shuiying's normal attacks would likely struggle to break through its defenses, and summoning Liyue was not an option. He decided to employ a kiting strategy. From the previous attack, Guyu keenly discerned the flame unicorn's fatal flaw. If its attack missed, The immense inertia would leave it in a prolonged state of rigidity, presenting an opportunity for the enemy. Shuang once again executed a lightning-fast maneuver, deftly dodging the fiery charge. Guyu seized this fleeting opening, and the soul lock chain accurately hit the flame unicorn's tail. A slight smile played on his lips as he thought, the game is over. Guyu did not immediately activate the immobilization effect. Instead, he cleverly utilized the passive abilities of the soul lock and speed reduction to gradually drain the flame unicorn's soul power. Given that it only had this single attack mode, by the time the teacher with glasses wanted to go all out, the flame unicorn, weakened by various debuffs, stood no chance of winning. The teacher with glasses was astonished to discover that this student's soul artifact abilities were enigmatic, continuously weakening the unicorn's strength. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he realized the situation was dire. Frostbite Spike. Fire. Guyu commanded, and Shuang launched the final strike. The teacher with glasses immediately realized that this strike could threaten the life of his soul pet. Just as he was about to summon another soul pet to intervene, there was a crack sound, and the frostbite spike shot through the trees behind, but did not hit the already struggling unicorn. Guyu did not go for the kill. After all, it was just a sparring match. Besides, the teacher hadn't used any soul artifacts. Wow, he's really strong. The teacher actually lost. The surrounding classmates exclaimed in amazement. Their soul pets were mostly knocked down after a few moves by this unicorn, yet Guyu won with ease. The teacher with glasses stared at the pierced tree, inwardly sighing at the speed. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to applaud Guyu's impressive maneuver. Everyone should learn from Guyu. In just one exchange, he identified the fatal flaw of my unicorn, choosing not to confront it head-on, but to outsmart the enemy using the special abilities of his soul artifact. You should all take note of Guyu's combat strategy. It's nothing. The teacher was just holding back, Guyu replied respectfully. But in his heart, he thought, I was just lucky to rely on the agility of the lightning-fast maneuver to tease this one-trick unicorn. If it were another multi-skill soul pet, I would have had to use immobilization to secure victory today. Many male classmates wanted to pledge their allegiance to Guyu, but he decisively declined. I'm not taking on any followers. Meanwhile, the girls eagerly wanted to touch Shuang. Guyu quickly shielded his soul pet. No way, only I can touch it. Don't even think about it. The practical class ended like this. Back in the classroom, Teacher Lu announced, it's almost the start of next month, and at the beginning of each month, there's an academy ranking competition. You're lucky to have enrolled at the end of the month. Tomorrow, Saturday, is a day off, but on Sunday at noon, everyone must come to school to participate in the ranking competition. You're really lucky to have a chance to move up classes. Curious about the purpose of class divisions, Guyu asked, and Teacher Lu patiently explained. Entering an excellent class means more soul crystal resources are allocated daily. In this current class, the daily supply is only 1 crystal. 1 soul crystal? Even 20 wouldn't be enough. Guyu immediately perked up. A ranking competition? Piece of cake. Who wouldn't want more training resources? The more, the better. After school, Guyu quickly shook off the annoying female classmates. He didn't go straight home, but headed to the library first, hoping to find information about the Dragon Clan and the heart of extreme cold. Guyu stood in front of the library, a building much taller than the surrounding classrooms. He pushed open the heavy glass doors and, following the direction signs, navigated through the aisles of bookshelves until he finally reached the reading room. Before him were rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, with at least 100,000 books crammed onto them. He turned to the right towards the library management desk, where a black-haired girl, about 18 or 19 years old, was focused on her computer screen. Hello, what procedures do I need to follow to look up books? Guyu asked politely. The girl looked up and patiently explained. You need to register the type of inquiry here first, and I'll help you search in the system. I'm looking for information on dragon soul beasts and materials for advancing ice-type soul pets. Guyu explained his purpose. The black-haired girl quickly typed on the keyboard and, moments later, said, books related to dragons are on the 3rd row of shelf 120, and materials for advancement are on the 1st row of shelf 390. You can check them out. Guyu first went to shelf 120. The bookshelf, over 2 meters tall, made him frown as he couldn't reach the top shelf. He found A Brief Introduction to Dragon Soul Beasts on the 3rd row and quickly flipped through it, only to be disappointed by the lack of information on the fallen Darkwing Dragon or the White Dragon mentioned by Liu. However, considering that dragons are always mysterious and powerful, with even the weakest being rare, this was not surprising. Moving on to shelf 390, Guyu hoped to find clues about the heart of extreme cold. Although ice-type soul beast evolution materials didn't contain this information, he unexpectedly discovered an important fact. Soul pets require materials to break through every 5 minor stages. The breakthrough materials for Spirit Connection Stage 5 included 10 Ice Flame Grass, 22nd tier Ice-type Soul Cores, and 10 Snow Deer Antlers. This newly discovered material Snow Deer Antlers should be the antlers of a snow deer. By the time he left the school, it was already 7 p.m., and the sky was getting dark. Guyu initially planned to leave the city the next day, but his curiosity about Li Yu's epic combat abilities got the better of him, and he couldn't resist the urge to hunt some minor monsters. He headed straight to the Hunter Guild branch in Xinyao City. A sweet receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Welcome to the Hunter Guild. I'll take 30 ice flame grass and 20 snow deer antlers," Guyu said directly. "I'm sorry, sir. We have plenty of ice flame grass in stock, but only 3 snow deer antlers left." The receptionist apologized. "I'll take what you've got then," Guyu replied cheerfully, paying promptly. The ice flame grass cost 10,000 each, and the snow deer antlers were 50,000 each, totaling 450,000. His account balance dropped sharply to 250,000. Looking at his dwindling funds, he was thankful that Li Yu's advancement was merely a restoration of power rather than a breakthrough. Otherwise, he couldn't afford it. Given the financial strain, he figured he might as well take on a hunter mission to earn some extra cash. Leaving the guild's entrance, Guyu opened the long-unused Hunter app. After the system update was complete, he noticed that his Hunter level was still at 2. He frowned, as this level only allowed him to take on one task at a time, which was quite inconvenient. While browsing for tasks with a good cost-performance ratio, a special pop-up appeared on the app, a time-limited bounty task. Guyu quickly checked the Hunter Assistant to understand this feature. It turned out to be a high-reward task that any level of Hunter could accept, with the first to complete it earning the bounty. This mechanism indeed greatly improved task efficiency. The task details were simple. There was a stage 5 frost giant bear in the northern part of the city, and the employer urgently needed its paw as breakthrough material. Though the task was perilous, the 400,000 rush reward was quite tempting. Guyu smirked, thinking that with the strength of Shuiying and Li Yue, a mere stage 5 creature wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Eager to not be beaten to the task, Guyu immediately called for a ride straight to the north of Xinyao City. After passing through the checkpoint, he summoned Shuiying and Li Yue. Considering the high exposure of 2 stunning beauties appearing together, he specifically asked Shuiying to accompany the somewhat claustrophobic Li Yue. "Master, being cramped inside all day was suffocating." Li Yue stretched, her impressive figure seeming to freeze the surrounding air. Guyu retrieved 3 sets of pitch-black robes from his spatial ring, dressing himself and his soul pets. Although slightly undersized, the attire made them look like a youthful version of the FFF group. He donned a dark, eerie mask, and his soul weapon transformed into a sharp chain blade. "Master, why do I feel like your aura has completely changed?" Shuiying asked, her 3 tails playfully peeking out from the robe's hem. In contrast, Li Yue's dragon tail was easily concealed within the robe, appearing no different from an ordinary person. "This is a new special item I acquired. It can alter my soul energy aura," Guyu explained briefly. Then, lifting Li Yue's devilish figure, the 2 mounted Shuiying and sped towards the area where the frost giant bear was likely to appear, as indicated by the app. Along the way, they left all other soul beasts far behind. Just as they were about to begin a thorough search, an oblivious snowfield wild ox charged directly at Guyu. "Master, shall I handle this?" Li Yue asked with a playful smile. "Let me see Li Yue's strength." Before he finished speaking, Li Yue's figure blurred as she dashed behind the ox. With a casual swipe of her dark-edged claw, the ordinary-level snowfield wild ox was instantly split in 2, without a drop of blood staining her hand. Guyu was secretly amazed. This was the power of a true dragon. Even without activating her wind dance state, Li Yue's basic speed and attack power far surpassed Shuiying's. It was worth noting that for Shuiying to instantly kill such a level of soul beast, she needed Guyu's control to assist. Seeing Shuiying's slightly disappointed expression, Guyu gently patted her cheek. "Don't be discouraged, Shuiying is very strong too." And so, the 3 embarked on their journey to find the frost giant bear, turning every minor creature they encountered along the way into their warm-up practice. On their journey, Shuiying transformed into a vengeful goddess, furiously slaying the soul beasts before her to vent her anger. In contrast, Li Yu leisurely paddled through the water. These ordinary-level soul beasts were no match for the seamless cooperation between Shuiying and Guyu, quickly turning into white light and dissipating. Within just half an hour, the soul beasts in the mission area were nearly wiped out. "Master, aren't I amazing?" Shuiying boasted proudly. Guyu affectionately patted her soft ears. "My Shuiying is the best." Hearing her master's praise, Shuiying finally relaxed. Guyu turned to look at the still leisurely Li Yu. "Where's that bear hiding? Why hasn't it shown up yet? Did it get scared off by the dragon's might you released?" "Master, it's coming soon." The enchantress Li Yu smiled faintly. No sooner had she spoken than a massive white figure charged forward. It was the frost giant bear. The giant bear had been feeling extremely frustrated lately. It had just managed to evolve and gain great strength, but before it could find a suitable territory, it was targeted by pesky humans. Last time, that cowardly human had run away from afar, but it could sense the human's covetous gaze. It had finally found a new territory, only to watch helplessly as its underlings were slaughtered by these humans within half a day. The enraged giant bear swung its nearly 3-meter massive body to attack. Liu quickly analyzed. Frost giant bear, ordinary level, spirit communication stage 5. Soul skills include bear paw strike normal attack with a knockback effect. Roar significantly boosts physical attack and defense. Thick hide increases vitality and recovery ability. Master, this is your target. Before she finished speaking, Liu had already taken action, and Shuiying was not far behind, eager to join the fight. Guyu looked helplessly at his two eager companions. Hey, you're fighting over the monster? Never mind. These ordinary level weaklings are probably no match for Liu alone. Liu's charm had already controlled the giant bear, and Guyu stopped idling, immediately using the soul chain to bind the bear's neck. Shuiying charged up her extreme ice bloom, while Liu, covered in a special green soul force, used wind wings, followed by a precise dark flame strike to the bear's hind leg joint. The poor white bear didn't even have a chance to use its buff skills before it was rendered powerless. Liu moved with lightning speed, a flash of green light, and a simple attack severed the bear's entire hind leg. The massive body crashed to the ground. The combination of high attack power and defense-breaking effects was astonishing. Sensing Shuiying about to unleash her skill, Liu quickly retreated to Guyu's side. Seeing the charm effect about to end, Guyu promptly added an immobilizing control. Under continuous control, the outmatched white bear had no chance to move. Extreme ice bloom froze the entire white bear into an ice sculpture. Wait, Shuiying, stop. Hearing her master's call, Shuiying held back the piercing chill. Guyu was concerned that the strike would turn the bear into powder, affecting the mission's requirement for its paws. Liu understood, swiftly using a nether claw to cleanly sever the bear's head. Ordinary soul beasts were like paper in front of Liu. With just a casual wave of her hand, she could sever their heads. In this battle, she devoured everything except the bear's paw. The spoils were quite decent, as they obtained a second-tier ice soul core from the frost giant bear. Just as Guyu was about to clean up the battlefield and head back, Liu leaned in close to his ear, whispering that there were other presences around. Guyu cautiously observed the two stunning beauties beside him, Liu and Xingevin cloaked in black. Their captivating allure was undeniable. Encountering others in such a desolate wilderness likely meant trouble, though not out of fear. To prevent Liu from exposing her dragon form, and considering her lingering fear of the soul sea when alone, Guyu decided to carry Liu and ride Shuiying along a detour. After all, most of the soul beasts nearby had been cleared. However, he failed to notice the sly glint in Liu's eyes. Yet, as if anticipating their move, they ran into this group. In the distance, a woman's pleading voice could be heard, surrounded by several people. Guyu knew that if he wanted to intervene, relying solely on Shuiying's power might not suffice. Liu would need to act. But he was unwilling to risk his beloved soul pet in danger, especially with the number of opponents. Weighing his options, he decided to retract Shuiying and Liu, intending to quietly bypass them. Hey, you there, kid? Don't run. A stern shout interrupted his plan. Guyu turned to see a group of people closing in, led by a fierce-looking middle-aged man with purple hair, a sharp black hawk perched on his shoulder, staring intently at him. The system immediately displayed information about this purple-beaked hawk, a rare first-tier flying soul beast capable of breaking invisibility and detecting weaknesses with its eagle eye skill, capable of launching purple lightning attacks with a paralyzing effect, and flapping its wings could increase flight speed by 20. It turned out that stealth was ineffective against such a soul beast. Clearly, this skill wasn't foolproof. This group, known as the Red Leaf Squad, made their living through robbery. Seeing someone trying to escape, their leader, Lei Jiao, quickly surrounded them. Letting a witness escape would spell disaster for them. Realizing there was no avoiding it, Guyu was secretly relieved to be wearing a mask to protect his identity. Just as he was about to unleash chaos, a strange thought suddenly entered his mind. Lei Jiao and his gang closed in on the man shrouded in black, wearing an eerie mask. Under the moonlight, the mask reflected a disquieting sheen, and despite having 6 henchmen behind him, Lei Jiao felt a strange unease. Kid, hand over all your money, and I'll let you go. Lei Jiao barked, trying to sound menacing as he sized up the stranger. The man seemed frightened, his voice trembling. Really? Hearing the young tone, Lei Jiao's confidence grew. Humph, just a kid trying to act tough with a mask. Give up the cash, and we can talk. All right, I'll get it out, please spare me. The masked man said quietly, reaching into his coat. Lei Jiao and his crew stepped forward to collect the money. In a flash, 2 blinding lights erupted. A suffocating dragon's aura enveloped the scene, leaving Lei Jiao dizzy and disoriented. This momentary lapse sealed their fate. Who knew Liu's dragon aura had hidden attributes? Shuiying seized the moment, unleashing a frost breath. The chill instantly engulfed the 7, and all but Lei Jiao fell. Guyu's hidden thunder arrows followed, each one striking a henchman with precision. Liu appeared like a phantom, grabbing Lei Jiao's purple-beaked eagle with one hand, as if it were a mere chick. The dark flames mercilessly ignited the soul pet's wings. Lei Jiao, finally regaining his senses, found himself paralyzed by Li Yue's imposing presence, helplessly watching his soul pet suffer. In utter despair, Lei Jiao chose to flee. Li Yue sneered, exerting a slight force, and the eagle's neck snapped, its charred wings rendered unrecognizable as it hit the ground. 30 meters away, Lei Jiao's body convulsed as the pain of his soul pet's death overwhelmed him, causing him to cough up blood and faint. The others, witnessing this, scattered in fear, not even helping the boss. What a bunch of cowards. Guyu scoffed. Li Yue gracefully approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering seductively in his ear, "Little master, why do humans, so weak, love to fight each other?" "Just human nature," Guyu replied, surveying the carnage. He raised his hand, firing 2 more hidden thunder arrows, striking Lei Jiao's legs with precision. His screams pierced the night. "Stop playing dead." Guyu's laughter, combined with the eerie mask, was chilling. "Begging won't help now. Hand over your money, and I'll make it quick. Otherwise," he drew a blade, stabbing Lei Jiao's calf and twisting it cruelly. "Let me show you the meaning of a fate worse than death." Poison began to spread swiftly through Lei Jiao's body. He was doomed. The blade in Guyu's hand sliced through Lei Jiao's other leg, causing blood to gush from the wound. The piercing screams echoed through the empty space. "You've committed so many evil deeds. Did you never think this day would come?" Guyu coldly regarded Lei Jiao, who writhed in agony on the ground. "Hurry up. I have to get back to my event." Okay, I'll talk. My bank card password is XXXXXX. Lei Jiao finally spoke under the torment of pain, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. A swift cut across the throat, and dark green blood flowed slowly. Guyu turned to face the remaining trembling henchmen, and the black flames consumed them instantly. "Couldn't you just stay away? You just had to rush in and get yourselves killed." Guyu sighed. Li Yue alluringly clung to Guyu's arm, whispering, "Master, you really are ruthless." "They were all scoundrels who deserved it. They brought this upon themselves," Guyu replied, while absorbing the soul pet of the purple-beaked eagle. Although he didn't gain the eagle eye ability, the other soul pets were instantly annihilated, leaving no chance for summoning. After quickly looting their space rings, Guyu went to check on the people who had been surrounded earlier. What he saw filled him with rage. The woman had been violated and killed, and the man was already dead. Guyu retrieved clothing from his space ring, gently covering the woman's body to preserve her dignity. "Master, it seems more people are coming," Li Yue softly reminded. "Let them handle the aftermath." Guyu decided to leave. Summoning Shuiying, the piercing cold stab and swift movements easily finished off anyone attempting to flee. Not a single one escaped. This time, Guyu didn't choose to sneak around but left directly. Guided by Li Yue, Shuiying used swift movements to easily evade other hunters aiming to complete the bounty. Little did Guyu know, this massacre would leave behind a local legend of the eerie Grim Reaper. Rushing back to the city, Guyu submitted the task under the astonished gaze of the auditor. "Did you complete this on your own?" the curious auditor asked. "Just process it," Guyu replied tersely. Soon, 400,000 yuan arrived on WeChat. As he was leaving, the auditor slipped him a piece of paper with contact information, which Guyu tossed to the ground without a second glance. Seeing his hunter rank had risen to level 3, Guyu decided to take on a new task the next day. It was already 9 p.m., and back home, he felt too stained with the scent of blood to play games as usual. "Shuiying, I'm going to take a bath first. Dinner is up to you." "Of course, master, leave it to me," Shuiying responded gently. Soaking in the bathtub, Guyu fell into deep thought. When did I start to change? The old me might have tried to save those people. Unknowingly, my mindset has quietly shifted. As Guyu was engulfed in deep self-doubt, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He instinctively asked, "Shuiying, is dinner ready so soon?" However, the person behind him remained silent. "It's all because of that dreadful giant rabbit spirit beast. Even the mysterious eastern dragon, my first spirit pet, was frightened. It's embarrassing to even mention." Guyu muttered to himself, but as he turned around, he froze. "Li Yu? Why is it you?" The girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, her allure on full display. Her large, watery eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an indescribable charm. "Master, are you wondering about the changes in your mindset?" Li Yu murmured softly. "How did you know?" Guyu asked in surprise. The octopus that had transformed from a spirit beast lazily clung to Guyu, while a smile curved on Li Yu's lips. "Whatever the master thinks, I naturally know. Have you forgotten our contract?" "I heard from Shuiying that the master is the kindest person in the world," Li Yu continued. "Don't listen to Shuiying's nonsense. She doesn't understand. I don't think of myself as a good person," Guyu replied with a self-deprecating smile. "But I think so too, master," Li Yu said playfully, blinking her eyes. The two fell into a brief silence. "Doesn't today feel strange?" Li Yu broke the silence. Guyu suddenly realized, was it all you're doing? No wonder. With your soul power fluctuations, you should have been able to easily avoid those people. Then why didn't you help those in need today, master? Li Yu asked with a mischievous smile. Gu Yu answered seriously, because with just me and Shui Ying, we couldn't handle so many people at once. Our strength isn't enough. If we acted rashly, some might slip through the cracks, and if your true form were exposed. You're so good to me, master. Li Yu's soft voice easily broke down Gu Yu's defenses. The only way to quickly resolve the situation is by relying on your speed and strength to swiftly decapitate the leader, Gu Yu said, looking down at her. Master, do you know what a life-soul contract truly is? Li Yu asked gently. I'm not sure. I only know that it's an unfair contract for you. Gu Yu replied softly after a moment of thought. Before? I didn't know either. Li Yu smiled slightly, wrapping her arms around Gu Yu's neck. Because our souls are connected, your soul will constantly be influenced by my dark dragon evil soul, becoming increasingly domineering. Is that really the case? Gu Yu was shocked. A dragon is the strongest being in the world. Why would it care about the lives of mere ants? Li Yu continued. How could I let my master become a naive weakling? I'm doing this to help you quickly eliminate those naive thoughts. If you didn't have the strength, we wouldn't have met. Today, you did well, master. Gu Yu recalled the scene of his first encounter with Li Yu and silently accepted his inner transformation. At this moment, he deeply understood that strength was the most urgent thing he needed now. After taking a shower, Gu Yu turned on the TV and skillfully switched to the idol drama channel that Shui Ying loved the most. He handed the new phone he'd bought to Li Yu, letting her play with it, and quietly retreated to the bedroom to carefully inventory today's spoils. The leader's spatial ring was particularly spacious, with a capacity of about 30 cubic meters. Gu Yu rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items and quickly found several bank cards. To his delight, the ring also contained a substantial number of soul crystals, more than 40 of these rare items as well as over 10 second-level lightning attribute soul cores. As for the ordinary soul equipment, Gu Yu decided with just a glance to sell them off another day. Just as he was about to close the spatial ring, his attention was caught by a USB drive at the bottom. He immediately opened his computer to check it, discovering it was filled with dirty transaction records. It turned out that this person named Lei Jiu was a lackey for a certain family in the city, doing their dirty work. The records showed over 20 transactions, with commissions ranging from 100,000 to 1 million. The victims included students, hunters, and ordinary citizens. Unfortunately, these records only revealed Lei Jiu's personal accounts and did not expose the identity of his masters. Gu Yu fingered the fearsome mask in his hand. Although he had no desire to play the role of a justice warrior, he wouldn't hesitate to profit from these villains if the opportunity arose. Thinking about Shui Ying, who had been feeling down lately, Gu Yu put the mask aside and walked to the living room. Under Li Yu's meaningful gaze, he carried Shui Ying back to the bedroom, casually placing a restriction on Li Yu to prevent her from causing trouble. Shui Ying, you seem unhappy lately. What's wrong? Gu Yu asked softly. Master, I'm fine, just feeling a bit sad that I can't compare to Sister Li Yu. Shui Ying replied honestly. Your control ability is so strong. How could you not compare? Gu Yu comforted her, holding her in his arms. Feeling her master's reassurance, Shui Ying's three tails gently swayed, her mood evidently much improved. The two of them quietly nestled together, savoring the rare moment of warmth. Sister Li Yu said that in the future, Master will become stronger and have even more powerful soul pets around. Shui Ying said softly, don't worry. No matter what the future holds, I'll always be by your side and never leave. I just want to stay with Master forever, nothing else. It took Gu Yu a long time to restore Shui Ying's former vitality, even though she still minded that her strength wasn't on par with Li Yu's. The night passed peacefully. On Saturday morning, Gu Yu went to the bank to withdraw money. To his surprise, Lei Jiu's little stash had 1.5 million soul coins. Including the 400,000 from yesterday's mission reward, he now had over 2 million in funds. He immediately headed to the Hunters Guild to see if the snow deer antlers had arrived. Sorry, Mr. Yu, but the snow deer antlers are still not available. The receptionist maintained her professional smile. What about second-level dark attribute soul cores? Gu Yu asked. Second-level dark attribute soul cores are quite rare, and there aren't many available. I'll take them all, Gu Yu replied. Gu Yu eventually purchased 7 soul crystals at the price of 50,000 each. He frowned in thought, realizing that the rarity of dark-type soul beasts kept the prices high, and he needed to find a way to specifically seek out these beasts. In contrast, in the northern regions of China, there were plenty of ice-type soul beasts, so upgrading Shui Ying shouldn't encounter too many obstacles. However, Li Yu's level was exceptionally high, requiring a vast amount of soul power, which indeed posed a challenging problem. After leaving the Hunters Guild, Gu Yu took Shui Ying and Li Yue to accept several tasks, embarking on an exhilarating hunt beyond the domain. As the weekend approached, thoughts of the ranking competition began to weigh on his mind. Although soul crystals in this world were precious, there were no channels to purchase them. To enhance soul power, apart from absorbing soul crystals, one could only rely on meditation or consuming rare treasures. However, the efficiency of meditation was too low, making it more practical to directly hunt soul beasts. When Guyu arrived early at the classroom, he found that almost all his classmates were already there, clearly eager for the ranking competition. Some female classmates tried to strike up a conversation with him, but he ignored them. It wasn't until teacher Lu leisurely walked into the classroom that the previously noisy class fell silent. Today marks the official start of this month's ranking competition, teacher Lu said with a rare smile. I hope not to see any of you in this class afterward. Her words, tinged with a hint of severity, amused the students, as they didn't expect the usually strict female teacher to encourage them in such a way. After all, being in class 10, the worst class, meant any transfer would be an improvement. Under teacher Lu's leadership, the class orderly made their way to the sports field, where a crowd had already gathered. The bald Principal Zhang who had handled Guyu's admission was standing at the podium, delivering a lengthy opening speech. Once he finally concluded, and the students politely applauded, he began to detail the rules of the ranking battle. This intake consisted of over 600 students, with the top 100 being assigned to 2 elite classes, known as the Tianjiao group. The rules for the Tianjiao group were as follows. Challenge a designated opponent, and if victorious, switch rankings. If defeated, drop by 10 ranks. The rules for the regular group were much simpler. Ranks 101 and below could challenge freely, but losing meant dropping 20 ranks. Only those in the top 200 could challenge the top 100. Each student had 2 chances per month and could choose to maintain their current standing. The rules seemed simple but were fraught with hidden challenges. A single loss could lead others to view you as an easy target, resulting in a series of challenges. Especially in the Tianjiao group, losing one match could mean dropping out of the top 100 if not careful. Guyu thought to himself that this ruthless system suited him well, as he was already planning to aim directly for the elite class. As he was selecting his opponent, Principal Zhang announced another major piece of news. In the past 2 weeks, a secret realm has been discovered near the eastern part of Xinyao. The realm's strength is moderate, and after discussions, it has been decided that only first-year students will be sent in. The top 100 students from this ranking competition will have the opportunity to explore the realm alongside other academies' talents. The chance is right before you, and it's up to you to seize it. This announcement caused an uproar among the crowd. Guyu quickly asked teacher Lu about the origins of the secret realm. There were various theories. Some believed it was treasure left by unknown forces, randomly appearing worldwide. Others said it was the result of powerful treasures leaking energy and affecting the surrounding space. Some even suggested it was a special space formed by the soul pet of a strong individual who died before summoning it. Guyu found this last theory quite plausible, as he was always curious about what happened to an unsummoned soul pet if its master was killed instantly. Even more bizarre was the theory that secret realms were actually parts of giant soul beasts, luring people in with treasures to trap them forever. However, the mainstream view was that most secret realms were randomly appearing treasures, which would gradually dissipate once the core treasure was taken. Following that, Mr. Lu led everyone to the school's arena area. As far as the eye could see, rows of spacious arenas were neatly arranged, enough to accommodate fierce battles between medium-sized soul beasts. Initially, Guyu showed little interest in attending school, considering the daily soul crystals to be nothing more than a pittance, let alone enhancing his soul pet's strength. However, upon learning that there was a legitimate opportunity to enter the secret realm for treasure hunting, his enthusiasm was instantly ignited. How enticing, Guyu thought to himself. There must be treasures in the secret realm to enhance my strength. With 2 chances, I'll make it into the top 200 first, and then aim for the top 100. While Guyu was inquiring about the details of the secret realm, the contestants from the Prodigy group were already eagerly engaging in battles, seemingly eager to vent their long-held frustrations. Surprisingly, there were only a few fights in the ordinary group. After all, with school having just started, no one wanted to embarrass themselves by challenging others. When the skill levels were comparable, it wasn't worth the discomfort, especially since losing twice in a row could not only drop one's ranking, but also label them as a weakling. To temporarily conceal his strength, Guyu approached the supervising teacher and challenged the 150th rank. He planned to change his identity and seize opportunities once inside the secret realm. Let's see how the 150th rank measures up before making any decisions, Guyu thought. What if I fail against the 101st rank? Better to play it safe with just swaying in a 2v3. It might be a bit challenging, but it shouldn't be a big issue. While waiting for his match, Guyu casually glanced at the ordinary group's matches, only to be greatly disappointed. The soul pet's levels were generally low, many not even reaching the ordinary grade, let alone the spiritual grade. These battles were akin to street brawls, utterly uninteresting. Just as Guyu was about to check out the Prodigy group's matches, the supervising teacher informed him to prepare for his match. Guyu leisurely stepped onto a relatively secluded arena, only to find his opponent was a black-haired girl. Even more surprising, she had 2 soul pets. A blue-haired strong man stood beside her, with a snake coiled on his shoulder. Not bad, Guyu assessed silently, then closely examined his opponent's soul pets. Thunderstorm Leopard, ordinary grade, spiritual level 1, lightning, attribute soul pet. Incredibly fast, its soul skills include Thunderclaw, a normal attack imbued with lightning, with a chance to cause paralysis. Purple Thunderball deals significant lightning damage after charging, and Lightning Arc Flash instantly dashes behind the enemy, causing a 1-second paralysis effect. Venom Snake, common grade, level 4. Its evaluation was rather amusing. Just an ordinary venomous snake. Can't even break through your defense. Its only soul skill is Bite, a normal attack with significant poison damage. After reviewing the attributes, Guyu couldn't help but be disappointed. With just these 2 soul pets, they managed to rank 150th? The ranking is too inflated, he thought, sensing something wasn't quite right. I heard you're the last rank, and you dare challenge me? You're really not afraid of getting burned, the girl said with a hint of irritation. The handsome black-haired boy before her dared to be so brazen, which completely infuriated her. Guyu ignored the girl's provocation and calmly said, "Shuiying, come out." A 3-tailed white snow fox gracefully appeared before the girl. She was surprised to discover that this seemingly inconspicuous opponent possessed such a beautiful soul pet. This realization only fueled her anger further, as she thought, what a waste of potential. Is this your only soul pet? The woman looked at Guyu with disdain, her voice dripping with contempt. The referee briefly reiterated the match rules. No lethal force allowed, and those who surrender must not be attacked further. With a shout, the battle commenced. A blue-haired man transformed into a nearly 2-meter-tall blue leopard, fiercely pouncing towards Guyu. Guyu smirked internally, thinking, they underestimate me. It's even smaller than Shuiying. Its speed is decent, but nothing to worry about. Shuiying swiftly unleashed its frostbite spike, sharp ice shards aimed directly at the oncoming leopard. Meanwhile, Guyu deftly hid behind Shuiying, his soul lock chains silently extending, targeting Shuiying's tail. The thunderstorm leopard was confident, believing it could easily dodge the powerful attack with its lightning flash. It thought gleefully, leaving a few scars on this beautiful fox would be delightful. However, just as it was about to counterattack, it found itself immobilized. A girl watching from a distance realized something was wrong, regretting her earlier complacency. She immediately summoned her soul weapon on massive sword and charged towards the battlefield. Both the thunderstorm leopard and its owner were puzzled. Why couldn't they move? It turned out that Guyu's soul lock chain had quietly ensnared the leopard's tail, nullifying its lightning flash. Seizing the opportunity, Shuiying executed a graceful spin, landing a precise attack on the leopard's abdomen. In the wild, a single frostbite spike might have been lethal. The leopard let out a heart-rending wail, and Guyu, with his level 5 stamina, easily tossed the injured leopard out of the arena. It hit the ground with a thud and lost consciousness. Seeing her soul pet injured, the woman was furious and charged at Guyu with her sword. Guyu thought to himself, so she's finally serious? The soul weapon, the Soulquake Blade, enhances melee abilities significantly, causing strong stagger and extra damage with each strike. It's like being staggered in a game. I can't afford to get hit, or I'll be continuously controlled. No wonder she's ranked 150. The leopard's paralysis and her stagger combo are formidable. But unfortunately for her, she's up against me. Guyu didn't rush to widen the distance, intrigued by the woman's speed. I didn't expect a melee soul weapon to boost combat power so much. I really haven't encountered many soul pet masters. But melee has too many weaknesses. They're defenseless against long-range control. As the woman charged, frost breath sprayed out. Despite being slowed, she gritted her teeth and swung at Guyu. Yet all her efforts were in vain. When the woman was about 10 steps away, the soul lock chain effortlessly wrapped around her ankle. Simultaneously, the frostbite spike was ready to strike, poised to end the match. Teacher, can we call it? Guyu calmly asked. Guyu wins. Now ranked 150th, the referee announced immediately. Hearing the result, the woman collapsed, crying. Guyu looked at her coldly. If this were outside, you'd be dead. With that, ice crystals fell to the ground. As for the little snake, it had long been swatted away by Shuiying, unable even to breach its defenses. These people are too weak, Guyu thought. Anyone whose level isn't higher than Shuiying's is no challenge. I need to find opponents ranked around 60 for a real challenge. There were few spectators around. Almost no one paid attention to Guyu's match, nor did anyone notice his mysterious chain ability. After stepping off the stage, Guyu couldn't wait to challenge the 66th ranked student, much to the surprise of the supervising teacher. This bold request to leap nearly 100 ranks left the teacher astonished, but they immediately began processing the necessary paperwork. During a break, Guyu quietly slipped into the competition arena of the elite group. What he saw were intense battles, with students who were indeed formidable. Each had reached the soul warrior level and controlled 2 soul pets, some of which were rare. Guyu assessed them quietly. Impressive, but still no match for me. As he lingered by the edge of the platform, a familiar figure caught his eye. Is that Yin Wuxin? He wondered, just as he was about to approach. The supervising teacher hurried over to remind him to prepare for his second match. The teacher was eager to see this formidable contender, as described by colleagues, in action. When Guyu arrived at the elite group's arena, a sizable crowd had already gathered. Clearly, the battles between top competitors were a major draw. Guyu stepped onto the stage, facing a young, white-haired boy around 1.7 meters tall, who exuded a refined demeanor. The boy cradled an alluring woman with spider-like markings, clearly a transformed soul pet, and at his feet crouched a massive green insect. I heard you climbed from last place to challenge me. The white-haired boy spoke slowly. My name is... Let's get started, Guyu interrupted, uninterested in his opponent's name. The audience, intrigued by Guyu's rapid ascent, gathered to watch. Guyu calmly summoned his snow lantern fox, drawing gasps of admiration. Wow, what a beautiful three-tailed fox, someone exclaimed. In human form, it would surely rival that spider woman. Others were skeptical. Could it be his primary soul pet hasn't reached the spiritual level yet? The white-haired boy wasn't angered by Guyu's rudeness. Instead, he scrutinized his opponent. Very well, let's fight, he said, inwardly cautious. Such confidence suggested a hidden strength, and he resolved to give it his all. Guyu quickly analyzed the opponent's soul pets. Enchantress Spider, rare, spiritual level 1. This rare spider-type soul beast excels in control, but lacks mobility. Soul skills: Web Spit, shoots slowing webs laced with latent poison. Venom Burst, detonates latent poison, causing damage and a brief stun. Paralysis Toxin, continuously slows the poisoned target's movement. Enchanted Lair, poison damage may cause hallucinations. Guyu had a strategy: prioritize eliminating this control-type soul pet. With his wind sprint ability, evading her attacks should be manageable. His attention then shifted to the nearly meter-long green insect, its mouth oozing green liquid, which filled him with disgust. The poison blast worm, a massive creature at the ordinary level of grade 5, was menacingly coiled. Its most unique ability lies in its toxic evolution. It can not only spray highly corrosive venom, but also split into several equally powerful entities through its soul skill, each attack weakening the enemy's defenses. Are both soul pets poison type? We need to be careful. Begin, commanded the supervising teacher. The white-haired boy quickly took out a jade flute from his pocket. The moment the flute's sound echoed, Guyu immediately sensed something unusual about this soul instrument. Upon investigation, he discovered that the flute could boost the attack and defense of all poison-type soul pets by 30 and accelerate the frequency of poison damage, reducing it from every 3 seconds to every 2 seconds. Indeed, this soul instrument, combined with the spider's passive ability, can create a high-frequency control effect, Guyu analyzed to himself. As the flute's melody resonated, the two soul pets seemed agitated, becoming exceptionally frenzied. The green giant worm suddenly split into two, lunging towards Guyu and Wielding. It sprayed green liquid, leaving corrosive marks on the ground. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman known as the beauty spider was shooting webs like Spider-Man from the rear. This worm is disgusting. We need to finish this quickly, Guyu thought, unwilling to let Wielding be tainted by such filth. In battles with ample preparation time, Wielding was virtually invincible. If not for concerns about drawing too much attention, a single extreme ice blossom could instantly defeat the opponent. Wielding unleashed an icy breath, the blue mist engulfing the two poison blast worms in an instant. Then, it executed a rapid maneuver, effortlessly dodging the webs shot by the purple-haired woman and the nauseating venom. The speed of these webs is astonishing. Without the speed boost, we might have been hit, Guyu mused. The white-haired boy clearly hadn't anticipated the opponent's three-tailed fox to have such formidable area attacks. Even with a 30 defense boost, his poison blast worm was instantly defeated. The power of this three-tailed fox was evidently at the spiritual level. After dodging several webs, the white-haired boy realized that defeat was inevitable today. During a brief pause in the spider's attack, Guyu deployed a soul-locking chain aimed at the purple-haired woman while commanding Wielding to unleash a piercing cold strike from the opposite side. It was a perfect two-pronged attack, impossible for the opponent to evade both. In a critical moment, the purple-haired woman obeyed her master's command to dodge the soul-locking chain, but couldn't completely avoid the piercing cold strike, losing her right arm. Just as Guyu was about to continue his assault, the white-haired boy hastily conceded. No way, Wang Weizhu actually lost. The surrounding students were shocked. Wang Weizhu's beauty spider, though its moves were simple, had an astonishing web speed, and once hit, it would put the opponent in a difficult position. Yet, this newcomer displayed incredible strength, fending off two opponents without getting caught in a single web. I'm sorry, master, I lost. It's okay. Guyu watched the affectionate exchange between this master and pet, inwardly remarking, what a superficial world. That worm got taken out instantly and didn't get any concern. As the supervising teacher announced Guyu's victory, the ranking match concluded. 66th place, huh? Not bad. Not too high or too low, just right for me. Now that I've secured the secret realm qualification, I'll wait for the school's notice. Just as Guyu was putting away Shui and preparing to leave, a familiar voice suddenly called out. You big liar. Why haven't you replied to my messages for so many days? Looking back, Yun Wuxin, dressed in white, was standing not far away, having presumably witnessed the entire battle. Long time no see, Miss Yun. Guyu greeted her with a calm demeanor and then explained, I've been searching for a second soul pet these past few days, so I haven't been checking my phone much. Sorry about that. As he spoke, he pretended to open WeChat. You lied to me again. Yun Wuxin accused angrily. Your name isn't you at all. I found out your real name is Guyu. Guyu shrugged, maintaining his composure. Well, since you found out, it's not really a fake name. I use it all the time outside. In truth, he had noticed Yun Wuxin's presence long ago but deliberately avoided interacting with her. She had mentioned going to Balon Academy, and Guyu didn't want any jealous youngsters to disrupt his plans. Did you find a suitable soul pet? Yun Wuxin asked, pouting. As you can see, I haven't, Guyu replied casually. I don't believe you. But your three-tailed fox is really impressive, handling 2 opponents without breaking a sweat. Your Yao Yao is strong too. After exchanging a few polite compliments, Guyu quickly found an excuse to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yun Wuxin stomped her foot in frustration. Guyu always managed to slip away first, never giving her a chance to refuse. However, for Guyu, who had already met breathtaking beauties like Shuiying and Liyue, ordinary charm no longer stirred his heart. Back home, Guyu immediately inquired with his teacher about the exact date for exploring the secret realm, only to find out they were leaving the next day. The longer the treasure is left alone, the more likely trouble will arise, Guyu thought as he sorted through his space ring, discarding useless items. I hope to find some dark attribute treasures. Suddenly, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared. I'm so bored, young master. Liyue stretched lazily, her alluring figure partly visible beneath her red cloak. Since that day, she had taken a liking to teasing Guyu, watching his reactions. Tomorrow we're heading to the secret realm to seek opportunities, and we'll need your help, Guyu said as he checked his gear and weapons. Liyue, do you know anything about these secret realms? Heavenly opportunities? These spaces restricted by mysterious forces, I've encountered a few, but unfortunately, I couldn't enter them, Liyue replied, shaking her head. If even Liyue was unaware of the details, the origin of this secret realm was indeed mysterious. Preparing for the next day's training, Guyu took out the soul cores he had recently acquired, over a dozen second-tier ice cores and 7 second-tier dark cores purchased at a high price. Shuiying obediently consumed the ice cores, though she was still just shy of a breakthrough. Thank you, master, she smiled gently. Young master is so biased. Liyue immediately clung to Guyu's arm, playfully mimicking Shuiying's expression. I want more too. But dark attribute soul beasts are so rare, and wind is only your secondary attribute. It won't help you level up. Guyu gently fed Liyue, brushing her delicate red lips, only for her to boldly take his fingertip into her mouth. Her fragrant tongue skillfully licked as her phoenix-like eyes gazed at him affectionately, causing Guyu to blush deeply. As night fell, Guyu hurried to absorb the accumulated soul crystals. Despite exhausting all of them, he was still just shy of reaching the 3rd rank of a soul warrior. This unusual phenomenon puzzled him, as these soul crystals should have easily facilitated his breakthrough. After pondering for a moment, he decided to rest, knowing there were important matters to attend to the next day. Before the 2 women went to bed, he retired early. The next morning, Guyu arrived early at the designated classroom, following a group notification from the school the previous night. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, he chose a secluded seat and quietly entertained himself with his phone for the remaining half hour. Hey, I heard you defeated Wang Weizhu, said a cheerful, handsome blonde boy approaching him. Welcome to class 2, I'm Lin Yi. The boy looked like a protagonist straight out of a Japanese anime. Guyu politely shook his hand, briefly introduced himself, and then returned his attention to his mobile game, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Haha, I told you, this guy's something else. Even Wang Weizhu couldn't handle him, chimed in a blue-haired young man nearby. Lin Yi, with a wry smile, continued trying to engage Guyu. Guyu, how about teaming up for today's secret realm exploration? Thanks for the offer, but I prefer to go solo, Guyu declined politely. Despite the fact that most soul pet trainers in this world preferred to team up for adventures, he had no interest in joining any group. As the time approached, a middle-aged male teacher in formal attire and gold-rimmed glasses entered the classroom. With his handsome face and neatly combed hair, he exuded an elegant and refined demeanor. After scanning the room and briefly pausing on Guyu, he announced, the national road to the Eastern City secret realm has been safely cleared. Your opportunities await, and it's up to you to seize them. The students and teachers then boarded a spacious, giant bus heading to the Eastern City secret realm. Although the bus offered plenty of space, Guyu couldn't help but recall his last harrowing train journey. Fortunately, this trip was uneventful. 2 hours later, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, a portal emitting an eerie purple glow. Several academy factions had already gathered there. As the students from another class arrived, Yin Wuxin waved at Guyu, who simply nodded before looking away. Whispers filled the air. Look, a beauty is waving at us. Don't kid yourself, that's the Yun family's little princess, a true heiress. That's nothing. I heard the Mu family's little princess is here too. Now she's a real goddess. Soon, for teams assembled, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a beer belly addressed them with a megaphone. Hello everyone. I'm the Director of Education for the North region of Huagua. He emphasized the importance of the secret realm exploration, specifically warning against risking lives over opportunities. The staff then distributed special watches and mysterious stones to each student. The director continued, these special watches will keep accurate time even in the alternate space. A crucial reminder, the second level of the secret realm and above is extremely dangerous. Although there is a barrier, do not approach it. Hearing the word barrier, Guyu's eyes lit up. There must be something valuable this time. The group was informed that they only had 3 days to explore the first level of the secret realm. After that, the void stone would automatically bring them back. Guyu glanced down at the stone fragment in his hand, noticing its strange glow. He noted to himself that this piece contained spatial power and decided to pay more attention to it in the future. Everyone stepped through the mysterious portal one by one. Instantly, the pitch-black space swallowed all light, and an eerie force surrounded them. Someone shouted in panic. What the hell? Why is it so dark? Am I blind? Another voice quickly followed. Who the hell just touched my butt? Amidst the chaos, the group fumbled with their gear on a vast plaza. Guyu looked up to see a massive palace that seemed to flicker in and out of view, possibly an illusion caused by a barrier. He realized that the exploration had begun and, taking advantage of the chaotic crowd, quietly initiated stealth mode and quickly distanced himself from the main group. Thanks to his night vision, the endless darkness had no effect on Guyu. He carefully surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the secret realm was actually a palace. Without hesitation, he ascended the stairs on the left. The steps were littered with skeletons, and numerous ordinary-grade soul beasts roamed about. After about 10 minutes of stealth, Guyu was confident he had put enough distance between himself and the others. He softly called out, "Come out, Liyue." As soon as he spoke, a seductive black silhouette materialized beside him. Liyue gazed at Guyu with amusement. "Master, you finally let me out?" She gently licked his earlobe and asked, "Why didn't you call your beloved Shuiying out?" Guyu replied seriously, "Let's not mess around. We have important matters to attend to. If we run into someone we know, Shuiying might be recognized. Besides, your power is enough to sweep through here. We'll call her if we encounter a real crisis." With that, he donned a robe and put on a fearsome mask, altering the appearance of his soul weapon once again. "Liyue, you should cover your face too." "Better safe than sorry," Guyu suggested. Liyue smiled slightly and agreed. "As you wish, my dear master." She focused her soul power, and a dark dragon head mask concealed her stunning features, adding an air of mysterious beauty. "I really don't like wearing this dark thing," she muttered. Guyu consoled her. "There's no choice. Once we have enough strength to protect ourselves, you can do as you please." "I look forward to that day," Liyue replied softly. They had only taken a few steps forward when a headless skeleton wielding a club attacked them. Guyu remarked, "Truly brainless." He quickly assessed the skeleton's attributes. Ordinary-level combat power, not a threat. However, the word guardian in its description caught his attention, suggesting there must be something valuable here. Liyue moved like a specter to the skeleton's side, and with a swift ghost claw, she effortlessly shattered the decayed bones. As the skeleton collapsed, a visible stream of soul power dispersed from its remains. Soul power was gently absorbed into Liyue's body like a flowing stream. She squinted slightly, revealing a trace of surprise. How can such a weak skeleton contain so much soul power? Guyu mused. This place is probably like an experience dungeon in a game, where the experience points from these small monsters are more than 10 times that of the outside world. He glanced around. "Let's move on. We'll leave these minor foes for those who come after us and head upstairs to find stronger opponents." As they advanced upward, Liu demonstrated astonishing strength. As a dragon, she was unbeatable at her level, and her grade far surpassed ordinary monsters. With just her basic attacks, the low-level skeletons were reduced to dust. Guyu, holding his soul chain, could only provide support from the side as Liu cleared the way. After a large number of skeletons fell, Liu's level advanced to Spirit Communication Stage 2. She licked her alluring red lips. "Master, this place is really quite nice." Guyu looked back at the field of bones behind them. "We've basically cleared the entire left path. Unfortunately, these shattered bones don't count as soul beasts and can't be devoured. Let's keep moving." The place resembled a maze, with stairways branching off every kilometer or so. While other paths might hold treasure chests, Guyu's goal was the mysterious artifact in the second-floor secret realm. They cut through obstacles and reached the end of the stairs with ease. Liu suddenly dropped her flirtatious demeanor. "Master, There's a little one ahead that you need to be wary of. Guyu nodded in response. Since even Liu advised caution, he wouldn't take it lightly. Considering the confined space of the chamber ahead wasn't suitable for fox form combat, he summoned Shuang. The silver-haired girl appeared instantly, her three tails affectionately wrapping around Guyu. Master, I've missed you so much. As a companion who long resided in Guyu's soul sea, Shuang rarely left his side. Even in life-and-death situations, she remained by him. After a brief explanation from Guyu, Shuang conjured a delicate white fox mask. The three of them cautiously advanced. Upon reaching the door of the chamber at the stairway's end, they found the stone door tightly shut. Guyu gave it a gentle push, and surprisingly, the seemingly massive stone door glowed purple and opened automatically as he approached. Inside the chamber, instead of the expected hellhound, stood a woman in flowing white robes. Her back was to the door, praying to a portal emitting soul power waves. Though her figure was decent, she was far from the most impressive Guyu had seen. The sight of several skeletal remains around the room was chilling, invoking a deep sense of dread in Guyu. The system displayed her information. Holy Light Pegasus. Rank, Lord level. Level, Transformation Stage 1. Status, Power plummeting, seems to have a mysterious mission, extremely dangerous. Soul skills, Radiance. Basic attacks include powerful light attribute additional damage. Xian Tian Wings, increases attack and movement speed by 50. Earth Light Baptism, removes control and grants control immunity for 3 seconds. Scorching Light Spear, charges and throws, causing massive piercing damage. Heart of Light, reduces dark attribute damage by 30, grants blindness immunity. A Pegasus? The flying kind. Guyu pondered. This Heart of Light could weaken Liyu's attacks. The woman in white remained facing away from them. Have you finally come? I have waited too long for you here. I don't even know you. Guyu exclaimed helplessly. I will not be mistaken. Prepare to die. The woman suddenly turned hostile, conjuring a spear of light aimed directly at Guyu's face. Facing 3 opponents, how could they possibly fear this arrogant woman? Guyu quickly retreated, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Liu moved with the grace of a butterfly, effortlessly dodging the light spear thrown by the woman in white. The spear dissolved midair, turning into stardust. The woman in white's pupils contracted in shock. What kind of power is this? She exclaimed, now realizing the commanding presence of the black-haired, captivating figure before her. How is this possible? This shouldn't be, she muttered, as if her understanding of the world had been shattered. As the woman in white stood stunned, Shui Ying's charm and Guyu's soul-locking chain launched a fierce attack simultaneously. The charm took effect instantly, leaving the woman momentarily dazed. However, a mysterious light emerged from within her, clearing her eyes. This is Fox enchantment. It can control me despite my gender? The woman in white cried out, realizing that her opponent's level far surpassed hers, possibly reaching legendary status. Guyu sneered, uttering a classic villain line. You know too much, so die. His current demeanor perfectly matched the role. Although the woman in white quickly broke free from Shui Ying's control and dodged, Liyu's ghostly claw still struck her right hand, causing blood to splatter. Quick dodge, huh? Liu giggled, a playful glint in her eyes. Sky wings. The woman in white used her agility skill to escape Liyu's attack range. However, an icy breath followed closely. In the cramped chamber, there was nowhere to hide. The slowing and ongoing damage effects took hold, and the next icy spike was sure to be fatal. Not playing with you anymore. Liu sensed Guyu's murderous intent and unleashed dragon's might, enforcing stun and attack reduction simultaneously. Guyu felt a surge of excitement. Perfect opportunity. The soul-locking chain missed before. Let's see how you escape this forced stun. The advantage of having a soul pet is the seamless connection with its master, eliminating the need for explicit commands in battle. The soul-locking chain attacked again, followed swiftly by Shui Ying's icy spike. Both attacks hit their mark. Guyu thought triumphantly. Prepare to meet your end. Liu quickly cast the dark flame, adding a defense-breaking buff for Guyu. The black flames scorched part of the woman in white's clothing, but Guyu paid no attention to her exposed skin. Dragon's Might's effect lasted only 2 seconds, but if the soul-locking chain held her, she was halfway defeated. The woman in white, regaining her senses, planned to evade the ice spear with her speed. If it struck her, it would be painful even if not lethal. But to her horror, she found herself immobilized. Her reaction speed slowed, soul power drained, and with defense broken, vulnerability increased, slowed, and bleeding effects activate. If this were a video game, her debuffs would exceed a single row. Immobilized, she could only watch as the spear-like ice spike hurtled towards her. The icy spike struck her abdomen, blood spraying, but it didn't pierce through. Guyu was surprised. She truly has a formidable level, such defense. Even with all these buffs, it wasn't a fatal blow. Severely injured by the icy spike, the woman in white staggered, blood pouring from her mouth. Despite her condition, she stubbornly tried to summon a blazing light spear to retaliate. Li Yu appeared beside her like a phantom, quickly disabling her left hand and grabbing her throat, lifting her off the ground. The woman in white coughed violently, blood splattering on Li Yu's mask. Irritated, Li Yu coldly declared, "Die, you weak creature." Her voice dripped with lethal intent, as if ready to end the battle in the next moment. The dark dragon's breath was unleashed, and a massive wave of dark energy engulfed the woman in white. She immediately let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. Under the impact of this powerful Earth-level combat technique, her clothes disintegrated into dust, and her pristine body was corroded by the dark force, her skin covered with countless cracks. Li Yu frowned slightly, surprised that this attack hadn't finished her off. She pondered to herself, this woman must have some kind of dark damage reduction ability. In that case, it might be best to let Wielding handle it. Light and dark attributes counter each other, and with the soul skill's inherent 30 damage reduction effect, along with Li Yu's level being significantly lower than her opponent's, the woman in white barely managed to cling to life. Otherwise, she would have already met her end. Li Yu let out a cold snort, swinging her arm forcefully, throwing the barely conscious woman against the wall. With a loud bang, blood splattered, leaving a shocking red mark on the gray-white wall. The woman in white could no longer hold on, and was forced to reveal her true form, a magnificent white horse with 3 pairs of luminous wings, now battered and near death. Guyu narrowed his eyes and coldly ordered, "Wielding, aim the frostbite spike at her head." He turned to the white horse, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Tell me, why did you try to kill me?" The white horse did not respond. Instead, in its dying moments, it attempted to muster the power of light for one last attack on Guyu. Seeing this, Guyu sneered, "You just don't know when to quit, do you? Wielding, send her on her way." Upon hearing this, the white horse let out a sorrowful cry, as if trying to say something. However, the frostbite spike mercilessly pierced through its head. The white horse died instantly, lifeless. Guyu disdainfully kicked the white horse's corpse, mocking, "Just a mere lord-level creature acting all high and mighty. I, an epic and a legend, have had to endure so much more. Look at you." He secretly hoped to absorb the skill of light baptism, a divine skill capable of dispelling control. Li Yu and Wielding eagerly sought praise, each clinging to one of Guyu's arms. Guyu reluctantly complimented, "You two are amazing." He then freed himself from their embrace, crouching down to touch the white horse's corpse. In his mind, he silently chanted, "Amitabha, Jesus bless me, and the dark god Gunera. Grant me this skill." A flash of white light, and the white horse's body vanished, leaving only a white bone and a crystal core on the ground. Guyu was disappointed to find he hadn't acquired that extraordinary skill, but his soul power surged, finally breaking through to Soul Master Level 3. A system notification chimed in. Light Attribute Profound Level Soul Bone can bestow new power to Light Attribute Soul Beasts, extremely rare. Guyu was puzzled that something dropped by a Lord-level creature wasn't of higher quality than a roadside wild elite. Could it be random drops? He shook his head, deciding not to use it yet, saving it to sell or trade for a dark or ice attribute item. He carefully surveyed the chamber, finding nothing but a few scattered bones. Not wanting to linger, he approached the sealed stone door. The door was carved with a strange image, an 8-tiered tower, each level with the head of a different beast straining to break free. Guyu expected a barrier, preparing to use his exorcism technique. However, as he got closer, a purple light flickered, and the door opened on its own. This unexpected ease made him wary, feeling as if he was being lured into a trap. But having come this far, he wasn't about to retreat. Guyu took a deep breath and stepped into the second level of the secret realm. The door slowly closed behind him, as if it had never opened. The layout of the second level was similar to the first, prompting Guyu to wonder, do I really have to climb all 8 levels? Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yu cheerfully remarked, "Master, the aura in this space is much stronger than the one above." Since they were in an uninhabited area, Guyu didn't recall Wielding and, accompanied by the 2 women, began exploring the second level. They chose to proceed from the left, where the steps were a deeper color than those on the previous level. Not far along, a figure wielding a sword blocked their path. Guyu observed closely and discovered it was a corpse being controlled by an unknown force, a pitiful human puppet. This revelation heightened his curiosity about the secret realm's origins. Were these once people? The sword-wielding puppet's combat ability was only rare level, without any special skills, just a basic attack type. However, it turned out to be an experienced monster. Guyu's eyes lit up, quickly deciding, then let's eliminate them all. Guyu glanced at his watch. Without realizing it, 8 hours had passed. Converted to outside time, it should be evening now. "Wielding, could you prepare dinner, please?" Guyu said, patting his backpack. "I've brought all the ingredients. By the way, the cookware in this world can be ignited using soul power." "Of course, master." Wielding responded gently. "Wielding, make sure to cook something delicious." Li Yu said with a smile. "I really love your cooking." "Sure, Li Yu." Shuang replied sweetly. The sword-wielding puppet watched the three of them chatting and laughing, boiling with rage. Although he had died once before, these three dared to disregard him, discussing food and drink right in front of him, a blatant provocation. He roared and charged at them, his sword swinging fiercely. However, just 2 seconds later, with the aid of Cheng Ming, the puppet's head was severed, and its skeleton scattered, lifeless. A wisp of blue soul power seeped from the corpse. Guyu was surprised to discover that in this mysterious realm, all the power from the monsters they defeated could be absorbed by their soul pets. He originally thought this ability was exclusive to the Dark-aligned Liu, but it turned out Shuang could absorb it too, which was a pleasant surprise. The trio advanced effortlessly, cutting through obstacles like slicing through butter. For hours later, it was nearing dinner time outside. This time, Guyu chose not to rush, but to carefully explore every branching path. Liu casually crushed a small boss's head, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the chamber. These rare-class minions, with barely any skills, were hardly a challenge for them. After securing the chamber, Guyu and Liu rested at the entrance. They had cleared the area so quickly that no skeletons dared approach. Shuang was busy preparing dinner. Although they had explored several roadside chambers on the second level throughout the day, they only encountered minor bosses and found no treasure chests. Guyu removed his mask and sat against the wall, reflecting on the day's gains. The three of them had leveled up, which was quite satisfactory. Just as he was about to proceed with his daily lottery draw, Liu quietly sat beside him, bringing a waft of fragrance. Master, I didn't expect to become this weak, Liu remarked softly, gazing at the shattered bones on the ground. Not at all. Liu, you're very strong, Guyu quickly reassured her. Sigh, it's getting difficult even to deal with these small fries, Liu said, resting her head on Guyu's shoulder. They fell into silence. Taking advantage of the moment, Guyu closed his eyes to draw the lottery. Fortune smiled upon him as colorful light flashed. The system notification chimed. Congratulations on acquiring the special skill invisibility. This skill addressed Guyu's most pressing issue. The soul chain's movement speed increased by 20, and enemies with lower soul power couldn't detect its presence. Previously, the soul chain was too slow, easily evaded, and required preemptive control to ensure a hit. Without effectively restraining the enemy, the soul weapon's effect was inferior to combat or support-type soul weapons. Now, with invisibility, not only was the chain's speed increased to ensure accuracy, but it also came with a stealth effect targeting weaker foes. While it might be a skill for bullying weaker opponents, it was still a decent enhancement. Master, Liu, it's time to eat. The aroma of the food awakened Guyu's hunger. After a whole day of battle, he realized he hadn't eaten yet. After dinner, Guyu arranged for the two women to rest, taking on the first watch himself, with them taking turns for the second half of the night. In the morning, Guyu opened his eyes to find Shuang in her fox form curled up beside him, while Liu gazed at him with gentle eyes. Liu, have you been watching all night? Master, have you forgotten? I can sense the soul energy of those low-level skeletons. There's not a ripple outside right now, Liu said with warmth in her eyes, her smile captivating Guyu. Stop staring, Master, Liu said, unusually bashful. After an unsuccessful routine draw, Guyu roused the reluctant Shuang, and they left the chamber once ready. The second-floor steps were eerily empty, with not a trace of a monster's presence. Liu, do you sense anything else? Guyu asked. Liu nodded softly. After a night's rest, the monsters had all vanished, which was too unusual. Guyu quickened his pace, soon reaching the end of the second floor. The door, identical in structure to the first floor, filled him with concern. If he had to climb 8 times, 3 days wouldn't be enough. A mysterious purple light flashed, and the door opened. Guyu led the two women in, only to find the chamber completely empty. A thorough search revealed no mechanisms, and the scenario seemed off-script. As Guyu prepared to open the next door, Liu suddenly cautioned. Master, wait. There are 2 intense soul energy waves behind the door. It could be dangerous. After a moment's thought, Guyu decided to investigate alone. You two go back. I can hide my presence. Master, Liu said with concern. Don't worry. Even the white dragon couldn't detect me when we first met, Guyu reassured her with a smile. Finally, Liu and Shuang entered Guyu's soul sea. After checking his equipment, Guyu took out a small tree model and entered stealth mode, ready to use the tool to escape if needed. Even if the white dragon couldn't sense him, stronger beings might. The door opened with a purple glow, and Guyu stealthily slipped in like a thief. The third floor surprised him. A barren land shrouded in endless darkness lay before him, with a towering ancient tower at the center. For some reason, the tower felt strangely familiar and comforting. Soul energy pulsed from the base of the tower 100 meters away. The empty surroundings suggested the tower was the core of the realm. Guyu cautiously approached, but at 20 meters away, a suffocating fear of sudden death overwhelmed him. Guyu immediately activated the I am a tree tool, and the dreadful feeling dissipated. He then saw the scene before the tower. A massive black ape in poor condition wielding a dark staff, facing off against a stunning blue-haired woman with a sword, accompanied by a four-winged Pegasus and a canine soul pet. The woman, possibly a soul pet master, was as beautiful as Shui, and her presence here was a mystery. Guyu watched in awe, silently amazed. Guyu concealed himself in the shadows, carefully observing the battle scene before him. He first focused his attention on the massive black gorilla. This raging black ape was astonishingly powerful, a rare tier, spirit level 8 creature. Originally just a regular guardian of the second layer of the secret realm, its strength had skyrocketed due to some mysterious force. It possessed several formidable skills. Dark Staff, which imbued its weapon with dark attributes and had a powerful knockback effect. Iron Body, granting it exceptional defense and recovery abilities, making it immune to knockback. Spirit Weapon, blessed by the mysterious tower, doubling its soul power recovery speed, and the Diamond Skill, which gave it a 30 chance to inflict additional damage with each attack. Just a spirit level 8? Guyu pondered. The mysterious white mare on the first floor already possesses a shape-shifting level strength. What's more intriguing is this spirit weapon attribute. Could it be related to this tower? He looked up at the approximately 10-meter-high black tower. Its structure was riddled with cracks, appearing unstable and unremarkable. Yet, his instincts told him that there was something special inside. As Guyu's gaze shifted to the blue-haired woman wielding a sword, an inexplicable hostility surged within him. His body instinctively warned him. This woman was an enemy. The woman's two soul pets were equally formidable. The pristine four-winged unicorn, although it merely had 2 extra pairs of wings compared to a regular unicorn, was a lower-tier spirit level 2 creature. It mastered several powerful support skills: Radiant Blast, inflicting high light attribute damage; Dispel, removing all negative statuses from allies; Holy Light Blessing, granting temporary immunity to control effects; Dazzling Light, blinding enemies; and most troubling, its soul box skill Divine Protection, which temporarily made allies invincible. The other soul pet, a winged Lightwing Hound, was only a rare-tier spirit level 1 but was not to be underestimated. It could detect stealth, mark enemy weak points, and absorb 70 of its master's damage. Its soul box skill Guardian could completely block one attack. Both soul pets have mastered soul box skills. This blue-haired woman is no ordinary figure, Guyu thought warily. During the battle, the blue-haired woman, with the coordination of her 2 soul pets, effortlessly handled the raging black gorilla. She elegantly parried the gorilla's massive club with her sword and spoke. Heaven cherishes all life. Step aside, and once I destroy this tower and seize the opportunity, I will spare your life. The gorilla seemed to have lost its sanity, only capable of beastly roars, pounding its chest before charging directly at the woman. She easily deflected the huge black club with her sword, while her four-winged unicorn timely shot a radiant blast, causing the gorilla to howl in pain. The blue-haired woman stood proudly, her eyes shining with confidence. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light, imbued with powerful sword intent. With a casual swing, she sent the 8th-tier spirit black ape flying. Even a lord-level dark knight isn't a match for me. And you, a mere 8th-tier spirit ape, dare block my path? Her voice dripped with disdain. Guyu stood in the shadows, carefully observing the glowing sword. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. A soul weapon, the heavenly Dao sword. Its abilities were astonishing, enhancing the wielder's attributes by 100 and dealing additional sword intent damage, with pursuit attacks causing 50 extra damage. Holy crap, what kind of overpowered abilities does this soul weapon have? Guyu marveled internally. Are you cheating, or what? A 100 increase in all attributes, plus additional damage, combined with the various boosts from 2 soul pets. His thoughts raced as he recalled the blue-haired woman's mention of a lord-level dark knight. It reminded him of the lord-level white Pegasus and the missing skeleton. The clues seemed to connect, but key pieces were still missing. Guyu felt that the answer lay within this tower. However, the blue-haired woman intended to destroy it. That won't do. I haven't agreed to it yet, he resolved silently. This tower, I must have it. A direct confrontation would surely lead to a fierce battle. Faced with the unsuspecting blue-haired beauty, Guyu hesitated. But his instincts urged him. Kill. If he acted, he had to go all out and not fail. To protect the secrets of Liyue and Shuiying, he had no choice. Guyu quickly assessed the situation. The blue-haired woman's abilities were formidable. To oppose her, he should first ambush and take down one of her soul pets. If the soul binding chain missed, it would become a 2v3 scenario, making things difficult. Defeating the woman seemed impossible. The dog's protective trait was too troublesome. As for the four-winged unicorn, its invincibility effect made it a poor target. It seems I can only choose to ambush the dog, Guyu calculated. If I can bait out invincibility, there's a chance to kill within 5 minutes. Even without it, fighting with numbers isn't a loss. As Guyu pondered, the black gorilla was being beaten back. If not for its passive ability to resist knockback, it would have been sent flying by the woman and her pets. Seeing defeat was imminent. the gorilla mustered all its strength for a final blow. It roared, swinging a club that sent the blue-haired woman flying before collapsing to the ground. "Great job, master!" the four-winged unicorn exclaimed with joy, transforming into a beautiful blonde woman. Meanwhile, the celestial dog flashed to its master's side, guarding her closely. Though they mitigated the club's damage, both were knocked back, conveniently facing away from Guyu. Guyu realized this was a golden opportunity. The celestial dog's displacement skill was used, and the unicorn was too far for invincibility to cover. It was doomed. Guyu steeled himself, ready to strike. Since saving Liyue, he was destined to face powerful foes like the White Dragon. "I can't hesitate. I need the power to protect Shuiying and Liyue." Guyu shouted internally. His instincts told him the tower was key. "I mustn't let the tower be destroyed," another thought echoed in his mind. Looking at the dark chain blade in his hand, the silver blade reflected Guyu's eerie mask. "Liyue, Shuiying, come out," Guyu called in his heart. Though they couldn't see through his eyes, they could feel his determination. As Guyu released the item, three figures shot forward like arrows, charging toward the unsuspecting pair. The air was thick with tension, and an epic battle was about to unfold. Mu Yanxue, the little princess of the northern Mu family, possesses a beautiful face and extraordinary talent. By her early teens, she had awakened her life-bound soul weapon, the heavenly Dao sword, through the family's secret method. At 14, she was taken as a disciple by a mysterious stranger. This enigmatic mentor not only found her a lord-level soul pet, the winged unicorn, but also shook the entire Mu family. In this medium-sized family, the appearance of the heavenly Dao soul weapon signifies the world's favor, and every clan member treats her with the utmost respect. Now, Mu Yanxue has grown into a stunning beauty, and even her father, the clan leader, does not dare to command her lightly. As the future heir of the family, the responsibility of revitalizing the clan rests on her shoulders. Her journey to the secret realm was prompted by a prophecy from her master. If she could find and destroy a ruined ancient tower at a mortal school, her life-bound soul weapon would undergo a qualitative transformation. Under the protection of Heavenly Dao's power, the barriers here were virtually non-existent. Success seemed imminent, but at this critical moment, she was ambushed. Three figures appeared suddenly, exuding murderous intent. Mu Yanxue immediately summoned all her soul power to form a defensive barrier with her Heavenly Dao sword. "Master!" cried the unicorn, now transformed into a golden-haired woman, sensing the danger and rushing to her side. At that moment, a soul-chilling tremor descended, causing the enemies to become dizzy. Mu Yanxue was shocked to find her sword intent forcibly weakened by 40%. Guyu's soul lock chain, hidden under cover, slithered like a viper towards Tiango's tail. Liyue seized the opportunity, unleashing her full, dark dragon breath. Shuiying's extreme ice accurately targeted the blue-haired woman. However, the opponent's blade suddenly emitted an eerie glow, prematurely breaking the control of dragon might. The unicorn, seeing this, immediately bestowed a holy light blessing on her master. Guyu was astounded by the opponent's ability to forcibly break free from dragon might's control. Just as Mu Yanxue regained her mobility, she saw the oncoming blue frost and dark dragon breath. She hastily retreated with her heavenly Dao sword, but was still severely injured by these two forces. Although the holy light blessing mitigated some damage and prevented control effects, she looked down to find her hands stained with blood. Her beloved second soul pet, Tiango Shaojin, had suffered a fatal wound to protect her and was now on the brink of death. Mu Yanxue gently placed Tiango's broken body on the ground, her heart aching. "I will make you pay," she vowed through gritted teeth, determined to avenge Shaojin. However, the three opponents remained silent, clearly unwilling to waste time in battle. The man in the middle, wearing an eerie mask and wielding a chain blade, was completely shrouded in darkness. His aura made Mu Yanxue instinctively recoil. She couldn't help but wonder how this mysterious figure managed to break through the barrier to get here. Mu Yanxue was secretly grateful for her own luck, blessed with the fortune of the heavens, allowing her to easily traverse the barrier. Guyu initially intended to deal with the troublesome unicorn, but the distance was too great. Reluctantly, he continued his assault on the blue-haired woman. He commanded softly, "Shuiying charm." The power of charm instantly enveloped the blue-haired woman. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu swiftly threw the soul-binding chain. Simultaneously, Liyue executed a wind dance, aiming directly at the woman's head. In the brief moment when the woman's beautiful blue eyes lost focus, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped her. The blonde woman shouted angrily, "You won't control my mistress." A dispelling magic immediately nullified the charm effect, and the soul-binding chain's attack was deftly evaded. Guyu frowned inwardly. This unicorn, acting like a priest, was indeed a tough opponent. Liyue and Shuiying seemed to share the same thoughts and immediately understood Guyu's plan. The three of them were in perfect sync, deciding to finish the battle within a minute. Mu Yanxue forced herself to remain calm. It was a Twogan's 3 situation, and the opponent's abilities were unpredictable. Continuing the fight like this would surely lead to a disadvantage. She considered using her family sigil to leave immediately, but thinking of her pet's death, she couldn't just run away. To avenge Xiao Jin, she decided to reveal her trump card. At this moment, Mu Yanxue carefully observed the two figures that had ambushed her. One was black, the other white, both with perfect figures, and their extraordinary beauty was hidden behind contrasting masks. Mu Yanxue speculated whether one of them could be a soul pet of a higher transformation level, but she quickly reassured herself. Even if that were the case, with the invincible power of the heavenly sword, what was there to fear? Little did she know, if she realized she was facing a legendary fox and an epic dragon, she might have fled in terror. Unfortunately, Liyue and Shui Ying's current levels weren't high enough to exert significant pressure, leading her to mistakenly believe she could defeat them. With the wind's wings enhancing her, Liyue's attacks were exceptionally fierce. However, Mu Yanxue managed to barely withstand Liyue's assault. It wasn't that Liyue lacked strength, but rather that the heavenly sword's abilities far surpassed what was apparent. Even with a 40 reduction in attack power, Mu Yanxue could still hold her ground against Liyue. Guyu pondered silently. What secrets did this heavenly sword conceal? As Liyue and Mu Yanxue were locked in a fierce battle, Shui Ying and Guyu seized the opportunity to attack the four-winged unicorn. The chilling sting easily broke through the unicorn's radiant projectile. The unicorn, frightened, tried to dodge, but it was too slow. Even though the chilling sting's power was weakened by the radiant projectile, it still hit the unicorn hard. Sensing her soul pet's crisis, Mu Yanxue rushed to the unicorn's side. To shatter Shui Ying's chilling sting, she had to temporarily abandon her defense, giving Liyue the chance to land a brutal strike. Ah! Mu Yanxue cried out in pain, her voice carrying an unexpected allure. However, distraction in battle leads to vulnerabilities. Guyu finally found an opportunity to strike, and the soul-binding chain flew towards the unicorn again. Mu Yanxue perceived the sharp chain blade as a mere physical attack. She decisively chose to counter the chilling sting first, then repel the chain blade attack. After all, the chilling sting seemed to pose a greater threat. Yet, she never expected Guyu to suddenly activate the acceleration effect of the shadowy blade. The sped-up chain blade wrapped around Mu Yanxue's ankle. Alarmed, she realized she was being hindered by various debilitating effects. Liyue seized this rare opportunity, igniting Mu Yanxue's back with a precise dark flame, instantly triggering a defense-breaking effect. Under the black flame's burn, Mu Yanxue's smooth back was momentarily exposed. However, she paid no attention to the exposure, focusing all her thoughts on how to break free from the situation. Is this a control-type soul weapon? Mu Yanxue pondered. Yet it looks like a mid-range chain blade. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, she charged at Guyu, determined to eliminate the foe restraining her. Took the bait, Guyu whispered with a slight smirk. Immobilize, activate. Just as Mu Yanxue prepared to strike first and kill Guyu, she suddenly found herself unable to move. Guyu had anticipated this and quickly retreated, with Shui Ying closely guarding him. Mu Yanxue was shocked. What kind of strange ability was this? At the same time, the four-winged unicorn sensed its master's anomaly and unhesitatingly activated the invincible skill, Holy Protection. Guyu smirked slightly, pleased. Without this invincible skill, taking down this blue-haired beauty would be a breeze. He thought to himself, this must be her final escape skill. Using such a precious invincibility to break free from a minor immobilization was quite the trait. Liyu's speed had already surpassed Mu Yanxue completely. A cold glint appeared in Guyu's eyes. Excellent. She was as good as dead. He felt assured that his life was no longer in jeopardy. Mu Yanxue's instincts screamed danger. After using her most crucial survival skill, she no longer had the resources to continue taking risks. Her protective spirit weapon was shattered, both her secondary pets were dead, and her primary soul pet was in peril. However, fate seemed not to favor her. Shui Ying had been ready, and as the four-winged unicorn cast its protective spell, the extreme frost bloomed and struck the divine beast. In an instant, the power of ice ravaged the unicorn, freezing its delicate body completely. Immediately afterward, the piercing cold shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Schwer! Mu Yanxue shouted, desperately rushing to her primary soul pet. At this critical moment, a flash of black light appeared, and Mu Yanxue suddenly found herself beside the unicorn, shattering the piercing cold. Guyu's pupils contracted, sensing trouble. Did this woman still have a trump card? This was clearly the power to traverse space. Could she possess such a heaven-defying artifact? Guyu couldn't help but be amazed at the treasures she seemed to carry, eager to strip her bare, knowing her spatial ring must be full of valuables. Seeing this, Liu seized the opportunity, rushing towards Mu Yanxue, intending to use her speed advantage to deliver a fatal blow. Realizing the danger, Mu Yanxue quickly pulled out a strange talisman and crushed it without hesitation. A mysterious magic array slowly formed. Guyu's heart tightened. This was bad. She was trying to escape. While protecting the unicorn, which was frozen into an ice sculpture, Mu Yinxue fought fiercely against Li Yu's deadly attacks. However, the added effects of the soul chain made it difficult for her to withstand Li Yu's fierce onslaught. The glow of the sword in her hand visibly dimmed. Seeing that the blue-haired woman was unable to dodge, Li Yu mercilessly unleashed the dark dragon's breath. Mu Yinxue gave it her all to block it, but was still heavily injured by the dragon's breath, coughing up blood. The ensuing piercing cold aimed straight for Mu Yinshue's abdomen. At this moment, Guyu disregarded his own safety, using a long and used dash skill to instantly appear behind Mu Yinxue. At this point, Mu Yinshue's clothing was barely intact, the dark dragon's breath having destroyed her protective spirit weapon. Guyu felt a surge of joy, just one more lethal attack, and she would be finished. In this critical moment, Li Yu's passive skill, the corrosive flame, triggered, causing Mu Yinxue to fall into a brief state of fear. Guyu seized the opportunity, bringing his blade down towards Mu Yinshue's neck. If this strike landed, it would be the end of her. In a desperate situation, the unicorn, frozen into an ice sculpture, saw its master in dire straits and burst forth with incredible power. One wing broke free from the ice, striving to block Shui Ying's piercing cold. Yet, fate was cruel. With a crack, the entire wing was mercilessly shattered. Nonetheless, this act bought Mu Yinxue precious time, though the remaining ice power still severely injured her abdomen. The intense pain snapped Mu Yinxue out of her fear. However, by the time she regained her senses, Guyu's blade was already upon her. In a critical moment, she could only instinctively raise her arm, trying to block this fatal blow. With a swift slash, Guyu severed the blue-haired woman's left arm, sending blood splattering. However, just at that critical moment, a strange light flashed, and a magical array instantly formed. Guyu watched helplessly as the woman and her companions were whisked away by a mysterious force, his heart burning with rage. Damn it! Guyu gritted his teeth in frustration. He never expected that this seemingly delicate woman possessed so many treasures. Reflecting on the battle, the sudden burst of strength from the unicorn that blocked Shui Ying's lethal strike was still fresh in his mind. Guyu meticulously analyzed the fight. A spatial soul device, armor that could withstand 2 dark dragon breaths, the heavenly path sword that could barely meet Li Yue's attack even when its power was reduced by 40%, and finally, the forced escape spatial array. Each was astonishing. His eyes fell on the severed arm on the ground, and Li Yue could clearly sense Guyu's inner turmoil. The power of black flame erupted, instantly reducing the jade-like arm to ashes. Although I did my best and defeated the enemy unharmed, Guyu muttered to himself. The failure was due to lack of control. If I had 1 or 2 more control skills to break her invincible state sooner, she would have been dead for sure. Throughout the entire process, Guyu hadn't spoken, so his identity might not have been exposed. However, this mysterious blue-haired woman had undoubtedly become a thorn in his side. Even a full-force surprise attack hadn't been enough to kill her, making Guyu feel an unprecedented threat. Fortunately, Guyu's previous caution seemed to have paid off. The woman probably hadn't seen Li Yue and Shui Ying's true appearances, although the dragon tail and fox tail had been exposed. Guyu recalled the rumors he'd overheard at the entrance, speculating that this striking blue-haired beauty might be the so-called princess of the Mu family, likely a student from another academy. Shouldn't suspect us at our school, right? Guyu mused. I'm just an ordinary student ranked 66th. If they're going to investigate, they should start with the 1st or 2nd rank. Shaking his head, Guyu decided not to dwell on these futile concerns. He turned to the corpse of the celestial dog, looking at its battered body inside. If it weren't for its protective skills, the initial sneak attack might have broken the blue-haired woman's defense directly. Li Yue, feeling a bit guilty, said, Master, it was my fault. Guyu waved it off and comforted her. It's not your fault. Managing to kill this celestial dog in 1 second was already impressive. That woman has a Heavenly Path soul device, which seems to be top tier amongst soul devices. You know about the Heavenly Path soul device, Master? Li Yue asked, surprised. Guyu explained, I only know her weapon is called the Heavenly Path sword, and with that strange power, it's referred to as a Heavenly Path soul device. It's said that a few humans can awaken special soul devices with various attributes. Although I've never encountered one before, anyone who can still fight under dragon must possess the legendary Heavenly Path soul device. Li Yue pondered and said, It's just a highly talented superior soul device. Next time we meet, I'll ensure we kill her. Guyu agreed, realizing his current shortcomings. But right now, my level is too low, and I lack control skills. If I had just 1 more control skill this time, combined with Li Yue's damage, we might have completed the kill. With that, Guyu collected the light element soul core from the light-winged dog and headed towards the mysterious tower. Passing the severely injured and unconscious gorilla, he contemplated briefly and decided to spare its life for now. After all, this gorilla indirectly protected the tower and could be considered its guardian spirit. Besides, if it died and the tower disappeared, it would unnecessarily make an enemy. More importantly, without the gorilla, Guyu might never have discovered the tower. Driven by intense curiosity, Guyu pushed open the ancient tower's dilapidated door. The moment he stepped inside, the entire tower suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. To the astonishment of Liu and Shui Ying, the tower began to shrink at an incredible speed. Finally, it transformed into a small tower-shaped model, falling securely into Guyu's hand. The black iron tower of misfortune hovered silently in Guyu's hand, emitting an eerie purple glow. This ominous artifact was originally the soul-gathering tower, a heavenly soul tool, but was corrupted into a malevolent device due to an unknown force that caused it to absorb excessive resentment. The tower has 8 levels, each capable of imprisoning the soul of a powerful spirit beast, permanently enslaving them to generate soul power. Guyu scrutinized the small, intricate black tower in his hand, each level flickering with faint purple light. He pondered the tower's 2 primary abilities, the passive soul power generation called Soul Hunt, and the active enhancement of soul power level called Soul Absorb. The first level had already imprisoned the soul of a ferocious black ape, explaining why the black ape outside was merely a puppet. While Guyu considered whether the tower required any sort of ownership ritual, it suddenly vanished and entered his soul consciousness. Shuiying asked in confusion, "Master, where did the tower go?" Guyu explained, "It entered my soul consciousness. You can see it once you're inside." Afterwards, Guyu consumed the body of the ferocious black ape. Although his soul power increased, it was still insufficient. Looking around, the entire 3rd layer of the secret realm had become desolate. He took out a fragment of the void stone to attempt an exit, but it had no effect. Guyu realized why the blue-haired woman had been severely injured before. The barrier here isolated the power of the void stone fragment. Guyu quickly returned to the 2nd layer, where the skeletons had reappeared, but their strength was significantly diminished. He summoned Liu and easily defeated them, only to find that the peculiar soul power had vanished. Realizing there was no longer any point in staying, Guyu hastened back to the 1st layer. Stealthily taking a few steps, he overheard other adventurers' puzzled voices. Why have these skeletons suddenly weakened? Why can't we absorb their power anymore? Guyu understood that the core of the secret realm had been taken by him, causing the strange power to disappear. After finding a corner to change his appearance, Guyu crushed the fragment of the void stone and was transported out of the secret realm by a mysterious force. Mocking voices echoed around him. Another unlucky one made it out. Guyu ignored them and quickly returned to the academy camp. By now, many others had exited the secret realm. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Guyu, you made it out too?" Guyu turned to see Lin Yi and the blue-haired woman approaching him. Guyu made a helpless expression and sighed. "The monsters inside are too strong, and there are so many of them. I hid for a long time, but eventually couldn't hold out." Lin Yi said regretfully, "It would have been great if you could join us. We're short on people too." Guyu looked at Lin Yi with confusion. "That's strange. You seem pretty approachable. How come you can't recruit anyone?" Lin Yi gave a resigned glance at the blue-haired guy beside him. "It's because of him. He keeps demanding beauties and refuses men." The blue-haired guy immediately retorted, "No men. Even if Lin Yi agrees to let you join, I won't." Suddenly, Guyu changed the subject and said something surprising. "By the way, do you know which beauties are among the students who came with us this time? I'm looking to be a kept man." Lin Yi waved his hand. I'm not really sure about that." The mention of beauties instantly energized the blue-haired guy, who became playful. "Buddy, now that's a topic I'm interested in. I'm an expert in this area. I've got a directory of wealthy women across the country, selling it to you for 10,000 soul coins." Guyu looked at the national top 500 companies directory being handed to him, a blank expression on his face. The blue-haired guy laughed and waved his hand. "Just kidding, haha. Seriously though, if we're talking about our school, it would be Yun Wuxing. She's the little princess of the Yun group, rich, beautiful, and has a sweet smile. She's the top of the wealthy women. No one else can compare to Yun Wuxing, so I won't recommend anyone else." Guyu pressed on. "What about other schools? Any particularly beautiful and powerful ones?" Without hesitation, the blue-haired guy replied, "That would be Mu Yanxue. She's the princess of the Mu family, reportedly incredibly powerful and stunningly beautiful, far surpassing any school beauty. Unfortunately, I haven't seen her in person." Guyu suggested, "Which academy is she from? Shall we go take a look?" The blue-haired guy mused. "I think she's from Wuhuang Academy, probably that blue-haired girl." "Then let's hurry and take a look, before we miss the chance," urged Guyu. The 3 of them immediately set off for the Wuhuang Academy camp. Along the way, Guyu learned that the blue-haired guy's name was Yuan, Lin Ye's close friend, who had a penchant for beauties. Upon reaching the Wuhuang Academy camp, they found it surrounded by a large crowd of boys. They squeezed through the crowd to find the camp in chaos. "Where's Yanxue? Why hasn't she come out?" someone asked anxiously. "Why isn't Sister Yanxue replying to my messages?" "Wu Yanxue," another voice cried out. A woman who appeared to be a teacher came out to reassure everyone. "Don't worry. We've received news that Mu Yinxue was severely injured in the secret realm, but has gone home to recover. Her life is not in danger. The crowd erupted again, with some swearing to avenge Mu Yinxue. After confirming Mu Yinxue's identity, Guyu decided to leave. He thought to himself, is that level of harm really not enough to kill her? I'd better steer clear of anyone associated with her for now. I wonder how powerful the Mu family really is. In a pitch-black cave, Mu Yinxue lay on the cold stone, with most of her wounds having healed. Her arm, which had been severed by Guyu, was slowly regenerating and was halfway restored. An elderly woman with graying hair sat beside her, her eyes filled with concern. Yinxue, what happened? The old woman asked softly, her voice full of affection for her disciple. Mu Yinxue, looking pale and weak, replied, I'm sorry, master. I was too inexperienced. Just after defeating the tower spirit and thinking the mission was accomplished, I was ambushed and severely injured. The attacker struck at the perfect moment, suggesting they had been waiting for some time. I failed to detect the intruder. The old woman widened her eyes in shock. What? Someone else managed to reach the base of the tower. A hint of confusion flickered in Mu Yinxue's eyes. Master, I don't understand. What exactly is that tower? Why do we need to destroy it? The old woman sighed, her expression complex. I'm sorry, Yinxue. I've used the last of my strength to foresee this opportunity for you. Some things are better left unknown, as knowing them in advance won't benefit you. Mu Yinxue's gaze dimmed slightly, but quickly regained determination. Master, the person who ambushed me wore a pitch-black robe. His sole weapon was a strange chain blade that seemed to control enemies. He also had two soul pets that took the form of women. One seemed to be a three-tailed fox, and the other felt like the legendary dragon. The old woman looked grave. That must be a true dragon, not a lesser dragon. The power of a true dragon is unmatched. Mu Yinxue continued. The fox's attacks weren't very strong, but its control abilities were troublesome. Its strength should be at the transformation level, right? The old woman suddenly asked. Was there a purple snake with him? No. Mu Yinxue shook her head. The old woman breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It might just be other inheritors competing with you for the opportunity. She felt a sense of relief, but also worried about the consequences if the tower wasn't completely destroyed and fell into the wrong hands. Yinxue, my time is running out, the old woman said earnestly. You must grasp the celestial sword technique as soon as possible. The path ahead is yours to walk alone. Rest and recover well. Don't go back to school for now. I will continue to guide you in your training. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guyu made an excuse to leave. Linyi, Yuan, you guys keep an eye on your sister. I'm going back to rest. It's a pity I didn't get to see the famous Mu Yinxue. Yuan, without turning his head, said, stay a bit longer, Guyu. Look at that one over there. Her legs are quite fair. Guyu silently cursed him as a dirty old man, and quickly left. Back at the Balon Academy camp, everyone was dejected due to the disappearance of the secret realm's power. A female student sighed. Why did the extra soul power suddenly vanish? My second soul pet was so close to reaching enlightenment. Maybe something unexpected happened, someone speculated. As everyone continued to discuss, Yuan and Linyi returned. By then, Lan Mao had become familiar with Guyu and casually slung an arm over his shoulder. Yuan grabbed Guyu's arm mysteriously and lowered his voice. Hey buddy, you've been out on your own all day. Did you find anything? Maybe we can trade. Guyu shrugged and replied flatly. Nah, nothing much, just a bunch of bones. Yuan glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then leaned in closer to Guyu and whispered, actually, I've got a soul bone. Interested? I'll sell it to you for 2 million soul coins. Guyu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. A soul bone? Why don't you use it yourself? Yuan didn't answer directly, but led Guyu to a secluded corner. Once he was sure no one was watching, he took out a black bone with a faint dark glow from his spatial ring. Guyu's eyes were immediately drawn to it, almost popping out of his head. He instantly recognized it as a rare dark-type heavenly soul bone, capable of greatly enhancing the power of dark-type soul beasts. Yuan sighed, looking troubled. My soul pets are light and thunder attributes, so I can't use it. I've tried selling it to a few people, but nobody wants a dark attribute item. If you don't want it, I'll have to sell it off. He waved his hand in resignation. Guyu was secretly pleased but feigned indifference. Dark attribute junk, not much use to me either. Yuan looked disappointed. Seeing this, Guyu leaned closer to Yuan and whispered mysteriously. Since you told me, I'll share some good news too. I actually got a soul bone as well, a light attribute one, but it's not much use to me either. I was planning to sell it for some cash to impress a girl. He winked suggestively. Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Guyu chuckled. Why would I lie? Look, he discreetly showed his light-type soul bone. The two of them looked like they were passing around something forbidden. Guyu continued. I heard you're a light attribute guy. I'll sell it to you for 2 million soul coins. He thought to himself. This way Yuan would be eager to trade for the dark attribute soul bone. No one can resist the allure of a soul bone. Yuan was excited but hesitant. But I don't have that much money on me. Can you wait a few days? Guyu pretended to be troubled. that's a problem. I just met a girl and planned to spend the money on her. Yuan panicked, pleading, please, buddy, let's make a deal. I'll add an extra 300,000 soul coins on top. Guyu acted reluctant. Well, since you told me about the girl, I'll reluctantly agree. Forget the money. We'll be classmates after all. Yuan hugged Guyu in excitement. Guyu, you're the best. Guyu pushed him away. Get off, man. No hugging. They exchanged the soul bones and contact information. Guyu looked at the dark-type soul bone in his hand, feeling ecstatic inside. Later, they returned to the camp and found the teacher already taking attendance. Guyu thought to himself, just as he expected, the secret realm's power had vanished, and the first layer had nothing valuable left, so everyone withdrew. Where have you two been? You're the last ones we're waiting for, Mr. Wong said, adjusting his glasses with a hint of concern in his voice. Yuan grinned sheepishly and replied, sorry, Mr. Wong. We just went to the bathroom. Guyu quickly added, sorry, Mr. Wong, relieved that he hadn't caused any trouble. Hurry up and get in line. We need to head back soon, as others will come to explore the secret realm, Mr. Wong urged. Guyu and Yuan quietly took their place at the end of the line and boarded the bus back to the school. A heavy atmosphere filled the bus, as everyone felt disappointed for leaving the secret realm for unknown reasons, missing a rare chance to practice. Only the troublemaker was laughing recklessly. As night fell, the bus finally arrived at the school. Mr. Wong dismissed the group, saying, that's all for today. Remember to come to class tomorrow. Yuan and Lin Yi approached Guyu. Hey, Guyu, where are you headed? Well, I plan to go home and get some rest. I haven't slept well these past few days, Guyu said, rubbing his tired eyes. We were hoping to take you to see my sister, Yuan said, a bit disappointed. Next time, for sure, Guyu promised, then bid them farewell and headed home. Upon entering his house, Shuang took off her mask and cheerfully went to prepare dinner. Guyu noticed Li Yu seemed troubled and approached her softly. Li Yu, I got you a dark soul bone. It should boost your strength significantly. Li Yu, usually lively, showed no reaction. Guyu asked cautiously, what's wrong? Suddenly, Li Yu hugged Guyu, her voice tinged with worry. Master, what if we just spend our lives happily without rushing to gain power? Shuang and I will always be with you. Guyu gently held Li Yu's waist, puzzled. Why are you thinking this way all of a sudden? I still need to avenge you. It's okay. Being able to live again, even for just a century, is enough, Li Yu said, her face buried in his chest, hiding her expression. Guyu replied firmly, your lifespans are so long, I can't just waste them. I promise to avenge you one day. Even if not for myself, for you, strength is essential to survive in this world. I knew you would choose this path, Li Yu said softly. Guyu pondered. Is it about that tower? Li Yu gently shook her head. Some things are better not known too early, and I'm not entirely sure. Then I won't ask more. As long as it provides me strength, that's enough. I already have a stunning beauty hidden away. One more tower won't matter, Guyu joked. Master has become quite the smooth talker, Li Yu teased. I noticed you enjoy Shui Ying's lap pillows. Today, let me do it for you. With that, she guided Guyu to lie down, resting his head on her silk-clad thighs. Guyu, feeling her warmth and scent, closed his eyes comfortably. Li Yu gently played with the strands of hair falling on his face, exuding an unspoken allure. Guyu recalled the sultry Li Yu in the bathroom, contrasting sharply with the gentle woman beside him. She's quite the enchantress, he thought. While immersed in Li Yu's softness, his thoughts drifted back to the mysterious tower. Its origins seemed complex, and Li Yu might know it, while Mu Yanxue wanted to destroy it. The ominous phrase, calamity approaches, loomed over his mind. At that moment, Li Yu squeezed Guyu's hand, soothingly saying, don't worry, master. Li Yu will always be by your side until the end. Guyu was about to respond, but Li Yu's finger gently silenced him. She smiled alluringly. Don't say that word. They lingered together until Shuang called out. Dinner's ready. Guyu got up, looking at the two women, and smiled calmly. The meal Shuang prepared was delicious, clearly showing her efforts to please Guyu. Shuang, your cooking is amazing. You've really put in the effort to please the master, Li Yu praised. Shuang blushed, stammering. It's what I should do for the master. After dinner, Guyu taught Li Yu how to play a matching game before going to shower, reminding the two not to enter. Soaking in the warm water, Guyu felt his fatigue melt away and began studying the tower in his soul sea. Since the pagoda entered his soul sea, Guyu hadn't examined it closely. He closed his eyes, letting his intuition guide him, and the small tower appeared in his palm. It looked like an ordinary model but constantly emitted soul energy. Guyu focused his mind, exploring the secrets of this mysterious tower. Feeling the increase in soul power, Guyu realized this wasn't from the regular energy of the world. While meditation could cultivate soul power, its effects were negligible. At this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the small tower was continuously generating black soul power, which he greedily absorbed. Guyu hurriedly finished his bath and, under the curious gazes of Li Yue and Shuang, ran back to his bedroom alone. He decided to quietly cultivate for an hour to see the results. As time passed, an hour later, Guyu was astonished to find that the soul power he absorbed was equivalent to the amount from 30 soul crystals. This pagoda of meteorite iron not only generates soul power on its own, but can also store it. Guyu thought, delighted. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for him. Compared to the meager daily allowance from school and the mere 10 soul crystals each person in Class 2 received daily, this small tower was like a treasure trove. Due to the slow absorption of soul power from the world, humans were often overrun by soul beasts, and most ordinary people could only rely on soul crystals to enhance their soul power level. Now, with this magical pagoda of meteorite iron, Guyu could quickly enhance his soul power, giving him a significant advantage on his path of cultivation. Currently, only the first level of the tower was active, and Guyu regretted not sparing Tianma's life back then. He remembered that the second level required the soul of a lord level or higher soul beast to unlock, and he began to plan for the future. With the extra soul power produced daily, Guyu felt there was no need to waste time at school every day. He decided to find out tomorrow if there was a legitimate way to skip classes. Just as Guyu was immersed in his cultivation, a gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Liyue's sweet voice came through. "Young master, Mei Shuiying and I come in." "Come in. There's no need to be formal at home," Guyu replied casually. The door slowly opened, and Liyue and Shuiying seemed to have just bathed, their hair still slightly damp. The sight of them, like ethereal beings, was captivating. Liyue had found one of Guyu's old white shirts somewhere, and the thin fabric struggled to conceal her impressive figure. Shuiying, having changed from her usual shrine maiden attire, wore a black camisole, looking particularly alluring. Guyu cleared his throat and asked, "Liyue, was this your idea?" With her head lowered and a blush on her neck, Shuiying's blue bell softly jingled as she moved. She quietly answered, "No, I just wanted to try a different style." Liyue approached Guyu, her familiar fragrance enveloping him again. She softly asked, "Young master, didn't you say you got a soul bone for me?" The sudden aroma overwhelmed Guyu, causing his internal injuries to flare up, his blood surging. Trying to stay calm, he said, "Let's strengthen the soul bone quickly then." Guyu took out the soul bone that emitted a black glow, its surface shimmering mysteriously. He decided to strengthen it on Liyue's leg to see how it differed from the previous hand enhancement. He carefully placed the soul bone on Liyue's right leg and activated his soul power. As before, the black bone first emitted a strong black light, then became transparent as it was gradually absorbed by Liyue. "Eek!" Liyue suddenly exclaimed, seemingly in pain. Guyu quickly used his other hand to hold her slender waist, comforting her. "What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Liyue's dragon tail kept striking Guyu's back, indicating her discomfort. As the soul bone was fully absorbed, a lifelike dragon pattern appeared on Liyue's right thigh. The newly acquired soul bone skill Windbreaker Claw replaced the previous Dark Edge Claw, its power far surpassing before. Feeling the transformation in her strength, Liyue murmured, "Is this the power of a soul bone? No wonder some soul beasts are willing to become subordinates to humans." Guyu immediately corrected her. "Liyue is not my subordinate." Liyue playfully imitated a demure woman, saying, "Hee hee, the young master treats me the best." However, instead of being overjoyed, Guyu found himself in tears for some reason. Liyue worriedly asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" Guyu softly replied, "Nothing, just remembered some terrible things." Seeming to understand, Liyue gently consoled, "It's okay. Even if the world ceases to exist, I'll always be with you." Shuiying echoed, "I'll always stay by your side too." Looking at the beautiful women in his arms, Guyu slowly closed his eyes, his heart filled with complex emotions. After telling a myriad of stories, Guyu finally lulled Liyue to sleep. He lay there staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep himself. Something seemed missing, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. A strange sense of familiarity lingered in his mind, perhaps just an ordinary déjà vu. Turning his head, he noticed Shuiying seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, her expression tense, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Gently wiping away her tears, he softly consoled her. "Don't cry, Shuiying." As if she understood in her sleep, she nodded slightly. Seeing this, Guyu soon drifted into slumber as well. Much later, a pair of blue eyes quietly opened, gazing at the sleeping Guyu. Shuiying carefully got up, moving so lightly that even Liyue didn't notice. She went to the window, hugging her knees as she looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. The moonlight bathed her beautiful face, like a celestial being descended to earth. "I'll protect you," she murmured softly, tears continuing to fall. The next morning, a piercing alarm disrupted Guyu's dream. Just as he was about to turn it off and continue sleeping, Liyue's voice chimed in at the right moment. "Master, time to wake up. Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to get up early?" Guyu mumbled in response. Just 5 more minutes." Eventually, Guyu chose to get up. Despite his extraordinary physical abilities, he knew the importance of keeping fit. After a simple stretch, he went out to buy some breakfast. Upon returning home, he found Liu already awake, lounging on the sofa playing video games in a relaxed pose. Guyu attempted to lecture her, but it was to little effect. Back in the bedroom, Shuiying was still asleep. Gently pinching her soft cheek, he whispered, "Time to get up, little lazy fox." Shuiying mumbled in her sleep, Master, don't worry, I'll." Guyu had to lightly tap her cheek to wake her up. Seeing it was Guyu, she gave a lazy, beautiful smile, her crescent moon-shaped brows framing her shimmering blue eyes with a hint of allure. "Good morning, master," she greeted sweetly, her smile radiant. Guyu urged, "Get up, stop grinning foolishly." After a leisurely breakfast, Guyu arrived at the classroom early, finding Lin Yi and Yuan already there. Yuan eagerly approached, ready to share last night's exploits. "You really missed out last night. I met someone amazing." However, he quickly noticed something was off with Guyu and asked with concern, "Guyu, what's up? You look completely drained." Guyu casually made an excuse. I was training hard late into the night." Yuan gave him a knowing look and continued his enthusiastic storytelling. Guyu responded absent-mindedly, his mind elsewhere, thinking, "Women, they slow down my progress. With no women on my mind, my blade becomes divine." Sword Manual, page 3, women are bothersome. At that moment, the classroom door opened, and a tall, beautiful young woman in nude stockings walked in. The once noisy classroom fell silent. She introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I'm the new teacher. You can call me Ms. Lin." Guyu wasn't particularly interested in the new teacher, instead pondering, where can I capture the soul of a lord-level spirit beast to work in the pagoda of falling iron? Working 996 is a blessing, worker beast, worker soul. To ordinary people, this might sound fantastical, but for Guyu, it was a trivial matter. During Ms. Lin's lecture, she suddenly mentioned the concept of soul slaves. Guyu immediately perked up, listening intently. Ms. Lin explained, "Class, soul slaves are a mysterious existence unknown to most people. They are indistinguishable from ordinary humans by the naked eye." Mr. Lin stood at the podium, looking serious as he introduced a new concept to the student soul slaves. The atmosphere in the classroom immediately became tense. Soul slaves are individuals without a soul pet contract, but who can enhance themselves using the power of evil soul beasts. Mr. Lin's voice echoed through the room. Simply put, they are like slaves to these soul beasts. Some special soul slaves can even summon their masters into the city, which is extremely dangerous. The students were stunned, eagerly raising their hands with questions. Mr. Lin patiently answered them, adding, "They are traitors. According to the latest intelligence, before transforming, soul slaves will have peculiar markings on their bodies. Be vigilant." Sitting in the back row, Guyu frowned. He recalled his first encounter with a soul slave, where the introduction was sacrificing one's life soul pet. This seemed somewhat different from what Mr. Lin described. He pondered silently. Could it be that even Mr. Lin doesn't know the full story? The female teacher briefly mentioned the concept of soul slaves, but didn't reveal any information about their weaknesses. Guyu had no interest in this teacher and was indifferent to the topic of soul slaves. To him, they were merely pitiable beings who sold their souls for power. However, thinking of the four-winged unicorn beetle, a cold light flashed in Guyu's eyes. He silently vowed that if he encountered that soul beast again, he would tear it to pieces. The morning classes passed with the infusion of theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, the students eagerly anticipated the soul weapon practical class, taught by Mr. Wang, whom they had met before. Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses and got straight to the point. "I guess some of you might feel that your soul weapon abilities are too limited, right?" The students nodded in agreement. "Actually, you're all falling into a misconception." He removed his glasses, and his demeanor changed instantly. The scholarly appearance vanished, replaced by a wild soul energy aura. Red soul energy burst from his body, even causing his hair to scatter. Guyu's eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. Mr. Wang's soul energy fluctuations were so strong they were visible, like he was about to transform into a super scion. Suddenly, a fiery red blade appeared in Mr. Wang's hand. He swung it lightly a few times, then threw it with force. To everyone's amazement, the blade flew out, connected to the hilt by a chain of soul energy. The students gasped in astonishment. Guyu was also taken aback. "Isn't this Li Yuanfang's weapon? It's clearly a melee weapon, but its attack range suddenly tripled, making it extremely difficult to defend against." Mr. Wang put his gold-rimmed glasses back on and smoothed his hair, using his powerful soul energy to neatly comb it back. He continued to explain, "Once you reach the soul master level, you can grant your life soul weapon the ability to change shape. How it changes depends on your talent and effort." Guyu suddenly understood that at the soul master stage, one's life soul weapon could undergo an additional evolution. It seemed that attending school indeed had its benefits. Mr. Wang waved the fiery blade in his hand and added, "For instance, I chose to extend this blade's attack range. Of course, you can also choose to enhance abilities, change size, and so on." Afterward, Mr. Wang led the students to the arena in the back. He explained in detail the characteristics of life soul weapons. They originate from soul power, cannot be easily destroyed, will disappear if too far from their owner, and can be restored even if shattered. Guyu listened intently, his mind already devising new tactics. If a weapon can't be destroyed, then cutting off an opponent's hand or forcibly separating them from their main weapon in battle could be a good strategy. Mr. Wang emphasized at the end, although life soul weapons can't be destroyed, they're not invincible. In a life and death duel, the time it takes to reform your weapon might be the moment you meet your end. This class gave Guyu a lot of insights and a new understanding of using soul weapons. Guyu's question sparked a discussion on the varying strengths of soul artifacts. Teacher Wang patiently explained that soul artifacts indeed differ in strength, much like people vary in abilities. He detailed the classification of these artifacts. The weakest are the control and defense types, which lack active damage capabilities. Next are the support and attack types, which are the mainstream powerful soul artifacts commonly encountered, and the strongest are the legendary soul artifacts, which have been blessed with immense power since their inception. Listening to this, Guyu couldn't help but think of Mu Yanxue's heavenly sword. The peculiar energy it exuded reminded him of protagonists in novels who are favored by fate. He speculated that after surviving her recent ordeal, Mu Yanxue might become significantly stronger the next time they meet. Teacher Wang continued his lecture, encouraging students to explore innovative uses of soul artifacts. He picked up a fire blade, effortlessly transformed it, and then hurled it forcefully. The flaming dagger pierced through a large tree and vanished instantly. This scene amazed Guyu, showing him that a melee weapon could achieve a ranged attack effect. Although the weapon would need to be reformed, it was undoubtedly an effective tactic. The teacher explained the techniques of using soul artifacts in a simple yet profound manner, such as concentrating power on the critical parts of a weapon to conserve soul energy. Although Guyu didn't have to worry about soul energy depletion thanks to his soul absorption ability, the discussion gave him new inspiration. He pondered whether he could focus maximum power at the tip of his soul-locking chain to increase his thrust speed, and then evenly distribute it along the chain once he had ensnared an enemy. This idea filled him with eagerness to try it out. At the end of the class, Teacher Wang announced a week of practical combat lessons starting tomorrow, advising students to prepare. Guyu wasn't concerned, as long as he didn't encounter anyone from Wuhuang Academy. He believed Mu Yanxue must have used some special means to enter the third layer of the secret realm, and she wouldn't be able to find him through conventional methods. Moreover, given the strength Guyu had demonstrated, Mu Yanxue might mistakenly think he possessed a shape-shifting level soul pet. With anticipation for the upcoming practical lessons and thoughts about his own safety, Guyu concluded this insightful class. As soon as the school bell rang, Guyu politely declined Yuan's invitation to go shopping. He pondered to himself about this simple guy whose mind was filled only with thoughts of women. Shaking his head, Guyu decided to try a new strategy. He took out his phone and skillfully opened the Hunter app. His previous successful missions had boosted his level to 4. At the Hunter Guild, Guyu was delighted to find he finally had enough snow deer antlers. After completing a series of tasks and buying materials, his account balance still stood at 2.1 million, which pleased him greatly. It seemed that with increased power, money was no longer an issue. He casually took on a small task to clear out some minor monsters near the National Highway and left the Xinyao Southgate inspection office. The soul beasts here were no longer limited to ice attributes. They now had various types. Reaching a suitable distance, Guyu summoned Shuiying and Liyue. The two girls seemed to be whispering to each other, with Shuiying's face blushing like a ripe apple. What happened? Guyu curiously asked. Too shy to look at Guyu, Shuiying transformed into her fox form. Liyue said nothing, just softly gazed at Guyu, exuding an aura of pure innocence. All right, as expected of you. Guyu shook his head helplessly, picked up Liyue, and quickly headed to the mission location. This section of the highway was commonly used by trucks for transporting goods between cities. Recently, however, a blue lion had been causing trouble here. Thanks to Liyue's precise radar search, Shuiying quickly spotted the mission target. The Bihue lion, a common level telepathy stage 2 soul beast, was a water tribute evolution of a lion. Its soul skills included 1. Water bullet, a basic charged water bullet attack with limited damage. 2. Lionheart, causes random water attribute damage around it, with considerable power. 3. King, deals extra damage to lower level targets. 4. Claw strike, a basic physical attack. Looking at the majestic blue lion, Guyu thought, weakling. The system's evaluation was already kid level. Master, is it this one? Let's finish it quickly and go back to play games. Liyue's words were still full of allure. Let's go back and play Candy Crush. Guyu quickly changed the subject. I'll handle it first, let me take it on. The blue lion warily eyed the three of them, a strong survival instinct urging it to flee. It shamefully turned to run, and just as Guyu was about to make a move, he realized the lion had already slipped away. Darn, where's your kingly aura? Why are you running? Guyu cursed under his breath, and the three of them immediately gave chase. With his current speed, Guyu ran full tilt and wasn't left behind by this common-level little lion. He decided to try out the new tactic he had conceived today, swaying charm. The little lion fell into a daze, and the frost sting quickly pierced its thigh, slowing its movement speed significantly. It won't escape now. Guyu confidently threw the soul lock chain, channeling his soul power to the limit. The chain surged forward like it had taken a stimulant. So that's how it's used? Guyu realized, but then found that the power was too concentrated, sacrificing accuracy. The soul lock chain struck the Bihue lion's rear. Roar! The Bihue lion roared in pain. It missed, swaying, frost breath. Don't kill it. Guyu quickly commanded. The Bihue lion, vastly outclassed by swaying, was toyed with easily. Master, you really have a wicked sense of humor. Liyue gave a coquettish glance. I'm not, stop saying that. I'm just trying out a new move. Guyu hurriedly explained. Is master going to spank me now? Liyue posed as if being bullied, covering her behind with her hands, exuding charm. Sister Liyue, stop it. Shuang blushed, seemingly recalling something. Watching the three of them laughing and chatting, the Bihue lion was speechless, trying to sneak away, but its body was too immobile. Pia. Speed increased by nearly 30, and if I can fully master it in the future, combined with the stealth effect, the hit rate of the soul lock chain equals increased combat efficiency. Guyu analyzed to himself. Finally, he successfully hit the lion's tail. Let's put it out of its misery. With alternating flashes of black and green, the Bihue lion finally closed its eyes. Guyu severed its head and stored it in a special space ring to submit for the task. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Successfully devoured the Bihue lion. Successfully plundered target skill king. Guyu was surprised, not expecting to acquire a skill. The system continued. Converting for host into suitable skill, merging command with king. Successfully acquired skill royal command. Royal command. Your soul pet deals an additional 40 damage to linked enemies, increasing to 60 if the target is below the current soul pet's level. Guyu never imagined that the little Bihue lion would bring such a big surprise, and he regretted not preserving its body intact. Command evolution, unconditional 10 increase, and if the target is below Liyue or Shuiying's level, another 20 increase. Guyu excitedly analyzed. This is practically a godsend for defeating weaker opponents. He began to imagine the future. I wonder if I'll acquire a skill to forcibly lower enemy levels. 60 additional damage Dark Claws Shadow Vulnerability Shadow Flames Defense Reduction. This damage would be incredible. Unfortunately, there was no soul core or soul bone. Guyu sighed and shook his head. Although he completed the mission successfully, he felt his proficiency was still lacking. Glancing at his phone, it was only 7 o'clock, so he decided to train for another hour. Thus, Guyu, accompanied by 2 female companions, began to hunt down small creatures in the wilderness. The piercing cold strike hit its mark, reducing a fire crow to ashes in an instant. After nearly 2 hours of intense training, Guyu had mastered the new combat technique, and even the fire crows circling in the sky couldn't escape his attacks. With each fire crow he absorbed, Guyu felt his soul power steadily increasing, anticipating a breakthrough within half a month. He looked back, the moonlight casting a glow on the faces of his 2 companions, making them appear stunningly beautiful. Let's go home, Guyu said, gently wrapping an arm around the slender waists of the 2 women. Wait, young master, Liyue suddenly said with a serious expression. I sense other people nearby. Guyu was puzzled. How could there be others in this desolate place? I have 2 invincible soul pets. It's unlikely anyone else would be here. Looking at the chain blade in his hand, Guyu decided to investigate. He used his stealth ability, letting Liyue lead the way. As they moved deeper into the mountains, Guyu sensed something was off. This isn't right. Why are we heading towards the mountains? This place is strange too. The vegetation is lush, yet there are no soul beasts around. Something's up. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyu was having the worst day of her life. Normally, she was like a proud princess, basking in admiration. She should have gone home early, but she followed her crush, Chu Lingxia, into the wilderness, lured by his promise of a surprise. As a student of Balon Academy, Chu Lingxia was quite skilled, already at the Soul Master stage. With a flame lizard and a nether wolf, he should have been able to handle any danger on the outskirts of the new dawn. Lu Xinyu had been fantasizing about a romantic battle and a heroic rescue. However, things took a drastic turn. A group of uninvited guests appeared and took her to a small cave, seemingly to perform some mysterious ritual. To her shock, Chu Lingxia not only failed to rescue her, but appeared to be the mastermind behind it all. Young Master Chu, she's still untouched. Aren't you tempted? Said a rough man with a strange bird tattoo on his head. I have my plans, Chu Lingxia replied. He was decent looking, considered a prince in his class. Looking at Lu Xinyu's shapely figure, he swallowed hard, reminding himself to hold back for now. Meanwhile, Guyu and Liyue quietly arrived outside the cave. Liyue held Guyu's hand, tracing circles in his palm, and communicated through soul transmission. It's a damsel in distress storyline. Who wants to save a damsel? It's troublesome. Guyu initially intended to leave. Inside are those known as soul slaves, Liu added. Guyu narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Soul slaves? What kind of mysterious force was this? Driven by curiosity, he withdrew his soul pets and used his stealth skill to sneak into the cave. Inside, Lu Sinyu's cries echoed. Brother Chu, no? Why are you doing this to me? Her beloved, now a beast-like figure, was tearing at her clothes with ill intentions. Shut up. A loud slap landed on Lu Sinyu's face. Lu Sinyu was beaten until she was dizzy and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. She had thought about resisting, but looking at her life-bound soul pet, barely clinging to life, and her second soul pet, already slain in battle, despair engulfed her like a tidal wave. Please, Brother Chu, let me go back, she cried, her voice full of fear and desperation. Chu Lingxia looked down at her coldly, his eyes glinting with danger. Don't you like me? If you like me, you have to do things for me, he said, his voice filled with menace. No, Lu Xinyu screamed, trying to curl up to protect herself. Chu Lingxia gave a wicked smile. Humph. When a woman says no, she means yes. He strode to the center of the mysterious magic circle and summoned his soul pets. A common lizard appeared in the circle and transformed into a pretty young girl. Following that, his second soul PETA common netherwolf also emerged. Chu Lingxia suddenly issued a shocking command to the lizard girl. Xiaoi, kill this netherwolf. Then kill yourself and offer your heart to me. The lizard girl widened her eyes, unable to believe what she heard. What, master? Why? Didn't you really like Yu? She looked at the dark attribute giant wolf, recalling the days they fought side by side. Chu Lingxia glared fiercely at his soul pet. Are you defying my orders now? But I don't understand. Why? The lizard girl asked, confused. Just do it. Chu Lingxia roared, slapping the lizard girl hard across the face. The lizard girl covered her face, tears streaming down. I don't understand. Why has the master become like this? We swore to reach the top of the world together. Chu Lingxia shouted mercilessly. No reason. I hate you the most. Your power is so weak. Always a burden to me. I hate you. You're not as cute or beautiful as other soul pets. Your figure isn't as good, and your strength is completely inferior. Other soul pets are as beautiful as fairies. Look at you, disheveled and dirty. How can you be worthy of me? These words hit the lizard girl like a heavy blow. She collapsed to the ground, unable to accept this cruel reality. This can't be. Master, didn't you say you loved Yer the most? Weren't we going to become the strongest together? The netherwolf, sensing its master's betrayal, instinctively wanted to flee. But Chu Lingxia commanded fiercely, wretched creature, go die. Become a sacrifice for the evil god. He forced the lizard girl to attack the netherwolf. Under the onslaught of a group, the netherwolf finally fell, its eyes full of confusion and sadness in its final moments. It remembered its master's past kindness and couldn't understand the change. Why? It closed its eyes with this question lingering. The lizard girl, tears flowing like a river, softly said, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. Chu Lingxia, eating the fresh heart of the netherwolf, exclaimed excitedly, delicious. The power of the evil god is coming. I can feel it. Money. Women. Here I come. He turned to the lizard girl and cruelly added, now die. You ugly lizard. Just as the lizard girl was about to be forced by the soul contract to commit suicide, Guyu, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer hold back. He didn't care about the human woman's life or death and had no intention of playing the hero. However, Chu Lingxia's betrayal of the life and death contract with his soul pet, such an insane act, made it impossible for him to stand by. Guyu coldly declared, Shuiying, Liyue, come out. Today they all must die. His voice was full of determination, and his eyes blazed with icy anger. Just as the lizard girl was about to tear out her own heart, an overwhelming pressure surged through the cave entrance like a tidal wave. Everyone present was instantly knocked unconscious by this force, collapsing to the ground. Guyu calmly surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on the already unconscious Lu Xinyu. If not for Chu Lingxia's orders, she would have long been a meal for those soul slaves. A flicker of coldness flashed in Guyu's eyes, thinking this conveniently removed any concerns. He decisively ordered, and Shui Ying's piercing cold spike shot like lightning through the lizard girl's hands, pinning her fiercely to the rough rock wall. Simultaneously, Liyue's ghostly figure swiftly approached Chu Lingxia, her slender yet powerful fingers gripping his throat. Chu Lingxia had just caught sight of Liyue's figure, and his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Even with her face hidden by a mysterious mask, her aura and physique far surpassed his lizard girl. However, before he could get a better look, a wave of intense pain hit him. Liyue's sharp claws had mercilessly gouged out one of his eyes. Ah! Chu Lingxia let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing on the ground in agony. The other soul slaves had just regained their senses, and the scene before them filled them with terror. Two mysterious beauties and a man cloaked in black, wearing a bizarre mask, were wreaking havoc. Quick, save young Master Chu. The demon god awaits the summoning ritual, someone shouted. However, the long-prepared extreme ice unleashed like a snowstorm, instantly freezing these weaker soul slaves before shattering them. These small fry couldn't even withstand a single move from Shui Ying, let alone contend with Gu Yu. The windbreaker claw danced through the air, and Chu Lingxia's right arm vanished without a trace. Following that, Gu Yu shouted, "In E." The soul-locking chain struck like a venomous snake, dragging the battered Chu Lingxia before him. Gu Yu ruthlessly delivered a heavy punch, breaking Chu Lingxia's nose, causing blood to flow profusely. "Why?" Gu Yu coldly questioned. "You even kill your own soul pet. None of your business." Chu Lingxia tried to retort, only to receive another heavy punch. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Yu's eyes. "Give me a reason." With that, he viciously kicked Chu Lingxia in the groin. "Ow, ow, ow." Chu Lingxia let out a pig-like scream. Gu Yu flashed a wicked smile, his voice under the mask chillingly sinister. "If you don't speak, forget about touching any woman for life. If you're honest, I might consider sparing you." "Really?" Chu Lingxia trembled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Gu Yu impatiently said, "Too much talk. I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, you'll see how you'll lose your balls." Chu Lingxia hesitated, and Gu Yu began counting down. 3. Chu Lingxia was still struggling. 1. Gu Yu's tone grew increasingly icy. I'll talk." Chu Lingxia finally broke down. "Someone told me that by eating the heart of a soul pet and committing a crime, I could summon the demon god and gain true power." "Who is this someone?" Gu Yu's eyes narrowed. Chu Lingxia stuck out his tongue, revealing a black giant bird engraved on it. While Gu Yu pondered, black flames suddenly erupted from Chu Lingxia's body, sprouting underdeveloped wings on his back. "Aha! The power of the demon god." Chu Lingxia laughed maniacally, feeling an unprecedented power surge through him. Gu Yu snorted coldly, activating Immobilize instantly. "Acting all high and mighty. Even if you turn into a birdman, you'll die here." "Liyue, send him off." "No." The lizard girl broke free from the piercing cold spike, desperately rushing towards Chu Lingxia. However, how could she withstand the king's command-empowered windbreaker claw? The dark power raged, and both her and Chu Lingxia's bodies were instantly torn apart, shattering into pieces of flesh and blood. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? The demon god's power so easily. Chu Lingxia was filled with disbelief in his last moments. In her final breath, the lizard girl murmured, "Master, we can be together now." The lizard girl clung tightly to Chu Lingxia's head, her eyes filled with despair. As the black flames dissipated, their lives flickered like candles in the wind, finally extinguishing. Gu Yu looked at the tragic master and servant, feeling an indescribable pang of sorrow. Love unfulfilled, betrayed by one's master. This ending seemed destined from the start. Li Yu seemed to understand Gu Yu's thoughts, as flames of darkness suddenly ignited, reducing the two bodies to ashes. Gu Yu scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on a purple-haired woman not far away. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding not to intervene. Influenced by the dark dragon's evil soul, he was no longer the warm-hearted Good Samaritan he once was. At that moment, Lu Xinyu slowly awoke. She looked around, realizing that the nightmare seemed to be over, only to see 3 mysterious figures wearing masks. Driven by fear, she instinctively sought Gu Yu's help. "Big brother, save me." She covered herself while grabbing Gu Yu's ankle. Gu Yu stood there indifferently, ignoring her pleas. Li Yu, however, spoke with a chilling smile. "Little sister, do you believe that if I take off this mask, my master will kill you immediately?" Lu Xinyu was terrified, quickly closing her eyes and pleading, "Sister, no. I beg you, I understand the rules, I won't look." Tears streamed down her face as she realized she had lost even the chance to use her charm to seek help. This devilish woman had completely shattered her psychological defenses. Gu Yu coldly stated, "For now, I won't kill you or save you. The rest is up to you." With that, he turned and walked away with his 2 female companions. Lu Xinyu hurriedly dressed in her tattered clothes, trying to follow Gu Yu, only to find that the mysterious masked man in black had already walked away. She could only stumble along, following the traces left behind. Back near the southern part of Xinyao City, Gu Yu used stealth to silently watch the purple-haired woman return to safety, feeling slightly relieved. Li Yu leaned close to Gu Yu, teasingly saying, "Master, you really have a soft heart." Gu Yu replied calmly, "It's all up to her luck. If a soul beast had taken her again, I wouldn't care." He had no intention of getting involved in such troublesome matters. If he were more ruthless, silencing her would have been the wisest choice. But he ultimately couldn't bring himself to harm an innocent person. Li Yu removed her mask, softly saying, "Don't worry, master, if you need an excuse, leave it to me." Shui Ying chimed in, "Whatever the master does is right. Even if it costs my life, I won't." Gu Yu interrupted her, "What are you talking about? Life and death? Am I that kind of person? Let's go home and play some games." He noticed quite a few adventurers around, but wasn't worried about being recognized. He then put away his 2 female companions, changed his clothes, and leisurely strolled home. "Let's have hot pot." Guyu suggested. It's too late today, and making Shuiying cook would be too harsh. The two women agreed happily. Guyu opened a takeout app and ordered some hot pot essentials. Liu twirled her hair, signaling Guyu to come over. Guyu gently lay his head on her soft lap, while Shuiying massaged his legs, then complained, Sister Liu always competes with me for the master. The doorbell rang, and Guyu shouted, Just leave it outside, I'll give you 5 stars. The delivery person obliged, leaving the food outside. Guyu had to get up to fetch it. The three enjoyed a delightful hot pot meal. Satisfied, Guyu lay on the couch playing mobile games, but soon found it boring. This event is lame, can't be bothered to grind. Shuiying was still engrossed in studying recipes, while Liu was absorbed in a snake game. Guyu didn't disturb the two women's free time. Suddenly, Guyu said to the system, I want to draw a prize. A golden light flashed, and although it wasn't colorful, the gold was still pleasing. A peculiar flower pot? It can preserve any plant without aging and can grow strange seeds. Guyu chuckled wryly. Is this suggesting I become a farmer? Staring at the small flower pot in his system space, Guyu pondered to himself, wondering if some strange seeds might appear in the future. He put away the pot, temporarily setting aside this thought. Recalling the soul slaves he encountered today, Guyu frowned. These soul slaves were different from those he first encountered, but they shared a common trait, ruthlessly killing their own life-bound soul beasts. Considering the 6-legged earth dragon soul slave he encountered before, he was almost certain that soul slaves could never possess any soul pets. Guyu's thoughts drifted to the so-called descent ceremony, and curiosity sprouted in his mind. Strangely, these ceremonies seemed to always require female participation. He remembered the nightmare demon soul slave he encountered at Tianshang Rinjian, who was also capturing women. What was the connection between all these? Guyu was baffled. While he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a message from his teacher. Class assembly at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and quietly began to cultivate, absorbing the soul power of the Buddha Meteor Iron Tower. Feeling the significant growth in his soul power, Guyu nodded in satisfaction, deciding to rest early to prepare for tomorrow's practical class. The next day, Guyu dragged his weary body into the classroom. For some reason, his sleep quality was poor last night, and fatigue still lingered in his eyes. It wasn't long before Teacher Wang rushed into the classroom, announcing an exciting piece of news. Everyone, perk up. Our practical class location this time is Huayao City. Huayao City is a small city to the west of Xianyao City. Hearing they were going to another city, the students were instantly thrilled, as it was like a free trip. Guyu followed the group onto the school bus, heading to the train station in Xianyao City. Seeing the train, a sense of foreboding crept over him. However, with 2 homeroom teachers accompanying them, nothing should go wrong, right? This practical course was attended by 2 first-grade key classes. The students gradually boarded the train, eagerly admiring the scenery outside the window, while Guyu sat alone, feeling uneasy. Guyu, why are you sitting here by yourself? A gentle voice reached him. Guyu looked up and saw the familiar face of Yun Wuxin. Long time no see, he replied. Didn't sleep well last night, just resting a bit. Guyu explained casually. Yun Wuxin couldn't help but think of Guyu's beautiful fox soul pet, a blush rising on her cheeks. The two began to chat intermittently. However, Guyu soon felt several sharp gazes sweeping over him. Although he had no special feelings for Yun Wuxin, it was clear that some people thought otherwise. Miss Yun, I need to use the restroom. Guyu chose to end the conversation. Just call me by my name. Miss Yun feels too formal, Yun Wuxin said softly. All right, Miss Yun. Guyu deliberately repeated, then left his seat, heading to the smoking area of the carriage for a walk. Suddenly, a red-haired youth approached with a few followers. Hey, kid, what's your relationship with Yun Wuxin? The red-haired youth asked aggressively. Guyu sighed inwardly. Why couldn't he avoid such cliché drama? What's it to you? He replied quietly. The red-haired youth, clearly hot-tempered, threatened viciously. Stay away from her, or you'll regret it. Guyu smirked inwardly. Although he had no interest in Yun Wuxin, he wasn't someone to be easily bullied. Why should I listen to you? Why should I do whatever you say? Who do you think you are? You'd be better off meditating and cultivating your soul power. Guyu retorted with a smile, unfazed by the threat. The red-haired man's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He suppressed his anger and threatened through gritted teeth. Don't let me catch you. Guyu sneered, undeterred, and retorted. I should be the one saying that. Although I have no interest in Yun Wuxin, someone as dim-witted as you shouldn't be so arrogant. If we were outside, you'd be in the hospital by now. With that, he waved nonchalantly and turned to leave the train compartment. Guyu internally grumbled. These brainless admirers are everywhere. To avoid further unwanted attention, he decided to rejoin his class group rather than sit alone outside. When the redhead passed by again, he shot Guyu a venomous glare, filled with hostility. Along the way, Guyu listened to Yun boast endlessly about his great achievements, and before he knew it, the train had arrived at the final stop. The students from both classes lined up neatly, and to his surprise, the other teacher was the mature and beautiful Ms. Lin. Ms. Lin cleared her throat and announced, "This time, our first-year practical course will be conducted jointly. You can form teams freely, with a maximum of 3 people per team. The course objective is simple: hunt soul beasts in the southern part of Huayao City and bring back their heads. The group with the highest score within 3 days will earn the most credits, which will be equally divided among the team members." A somewhat confused student raised a hand and asked, "Teacher, what are credits?" Ms. Lin smiled and explained, "Credits are your basic guarantee for taking the graduation exam, so the more, the better. Keep in mind, attending classes for a full month without skipping will earn you 1 credit. Furthermore, high credits come with extra benefits, such as increased access to school resources." Mr. Wang added, "The first place in this event will be rewarded with 10 credits, decreasing incrementally for the following positions. As long as you don't return empty-handed, there will be rewards for various levels, so be sure to do your best." A female student nervously asked, "Do we have to stay inside for the full 3 days?" Ms. Lin patiently replied, "You can choose to leave early, but your score will be very low, and you won't be able to re-enter." Mr. Wang sternly reminded, "Everyone has used the void stone fragments, right? If you encounter danger, leave immediately. Your safety is the priority." With that, the teachers began distributing the life-saving fragments to the students. After explaining their purpose at the Huayao South checkpoint, Mr. Wang set up a peculiar device, possibly a fixed teleportation coordinate for the void stone fragments. After reiterating the rules, the students headed outside the city to form their teams. Taking advantage of the chaos, Guyu quietly slipped away from the crowd's view, sneaking into the city's corner to enter stealth mode and directly ventured deeper into Huayao's southern district. He thought that since this was a student training exercise, the soul beasts here shouldn't be too strong. So, he quickly moved further into the area. Meanwhile, the redhead was searching everywhere for Guyu, but to no avail. Lin Yi sent a message. "Guyu, where did you go? We agreed to team up last time." Guyu replied, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I plan to take down a few small beasts and then drop out of this practical assessment. Teaming up would just hold you back." After sending the message, he immediately switched his phone to airplane mode to avoid being invited to team up by Yun Wuxin, which would only complicate matters. Watching the students gradually leave, Mr. Wang approached Ms. Lin and said smugly, "Old Lin, do you believe our class might outperform yours this time?" Ms. Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, what makes you so confident?" Mr. Wang took off his glasses and said mysteriously, "Old Zhang mentioned a kid in our class whose combat skills I have a lot of faith in. He can easily defeat old Zhang's flame-horned horse and seems to be holding back." Ms. Lin looked thoughtfully into the distance and said softly, "A promising talent. I'll be watching closely. If you win, I'll treat you to dinner. Stick to the plan. Let's lose the main group first." Half an hour later, Guyu skillfully navigated through the sparse forest area and arrived at a barren rocky terrain. Along the way, he encountered a variety of soul beasts with different attributes, making it a training paradise. After ensuring there were no other students around, he casually chose a cave and went inside. Once inside, he immediately summoned Liyue and Shuiying. As soon as Liyue appeared, she couldn't help but complain, "It's so stuffy in here, little master." She sighed helplessly, as anyone would feel uncomfortable being confined in a space without freedom. Just as she finished speaking, a powerful presence suddenly surged from deep within the cave. Guyu thought warily, "Is it the cave's owner?" Sure enough, a first-level spirit bear charged out with a roar. However, before Guyu could even assess the bear's attributes, a black flash passed by, and the ordinary bear fell effortlessly. Guyu couldn't help but remark, "Pathetic. Too weak. This won't help improve my skills." Determined to find stronger opponents, Guyu decided to explore deeper into the cave. He deftly donned a fearsome mask and a large cloak, instantly feeling a surge of security. Liyue still seemed a bit uncomfortable, muttering, "This mask is such a hassle, little master." Shuiying quickly reassured her, "Sister Liyue, please bear with it. The master is only thinking of your safety." As the trio left the cave entrance, they hadn't gone far before Guyu spotted a pack of wolves about 60 meters away. A quick count revealed at least 20 wolves. Most striking was a golden wolf leading the pack. Guyu quickly analyzed its data. Wood Spirit Sunflower Wolf. Grade, Rare. Level, Spirit 6. Type, Wood Attribute Evolution of Wolf-type Soul Beasts. Features, possesses strong healing abilities. Skills. 1. Bloodthirsty Tracker. Deals extra damage to enemies with low health. 2. Claw. Normal attacks deal additional Wood Attribute damage. 3. Wood Spirit. Summons Wood Armor to envelop itself, increasing movement and health recovery speed. 4. Concealment. Enters a stealth state, gaining high bonuses in forested areas. Next attack deals high Wood Attribute damage. 5. Alpha Wolf. Increases all attributes of wolf-type allies by 10. Guyu studied the wolf's attributes and thought, "Impressive, quite strong. A powerful healing ability? Let's see you heal from a full-strength attack." It's a good opportunity to test the new command. The rest were ordinary wood spirit wolves, with levels fluctuating between spirit 2 and 3. Guyu pondered. A pack of over 20 wolves, such a tempting amount of soul energy. If I could take them all down, I might be able to level up. However, these wolves were clearly intelligent and high-level, unlike the foolish frost wolves. Guyu hesitated. Should I take them all on at once? The golden alpha wolf was evidently smart, sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Liyue and Shuiying. At least a lord-level grade, though the level doesn't seem high. Just tamed human pets, it calculated. With 20 capable subordinates, we should be able to win. The alpha wolf's ambition grew. It imagined that devouring either of these soul pets would greatly enhance its power. However, it wasn't reckless. Realizing that fighting in the open might be disadvantageous, it led its pack towards the forest depths. Once we get there, it plotted silently. Guyu saw through the alpha wolf's intentions. It doesn't want to fight on open ground. It wants to maximize its concealment effect. Not on my watch. He decided swiftly, instructing Liyue to activate her wind wings. Catch up and take down as many as you can. Shuiying quickly transformed into her fox form, carrying Guyu in hot pursuit. An intense chase ensued, with Guyu determined not to let the cunning wolves escape into the forest depths. Liyue moved with the speed of lightning. In mere seconds, a flash of dark light pierced through the body of an ordinary wolf. Guyu cautiously refrained from ordering Liyue to unleash her dragon might, wary of the possibility of encountering an insurmountable foe in these desolate wilds. He calculated that the combination of dragon might and Liyue's transformation was their best escape strategy, and he couldn't help but envy Muangsu, who possessed a spatial soul artifact. The wolf pack leader turned back and was immediately shocked. In just a few moments, 3 of its subordinates had met a grim fate. It was frustrated, as these were the capable subordinates it had painstakingly trained. The combat prowess of the transformed woman before it far exceeded expectations, and a direct confrontation was clearly unwise. The leader let out a piercing howl, and the pack sped up their retreat. Seeing this, Guyu immediately gave chase. After losing more than 10 members, the Mu-Ling Kuei wolf finally retreated into the dense forest, with the remaining wolves scattering and quickly disappearing into the woods. Guyu hesitated for a moment, reluctant to give up on the head wolf's skill, hoping it might enhance his stealth abilities. With the effect of the dragon might still active, Guyu decided to pursue further, aware of the potential for ambushes in the forest. He cautiously recalled Liyue to protect Shuiying, unwilling to see any more scars on her beautiful body. Once in the forest, Guyu asked Liyue if she could sense the enemy's presence. Liyue shook her head and said, I can barely sense ordinary stealth, but its level is higher than mine, and I'm not a support type. Its stealth skill seems to be enhanced. To detect it, you'd need an overwhelming level advantage or anti-stealth skills. This aligned with Guyu's suspicions. He analyzed, they might already be targeting us. However, with the strength of you two, these wolves' ambushes should be easily handled. The only real danger might be to myself. No worries, with your reverse scale effect protecting me. Let's keep moving forward, Guyu confidently replied. Shuiying softly said, I'll use an ice armor to protect you, master. Guyu smiled. Save it for yourself, I'm not that weak. The 3 cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. After about 5 minutes, there was still no movement around them. Suddenly, the leaves rustled, and 5 wolves leaped out from the trees. Guyu silently acknowledged the effectiveness of their stealth, but with Liyue's wind wings, 2 wolves were instantly taken down. The frigid spike whistled through the air, shattering the skull of a 3rd wolf with precision. The remaining 2 wolves lunged at Guyu. He responded calmly. With the distance so close, his soul lock chain lashed out, successfully hitting the nearest Mu-Ling wolf. The immobilization skill activated immediately. Having controlled one, Guyu swiftly shot a hidden thunder arrow at the other Mu-Ling wolf. The wolf, enduring the pain, swiped its claws at Guyu. A flash of black light appeared, and the weakened attack landed on Guyu's arm, no longer as painful as before, leaving only deep scratches. Guyu countered with a precise stab into the Mu-Ling wolf's abdomen. Seeing this, Shuiying immediately summoned another frigid spike, finishing off the Mu-Ling wolf Guyu had controlled. Liyue arrived in time, crushing the throat of the last wolf. With the flow of soul power, the light injury on Guyu's arm healed instantly. With the passive defense of the immortal body and the reverse scale effect, soul beasts of the same level couldn't inflict effective damage, especially since Guyu was also protected by his soul equipment. Just then, a powerful presence suddenly attacked. Can't hide anymore, can you? Guyu immediately ordered Shuiying to activate her ice armor for protection. As expected, the Mu-Ling Kuei wolf, seeing its subordinates quickly dealt with, resorted to a desperate attack on the seemingly weakest mage-type Shuiying. Crack! Its lethal strike failed to penetrate the fox girl's defensive skill. The Mu-Ling Kuei wolf was utterly shocked. So easy to lure in? Guyu sneered, then commanded Shuiying to cast her charm, successfully controlling it. The hidden shadow effect activated instantly. The soul lock chain coiled around the Mu Ling Kue wolf's neck like a snake, and the immobilization skill activated once more. Feel my most powerful burst skill. Guyu shouted fiercely. Liyue unleashed the dark flame, instantly igniting the golden wolf's fur. A black phantom flashed by, and with the dual boost of King's Decree and armor penetration, Guyu's full-force strike cleaved the rare Mu Ling Kue wolf in two. It didn't even have time to scream before its soul was obliterated. The remaining wolves, seeing their leader slain, scattered in all directions. Guyu felt a surge of joy, thinking his stealth ability might be enhanced. He ordered Liyue to hunt down the remaining wolves alone, while Shuiying stood guard, allowing him to focus on absorbing the Mu Ling Kue wolf's energy. The body of the wood spirit wolf gradually dissolved into white light and disappeared. Guyu waited expectantly for a system prompt, but no sound came. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn, I forgot to cut off the head. What a loss. Just as he was berating himself, Liu came running back lightly, a smug smile on her face. All cleaned up. Guyu sighed. Forget it. Let's just pretend it never happened. He quietly pocketed the level 2 would attribute soul core and began to clean up the battlefield. The corpses of 21 wood spirit wolves lay scattered on the ground. Guyu swiftly swung his knife, severing 21 wolf heads, and tossed them into his space ring one by one. As the light of devouring flickered, he silently hoped for a chance to gain a skill. However, reality was as harsh as ever. After absorbing the massive soul energy, Guyu felt he was just a step away from breaking through. In contrast, Liu and Shuiying's path to leveling up still seemed distant. Strangely, ever since they became his soul pets, they couldn't absorb the soul energy generated by the floating iron tower. Let's go, Guyu suggested. I wonder if we can encounter a Lord-level soul beast? 3 against 1, ordinary soul beasts aren't even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Although soul pets could absorb a small amount of soul energy when killing soul beasts, the increase was almost negligible for Liu and Shuiying. Night fell quickly. Suddenly, a flash of black light streaked by, and an ordinary porcupine fell to the ground. The system coldly prompted, devoured a poisonous porcupine. After a long period of accumulation, Guyu finally broke through to Soul Master level 4. He could feel his soul-binding chain becoming more resilient, and the mysterious runes on it were more densely packed. With just one more level, the soul-binding chain would gain a new ability, which filled him with anticipation. Today's hunt had been fruitful, and Guyu was in a good mood. He casually found a large cave and gave its owner a brown bear a thorough beating. Let's have bear paw for dinner tonight, Guyu instructed. Sure, master. Shuiying agreed cheerfully. After quickly cleaning the cave, Guyu opened his space ring and set up a simple resting area. As he walked to the cave entrance, he strangely noticed there were no soul beasts wandering around. Did they all get scared away? He muttered to himself. Guyu casually set up a campfire, and the poor brown bear soon became dinner for the trio. Liu ate with relish and praised. Shuiying's cooking is amazing. It's nothing, Shuiying replied modestly, her face illuminated by the warm glow of the fire. Suddenly, Guyu thought of a question. Do you only have this one set of clothes? Liu blinked and asked playfully. Little master, don't you like this outfit? I'm just curious, Guyu explained. Shuiying smiled lightly. Master, they can actually change. As she spoke, her clothes shimmered and turned into a red shrine maiden outfit. That's just a change of color, Guyu exclaimed in surprise. Shuiying shyly asked. Master, what would you like to see? I can change it for you. The shrine maiden outfit is fine. It looks nice, Guyu replied. As usual, Guyu took the first watch of the night. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't done the lottery draw for the day. I wonder if I can get some strange seeds, he mused. Should I do the daily draw? The system abruptly interrupted him. Couldn't you let me finish my sentence? Guyu complained. You can talk now? Silence followed, and then a colorful light flashed. Not bad. Luck's been good lately, the system announced. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Hidden Dragon. It puts your fate into a permanent concealment state, making it undetectable by any life form except calamity demon spirits through divination. Guyu pondered. Fate? Calamity demon spirits? Are there fortune tellers in this world too? I should have read more about the I Ching. The term calamity demon spirit sent a shiver down Guyu's spine. He recalled the previous warnings from the pagoda of fallen iron. Could this be the impending disaster? It sounded like a formidable enemy. Guyu was momentarily conflicted but quickly came to terms with a thieving bound the skill already. There was no turning back. He reassured himself that having an additional skill couldn't be a bad thing. The hint, Hidden Dragon, do not act, seemed to caution him that danger lurked everywhere, urging caution. Guyu's gaze instinctively fell on the pagoda of fallen iron within his soul sea. He remembered the inexplicable sense of familiarity when he first saw the tower and how he had even killed innocents to protect it. This thought unsettled him, but he quickly justified it to himself. In this world, killing for treasure is not uncommon. Guyu asked softly. Liyue, do you know what a calamity demon spirit is? Liyue, who was resting in his arms, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said in a soft voice, "It's a cursed being, too powerful to be tolerated by the heavenly Tao." She paused and continued, "I've only heard of such entities. They can hardly grow and are usually eliminated in their infancy. Even an adult calamity demon spirit would attract tribulation lightning with every major breakthrough. Even if I regained my full strength, I couldn't withstand the heavenly Tao's lightning." Liyue gently stroked Gu Yu's cheek, lost in thought. Legend has it that the gods of this world set many rules before they dissipated into the heavens and earth. Calamity demon spirits are beings that defy these heavenly rules, hence they are called demon spirits. As for their original names, they have likely been lost to time. Beside them, Shuiying couldn't help but express sympathy after hearing this. They are truly pitiful, to be treated like this just because of their immense power. Guyu took a deep breath and decided to put these thoughts aside for now. Let's focus on cultivation first. Preserving ourselves is the priority. With that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The pagoda of fallen iron emitted a faint glow. The next morning, Guyu gently woke Shuiying in his arms, packed up, and continued on their journey. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched a few low-level soul beasts. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, sparking his curiosity. Could there be a waterfall ahead? Waterfalls often hide treasures, and the thought excited him. After passing through dense forest, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. A majestic waterfall cascading from high above, its waters pure and clear. Surrounded by lush greenery, it seemed like an isolated paradise. The crystal-clear water flowed down the hillside, forming a tranquil pool. "So beautiful, master!" Shuiying exclaimed with joy at the sight of the stunning scenery. Guyu cautiously approached the waterfall's pool, filled with both anticipation and vigilance. Guyu approached the edge of the waterfall, intending to enjoy the scenery, when he unexpectedly discovered a small pond emitting a strange glow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the water was incredibly clear, with a mysterious light flickering in its center, as if a treasure was hidden within. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gu Yu's mind. Could this be the legendary lychee water? This mythical earthly treasure is said to appear once every 1,000 years, and when a woman bathes in it, she can maintain eternal youth, enhance her appearance, temperament, and skin, and even extend her lifespan. Unfortunately, this miraculous effect only works on women. Gu Yu couldn't help but sigh to himself. Alas, when will men get a break? His attention was then drawn to a small stone in the pond, on which grew a green plant resembling a long worm. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yu exclaimed, "Heavens, isn't this a Tian-level insect stone grass?" This extremely rare plant grows in different places each day, dying within an hour if removed from the stone, yet it possesses a magical rapid catalytic effect. Driven by curiosity, Gu Yu decided to test the wonders of the lychee water. He summoned his two female companions, Liyue and Shuiying. As soon as Liyue appeared, she exclaimed, "Master, is this really the legendary lychee water?" Gu Yu asked in surprise. "Liyue, you know about this?" Liyue explained. "It's said to be a special spring that can extend one's lifespan." Gu Yu excitedly said, "I've heard that bathing in it could be beneficial for you." However, his companions quickly dashed his hopes. Liyue gently replied, "Master, don't get your hopes up. It's only effective for humans. We are not truly human, so it won't work on us." Shuiying added with a soft smile, "The water can indeed extend lifespan, but the dragon clan already has a long life, so it's like a drop in the ocean for me. Being a legendary creature, lifespan is not an issue for me." Gu Yu felt deflated, frustratedly thinking, "What a waste. It doesn't work on them or men. I can't just take the pond with me. How annoying." Unwilling to give up, Gu Yu swam to the small pond and quickly picked up the small stone. The green worm seemed startled, instantly transforming into a small plant. After a moment's thought, Gu Yu tossed the stone into a peculiar pot he carried with him. The small worm sensed a unique power and transformed back into its worm form, burrowing into the soil and disappearing. Gu Yu marveled at the plant's magic, determined to study its powers further in the future. As he swam back to the shore, a familiar sense of impending doom suddenly struck him. Gu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the encounter with Mu Yinxue on the third level of the secret realm. He quickly became alert and discreetly retracted his two companions. Though Gu Yu was not afraid of whoever was approaching, the strange feeling combined with his recent increase in power made him decide to act cautiously. He quickly retrieved a small tree model from his system space and silently chanted, "I am a tree." The small tree vanished from his hand, indicating that this powerful life-saving tool had been used up. Gu Yu felt reluctant, but more so, he was wary of the impending danger. In less than half a minute, a powerful soul force wave swept in, accompanied by a familiar aura of heavenly sword energy. Two figures appeared by the waterfall pond, a young woman and an old woman. Gu Yu confirmed to himself, it's her indeed. After a few days apart, Mu Yinshua's injuries had fully healed, and her appearance seemed even more refined. Beside her stood an elderly woman, whose aged face still hinted at the beauty she once possessed. Guyu thought to himself, what kind of miraculous medicine did she take? If only I could share some with my Shuiying and Liyue. Mu Yanxue innocently asked, Master, why are we here? At this moment, she looked nothing like the decisive and formidable woman she had been, appearing instead like a sweet girl next door. Guyu snapped back to reality, scolding himself. What am I thinking? She's the enemy. He wished he could slap himself for being momentarily swayed by the enemy's beauty. As the master's time was nearing its end, the last of her divination power swirled at her fingertips. The old woman closed her eyes, concentrating to calculate the position of the ancient tower, but frowned. The demon spirit has not appeared, making it impossible to locate. What? Master, isn't the tower in that secret realm? Mu Yanxue exclaimed, confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. She had thought this was just a regular training mission, never expecting such a twist. The old woman looked grave and sighed. What I feared most has happened. The tower hasn't been destroyed but has been taken by the calamity prison body, and the demon spirit has yet to appear. Calamity prison body? What's that? Mu Yanxue tilted her head, looking innocent and curious. The old woman patiently explained, like your Tao body, the calamity prison body is one of many talents. However, its power is scattered across the world, limited by the heavenly Tao. Only by obtaining the power of the demon spirit can it truly awaken. Guyu, hiding in the shadows, continued to eavesdrop openly. The old woman's words stirred something in him, making him wonder, is she talking about me? The old woman continued, the calamity prison body is a gathering of the world's negative and dark forces. Only this physique can resist the demon spirit's influence. However, for the demon spirit and the calamity prison body to meet successfully, they must rely on the power of the calamity artifact. Only the calamity artifact can elevate the demon spirit's level and provide protection. Otherwise, the power of the heavenly Tao could easily detect the demon spirit's location. She looked serious and a bit surprised. I never expected that the cursed calamity prison body had grown to such an extent that it could defeat you without the demon spirit's power. Mu Yanxue lowered her head, feeling guilty. I am useless, master. Hearing this, Guyu felt a secret joy. Could it be that the demon spirit is here to aid me? He felt a bit excited, imagining the powerful presence that could turn the world upside down. I can level up effortlessly now, he thought to himself with glee. Mu Yanxue, however, gritted her teeth, recalling the black-haired man from that day, her hatred making her teeth itch. Next time I meet him, I'll definitely kill him. She had never tasted defeat before, and the loss was so devastating that it left a psychological shadow. Every silent night, that eerie mask would wake her. The old woman spoke earnestly. For this journey, I used the last of my divination power to find the trace of the heavenly soul artifact for you. Without its power, how can you defeat the demon spirit? You and he are destined enemies. The victor can claim all the others' power. Hearing this, Guyu suddenly understood that the inexplicable feeling of suffocation was due to this. A destined nemesis? He thought with a cold smile. Meeting me is your bad luck. You're bound to lose. Mu Yanxue solemnly said, I will follow your orders, master, to punish evil and uphold justice without hesitation. Then she wondered, is the demon spirit really that powerful? The old woman looked fierce. According to our ancestors, the demon spirit's power is unprecedented, almost defying the heavens. It must be fully exterminated and not left in the human world. She continued with regret. I hope to achieve two goals at once. The trace of the heavenly soul artifact is deep in this region. I've calculated the location of the calamity artifact, also here. But unexpectedly, he is protected by a master, and his life path has disappeared, making it impossible to calculate his whereabouts. Guyu felt secretly relieved, praising his system internally. If not for it, he feared he wouldn't escape the clutches of this master-disciple pair today. Mu Yanxue speculated quietly. Maybe he's already dead? The old woman shook her head. How could that be? She thought to herself that in her remaining years, she must clear all obstacles for her beloved disciple. Suddenly, the old woman's expression changed. What's this? What's wrong, master? Mu Yanxue asked, puzzled. It's the water of Li Pond. The old woman was moved to tears. If only she had found it earlier, she wouldn't have aged so. Beauty lamenting aging is as old as time. No hero wants to see their hair turn white. Who isn't afraid of growing old? Yanxue, you truly are a child of destiny. The old woman sighed with emotion. The treasure countless women dream of, you found while following the trace of the artifact, making me envious. This Li Pond water prolongs life and enhances beauty. It's a treasure for women. If only I had it years ago. The old woman wept with excitement. Encountering such a chance at the end of her life felt like a cruel joke by fate. Mu Yanxue said seriously, Master, is this water really so magical? You should go quickly. I'm still young. The old woman shook her head with a bitter smile. Silly child, my life is nearly over. How could I compete with you for this opportunity? From his hiding spot, Guyu couldn't help but internally comment. No way. Am I about to watch my destined enemy take a bath? This is too absurd. Under her master's persuasion, Mu Yinxue slowly removed her clothes. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. The old woman reassured her. It's all right, Yinxue, there's no one else here. As she spoke, she spread her arms, casting a special barrier over the entire pool. Guyu observed from the shadows, thinking, the dispelling spell has activated passively. It seems it's meant to be. He couldn't help but find humor in the situation, secretly mumbling to himself. Might as well watch. Mu Yinxue was about 18 or 19, slender and tall, just a head shorter than Guyu. She had long blue hair cascading past her waist, light blue eyes, a delicate oval face with willow-like eyebrows, and clear, bright eyes. Her small, exquisite nose and vibrant lips completed her beauty. As she bathed, she looked like a fairy from a painting. After about 10 minutes, the water in the pool disappeared, seemingly absorbed by Mu Yinxue. Her ivory white, flawless body was fully exposed to Guyu, with glistening water droplets still adorning her skin. Her slender waist, delicate legs, and exquisite curves were faintly visible. Guyu was secretly amazed. I didn't expect such a transformation. She was already less impressive compared to Schweringli, but after this cleansing, her aura has improved rapidly, almost matching hers. He had to admit that a stunning beauty had emerged. However, he quickly reminded himself, but she's destined to be an enemy. Guyu forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil. The old woman was also astonished, exclaiming, Yinxue, you've become so beautiful. Mu Yinxue addressed herself and said humbly, Thank you, master, for making this possible. I have nothing to repay you with. The old woman closed her eyes and said earnestly, As long as you reach the peak, all my efforts will not be in vain, and the celestial divination technique will not be lost. Disciple will not fail you and will do my best. Mu Yinxue replied with determination. Guyu, upon hearing celestial divination, was taken aback. Mu Yinxue knows it too? That's quite something. Sounds like a powerful fortune-telling skill. The old woman continued to advise. Yinxue, there's one thing you must remember. The divine divination art can only be taught to those with a flawless Tao body. Even if you've learned it, you must not lose your purity. Once it's lost, your Tao body will be broken, and all your cultivation will be for others to benefit from, and the divination technique will be unusable. Never let worldly desires make you forget your mission. Mu Yinxue vowed. I have already promised Master that I will not let romantic entanglements hinder my future. The old woman whispered a few words in her ear, making Mu Yinxue blush and exclaim, How can that be? The old woman calmly replied, If you truly lose, then it's best to end it yourself early. Mu Yinxue clenched her fists, her face red with determination. Disciple will not lose. Guyu sighed internally. Wow, learning this divination art means becoming a nun. Geez, that's harsh. The old woman urged. All right, the opportunity has been seized. Since we can't find the trace of that demonic artifact, let's hurry to find the celestial soul artifact, so we don't return empty-handed. My time is running out. As they left, she said meaningfully, Everything is destiny. After the old woman and Mu Yinxue left, Guyu waited for over 10 minutes to ensure the area was safe before revealing himself and heading back. He initially planned to stay in the area for a few days, but unexpectedly encountered Mu Yinxue and her formidable master. Guyu calculated, I can't take on both of them. Her master can probably summon at least 3 soul pets, right? Facing 2 people and 4 beasts minimum, while we only have 3, how can we win? If Mu Yinxue adds another soul pet, it'll be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, Guyu couldn't help but feel a chill. Her unicorn didn't seem dead either, with its annoying dispel and invincibility. Hurry up and leave, or if they find my trail again, I'm done for. Guyu's heart was pounding violently, his mind repeatedly flashing back to that fateful encounter the pagoda of doom and his inevitable opponent, Mu Yinxue. Failing to eliminate her last time, was it truly destiny? I control my fate, not the heavens. Guyu gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. Although there might be clues about the heavenly soul artifact there, preserving his life was clearly more important at the moment. Without the life-saving item, I am a tree, and having lost his strong concealment abilities, going on an adventure would be akin to seeking death. That old woman, with her condescending demeanor, wouldn't show mercy to someone she considered a demon. Without hesitation, Guyu crushed the void stone fragment in his hand. The power of space instantly enveloped him, and in a flash, he returned to the initial checkpoint. Teacher, it's too dangerous inside. I'm done, Guyu said, panting heavily. All right, Mr. Wang said with a surprised expression. I didn't expect you to come out in just one day. Looks like I lost the bet. Come on, show me your battle results so I can calculate your credits. Hearing this, Guyu immediately opened his spatial ring and began to pour out the soul beast heads. As he watched the mountain of various soul beast heads pile up on the ground, Mr. Wang fell into a shocked silence. Could this kid have been cheating? Teacher, please count them. I have something urgent to do and need to head back to school. Guyu quickly waved goodbye. Remember to return to complete the remaining 4 days of other city tasks. Not showing up will cost you credits. Mr. Wong reminded him from behind. This practical class indeed offered considerable flexibility: 3 days of team tasks, 4 days of group tasks, all quite adaptable. Credits? 20 or so heads should be enough, Guyu thought, deciding to leave the place first, find a random city to continue hunting soul beasts, and return to school in a few days. As for the group tasks, it's better not to risk it. If he encounters them again, escaping would be difficult. Guyu hurriedly left the checkpoint of Huayao City. Inside the checkpoint, Mr. Lin chuckled. Old Wong, you lost. Not necessarily. Mr. Wong adjusted his glasses. That kid killed over 20 spirit-level soul beasts alone in 2 days. It's simply unbelievable. If he knew Guyu only showed half of his spoils, he might have been shocked, killing over 40 soul beasts in 1 day. Such an achievement was indeed astonishing. Mr. Lin couldn't help but express her amazement. She had never seen such an extraordinary student. Guyu arrived at the train station and casually bought a ticket for the next departing train, heading to Wielding City, north of Huayao City. It's a small city primarily relying on soul crystal mining for its economy, with surrounding soul beasts generally weaker in strength, perfect for leveling up. The train roared as it set off, and Guyu kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, fearing another hijacking incident. Once bitten, twice shy. Had been hijacked once and blocked by a big player while leveling up, so this time he was determined to avoid confrontation. However, his worries were unfounded, as the train steadily carried him towards Wielding City. Amidst the rumbling of the train, Guyu's thoughts were constantly on Mu Yanxue. The 3-hour journey passed without incident, and he felt a sense of relief. Upon arriving in Wielding City, Guyu quickly consulted a map and made his way to the nearest checkpoint. After scanning a code to verify his identity as a hunter, he unhesitatingly ventured into the western region of Wielding. Guyu came without a specific goal, only hoping to find high-level soul beasts, and secretly wishing to encounter a lord-level creature. He summoned his 2 female companions, adeptly donned disguises, and set off westward using stealth skills. An hour later, after checking the map again, Guyu realized he had ventured into a remote area. Surrounding him were red exclamation marks, indicating unknown territories. He instructed Liyue to revert to her dragon form and lifted Shuiying into the air. With the aid of the fallen heaven wings, they quickly flew beyond the map's edge into uncharted lands. The black dragon slowly descended, and the 3 of them cautiously surveyed the dense forest around them. Suddenly, a hissing sound caught their attention, and turning around, they saw several purple venomous snakes slithering toward them. Guyu quickly identified them as purple crepe myrtle snakes, ordinary-level soul beasts of the snake category with paralyzing, venom-spitting, and thunderbolt skills. Liyue and Guyu deftly dodged, creating space for Shuiying to cast her spells. 2 seconds later, extreme ice blossomed, freezing the snake's swarm into ice sculptures. After easily neutralizing the threat, Guyu felt somewhat relieved but remained vigilant. After devouring the purple crepe myrtle snakes, Shuiying's power visibly increased, advancing to the legendary soul beast level 3. She respectfully thanked Guyu, while Liyue playfully complained about favoritism. Guyu reassured her, suggesting they might soon encounter a suitable dark-type soul beast for Liyue. Having acquired a 2nd-level Thunder Attribute Soul Core, Guyu led the 2 women on a stealthy entry into the unknown area. Emerging from the silent forest, a rugged mountain path leading to the summit lay before them, while another path wound downward along the mountain. Guyu decided to ascend, but just a few steps into the climb, they were ambushed. A shadowy figure attacked with lightning speed, catching Guyu off guard. Fortunately, Liyue quickly unfurled her wind wings to block the assault. The attacker, having missed the mark, swiftly vanished into the void. Guyu caught a glimpse of the figure wielding a scythe, and an alarm bell rang in his mind. Is this a stealth skill? In just a few seconds, a terrifying aura attacked from behind Guyu. Bang! Luckily, Liyue was by his side, or he might have been killed on the spot. After a few exchanges, the assailant finally emerged from its stealth state. Guyu focused and saw a cloaked creature shrouded in darkness, gripping a sharp scythe. Its body seemed ghostly and indistinct. A system prompt appeared. Mysterious Guardian. Rank, Rare. Level, Spirit Tier 2. Type, Undead controlled by evil forces. Characteristics. Source of power is undying, will eventually resurrect. Can vanish into the void, entering an untargetable ethereal state. Alternates between stealth and ethereal states, repeating thrice. Death Scythe. Normal attacks inflict massive dark attribute damage, can penetrate bodies. First attack in stealth state gains a 100 bonus. Intangible. Immune to all forms of physical attacks and dark attribute damage. The seemingly simple panel was actually flawless. Guyu realized that this time, he couldn't rely on Liyue's formidable strength and would have to depend on Shuiying's abilities to deliver a killing blow. He strongly suspected that if he couldn't instantly kill the mysterious guardian, he wouldn't be able to inflict any effective damage. Even severing its hand would likely be useless, as it had no physical form. As Guyu pondered his strategy, the mysterious guardian attacked again. Liyue easily blocked its assault, and with a flash of black light, shredded the creature's cloak. However, as Guyu expected, the creature had no physical form, and its energy quickly reformed, clearly unfazed by physical attacks. Even the dark flames had no effect on it. Guyu regretted not mastering more wind attribute skills. Liyue shook her head, indicating she could only provide support this time. The mysterious guardian activated its void ability again, and Liyue once more easily deflected its attack. Guyu counted the 3 effects, waiting for the right moment. When the effect ended, Guyu seized the opportunity and commanded, Shuiying, charm. The mysterious guardian was momentarily stunned by the mental attack, frozen in place. Guyu quickly shouted, Shadow Bind. The soul chain swiftly tethered the scythe in its hand. Fortunately, soul artifacts were manifestations of soul power, though it was unclear if offensive soul artifacts would be effective against it. Guyu then ordered Shuiying to unleash extreme ice bloom. Unexpectedly, the charm effect lasted only a second before dissipating, despite having a level and rank advantage. Guyu immediately applied a paralyzing effect. Luckily, this time the force control worked, possibly because charm is a mental control, while paralysis relies on soul power. Extreme ice bloom gathered frost power, gradually encasing the creature in irregular ice until it was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Even with the 60 boost from the king's decree, extreme ice bloom couldn't instantly kill it. The piercing cold spear quickly shot through the ice sculpture. Mysterious guardian, I've cracked it, the snow demon exclaimed excitedly. The mysterious guardian shattered into pieces, leaving behind a tier 2 dark soul core, marking its complete demise. Hee, Shuiying said excitedly. I surpassed Sister Liyue for the first time. Guyu pinched Shuiying's cheek and smiled. What are you thinking, Shuiying? You're a control-type mage, and Liyue is a physical melee type. There's no comparison. You're both amazing. Helping my master makes me very happy, Shuiying said sweetly. Guyu picked up the dark soul core and fed it to Liyue. Then, he approached the mysterious guardian's remains and silently chanted, Devour the mysterious guardian. A system prompt appeared. Successfully acquired target skill vanish into the void. Its happiness came so suddenly. Guyu exclaimed with delight. The skill of slipping into the void successfully merged with stealth, and Guyu was filled with joy. This new life-saving divine skill void escape not only allowed him to enter stealth mode directly, but also had an incredible effect during combat. He could become intangible within 2 seconds, making him untargetable and unable to attack others, then enter a 3-second void mode, where he couldn't be detected by any skills, nor affected by area damage. Guyu pondered the power of this skill. It could resist physical ambushes and evade area damage, making it almost synonymous with invincibility. What delighted him even more was the cooldown of only 1 minute, and he no longer needed cover to activate stealth. Heaven is truly helping me, Guyu thought with relief. This skill perfectly compensated for his lack of strong life-saving measures. Although 3 seconds might seem short, it was enough to avoid most lethal damage. Combined with the speed boost from Dragon Might and the Fallen Wings after Liyue's transformation, he was confident in evading most pursuits. With excitement, Guyu decided to first get accustomed to the stealth mode. Accompanied by 2 female companions, they continued deeper into the rugged mountain path. The dense trees severely limited visibility, with danger lurking at any moment. Suddenly, a strange shhshhshh sound echoed. Guyu immediately activated Void Escape, feeling his body become incredibly light, with a significant increase in speed. He easily dodged the incoming scythe attack, and then felt a peculiar sensation of spatial rift, as if he had left this world. The owner of the scythe was clearly stunned by this sudden change. Guyu seized the opportunity, quickly casting a charm to control the opponent. The soul lock chain shot through the air, accompanied by a burst of icy power, shattering the mysterious guardian into pieces. That worked well, Guyu thought happily. This trip to Yulin City wasn't in vain. He picked up the 2nd-tier soul core that had dropped and fed it to Liyue. Now, they no longer needed to fear these mysterious guardians. The 3 continued to move forward at high speed, defeating countless mysterious guardians along the way. Finally, they reached a small clearing on the mountainside. In the center stood a small stone tablet. Just as Guyu was about to examine it, his left foot stepped into the range, and a purple light flashed. A large amount of black energy surged from the stone tablet, coalescing into a faceless man with black hair, holding a sword in each hand. SHHSHHSHH. The eerie sound was chilling. Guyu quickly checked the opponent's information. Gluttony Spirit. Grade, Rare. Level, Spiritual Tier 6. Trait, a powerful undead tainted by the power of gluttony, nearly unbeatable. Skills. 1. Void Escape. Enter an untargetable and tangible state, then switch to stealth mode, alternating 3 times. 2. Underworld Slash. instantly appear behind the enemy, with the next attack boosted by 50. 3. Penetration. The first attack in stealth mode receives a 150 enhancement. 4. Gluttony. Absorb all soul skills, gaining strength with each absorption. 5. Undead body. Immune to any form of physical attack. As energy gathered on its face, a red ghost horn mask appeared. Guyu's heart sank. This opponent not only wielded dual swords with elegance, but also possessed formidable strength. Particularly, its immunity to physical attacks posed a significant challenge for him. Another glutton? Immune to all soul skills? Alarm bells rang in Guyu's mind as he realized the creature before him was practically invincible. He quickly thought of a strategy, knowing that the attacks from Liyue and Shuiying would likely be ineffective. What kind of monster could possess such extraordinary powers? For a moment, the thought of fleeing crossed Guyu's mind. But then he noticed the purple glow on the mountain and resolved to continue his exploration. There must be treasure hidden here. Before Guyu could ponder the essence of the glutton's power, the spirit of gluttony had already teleported behind him. Fortunately, he was prepared and quickly dodged to the side. Liyue intervened just in time, shielding Guyu from the fierce attack. He decisively ordered Shuiying to conjure a chilling spike. However, when the ice spike, powerful enough to pierce an enemy, struck the dark-haired man, it felt as though it hit cotton, utterly ineffective, absorbed entirely by the opponent's body. Seeing the attack fail, Guyu immediately ordered Shuiying to retreat. He breathed a sigh of relief, noticing that this spirit of gluttony seemed to have a similar behavior pattern to the mysterious guardian he had encountered before, focusing solely on pursuing him. Weighing his options, Guyu decided to try a charm skill. Unexpectedly, the charm worked, albeit for just a second. Guyu seized this fleeting opportunity, skillfully placing the soul-binding chain around the glutton spirit's neck under the cover of concealment. Though physical and soul skill attacks were ineffective, Guyu's life-bound soul weapon seemed to exert some restraint on it. Next, Guyu used a immobilization skill, successfully freezing the glutton spirit in place. He calculated that at the current rate of the soul-binding chain draining about 0.8 of the enemy's soul power per second, it would take roughly 3 minutes to deplete it completely. However, things never went as Guyu hoped. Before long, the glutton spirit suddenly used its ability to vanish into the void, causing the soul-binding chain to lose its target and fall to the ground. Guyu cursed himself for nearly forgetting that this creature also possessed the abilities to become intangible and invisible. At that moment, the glutton spirit launched a double-blade assault. Luckily, Liyue intervened in time to block the deadly strike for Guyu. He quickly used Void Escape to dodge, then threw the soul-binding chain again, managing to restrain the troublesome enemy once more. Thus began a bizarre and comical tug-of-war. With Liyue's protection, the glutton spirit couldn't truly harm Guyu, while Guyu couldn't find a way to defeat a creature immune to all attacks. They were locked in a strange balance, one appearing and the other hiding, breaking and re-establishing the soul-binding chain. Time slipped away in this repeated dance, leaving Guyu almost numb, continually dodging, coordinating with Shuiying's charm, and using his void escape over and over. Finally, after countless cycles, the glutton spirit let out a piercing scream. Ugh! Ugh ugh ugh! Its body erupted in a blinding black light, then dissipated like smoke, leaving only a red ghostly horn mask lying quietly on the ground. Guyu collapsed to the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. The battle had lasted far longer than he had anticipated. Since each time the soul-binding chain fell off, the glutton spirit's power slowly recovered, turning what was expected to be a 3-minute ordeal into a battle that stretched until nightfall. Master, are you very tired? Liyue gently picked up Guyu's weary body. Guyu responded with resignation, I'm not like you dragons. It's been hours, and it's already dark. He looked up at the sky cloaked in night, marveling at how quickly time had passed. Reflecting on the grueling battle, he realized that if not for the glutton spirit's incredible speed and the lack of means to slow it down, he could only rely on void escape for surprise attacks and Shuiying's charm for control to barely maintain accuracy. Were it not for his exceptional stamina, this tug-of-war alone would have exhausted him. Master, I'm sorry, my power is too weak, Shuiying apologized, approaching Guyu with guilt. It's not your fault. This thing is immune to both physical and magical attacks, Guyu reassured. After a brief rest, he planned to get up and inspect the mysterious ghostly horn mask, seeking to uncover any hidden secrets within. Guyu bent down cautiously to pick up the red demonic mask. The black patterns and menacing horns on it were chilling, yet when his fingertips touched the surface, he felt an unusual warmth instead of the expected coldness. Strangely, the system offered no prompts about this obviously peculiar mask. He stored it in his inventory, deciding to study it further later. Looking up at the darkening sky, the battle with the spirit of gluttony had drained much of his energy today. Guyu skillfully set up a temporary resting area, while Shuiying went to prepare dinner. Taking advantage of the break, he began his routine prayer ritual. Hadn't done today's lottery yet, and perhaps he could gain a powerful skill. A burst of golden light appeared, and the system chimed in. Congratulations on obtaining 5 strange seeds. Plant these in a special pot to grow peculiar fruits. Is that it? Guyu rolled his eyes at the sky, losing faith in Buddha, Jesus, and the ancient dark god Ganera. He glanced at the 5 multicolored seeds in his hand and turned to Liu, asking, which color should I choose? The blue one, Liu softly suggested. Guyu immediately retrieved the delicate little pot from the system space, where small insects still crawled happily. He selected a blue seed and carefully dug a hole and covered it with soil. The small insect seemed to sense the seed's presence and started circling it. Suddenly, the pot glowed with a strange light. The system coldly prompted, successfully planted the strange seed. Due to the catalyzing effect, the harvest time is 12 hours. At 9 in the evening, after the 3 had dinner, Guyu told the 2 girls to rest while he continued to absorb the soul energy from the pagoda of meteorite iron with his eyes closed. After some time, he realized Liu had been watching him. What's up? I'm protecting the young master. Liu smiled softly. You should rest now. I'll keep watch. Thank you, Liu. The next morning, Guyu gently woke Shui Ying in his arms and eagerly checked the system space for the pot. 6 translucent blue cherry tomatoes had grown on the blue stem, and the system indicated that these peculiar fruits could boost stamina levels. Despite their odd appearance, Guyu decided to try one. As soon as he bit into it, the tomato's juice burned like strong liquor, making his whole body heat up. Seeing no immediate change, he went ahead and swallowed the remaining 5. Instantly, a sauna-like heat surged through him. The system then prompted an increase in stamina, raising the value to 6 points. This improvement would make dealing with the spirit of gluttony less challenging. Guyu then planted a green seed in the pot, but this time it required a full day to harvest. With no other choice, he put the pot away and continued his journey to the mountaintop. Perhaps due to having defeated the boss guarding the path, there were no more minor foes encountered on the mountain trail. Climbing the steep peak took a full 3 hours, a journey that would have left Guyu, who had just crossed over, exhausted and unable to move. After another 10 minutes or so, Guyu finally reached the summit. Surveying the surroundings, he was greeted by the sight of a magnificent temple ruin. The white bricks and tiles glimmered faintly under the sun, indicating that someone had once meticulously constructed this building. Building such a grand temple, couldn't they have added a few steps? I'm practically falling apart from the climb, Guyu complained, rubbing his sore legs. Accompanied by his 2 female companions, he approached the main entrance of the white ruin. A mysterious, pitch-black door stood firmly closed, flanked by 2 lifelike statues. 1 male and 1 female. Their craftsmanship was so exquisite that it made one wonder if they were actually alive. As Guyu stepped forward, the statues indeed began to stir. The system immediately displayed their detailed information. The male guardian, classified as a normal grade spirit level 5, served as the protector of this mysterious ruin. He possessed formidable close combat abilities, excelling in aggressive tactics, and capable of inflicting significant physical damage. More importantly, he could absorb damage for his allies, providing a 50 damage reduction effect to the female guardian for 10 seconds if she was the protected target. His roar could boost his and his allies' attributes by 10, with an additional 10 boost and immunity to slowing effects if fighting alongside the female guardian. The female guardian, also a spirit level 5, specialized in healing and ranged attacks. She could heal her allies and apply damage reduction effects. Her light barrage skill continuously inflicted light attribute damage on enemies. Most notably, the pair possessed the life and death trait. If one was killed, the other could revive them within 10 seconds. A simple twin monster combo. One handles damage, the other focuses on healing. Let's take out the healer first. Guyu started, then quickly changed his tone. Just kidding. He immediately commanded Shui Ying to charm the female guardian. Just as she was about to enhance her partner, she unexpectedly fell under control. Seeing this, the male guardian promptly raised his shield to protect his partner. Just what I was waiting for. Guyu was prepared, and the chilling aura of extreme ice bloom enveloped both guardians who were now close together. Abandoning the idea of taking them down one by one, he concentrated his attack on their position. The piercing cold targeted the female guardian, while Liu and the soul lock chain attacked the male guardian. Under the amplification of the king's order, the male guardian was instantly cut in half, and despite the female guardian's 50 damage reduction, she couldn't fully withstand the power of the piercing cold. The statues' bodies began to crumble, pieces falling away. With a gentle swipe from Liu's claw, the guardians disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Easier than I thought, Guyu mused, relieved, as he had expected to face a troublesome foe immune to both physical and magical attacks. Approaching the door for a closer inspection, he found no keyhole, but instead 7 strange symbols with grooves. After carefully examining the chaotic shapes, he recognized one mask pattern with 2 conspicuous holes that sparked a memory. He quickly retrieved the ghost horn mask from his spatial ring and carefully inserted it into the corresponding groove on the door. With a rumbling sound, the door slowly opened, and the mask fell to the ground. Guyu swiftly picked it up, dusting it off and putting it away. It seemed to be the key to unlocking the ruin. Master, it seems we can't follow you inside, Liu said with a slight frown, as a mysterious force barred the two female companions from entering. Then you two head back. I'll be fine, Guyu reassured them. Master, please be very careful, Shuang urged with concern. After calming his companions, Guyu checked his equipment and stepped alone into the depths of the ruin. Unexpectedly, the door did not close behind him. However, the space before him was pitch black, not even a hand could be seen. As soon as Guyu activated night vision, his surroundings became clear and bright. Inside the vast building, there was almost nothing except for a large iron door directly ahead, tightly bound by several chains that were clearly some form of seal. You're here, a strange voice, difficult to discern whether male or female, suddenly echoed. It sounded like an ancient sigh, yet also like a child's whisper. I am, Guyu replied calmly. It's been countless years, and finally someone can set me free. The voice carried a hint of anticipation. Guyu turned to leave. Sorry to disturb you. No, wait. The voice grew urgent. Release me, and I will give you the power you need. The power I need? Guyu questioned coolly. How do you know what kind of power I need? You old fraud. You are the calamity prison body. You must need my power, the voice stated with certainty. You know about that? The aura around you. I would recognize it even if I turned to ashes. A trace of hatred suddenly seeped into the voice, which made Guyu wary. As a magnet for the world's negative energy, your scent is familiar to me. I am gluttony from the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins? It sounded puzzled. Haven't you acquired the demon spirit? Let me out, and I'll explain everything. Guyu laughed mockingly. Huh, something's definitely off here. Demon spirit? I'm just a passing student. Impossible. Without the power of the demon spirit, how could you defeat my embodiment? How could you be just an ordinary student? Oh, what benefits do I get if I release you? Guyu deliberately stalled for time. Release me, and you will gain my power of gluttony. If it weren't for the exclusive power of the calamity prison body, would I still be alive to meet you? Its tone grew increasingly anxious. Guyu weighed his options. Although Mu Yinshua's master did mention that the power of the calamity prison body was scattered across the land, who could guarantee this power wouldn't backfire? After much contemplation, he decided to take the risk. Since even Snowfire from Liyue couldn't enter this place, this gluttony must not be an ordinary soul beast, but some pure energy entity. In the worst-case scenario, the soul lock should restrain it, and if things went south, he could use Void Escape to flee and let Liyue handle the aftermath. All right, I'll release you, Guyu said, moving to the door. As soon as his fingers touched the chains, the door thundered open. A mass of crimson flames roared out. Finally, I'm free. It howled in wild joy. Where's my mask? Give it to me. What mask? Guyu feigned ignorance. You accursed host. Trying to restrain me without the demon spirit? It bared its claws and lunged. However, it had miscalculated. Years of sealing had left it weak, and in an instant, it was tightly bound by the soul-locking chains. What is this cursed thing? Let me go. Gluttony struggled and howled. Looks like you're just a pure soul power entity, and not very smart at that. Guyu noted, feeling the immense soul power transmitted through the chains. Damn it, my power, why is it diminishing? Gluttony screamed. To be honest, in a few minutes, you'll completely dissipate into nothingness. That's impossible. How do you think I defeated your embodiment? Guyu smiled with childlike innocence. I drained it dry, just like this. The gluttony demon spirit was firmly restrained by Guyu's soul power, struggling in vain. The soul lock chain eagerly devoured its consciousness, gradually dismantling this formidable entity. Unwilling to yield, gluttony roared, impossible. Without a demon spirit, how can you command me? In a final act of defiance, gluttony gathered its last ounce of strength and launched a fierce assault on Guyu's spiritual awareness. This force, like a colossal tidal wave, swept through Guyu's mental realm, overwhelming him with an insatiable hunger. Guyu snorted, unfazed. Humph, I've been ready for this. Just a mental attack? In this day and age, who still craves food? His words carried a hint of mockery, as if ridiculing gluttony's futile efforts. Under the influence of gluttony's power, the soul lock chain's devouring speed accelerated rapidly, like a ravenous serpent, voraciously consuming the essence of gluttony. This move by gluttony was akin to digging its own grave. No, gluttony let out one final feeble cry before vanishing completely, leaving no trace behind. A system notification suddenly echoed in Guyu's mind. Due to the influence of an unknown force, you have acquired the skill gluttony. You have gained a new skill Taoya. Devour effect removed. Soul lock effect removed. The details of the newly acquired skills emerged. Taodai, the soul power of any creature you kill will be completely consumed by you, with a very low chance to steal the target's skills. Gluttony continuously absorbs the opponent's soul power, currently at 1 per second. Activating it allows absorption of the enemy's soul power until depletion, requiring the enemy to be unable to resist. Guyu silently analyzed these changes. The soul lock chain's soul locking effect had been replaced by gluttony, significantly enhancing the overall effect. Additionally, there was now an active skill to absorb soul power. However, the condition of unable to resist puzzled him. Does it require incapacitating the enemy first, or is it more efficient to absorb after killing them? As Guyu pondered, the new interface finally appeared after fully absorbing gluttony's power. Calamity Prison Body, an absorber of special powers in the world, now activated by gluttony's power. Gluttony increases the soul power absorption efficiency of the Pagoda of Desolation Iron by 100. Exclusive soul skills. Kill Calamity acquires demon spirits to unleash natural disasters. Doom collects 4 types of powers. Warden collects all powers. Demon Spirit not yet manifested. Doom Artifact acquired. Gluttony's power had successfully activated the absorption efficiency of the Pagoda of Desolation Iron and unlocked several exclusive skills. Unfortunately, these skills couldn't be activated at the moment. Guyu's gaze deepened with interest in the remaining 6 powers of the 7 deadly sins. Additionally, the souls of Lord-level soul beasts, the 6 powers, the heart of extreme cold, and an epic-level ice soul core became his current objectives. However, one question lingered in Guyu's mind: how to deal with Muyenhua? Killing her seemed a waste, considering her compelling heaven's divination ability. This power to predict enemy positions could likely aid in treasure hunting as well. Yet, their opposing stances made it a tricky issue. Guyu fell into contemplation, a thought flashing through his mind. Could heaven's divination predict the locations of the remaining 6 powers? This idea sparked a glint in his eyes, as if seeing a new possibility. The entity of pure energy known as gluttony had contributed a considerable amount of soul power to Guyu, leaving him just a step away from a breakthrough. Surveying his surroundings, Guyu realized the ruins were now empty and devoid of anything worth lingering for. He decided to continue hunting soul beasts in hopes of achieving his breakthrough. As soon as he stepped out of the ruins, Shui Ying and Li Yu appeared. Concerned, Shui Ying asked, "Master, what was inside?" Guyu casually replied, "Just a pitiful NPC handing out experience." "What's an NPC?" Shui Ying inquired curiously. Guyu patiently explained, and then led the 2 women back along the path, planning to explore the situation at the foot of the mountain. He mused to himself, wondering if there might be some sealed elder or a legendary sword hidden as a treasure. Not long after Guyu and his companions departed, the entire ruins began to collapse and eventually vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. About an hour later, they reached the foot of the mountain. In the distance, a purple lightning mink caught Guyu's eye, and he decided to test his skills on it. The mink was small and adorable, with sleek, silky fur that was irresistible. Unfortunately for the mink, it was about to become Guyu's prey. Guyu quickly analyzed the mink's attributes. A common grade, level 4 thunder attribute mink soul beast with a combat power of about 6 points. It possessed 3 abilities: rapid lightning, thunder body, and lightning movement, which increased speed, caused paralysis, and inflicted area lightning damage, respectively. Guyu instructed Shui Ying to use her charm ability first, while he also wanted to test gluttony's active effect. The soul binding chain easily ensnared the mink, rendering it immobile before it could react. Guyu then activated gluttony and noticed the speed of soul power absorption doubled. However, the immobilization effect ended quickly, and the active enhancement disappeared. Guyu pondered that this ability seemed a bit underwhelming. It was effective against controlled enemies, but the control duration was too short. Direct attacks seemed more efficient. Then, in a flash of black light, the unfortunate mink was easily dispatched. After successfully devouring the mink, Guyu felt the influx of soul power into his body. The newly evolved Tao Tai acquired significantly more soul power than before, but he was still some distance from a breakthrough. Guyu speculated that this might be a side effect of the Calamity Prison Body. Following the mountain path downwards, Guyu expected to encounter more powerful soul beasts. However, he only saw small beasts scattered here and there, which fled at the sight of him, as timid as mice. The journey was surprisingly unchallenged. As they neared the mountainous region, Liu suddenly whispered in Guyu's ear, "Little master, there are 2 little critters below." Guyu perked up, guessing he might encounter stronger soul beasts. He immediately entered stealth mode, leading the 2 women forward cautiously. Soon, Guyu saw the soul beasts at the base of the mountain: a massive toad covered in repulsive sores, and a large, pitch-black scorpion with a long, menacing stinger on its tail. Holding his breath, Guyu prepared for the new challenge ahead. The green-eyed toad and the venomous scorpion, 2 seemingly ordinary low-tier soul beasts, were made extraordinary by a mysterious soul power link. Despite being only at level 5 of spiritual connection, the visible black line between them put Guyu and his companions on high alert. Liu frowned and said, "Master, these 2 soul beasts are truly repulsive." Guyu shivered as he examined the discovered greenied toad. Liu, you handle the scorpion. As for that hideous toad, let Shuang deal with it from a distance. Upon hearing this, Shuang immediately cast her charm spell. As the toad's body stiffened, the venomous scorpion nearby became alert. Shuang seized the moment, precisely hitting the toad with her soul lock chain, followed by a piercing cold spike and extreme ice blossom. In the blink of an eye, the repulsive toad was shattered to pieces. Meanwhile, Liu was not idle. She unleashed a sudden burst of dark flame, followed by several fierce wind claw strikes. Under this relentless assault, the venomous scorpion was soon torn to shreds. Just as Guyu was about to absorb the soul power, he saw the two corpses beginning to grotesquely reassemble. The black lines seemed to come to life, drawing the shattered bodies back together. Although they revived, it appeared they had lost their previous memories, blankly glancing at each other before dispersing, ignoring Guyu and his team. Do we need to separate them to a certain distance before killing them? Guyu pondered. Liu admitted she had never encountered such a situation. Quickly, Guyu devised a new strategy. Liu, knock the scorpion away without killing it. Shuang, assist Liu in controlling the scorpion. I'll lure the toad away. The plan was set in motion. Guyu deliberately attracted the attention of the two soul beasts, and they took the bait. Shuang immediately charmed the scorpion, while the toad began spewing corrosive green liquid. Guyu deftly dodged, the ground pitted with holes from the acid. He skillfully closed the distance and successfully hit the toad with his soul lock chain. Shuang followed up with her frost breath to further slow the toad. On the other side, Liu delivered as expected. She relentlessly attacked, knocking the charmed scorpion back repeatedly, gradually increasing the distance from the toad. Finally, when the two soul beasts were about 50 meters apart, the eerie black line suddenly snapped. Before Guyu could make a move, the toad and the venomous scorpion collapsed, convulsing before quickly losing all signs of life. As Guyu approached to absorb the soul power, he was surprised to see the two soul beasts' bodies begin to decompose on their own. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this even possible? The battle, though unexpected, was ultimately won by Guyu and his companions through their seamless teamwork and agile tactics. This experience made them realize that in this world full of unknowns, they could encounter surprising situations at any moment, and they must always remain vigilant and adaptable. As Guyu watched the toad's body slowly disintegrate and disappear, a strange feeling arose within him. This was the first time he had witnessed the mysterious phenomenon of a soul beast's corpse vanishing on its own. He couldn't help but wonder if these bodies were being taken by some mysterious force for experimentation. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this unsolvable mystery. Guyu began to carefully search the bottom of the valley, hoping for an unexpected find. Just then, Shuang softly said, "Master, Sister Liu and I have found a cave." Guyu's spirits lifted immediately, and he followed Shuang to the cave entrance. He cautiously used his stealth skills to silently enter the cave. Inside, he heard the gentle sound of flowing water, as if an underground river was passing through. Guyu was puzzled how could there be a water source at the bottom of the valley? As he remained alert to his surroundings, Liu stretched lazily and said softly, "Little master, there's no need to worry so much. There's no other soul power fluctuation here." Only then did Guyu relax, inwardly chiding himself for wasting soul power to maintain his stealth state. The cave wasn't large, a few steps, and he could see its end. Deep within the cave, a peculiar plant caught his attention. It was a plant with purple stems, blooming with 3 red-petaled flowers, and the stamens were a vivid green. A unique fragrance filled the air, slightly intoxicating the senses. Suddenly, a system panel popped up with a notification. Toxic enchantment flower, capable of releasing special gases to attract toxic soul beasts as guardians. Extremely rare material, often used for soul pet breakthroughs. Non-toxic itself, safe to pick. Guyu realized that the 2 toxic creatures outside might have been drawn to this flower. Since the system indicated it was non-toxic, he carefully picked the flower and quickly stored it in his spatial ring, thinking it might come in handy later. As he left the cave, the sky had already darkened. Guyu, having gained the power of gluttony today, decided to call it a day. He realized that the fastest way to increase his strength was to level up Shuang and Liu. Dark attribute soul cores were rare, so he needed to find a way to acquire some. Checking his phone, he saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Unfortunately, there was no signal here, so Guyu decided to return first. Liu transformed into her dragon form, and Guyu gently held Shuang as he sat on Liu's back. With a powerful flap of her wings, they soared from the bottom of the valley into the sky. Guyu thought to himself how wonderful it would be to fly freely in the sky without having to hide. No one wants to live a life of constant evasion forever. With the acceleration of the fallen wings, Liu quickly brought Guyu and Shuang back near their original takeoff point. With a flash of dark light, Liu returned to her human form. She seemed to understand Guyu's thoughts and softly said, "Little Master's goal might soon be within reach." Guyu looked at Liyue in surprise. Liyue continued. Since you're confirmed to have the calamity prison body and have gained unique powers, it's likely that the demon spirit will soon emerge and come to you. Although I've never heard of its specific abilities, legend has it that demon spirits possess extraordinary powers. Let's hope so, Guyu replied quietly. Liyue suddenly spoke in a seductive tone. My little master, you're quite impressive, even legendary demon spirits are drawn to you. Guyu replied helplessly. Stop that, you're just teasing me, aren't you? Inwardly, he regretted that now wasn't the right time for any further action. Finally regaining signal, Guyu quickly searched for nearby resting places. A location called Butterfly Enchantment Manor caught his attention. That sounds nice, he murmured to himself. Shui Ying returned to her riding form, and Guyu picked up Liyue, heading swiftly towards Butterfly Enchantment Manor. Along the way, any soul beasts they encountered were easily left behind. The soul beasts within the Yulin map were generally weak, most not even reaching the spirit level, hardly worth mentioning for Guyu now. As Guyu followed the map, a manor came into view. From 100 meters away, he could clearly sense the presence of a barrier. This was indeed Dai Mei Manor. After bringing his two female companions into the realm of his soul consciousness, Guyu changed into a simple outfit and headed to the registration desk. Two receptionists stood at the entrance, smiling warmly. Welcome to Dai Mei Manor. A stay requires a fee of 5,000 soul coins. Seeing the amount, Guyu couldn't help but recall the hardships he faced during his training in the Hanji Mountains. Now, with his improved strength, 5,000 soul coins were a trivial matter. After paying the fee promptly, the receptionist handed him a room card engraved with a butterfly motif. As he stepped inside the manor, the view before him rivaled that of a high-end resort in the previous world. Perhaps due to its remote location, the manor had few visitors, with only the occasional hunter in sight. Guyu remembered reading online that Yulin City mainly relied on exploring soul crystal resources for its economy, with no powerful soul beasts in the vicinity. Most visitors here were either novice hunters or convoys temporarily resting while transporting soul crystals. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and if not for the dangerous soul beasts outside, it would feel like a vacation. One question lingered in his mind. Who built such an exquisite manor in this desolate wilderness? At the hotel front desk, Guyu quickly checked in and was assigned room 520. The room was 1.5 times larger than where he stayed in the Hanji Mountains and was well equipped, clean, and tidy. As for surveillance, with the interference of powerful soul energy, it couldn't function. Besides, installing surveillance in an area frequented by soul pet masters would land the operators in serious legal trouble. With a flash of black and white light, Shui Ying and Liu appeared in the room. Guyu looked at the two women, thinking that in this secluded rest area, letting them out for some fresh air wouldn't hurt. If anyone dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind making them the first human offering under the effect of gluttony. Our young master finally shows some conscience, Liu teased, her soft body already nestled in his arms, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Guyu sighed. This place is remote, with little traffic. Keeping you in the soul consciousness, see, all the time, doesn't sit well with me. I knew our master was the best. Liu grew bolder. Beside her, Shuang also looked pleased. Sister Liu indeed had it tough. Since she came, we've been staying in the soul consciousness sea. It's been a long time since we went out with the master. When was the last time we had a barbecue together? Guyu hugged their slender waists. You've worked hard for so long. Tonight, let's relax. Everything you need is here, so enjoy. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, his heart was filled with happiness. Such fortune might even make an emperor envious. The beauty of these two surpassed any mortal woman, transcending human limits. Though he decided to relax with them tonight, he couldn't neglect his training. Only with great power could he ensure their safety. As night fell, Guyu focused his mind and entered the realm of his soul consciousness. The soul energy within the pagoda of meteorite iron was dense, twice as rich as before. He absorbed it continuously. 2 hours later, Guyu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He was just a step away from breaking through to the 5th rank of Soul Master, but the power from a rare soul beast was ultimately limited. Let's go out and have some fun, he said, standing up, ready to enjoy this rare leisure time with the two women. The training at the meteorite tower was complete, and Guyu decided to take the two women out for a stroll. As they stepped out of the inn, Guyu softly asked, "What do you feel like eating?" Shui Ying's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she replied brightly, "Let's have barbecue again, master." Liu gently agreed. "I'll go with Shui Ying's choice." Each woman took one of Guyu's arms, their soft touch sending a flutter through his heart. As they strolled down the street, the gazes of passers-by felt like sharp daggers, as if they wanted to tear Guyu apart. "What the?" one onlooker exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Are there really women this beautiful? Angels and demons? How can that man's soul pets be so stunning? Please, give me just one soul pet like that, and I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life," murmured a man. "Only 10 years? You're dreaming. I'd give up 30, another scoffed. "Is he some young master from a prominent family?" Someone speculated quietly. "Shoo, Be careful. He might erase you, a nearby person warned. Yikes. Even though the law forbids killing, people go missing every day, both in the city and in the wild. Dragon tail? Could it be a member of the dragon clan? Shoo, keep your voice down. At least one of them is at the transformation level. Then why keep the tail? You don't get it. It's for style. There were only about 20 people on the street, but everyone was captivated by Li Yu and Shuang. The men were entranced, while the women were filled with envy. Yet, due to the intimidating presence of those at the transformation level, they dared not voice their feelings. Li Yu playfully said, "Little master, how does it feel to be looked at with such envy?" As she spoke, she gently licked Guyu's neck. Guyu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Even though there aren't many people around, it's broad daylight, so don't do that." He gently pinched Li Yu's tail, making her pout and say, "You're so naughty, little master." Suddenly, Guyu sensed someone attempting to take a photo. Without turning, he used a burst of dark soul energy to shatter the person's phone in two. Guyu coldly said, "That's a provocative act. Should we step outside for a duel?" Taking photos of a soul pet master and their soul pets without permission is a challenge to the master's dignity. The master has the right to sue or initiate a duel, though such actions are rare. The person was terrified, pleading, "Please, spare me, sir. I lost my senses for a moment and won't do it again." Guyu snorted, "Get lost. If I catch you again, it won't be so simple." At that moment, Guyu realized that any man's gaze at Li Yu and Shuang felt like a violation. Unconsciously, he had already come to see them as his own. Sensing Guyu's thoughts, Shuang gently squeezed his hand, her touch as delicate as silk. Li Yu smiled softly and said, "Little master, there's no need to worry. We are already one, and no one can separate us." The trio arrived near a courtyard, surprisingly empty. A sign for a barbecue stand hung at the entrance, making Guyu wonder if they were running at a loss. "Welcome, please come in." An elderly man greeted them, leading them to the backyard. To their surprise, there was a fountain, and the surroundings were beautifully landscaped and lush. The old man smiled and asked, "How do you find this place?" Guyu looked around, nodding in satisfaction. "This will do." He ordered plenty of raw meat skewers, intending to grill them himself. The old man quickly brought over a cart equipped with all the condiments and a barbecue grill, perfectly set up for their needs. The old man walked alone to the entrance of the courtyard, lit a cigarette, and quietly gazed at the ancient charm of the garden. As smoke swirled around him, his gaze seemed to transcend time and space. Inside the courtyard, the aroma of grilled skewers filled the air. Li Yu exclaimed enthusiastically, "Guyu, the skewers you grill smell amazing. I bet they'll taste fantastic later." Guyu was fully immersed in his role as the barbecue master, his hands working continuously as he nodded slightly in response. He thought to himself that grilling skewers was actually quite interesting. Once a large batch of skewers was ready, Guyu suddenly had the urge to taste the fine wines of this world. Regular beer couldn't satisfy his palate, so he decided to ask the old man at the entrance, "Sir, do you have any special wine here?" Guyu asked politely. The old man turned around, gave Guyu a once-over, and a glint appeared in his eyes. "Oh, a fellow wine enthusiast, are you? I do have a special family recipe wine, but..." He paused. "I need a little favor. This wine isn't for sale." Guyu was intrigued. "What do you need help with?" The old man explained slowly. "To be honest, seeing how young and promising you are, with a soul pet that's unmatched in beauty, you must be a young master from some family on a training journey. My granddaughter's treasured soul pet is about to break through and needs some soul beast cores. She's impatient, and I can't gather enough in a short time." "What attribute do you need?" Guyu inquired. "I'm missing a second-tier lightning attribute core," the old man replied. Guyu chuckled inwardly. This was a piece of cake for him. Besides ice and dark types, his backpack was full of cores of all other attributes. Since he wanted to drink today, why not do a good deed? "By chance, I have one right here," Guyu said, taking a lightning core from his backpack and gently placing it in the old man's hand. The old man accepted the core, his eyes lighting up with joy. "Young man, you're truly a benefactor to this old man. Now Yayan's soul pet can break through," he mumbled, as if already envisioning his granddaughter's delighted expression. The old man promptly turned and went back inside, soon returning with 2 jars of wine for Guyu. "This is my specialty, something not easily seen by others." Guyu accepted the wine jars and examined them closely. The label read, "Honey Yellow Wine," with a note indicating, "A fine wine infused with special honey, granting a slight increase in stamina, but effective only once." It can boost stamina? That's a great deal. Guyu thought happily, understanding why the old man dared use the wine as a bargaining chip. "Thank you, sir." Guyu expressed his gratitude sincerely, joyfully carrying the wine jars back to the courtyard. Li Yue, noticing, was a bit surprised. "Master, do you enjoy drinking too?" "Yeah, a little drink now, and then is good for relaxing." "What?" Guyu asked, puzzled. Li Yue softly replied, "Nothing, just feeling a bit nostalgic." Guyu didn't think much of it and turned to Shuang. "Shuang, you better not drink. You get drunk too easily. Shui Ying replied with a hint of grievance. All right, I understand. Seeing her pitiful gaze, Guyu softened and poured her a small cup. Shui Ying's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, master. Guyu began to indulge in the feast. The porcupine meat was tender and delicious, melting in his mouth. He added some chili sauce, savoring the true flavor of skewers. He took a small sip of the honey yellow wine, pleasantly surprised by the lack of harshness he expected. The sweet liquid warmed his throat, gradually spreading a comforting warmth throughout his esophagus, leaving a lingering sweetness. Not bad, Guyu praised. Before long, Shui Ying was already dozing off from that small cup, softly collapsing into Guyu's arms. Helpless, Guyu returned her to her soul ring. He glanced back at Liyue and noticed her lost in thought, her beautiful eyes fixed on her wine cup, seemingly deep in contemplation. What's on your mind, Liyue? Guyu asked with concern. Liyue softly requested. Master, could you call me Yue? What's wrong, Yue? Guyu obliged. At the sound of his voice, Liyue trembled slightly. Tears glistened on her lashes, stubbornly refusing to fall. Master, you're quite the sentimental one. Liyue forced a smile, though her emotions were clearly unsettled. At that moment, Guyu realized something. He recalled meeting Liyue, her eyes filled with tears and vulnerability. Now, she seemed strong and alluring. This dramatic change appeared to have occurred after her time alone with Shui Ying. Guyu felt disappointed in himself. It turned out he had been captivated by Liyue's beauty all along, never truly attempting to understand her inner world. Guyu gently embraced Liyue's alluring figure, this time without any ulterior motives. Liyu lay in his arms like a docile kitten, offering no resistance. Looking down, Guyu noticed the faint tear stains left by her crystalline tears on her beautiful face. Did something sad come to mind, Yue? Guyu asked softly. Choking back tears, Liyu replied. I just thought of my father. He loved drinking the wine made by humans and often said that although humans are weak, their creativity and ability to reproduce far surpass the dragon clan. It's my fault that my father suffered. As she spoke, another tear rolled down her cheek. Guyu gently stroked Liyue's hair, comforting her. If your father knew that Liyu is now free, I'm sure he would be very happy. Sadness shimmered in Liyue's reddened eyes as she continued. I should have told my father earlier to get rid of that traitor. My father treated him almost like an elder brother. It's my arrogance that led to all this. Guyu tightened his embrace around the beauty in his arms and said firmly, don't say that. Yue is my strongest soul companion. You're not arrogant. It's just that the enemy was too despicable. Your father wouldn't blame you. He might regret not being able to protect you. It's okay. I will protect you from now on. Guyu continued. I've already acquired part of the power of the calamity prison body. It truly is the legendary demonic body, incredibly powerful. Yue, stay by my side. And as for that insignificant white dragon, I will imprison its soul in the pagoda of fallen iron, condemning it to eternal damnation. Liyu leaned against Guyu's chest, responding softly. Yes, I believe in you, my little master. With that, she quietly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Her tear stains vanished. After sending the two women away, Guyu drank a few sips of wine in solitude, pondering his next move. The school's development seemed too slow for his pace, and he began to consider whether there were any special methods to accelerate it. Guyu's thoughts turned to Mu Yanxue, as the destined nemesis of the calamity prison body. If she broke his pagoda of fallen iron, his life's soul vessel would undergo a qualitative transformation. To obtain her power, he only needed to break her immaculate Tao body, which was simple enough, but Guyu wasn't interested in that power. Instead, he was intrigued by the heavenly divination technique. However, this technique required the support of the immaculate Tao body. This meant he had to control Mu Yanxue without killing her or allowing her to be with anyone else to possibly obtain the power of the heavenly divination. In the vast world, seeking 7 different powers seemed like a fantasy. Guyu had a nagging feeling that without the aid of the heavenly divination, he would never gather all the powers of the 7 deadly sins. This intuition had proven accurate before, with the 2 consecutive close calls warning him of impending doom. However, fulfilling these conditions seemed like a fool's errand. It was like trying to woo a girl, gaining her favor without touching her or letting her run off with someone else. The old woman's remaining lifespan was like a candle flickering in the wind. The heavenly divination could only be inherited by someone with the immaculate Tao body, and finding another person with both was less likely than increasing Mu Yanxue's favorability. Regarding Mu Yanxue, Guyu found himself in a deadlock. She frequently appeared in his sight, impossible to avoid. Ultimately, Guyu decided to take things one step at a time. Before leaving the shop, Guyu asked the old man, Sir, there aren't many people here. Can you make a living? The old man replied, Young man, this place mainly relies on government support and the Soul Crystal Convoy business. I heard a new convoy is coming to rest here soon, so don't worry about my business. Guyu nodded and left. He thought to himself that the Soul Crystal Convoy must be responsible for mining and transporting soul crystals, and there were likely many people involved. Back at the inn, Guyu summoned the two women, finding them already sober and smiling as they greeted him. Relieved, Guyu said, "It's good that you're fine. I thought you were both drunk. There's nothing else today, so I'll take a bath and get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll head back to Xinyao." Soaking in the bathtub, Guyu contemplated his next plans. With a few days of free time, he decided to gather more soul cores for Shueying and see if he could level up. As for credits and team tasks, they had long slipped his mind. Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside, and the glass shattered. Guyu sat up abruptly, thinking cautiously, what happened? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed throughout the house, plunging it into darkness. Guyu's heart skipped a beat as he realized the main power had been cut. He quickly assessed the situation. This was definitely sabotage, likely the work of a soul slave. After all, a soul beast couldn't infiltrate so quietly, and the power of anyone above the condensed spirit level could easily level this small town. Shueying, come back. I don't need you to step in this time, Guyu ordered decisively. He didn't want Shueying to get involved, worried that her abilities of extreme ice bloom and charm might be exposed. So far, only a human named Mu Yinxue had witnessed Shueying's powers. Although the current adversaries were not much of a threat, Guyu knew caution was paramount. If any of them escaped, Shueying's abilities might reach Mu Yinxue's ears. Guyu quickly got up, activating his night vision to restore his sight. Beside him, Liua looked furious. He helped dry her off, whispering, "Go back for now. I'll check the situation outside." With that, he swiftly donned his cloak and fearsome mask, engaging his stealth mode. Just as Guyu was about to open the door to investigate, it was abruptly pushed open. He deftly sidestepped, aware that even in stealth mode, a collision would reveal him. Several men in black roughly escorted the wounded innkeeper from downstairs into the room. "Where is he? Where did he go?" one of the men barked. The terrified innkeeper trembled as he replied, "Sirs, I truly don't know. There was someone staying in this room, but please, let me go." "You're useless," the leader of the men in black said coldly. Before the words fully left his mouth, a flash of steel cut through the air, and the innocent man was slain. Fury burned within Guyu. These heartless fiends spared no one, not even ordinary people. He silently followed the men in black as they searched the room thoroughly. "No one here," one of the subordinates reported. The leader glanced around the bathroom glass and commanded, "Let's go. Find the others. Whoever was here might have jumped out the window, but they can't escape. We've got this place completely locked down." Guyu quietly tailed them outside. The entire Dai Mei Manor was overrun by about 30 to 40 men in black, systematically capturing everyone in the buildings. Soon, a crowd of bound captives gathered in the square, indicating that the manor's inhabitants had fallen into their hands. However, Guyu didn't see the kind old man among them. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could he be the mastermind? Guyu immediately went to check the dining area they had used before, and the sight that met him was gut-wrenching. The benevolent old man lay murdered, eyes wide open, a knife in his chest, still clutching a soul core. Even though Guyu was no longer the naive child he once was, such brutal scenes still filled him with rage. An innocent old man had been mercilessly slain. With a heavy heart, Guyu returned to the square's center. All the captives were tightly bound, each with a stoic man in black standing behind them. "When is the soul crystal convoy arriving?" one of the men in black suddenly asked. I'm just an ice cream vendor," a frail man with glasses stammered. Before he could utter another word, the soul slave behind him transformed his left hand into a blade, mercilessly piercing the unfortunate man's chest. Guyu gritted his teeth in silence. Most of the staff here were ordinary people or low-level soul pet trainers. Though well paid, who could have foreseen such peril? "What are you so arrogant about? The Huanglong army will come soon and avenge us," a defiant man shouted. "Huanglong. Ha ha ha." The leader of the men in black laughed arrogantly. "They're not coming. Do you know who we are? Even though you're all as good as dead, I'm not going to tell you, hee hee." Guyu thought to himself, these people don't play by the rules. Normally, shouldn't they explain their origins and purpose before finishing off their opponents? At that moment, a woman with a striking figure spoke up. "Stop playing around. We have serious business to attend to." She was clinging to the arm of a man in black, clearly showing they were a close pair. Guyu's heart stirred. Could this woman be the traitor? Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared, and a burly man fell to the ground, lifeless. Guyu watched the leader of the black-clad group cautiously, quickly analyzing his abilities. The purple Thunderwing Eagle, a level 4 soul slave with lightning attribute soul skills, boasted powerful attack capabilities, able to unleash a torrent of lightning against enemies. It had wings that allowed short bursts of flight and an astonishing recovery ability, quickly healing from injuries. However, its fragile body was its fatal weakness. Guyu mused, why do all these soul slaves have such high-level abilities? He recalled encountering a nightmare demon soul slave before, also with formidable combat power. Yet, human bodies are ultimately too fragile, with obvious weaknesses. After swiftly assessing the situation, Guyu estimated there were about 30 or 40 soul slaves present. 2 people against 40 made the odds seem bleak. Worse still, the exits of Dai Mei Villa might be ambushed by them, making it nearly impossible to catch them all. Then, someone called Old 8 received an order. Take some people to guard the south. Huang Long might not come, but you never know about Silver Wing. From their tone, Guyu sensed they were wary of Silver Wing. Could it be an organization that specializes in hunting soul slaves? Old 8 responded, got it, boss. Brothers, some of you come with me to keep watch. Guyu realized this was a rare opportunity. As they scattered, he could take out a portion of them first. He silently followed Old 8's group. In the square, the remaining soul slaves began to talk openly. A lewd voice said, "Heh, let's enjoy these women first before using them as sacrifices. As for the men, spill the intel quickly. I have no patience. If you don't, I won't spare the men either." The nauseating laughter echoed throughout the square. As Old 8 walked, he muttered to himself, "I wonder why the boss wants to attack here today." Another man in black dismissively replied, "Why do you care? Women, money, power, what else do you need? Why? That's for the leaders to ponder. We just need to do our jobs." Another person excitedly chimed in, "Once this job is done, we can go back and relax for a few days. That girl Xiao Mei, her figure. I've finally saved enough money." Guyu didn't hear the information he was looking for and made up his mind to annihilate these villains. He felt no remorse for dealing with such evil people. The power of the glutton inside him was stirring, eager to devour. With a flash of dark light, Liu appeared out of nowhere. Before the black-clad men could react, with the aid of the wind's wings, these human-bodied soul slaves stood no chance against Liu's attack. In an instant, flesh flew, and blood splattered. In less than a minute, all 8 soul slaves were dead on the spot. Astonishingly, not a drop of filthy blood stained Liu's body. "Just let off a little steam," Liu said softly, with a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Guyu put Liu away and whispered, "Come back, I'll go check the situation again." With that, he quietly left, ready to continue scouting the enemy's position. The effect of the gluttonous beast was successfully activated, and the bodies of the soul slaves were absorbed by Guyu in a flash of white light. However, these soul slaves did not bring any significant increase in soul power. Guyu thought to himself that these poor creatures, enslaved by soul beasts and lacking soul pets, couldn't possibly have much soul power to begin with. Instead of returning to the square immediately, Guyu decided to explore the area around the south gate. He carefully advanced along the street and soon reached the vicinity of the cinema, where the south gate was within sight. Cautiously peeking from a corner, he confirmed that 3 guards were stationed at the south gate. The boss said Beige would come to change shifts. "Why isn't he here yet? I can't wait any longer." One of the soul slaves complained impatiently. "Don't worry, he'll be here soon," another replied. A cold smile appeared on Guyu's lips as he whispered, "Yes, I'm already here." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Liu appeared silently, and the 3 guards were swiftly taken down before they could utter a sound. Noticing the phones in their hands, Guyu realized that they might use them to report back, and it wouldn't be long before their absence was discovered. Guyu speculated that these soul slaves were likely after the Soul Crystal Convoy. However, with the pagoda of fallen meteorite in his possession, he no longer needed to raid the national convoy. Yet, the audacity of these soul slaves piqued his curiosity. He thought to himself that for them to dare attack the entire Dai Mei Manor, they must be absolutely confident. Although curiosity often leads to trouble, Guyu was already angered by the interruption. He thought coldly, since my good deed was interrupted, this grudge must be avenged. As for their purpose, it temporarily had nothing to do with him. Killing this group of people would suffice. Having made up his mind, Guyu melted back into the night, quietly returning to the square. The scene before him was chilling. Bodies were strewn everywhere, and the screams of women echoed incessantly. Looking at this hellish scene, Guyu reflected, no matter the world, there are always those who sell their humanity for power. Since he had decided not to question the reasons anymore, tonight, he would unleash a massacre. Guyu's gaze fixed on a man in black who appeared to be the leader. The man was brazenly assaulting a voluptuous woman on a food stall chair. Guyu approached silently, and suddenly, Liu appeared, delivering a full-force strike that killed them both instantly. "Disgusting," Liu remarked coldly. The distant soul slaves, lost in their desires, didn't even notice that their leader had met his end. Liu unfurled her wings of wind, reaping the lives of these beasts like a grim reaper. In the blink of an eye, about 60% of the soul slaves had fallen by her sword. However, Liu suddenly halted. The surviving soul slaves, seeing this harbinger of death pause, thought there might be a sliver of hope and immediately scattered in all directions. Guyu approached Liu, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong, Liu?" "Someone's coming, and their aura is strong," Liu said, unusually serious. Hearing this, Guyu decided not to linger. "In that case, since they've all fled, we should leave too." With that, he withdrew Liu and left the bloody scene without looking back. Guyu thought that since the secrecy was well maintained, there shouldn't be any issues. Shortly after Guyu left, Wang Jun arrived at the scene with his men. As the head of the Silver Wing unit in the Yulin area, he had just received information that a large number of soul slaves might attack the Dai Mei Manor rest area. However, they were still a step too late. The horrific scene before him filled Wang Jun with rage. Almost everyone had fallen victim, with only a few assaulted women surviving. Wang Jun despised soul slaves the most, these human scum who sold their souls for power. What made it worse was that soul slaves, when not using their powers, were almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, making them hard to identify. Even though Wang Jun had arrived with 4 soul pets in advance, he couldn't prevent this tragedy. Clenching his fists in frustration, he looked at the bodies scattered around. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a few soul disciples still trying to flee. Are there any survivors? Wang Jun ordered his shape-shifting soul pet, the purple gold arm ape, to easily capture the fleeing soul slave. This purple gold arm ape was a genuine shape-shifting level soul pet, and it was only his 3rd soul pet. With one kick, Wang Jun broke the soul slave's leg, demonstrating his terrifying strength. Speak, you beast. Why are you here? Confess honestly, and I'll give you a quick end. Wang Jun demanded harshly. The soul slave trembled as he replied. Sir, I really don't know. All I know is that our leader was suddenly killed while in ML, and I was so scared that I ran without looking back. Wang Jun sneered. Oh? What level was your leader? His eagle-like sharp gaze pierced through the soul slave's defenses. Tungling level. The soul slave stammered, terrified and incoherent. Coward. Wang Jun said disdainfully. Tell me, who killed your leader? Tu didn't see clearly. It seemed like a woman with an extremely striking figure. The soul slave confessed truthfully. Beast. Only knowing how to harm women. Wang Jun was furious upon hearing this, and broke the soul slave's other leg. Zili, capture them alive, Wang Jun ordered. The arm ape immediately captured all the other soul slaves. Against such overwhelming strength, the soul slaves had no chance to resist. Seeing the Silver Wing unit arriving, Wang Jun instructed, We've captured them alive. Take them back for interrogation. Just make sure they stay alive. Oh, Old 7. Use your new ability to extract their memories. There might be something interesting. Yes, sir. The one referred to as Old 7 was a bespectacled woman who looked like an experienced physician. The Silver Wing unit swiftly took control of the scene, ensuring the safety of Dai Mei Manor. Meanwhile, Guyu was quite unhappy. His resting place was gone, and now, in the dead of night, he was exhausted. Young master, let's rest outside for the night, Liu gently suggested. I'm at my master's command, she said obediently. Guyu sat on a rock in the wilderness, gazing up at the starry sky. After a moment of thought, he said to Shuiying, Shuiying, I need you to endure a bit more. Let's head back to Yulin overnight. I want to return to Xinyao. Guyu planned to go back to school to collect his daily resources and then level up Shuiying. The wilderness was too unsafe, and good things were always interrupted. He gently picked up Liu and quickly made his way back to Yulin City. Meanwhile, in Wang Jun's command center. Sir, we've successfully extracted the memories from these individuals, reported Old 7. Really? Send them over. I want to see. Wang Jun had been interrogating these soul slaves for a while, but they were just minions. The close confidants near the leader had all been killed by Liu, yielding no useful information. Wang Jun opened the soul slave's memories, skipping over the disgusting crime scenes, and directly saw the scene where Liu killed the confidant soul slaves. However, her speed was so fast that her figure was nearly invisible. This woman's speed. Wang Jun was shocked. He only caught a glimpse of what seemed like a tail. A tail? Indicating incomplete shapeshifting? Not at the shapeshifting level. No, it could just be the owner's eccentricity. With such terrifying speed, Wang Jun couldn't have guessed that Liu was an epic-level dragon. Although his soul pets were strong, they couldn't match such attack and movement speed. Then, he saw the back of the woman. It was Guyu, wearing a menacing mask. That eerie mask, the pitch-black robe, the sharp chain blades, and he didn't even make a move, just watching from the side. Because Liu was too fast, invisible to the naked eye, and was quickly recalled by Guyu, and with her wearing a mask, she wasn't exposed. Instead, Guyu was the one who first appeared in the other's view. After killing the leader, he didn't activate stealth again, and was completely captured on record. Guyu never expected there would be a memory extraction ability. Officer, who is this man? Asked one of Wang Jun's subordinates, pointing at the surveillance footage with a puzzled expression. Wang Jun stared at the blurry figure on the screen, his brow furrowed. He should be the owner of that chain blade soul weapon. This kind of unprecedented soul weapon, along with his sudden appearance here, is worth pondering. Due to the interference of soul power fluctuations, the screen showed only a snowy static signal. The rest area didn't have advanced surveillance equipment installed, making it even harder for Wang Jun to determine the purpose of this masked man in black. Although his actions seemed to benefit humans, his true identity remained a mystery. What was even more concerning was the shape-shifting soul pet, with a tail. What level of power did such astonishing speed represent? Wang Zhun was secretly relieved that Guyu hadn't recklessly used the power of the glutton to devour the soul slaves, as the appearance of this demon would have caused a stir throughout China. After much thought, he decided on a strategy. Put this footage in the news as a kind of missing person notice. If he is on the side of humans, he will naturally show himself. If he's with the enemy, this kind of infighting being exposed will be a blow to them. Soon, a major news story was broadcast on various media platforms. Recently, the rest area of Dai Mei Villa outside Yulin City was attacked by a large number of soul slaves, but a mysterious man in black intervened, preventing significant damage to the villa. The news immediately caused a sensation, like a bomb going off in society. That speed is terrifying. You can't even tell if it's a man or a woman, commented a bricklayer, staring in shock. So cool. Not only does he have a powerful soul pet, but the mask and weapon are also awesome. Passers-by were captivated by Li Yu's incredible speed and Gu Yu's distinctive appearance. Meanwhile, Mu Yanxue, who had just held a funeral for her master, was listlessly watching TV at home. The eerie chain blade instantly triggered her memory as it was the weapon of the assailant who ambushed her in the secret realm, the source of her nightly nightmares. The blurry figure on TV must be the true dragon her master mentioned, whom she couldn't possibly contend with at the time. Seeing the mysterious masked man eliminate the soul slaves, Mu Yanxue didn't believe for a moment that this despicable villain was a hero. It must be some kind of conspiracy, she thought, clenching her fists, remembering her master's dying words, and resolved to destroy this now formidable disaster entity and save the world. Miss, a maid asked cautiously beside her. Book a ticket immediately. I'm going back to school to continue my training, Mu Yanxue said decisively. When the maid tried to remind her of her father's instructions, Mu Yanxue snorted. Who do you listen to? This rebuke frightened the maid into silence, bowing her head. With her master gone, the path ahead was one she had to walk alone. Lu Xinyu stared at her phone screen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The familiar mask in the news was unmistakable. It's him, she murmured, her heart rate quickening. She had been searching for the man with the eerie mask for days, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, as if he had never existed. If it weren't for this news, she would have almost doubted whether that night's experience was just a dream. But now, she was finally certain that the thrilling night was no illusion. Lu Xinyu silently resolved to find that mysterious person and thank him in person. Meanwhile, Guyu was dragging his tired body back to Yulin City around 3 a.m. Despite Shui Ying's worried suggestion to rest, he insisted on returning to Xinyao. After quickly changing back into his regular clothes and putting away his 2 soul pets, he headed straight to the Hunters Guild. Inside the guild, Guyu scanned the shelves and eventually bought 10 second-tier Dark Soul cores for 400,000. He also sold off various first-tier soul cores, unexpectedly earning 400,000. Lucky break, got it for free, he thought to himself with a sense of relief. Afterward, Guyu bought a ticket for the next available train back to Xinyao, opting for a regular seat this time to stay alert to his surroundings. As the train slowly pulled into the station, he quickly found seat 23. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He laid his head on the table, fighting to keep his eyes open. The last time I slept like this was during high school classes on Earth, he thought before drifting off. Not far away, a commotion was unfolding. Yansu, wait for me. Lu Tianlin chased relentlessly. Mu Yansu retorted impatiently. You're so annoying, get lost. I won't marry you. Lu Tianlin, the eldest son of the Lu family in Yulin, was exceptionally gifted, with a rare soul pet as his life companion. He had pursued Mu Yansu for a long time, and after a failed proposal, he had initially intended to give up. However, her transformation captivated him, and he secretly vowed to marry no one but her. To him, the Mu family posed no threat. A little pressure, and this flower would fall into his hands. Yansu, we've been childhood friends for so many years. Don't you know how much I love you? Lu Tianlin began his passionate plea. Don't go to Wuhuang Academy, be my wife instead. His greasy tone was nauseating. Get lost. Mu Yansu glared at him with disgust. Her impression of Lu Tianlin had deteriorated from a mere acquaintance to someone utterly repulsive. She had no intention of seeking a partner. Her unique talents required her to remain pure. To shake off this persistent nuisance, she had deliberately not bought a private compartment ticket today, yet she was still caught by the Lu family's lackeys. Mu Yansu quickly made her way to her seat, inwardly resenting the Mu family, the suffocating family, the mercenary relatives, and even her beloved master was gone. As she sat down, her gaze fell on the sleeping black-haired young man opposite her. For some reason, this stranger's presence felt oddly familiar, and not entirely unpleasant. Lu Tianlin's gaze fell on Mu Yanxue, who was intently watching the black-haired young man across from her, sleeping like a log. This sight filled Lu Tianlin with rage, thinking to himself, Yanxue has never looked at me like that. He strode over to Guyu, his voice booming. Hey, get up. I'll pay 500,000 for your seat. Lu Tianlin thought to himself, he had plenty of money, and if he didn't spend it, wouldn't it be wasting his parents' talents? How could he face the Lu family otherwise? Lu Tianlin continued to roar. If you keep this up, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Mu Yinxue finally couldn't stand it anymore. She was fed up with this man's pestering. She snapped. Have you stooped so low as to bully ordinary people now? Have you no dignity as a soul tamer? She explained. Almost no soul tamer would bicker with ordinary humans, which is why people respect soul tamers. Mu Yinxue's eyes blazed with anger as she said each word clearly. Lu Tianlin, listen carefully. Even if I fell for a passerby, I wouldn't like you one bit. I will never marry you, so get out of my sight. Before she finished speaking, the light of the heavenly sword flashed. Lu Tianlin, the coward, immediately backed down. If it were Guyu, he would definitely say, come on, hit me. If you hit me, you have to marry me. Guyu, disturbed by the commotion, woke up from his sleep. What the heck, who is it? He lifted his heavy head and opened his eyes to see a stunning blue-haired, blue-eyed beauty looking at him. Guyu rubbed his eyes, took a closer look, and was shocked. What the heck? Mu Yinxue is right across from me. He almost summoned his weapon to strike her, but then realized this was on a train, so maybe he hadn't been discovered. Mu Yinxue was also observing the man across from her. She noticed his handsome features, graceful demeanor, and his deep, attractive dark eyes. His gaze carried a hint of surprise. Mu Yinxue quickly dismissed her absurd thoughts. In truth, the disaster-prone body and the flawless Tao body were destined to attract each other, which led to this coincidence. That's why she felt a special connection to Guyu, though she was unaware of it herself. Mu Yinxue smiled slightly and said, I'm sorry, someone I know was a bit rude and disturbed your rest. Seeing Yinxue smile at this guy, Lu Tianlin was even more infuriated. He assumed that those in this ordinary carriage were just regular people who couldn't do anything to him. So he arrogantly said, you lowly commoner, move out of my way. Lu Tianlin was furious that this ordinary person dared to ignore him. Little did he know, his actions had thoroughly angered Guyu, who had been interrupted twice. Without a word, Guyu sent out a dark chain that wrapped around Lu Tianlin's neck, pulling him over with a force he couldn't resist. Guyu dragged Lu Tianlin in front of him, lightly pinching his face as he said, I'm very angry right now. Do you believe I can send you to the hospital immediately? At worst, I'll spend some time in jail, but you'll be bedridden for days. Lu Tianlin was scared stiff by Guyu's fierce gaze. He realized that the person opposite him was not an ordinary person, but a soul tamer. The chain was a life-bound soul weapon. He dared not utter a word. That look in Guyu's eyes was definitely from someone who had killed before. He didn't want to die. Although killing was strictly forbidden, if he encountered a madman and was killed, it would all be over. He could feel his strength gradually draining away. Guyu secretly activated the power of gluttony, like invisible tendrils silently devouring Lu Tianlin's soul energy. Mu Yinxue keenly sensed a hint of danger in the air, but she couldn't pinpoint its source. Her gaze fell on the black-haired man in front of her. The strange chain seemed familiar, yet she couldn't associate it with the transformed soul lock chain. After all, in her understanding, no one could alter the fundamental form of their life-bound soul weapon. Lu Tianlin felt the murderous intent emanating from Guyu, and he was instantly terrified, like a chicken with its throat grabbed. He stammered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Seeing this, Guyu released his control over him. Noticing Mu Yinxue's puzzled expression, Guyu was secretly pleased. Meanwhile, Lu Tianlin was so frightened by the murderous look that he fled the scene. Guyu chuckled inwardly. Is this kind of coward scared off with just a look? If he met a soul slave, he'd probably be scared out of his pants. With the troublesome person gone, Guyu realized this was a perfect opportunity to win favor. He speculated that Mu Yinxue probably hadn't seen his true appearance, and with Li Yue and Shuiying not around, her half-baked divination skills likely couldn't deduce that he was a calamity prison body. If that old woman were present, it might be a different story. Guyu pondered, what should I do? How can I win this girl's heart? Since I plan to pursue her, I can't just attack her abruptly. I must obtain the power of divination. Time flew by as Guyu stared intently at Mu Yinxue without saying a word. This strange behavior made Mu Yinxue uneasy, and she wondered, why is he staring at me? Shouldn't I find this behavior annoying? Why is my reaction so strange? Finally, Mu Yinxue couldn't resist asking, excuse me, why are you staring at me? Guyu shamelessly replied, because you're beautiful. Mu Yinxue thought to herself, last time we met, he attacked me, and now he's complimenting me? What a shameless man. She suddenly felt that he was a scoundrel and didn't want to deal with him anymore. They arrived at Xinyao City. After getting off the train, Guyu punched himself in frustration, silently cursing his own stupidity. However, this encounter confirmed 3 things for him. Mu Yinxue currently couldn't detect that he was a calamity prison body. The old woman likely had left, and he seemed to always run into her. Was it destiny? Guyu decided to find another way to improve her impression next time. You're beautiful was just too awkward. On the train, Mu Yinxue watched Guyu's departing figure, feeling an inexplicable, strange sensation. Upon returning to Xinyao City, Guyu headed straight home, eager to get some sleep. He originally planned to catch up on sleep on the train and start leveling up immediately upon returning. But after encountering Mu Yanxue, he was too scared to close his eyes, fearing she might attack him. So he kept his eyes on her the whole way. As he opened his front door, the familiar atmosphere put him at ease. Two girls appeared instantly before him. Shuiying asked worriedly, "Master, are you exhausted?" Guyu replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired from staying up too late. A good sleep will fix it." In truth, he had been through a series of stressful events, getting provoked, facing a surprise attack, nearly falling asleep only to be startled awake, and discovering his adversary right across from him. His nerves had been on edge the entire journey. Liyue took his hand and guided him to the bed, softly saying, "Little master, you look really tired." Shuiying thought for a moment and decided to clean up first before accompanying her master. Guyu was already exhausted and felt incredibly comfortable as soon as he lay down on the soft bed. At some point, Liyue had changed into a seductive piece of lingerie. "Little master, sleep tight," Liyue whispered gently. Overwhelmed by the fragrance surrounding him, Guyu closed his eyes, hugged the captivating figure beside him, and fell into a deep sleep. Liyue looked at the sleeping Guyu in her arms, a faint smile on her lips, as she gently embraced him. Guyu awoke from a pleasant dream, blinking his sleepy eyes open to find that Shuiying and Liyu were still asleep. The room was dimly lit, as Shuiying had drawn the curtains tightly, blocking out any outside light. He fumbled for his phone and saw that it was already past 7 p.m. He had slept for quite a while. Rising to his feet, he headed to the living room, reminded of an important task harvesting crops from his system space. Retrieving a peculiar flower pot from the space, he was greeted by the sight of an unusual blue cucumber. The system indicated that this was a special cucumber capable of enhancing charm. Guyu picked it, and the roots were swiftly devoured by tiny bugs in the pot. Taking a bite of the blue cucumber, he found its crisp and refreshing taste irresistible. Even after finishing one, he craved more, so he planted a new seed in the pot, with the system indicating it would take 12 hours to mature. He then opened the system's lottery interface, ready to use the opportunities he had accumulated over the past couple of days. Skipping the system's lengthy dialogue, 2 flashes of white light appeared, resulting only in consolation prizes. This left Guyu worried about Liyue's Dark Soul cores. The daily minimum of 10 second-tier soul cores was far too few. With the abundant soul power provided by gluttony and the energy absorbed from the pagoda of falling iron, Guyu finally broke through to Soul Master level 5. He could distinctly feel the qualitative leap in his internal soul power. Upon summoning the pitch-black soul lock chain, he found its length had increased to 25 meters, 5 meters longer than before. Moreover, the chain's immobilization effect had evolved into a stun effect, still lasting 3 seconds, but now significantly more powerful. With the 2 women still asleep, Guyu quietly closed the door and decided to order takeout for dinner. While waiting, he inadvertently saw a news report on TV about an attack on Phantom Manor, with his own image prominently displayed in the footage. Analyzing the footage carefully, Guyu noticed something. A misleading used figure was blurry, while his own appearance was clear. This video was likely extracted from the memory of a fleeing soul servant using special means by Silver Wing or Yellow Dragon. He was relieved that Shuiying hadn't taken action then, as her distinctive 3 tails would have surely exposed her identity. Guyu reminded himself that he must activate his stealth ability during future actions, even if it would consume soul power. Although there are various types of 3-tailed foxes, choosing one could easily arouse suspicion. After a simple dinner, Guyu decided to spend the last few days in the northern region of Xinyao to see if he could hunt more ice-type soul beasts to enhance his strength. When he opened the Hunter app, he was taken aback. A new bounty task appeared on the screen, and the target was none other than himself. Reward for information on the mysterious masked man from Daimei Villa. Contact if you have any leads. Reward 500,000, it read. Seeing the contact info, Guyu couldn't help but mutter, "Am I only worth 500,000? To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to stay elsewhere for a few days, focusing on leveling up Shuiying. Returning to the bedroom, he saw the enchanting scene of Liyue and Shuiying sleeping intertwined, and he swallowed hard, suppressing his inner turmoil as he gently woke them. Afterwards, Guyu headed straight to the Xinyao Hunter Guild. Unfortunately, he couldn't acquire a second-tier Dark Soul core or any higher level ones. After all, those capable of slaying transformation-level soul beasts wouldn't settle for being ordinary hunters. About 100 meters from the northern checkpoint, Guyu noticed 3 novice hunters struggling to take down 2 ordinary frost wolves. Their awkward coordination and weak soul pets clearly showed they weren't cut out for hunting. Having endured the dark dragon's evil soul influence, Guyu no longer meddled in such affairs, believing everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Donning his familiar attire, Guyu and Shuiying went on a rampage in the northern region of Xinyao. In just a few days, the local population of ice-type soul beasts dwindled by a tenth. Those snow demons that once troubled him were now mere ants in his eyes. Each time he defeated a soul beast, he let Shuiying gain the experience, while Liu temporarily played the role of a bystander. Sister Shuang certainly knows how to please the young master, getting all the experience, Liu said with a hint of jealousy. Don't worry, once we find a lot of dark attribute monsters, it'll be your turn. Guyu reassured her while cleaning up the battlefield. Finally, through relentless effort, Shuang broke through to the 4th tier of the spirit level, just a step away from the next breakthrough. As it was getting late, Guyu took the 2 women back to Xinyao, with the ice-type soul beasts behind them seemingly ready to celebrate the departure of the fearsome figure that had terrorized them. Tomorrow, it was back to school. Guyu finally made it back home and collapsed onto the soft sofa. The continuous battles had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and he hadn't even had time for his usual gardening. He retrieved the unusual flower pot from his system space, worried that the flowers might have been infested with pests. To his delight, he found a shimmering purple fruit lying quietly in the pot. Zillion fruit. His eyes lit up. This rare fruit could greatly enhance the soul power of his soul pets. Carefully, he picked the fruit, already considering how he might acquire more of these treasures in bulk. Liu. He called to Liu, who was helping Shuang cook in the kitchen. She tilted her head, puzzled. What's up, young master? This is for you, it's beneficial. Guyu held up the fruit. Open your mouth. As Liu gazed at him with her captivating eyes, he fed her the fruit. She playfully licked his fingers, sending a shiver through him. The transformation was swift and remarkable. Liu's soul power surged, and a black light erupted from within her. In an instant, her level rose to Spirit Link rank 3. This rapid advancement was even more astonishing than absorbing soul power in a secret realm. Liu seemed equally surprised by the change, and gave Guyu a quick kiss before dashing off. Tease and run. That's just like you. Guyu chuckled, thinking she was daring because she knew he wouldn't push his luck. The boost in power for his 2 major soul pets lifted his spirits significantly. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from you and Guyu. Where have you been? Our team lost the mission to Class 1. By the way, want to hang out tonight? After some discussion, Guyu agreed to meet his long-absent friend. Just the 3 of us, 7 p.m. tonight. Make sure you bring enough money. I'll show you around the underground market, Yuan said excitedly. Master, dinner's ready. Shui Ying's sweet voice came from the kitchen. Liu helped with the cooking today too. At the dinner table, the aroma of Shui Ying's braised ribs and Liu's tomato scrambled eggs filled the air. Watching the gentle and caring Shui Ying wipe his mouth, and Liu smiling mysteriously beside her, Guyu thought to himself, these are my future wives. This thought made Shui Ying blush, while Liu maintained her enigmatic smile. After dinner, Guyu stored away his 2 soul pets and headed straight to the Hunters Guild. He sold all the unneeded soul cores, earning a whopping 2 million. This was no fluke with powerful soul pets like Liu and Shui Ying. Their efficiency in clearing beasts was unmatched. The combination of strong control and high damage made dealing with same-level soul beasts a breeze. Looking at his account balance of 4.3 million, Guyu couldn't help but reflect. Money seems to be becoming less and less significant to me. After all, it's nearly impossible to buy the evolution materials for the 2 soul pets with money. Guyu looked at the darkening sky, hopeful for the surprises tonight might bring. At 6:30 p.m. sharp, Lin Ye's call came through. They were meeting at the Huihong Plaza in Xinyao, which wasn't far. Guyu hadn't been there long before he saw Lin Yi and Yuan hurrying over with their respective soul pets. Both soul pets took on the form of beautiful women. Although they were quite attractive, compared to the stunning 12 out of 10 of Shui Ying Liu, they were at best a 7. By Yuan's side was a sexy blonde with blue eyes, her tail gently swaying, clearly the light-type soul pet he had mentioned. Lin Ye's soul pet was a typical girl-next-door type, dressed in green, suggesting she was of the wood attribute. So early, Guyu. We thought we'd be waiting for you, the old pigeon, for a while. Yuan joked, his eyes darting around. Hey, we're all guys here. Where's your little fox? I heard she easily defeated that spider guy. She's resting in the soul consciousness sea. She's been quite busy these days, Guyu replied casually. This offhand remark brought a knowing smile to Yuan's face. Guyu didn't bother to explain further. Among men, some things are better left unsaid. The 3 of them headed towards the district outside the plaza. On the way, Guyu inquired about the team task situation. Ugh, don't even mention it, Yuan said dejectedly. You were the only one absent. The task was to collect soul beast heads within a set time, and we lost to Class 1 by just a bit. Sorry about that. Guyu apologized quickly. No worries. The teacher said you weren't feeling well, Lin Yi reassured him. But you missed out on all the credit rewards. Guyu wasn't too concerned. Ever since acquiring the Pagoda of Fallen Iron, the ordinary soul crystals from the school had lost much of their appeal. However, maintaining his student identity was still important, so he had to follow the necessary procedures. The 3 gradually ventured deeper into the alley. Although Guyu was in unfamiliar territory, with his void escape ability, he wasn't afraid of surprises. I'll take you around Xinyao's black market. I know this area well, Yuan promised confidently. What do they sell there? The black market is divided into 2 types, auctions and treasure hunts. The auction is the usual setup, But the treasure hunt is interesting. Various treasures are packed in black boxes, each priced at 1 million. It's all about luck. Last time, I got a fire-type mysterious soul box and made a good profit selling it. Fire attributes are the most popular on the market. Soul box. Blind boxes. Gu Yu's eyes lit up. I'm good at that. Gu Yu followed Yuan and Lin Yi to a hot pot restaurant. After navigating through a simple maze-like layout, they unexpectedly discovered a hidden room with a secret door. The three of them entered in single file, walked about 20 steps down a dim corridor, turned a corner, and descended a few steps. Suddenly, they were greeted by the sight of a massive underground gate. People began to gather from different directions, indicating that there were many hidden entrances. Gu Yu wondered to himself, could this be the legendary Xinyao black market? As he paused to observe, Lin Yi tapped his shoulder and whispered, "Stop staring. Let's go inside." The trio passed through the gate without any hindrance, surprising Gu Yu. It seemed the organizers were quite confident in their security, not worried about anyone causing trouble. They first arrived at the auction area, just in time for an auction. Yuan and Lin Yi exchanged a glance and said to Gu Yu, "You stay here and take a look. We'll go get some drinks." With that, the two temporarily left. Gu Yu turned his attention to the auction stage, where a lively, fiery red kitten was being displayed. His interface quickly popped up with detailed information. Fire Lu Cat, rare grade, level 3 mortal, a fire-type evolved soul beast with high growth potential. Its soul skills included Flame Claw normal attacks with significant fire damage and Blaze all attacks with a burning effect, causing continuous burn damage. Current status, critically injured. The auctioneer enthusiastically introduced, "Good evening, everyone. Tonight's premium item Fire Lu Cat. Don't underestimate this level 3 mortal kitten. It's a formidable soul pet, and even more powerful once it transforms. Those in the know will understand." Without further ado, a rare-grade mortal soul pet starting at 10 million. The bidders weren't surprised by the price, as rare-grade soul pets were generally worth that much. Quickly, a chubby middle-aged man raised his paddle and shouted, "I'll bid 30 million. Immediately, the bids began to rise. 31 million. 32 million. Gu Yu lost interest in watching further. Firstly, because of his financial constraints, and secondly, because rare-grade soul pets didn't appeal to him. He was mainly there for the thrill of the unknown. Just as he was about to leave the auction area and head to another hall, he accidentally bumped into a soft figure. "Sorry," Gu Yu quickly apologized, bowing his head. "It's okay, I wasn't watching where I was going either," a familiar voice replied. Gu Yu looked up, surprised to see Yin Wuxin. "Why is it you?" he asked, astonished. Yin Wuxin raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Why can't it be me? A girl like me has plenty of money. What's wrong with browsing the market?" Feeling awkward, Gu Yu was eager to leave. Sorry, I have something to do." However, before he could slip away, Yin Wuxin boldly grabbed his arm. She didn't understand why she did it, just had a strong premonition that if she let go now, she might never encounter him again. A perplexing thought crossed her mind. Could she actually like this con artist? In fact, due to the awakening of the calamity prison body and the power of the mysterious fruit, Gu Yu's charm had increased significantly. Coupled with his naturally handsome appearance, he had become quite different from before. Previously, he had nothing to his name but his looks, but now, his confident demeanor made him even more appealing. Yin Wuxin stared into Gu Yu's eyes, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "I haven't even asked you yet. Where were you during the team mission a few days ago? I didn't see you. I messaged you to team up, and you didn't reply." Gu Yu casually fabricated an excuse. "I wasn't feeling well, so I took leave." Humph. Yin Wuxin huffed and turned her head away. She was inwardly annoyed, feeling that Gu Yu had been indifferent to her from the start. Her princess-like temper flared. She always thought she was the one to leave others, never expecting to be ignored herself. Yin Wuxin thought Gu Yu would try to appease her, but when she turned back, he had already slipped away. Frustrated, she muttered, "That annoying guy, always running off and leaving me behind. When had she ever been so wronged?" Gu Yu and Yuan had just returned, casually holding a few bottles of drinks. Yuan suddenly noticed a stunningly beautiful woman standing behind Gu Yu and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wasn't that the legendary wealthy woman, Yin Wuxin? Just as Yuan was about to strike up a conversation, Yin Wuxin suddenly rushed towards Gu Yu, her small fists raining down. "Gu Yu, you liar. I'm furious," she shouted as she hit him. "You never reply to my messages. Do you keep your WeChat just to look at money?" Gu Yu dodged as he tried to explain. "It's not what you think. Miss Yun and I are from the same city and have met once before." Yin Wuxin clearly wasn't buying it. "Liar. Return my soul box. You always deceive me. And you said you were feeling unwell. Who are you trying to fool?" Yuan and Lin Yi were dumbfounded, thinking that Gu Yu had already started living off a rich woman. He even managed to get a soul box? Despite Gu Yu's earnest explanations, they nodded but remained skeptical inside. After the chaos, Gu Yu finally introduced everyone to each other. Upon hearing that they were going to the Gold Rush event, Yin Wuxin immediately offered to lead the way. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. The Gold Rush event was bustling with people, even more lively than the auction next door. For large tables were filled with boxes of various sizes, with calls of vendors echoing around. Place your bets. Our new Shine Black Market guarantees it. Tonight's most valuable prize is the Ice Spirit Herb. Everyone can only buy one. Guyu carefully examined the boxes on the table, which contained all sorts of strange items. Soul boxes, soul bones, breakthrough materials, soul crystals, and even some risque books. His gaze finally settled on a jet-black rectangular box containing the legendary Ice Spirit Herb, one of the core materials for evolving an Ice-type soul pet to the Lord level. Just as Guyu hesitated, Yun Wuxin approached him. Which one caught your eye? Guyu answered absent-mindedly, but couldn't help glancing at the small box in her hand. His heart suddenly raced. Inside was the BGK, a dark-type passive soul box skill that significantly increases damage to controlled enemies, with effects that enhance with the soul pet's innate bloodline. Guyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the worn-out box. Inside was a dark element, earth-tier soul box. It was the perfect soul box skill tailor-made for him and Liyue. He couldn't help but wonder how such a precious item could be discarded so carelessly. In reality, although BGK was powerful, its effectiveness was limited due to the rarity of dark element soul pets and the lack of control skills, making it less appealing compared to other soul box skills that directly increased attack power. As a passive skill, BGK was thus discarded like garbage. However, for Guyu, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Liyue, as an exception among control-type soul beasts, had an erosion flame that could inflict dark element damage with chances of causing confusion, fear, and blindness. Combined with Guyu's stun, Shuiying's charm, and freezing effects, acquiring BGK would dramatically boost Liyue's damage. Guyu's gaze then fell on the box containing the Ice Spirit Grass. Although it wasn't much use for Shuiying, he thought it might be needed by Yun Wuxin's Yao Yao. He picked up the box and cheerfully said to Yun Wuxin, "Miss Yun, my big box must have something good inside. How about we trade?" Yun Wuxin replied indifferently, "You're just bluffing." Her small box was something she had grabbed casually from the table, and she was only there for fun. She shrugged. "If you want it so much, let's trade." With that, she handed over the small box. Guyu took the small box and passed the box with the Ice Spirit Grass to Yun Wuxin. He mysteriously advised, "Don't open it now. You might find a surprise when you open it at home." He thought to himself that since Yun Wuxin hadn't used her family's status to bully him and had even given him a useful gift, it would be nice to return the favor with the Ice Spirit Grass. Curious, Yun Wuxin asked, "Aren't you going to open it?" Guyu pretended to be profound and said, "I'll open it after offering prayers at home. It's a kind of mysticism that brings good things." Meanwhile, Yuan and Lin Yi also made their own discoveries. One obtained a poison element soul bone, while the other got a mysterious little yellow book. Guyu was secretly delighted, thinking he had struck gold by acquiring BGK for 1,000,000. The three saw Guyu pay without hesitation and didn't say much. After all, those who made it into Balon Academy's advanced class had some skills. After leaving the trade market, Yin Wuxin bid farewell to the trio and went home. Guyu, Yuan, and Lin Yi headed to a barbecue restaurant, enjoying skewers and drinks. Guyu sincerely said, "Thank you for bringing me to such a fun place." Yuan, with a slight blush, laughed. "Guyu, no need to be so polite. You've already helped me a lot, giving away the light element soul bone just like that." Guyu corrected, "It's a trade, not a gift." After a few rounds of drinks, Yuan, slightly tipsy, remarked, "This drink packs a punch. The dark element is hardly researched, and soul bones of that element aren't worth much. You traded with me and lost at least tens of thousands. You're truly a friend of Yuan." He raised his glass. Cheers. Guyu was also filled with emotion. Yuan had gifted him a dark element heaven-tier soul bone. Lin Yi joined in, raising his glass. "You, always going solo and promising next time for sure." Guyu chuckled. "Next time, for sure." It was Guyu's first time drinking so heartily, and by the time he got home, he was dizzy. Shuiying, concerned, said, "Master, drink less in the future." Guyu, tipsy, replied, "It's fine. I'm just really happy. Yuan is a real lucky star. He gave my precious Liyue two great things." Liyue looked at the intoxicated Guyu, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had never felt shy before. Guyu was about to take out the soul box, but was too sleepy to keep his eyes open. He staggered to the sofa and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Guyu opened his sleepy eyes and immediately felt a chill in his lower body. He frowned in confusion, thinking he didn't have a habit of sleeping naked. Lifting the blanket, he saw his bare legs exposed to the air, a scene not suitable for children. Recalling last night's events, Guyu guessed that after getting drunk, he had been bathed by Liyue and Shuiying. Looking around, he noticed that Liyue unusually hadn't gotten up yet, which puzzled him. Despite the lingering hangover, Guyu forced himself to get up, dressed, and insisted on going out for exercise. "I can't let my body slack," he muttered to himself. After finishing his workout, he bought breakfast, ate quickly at home, and then hurried to school. leaving the still sleeping girls behind. On the way, Guyu contemplated asking his teacher about special ways to gain experience outside school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he felt several hostile glances directed his way. Clearly, some people thought the team's failure was due to his absence. They're overthinking it, Guyu scoffed internally. Even if I had gone, I would have just been a useless tag-along. The morning classes were dull for Guyu. Even the beautiful Ms. Lin couldn't capture his attention. During lunch break, Yuan and Lin Yi invited Guyu to join them for lunch. Just then, a pale, skinny, purple-haired young man, accompanied by a few rough-looking youths, approached them. You're Guyu, right? The purple-haired youth demanded aggressively. Do you know that because of you, we didn't complete the team task and missed out on the reward? Guyu squinted his eyes, already deciding to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. He calmly replied, I just wasn't feeling well. Even if I had participated, there's no guarantee we would have succeeded. Why pin all the blame on me? The purple-haired youth persisted. If it weren't for you, we were so close to finishing. It's definitely because of you. The surrounding classmates were drawn to the commotion, gathering around. Yuan immediately defended Guyu. Zhao Jupa, stop falsely accusing Guyu. Believe me, I'll beat the crap out of you, keyboard warrior. Lin Yi tried to mediate. Zhao Jupa, don't say things that cause discord. Yuan sneered. Old Lin, why waste words on this fool? His sole weapon is a keyboard, a classic troll. Just as Zhao Jupa was about to retort, Guyu spoke up, his voice low and icy. What do you want to do about it? Zhao Jupa was intimidated by Guyu's aura but still managed to say. It's simple, you compensate us for all our losses. It's all your fault. Some people around were swayed by his words and began to agree that Guyu was to blame for the failed task. Guyu's lips curled into a cold smile. All right, then let's have a duel. If I lose, I'll agree to your terms. If I win, I won't ask anything of you. How about it? You said it. Zhao Jupa replied smugly. I'll win back the reward for everyone. Yuan worriedly tried to intervene. Guyu, don't stoop to his level, you'll only suffer. Guyu smiled faintly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. It's all right. The moment Zhao Jupa tried to pin the blame on Guyu, his fate was sealed. At the arena behind the hill, Guyu and Zimao submitted their sparring request to the teacher via their phones. This so-called sparring was actually a place for students to have private duels. As long as no one was killed or their soul pets were slain, no one interfered. After all, future soul pet masters would face fierce soul beasts as enemies, and losing meant death. Sparring with others was already a mercy to spare one's life. Zimao looked at Guyu with disdain, calculating in his mind. He believed this deserter was no match for him, seeing it as an opportunity to establish his reputation. He had heard that Guyu only had a fox soul pet, which he deemed no match for his keyboard. With this thought, Zimao eagerly summoned his 2 soul pets. First to appear was a common grade, spirit level 2 purple lightning python, with a combat power of only 4. It possessed 3 soul skills, Thunder Fong, Bind, and Soul Box technique. Following it was a common grade, mortal rank 5 sea lion, with a pitiful combat power of just 2. It could use the charge and water bullet soul skills. Guyu looked at these 2 weak soul pets and suddenly regretted accepting the challenge. He was used to dealing with rare grade strong enemies, and facing such common grade opponents left him at a loss. Hey, what's your name again? What's your rank? Guyu couldn't help but ask. My name is Zhao Jupa, ranked 89. Zimao replied arrogantly, staring at Guyu. I'm ranked 66, and you dare fight me? You only have a fox soul pet. What do I have to fear? Despite Zimao's arrogance, Guyu noticed that his natal soul device seemed unusual. Lin Yi timely reminded him. Guyu, be careful. This guy's natal soul device is troublesome. Guyu carefully observed Zimao's soul device keyboard. This keyboard could inflict damage on enemy units through typing, and its soul power could trigger sonic attacks, potentially causing the target to fall into a withdrawn state. You underestimate my keyboard? My parents say I have the potential to become a soul emperor. Zimao declared proudly. Guyu was amused. Ha ha ha, you're really something. Do you believe if I told you how I'm going to beat you, you wouldn't be able to handle it? With that, he summoned his fox-shaped soul pet, Shuiying. As Shuiying appeared, it immediately drew exclamations from the surrounding female students. Wow, his soul pet is so beautiful, with 3 tails. However, some still held a grudge against Guyu. What's the use of being pretty? We almost beat class 1 because of him. Zimao scoffed. Just a mere fox, nothing but good looks. As soon as he finished speaking, the tension on the arena escalated, and an intense battle was about to unfold. There are always these fools who think too highly of themselves, and there's no escaping them. Guyu glanced disdainfully at Zhao Jupa in front of him, sighing inwardly. This self-important guy didn't even have the most basic judgment. One of Guyu's soul pets already far surpassed Zhao Jupa's strength, a disparity so obvious that anyone could see it. Unfortunately, Zhao Jupa clearly lacked the wisdom to recognize it. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Guyu's mouth, a glint of frostiness flashing in his eyes. Next, I'll take out your little snake first. Before his words had fully settled, Zhao Jupa frantically grabbed his soul weapon keyboard, attempting to launch an attack. However, his movements, in Guyu's eyes, seemed like a slow-motion replay. With a flick of his wrist, Guyu's soul-binding chain, enhanced with stealth, shot out like a serpent, instantly wrapping around the soul weapon keyboard. Zhao Jupa's frail physique was no match for Guyu. With a gentle pull, the keyboard was snatched away. "I'll take that," Guyu said mockingly as the chain carried the keyboard far away. Meanwhile, Shuiying nimbly dodged the clumsy charge of the sea lion, gracefully turning and delivering a fierce kick that sent the sea lion flying. Without any need for gathering power, an icy breath was unleashed, the blue frost energy sweeping over the purple electric python, freezing it into an ice sculpture. Zhao Jupa stared in disbelief at the scene. He had originally planned to slowly torment Guyu with sonic attacks, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. His keyboard was lost, and his little purple snake was frozen stiff. He lamented the wasted resources spent on enhancements. Guyu looked at Zhao Jupa with disdain, thinking that this guy only barely made it into the advanced class because of his keyboard, while his soul pet's strength was pitifully weak. Shuiying easily defeated 2 opponents at once. "Now it's your turn." Guyu approached like a phantom, the soul-binding chain snapping out to ensnare Zhao Jupa's legs. Just as Zhao Jupa attempted to summon his missing keyboard, Guyu pinned him to the ground, the chain binding him tightly. Looking down at the struggling Zhao Jupa, Guyu coldly remarked, "With your level of combatability, you have the audacity to blame others? If the class loses, it's dead weight like you that's the real problem." With that, he activated his devour ability, causing Zhao Jupa to feel his strength rapidly draining away. "Ah!" Zhao Jupa cried out in pain. Guyu grabbed him by the collar with disdain. "What are you screaming for? I haven't even hit you." He yanked Zhao Jupa's head up, forcing him to look straight ahead. "Consider yourself lucky to be born in a good era. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Know your opponent before showing off." Shuiying's chilling spike pierced through the sea lion's skull like lightning. The sea lion collapsed powerlessly, its life quickly ebbing away. Zhao Jupa watched helplessly as his second, expensive soul pet perished, feeling as though his heart was being cut. He finally realized how formidable an opponent he had provoked, filled with regret. "I'm sorry, please spare me," Zhao Jupa pleaded. Guyu sneered. If sorry was enough, there wouldn't be a death penalty in the world. With that, he triggered a stun effect and kicked Zhao Jupa off the platform. "Trying to frame me and incite others to attack me? Consider this lesson a bargain." The Devour ability had completely drained Zhao Jupa's soul power, leaving him to rest in the hospital for the next few days. Guyu thought to himself that, aside from the final kick, he hadn't directly attacked him much, only dealt with one soul pet. The sparring agreement clearly stated that any consequences were the participants' responsibility. This served as a warning to others. Guyu turned to Zhao Jupa's companions, who were even weaker. "Any of you have a problem with that?" Guyu asked coldly. They quickly shook their heads and hurriedly carried Zhao Jupa away. Watching this, Guyu became even more determined to leave the school. The people here were too weak, merely wasting his valuable time. He needed stronger opponents and a broader stage to hone his skills. After dealing with Zimao, Guyu lost his appetite for continuing the meal. He briefly said goodbye to Lin Yi and Yuan, and left the cafeteria under the shocked gazes of his classmates. He first headed straight to the teaching building to collect his daily allotted resources, several ordinary-grade soul crystals. Looking at the limited number of soul crystals in his hand, Guyu frowned slightly. It was far from enough. Arriving at the homeroom teacher's office, Guyu knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," came the familiar voice of Teacher Wang. "Guyu? What's the matter?" Teacher Wang looked up at this outstanding student. "Teacher, I feel it's hard to achieve a real breakthrough at school," Guyu said, meeting Teacher Wang's eyes. "Without the experience of life and death battles, how can one truly grow?" Teacher Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to see through the young man before him. "Your awareness is indeed high, but you are still ordinary students. It's better to avoid dangerous things. The country needs talents. What if I have the ability?" Guyu's tone was calm. "Indeed, you are more outstanding than many students I've seen," Teacher Wang said seriously. "Tell me, what is the purpose of a soul pet master?" "To protect human territories and explore the domain of soul beasts. These are all things from the books," Guyu replied. Teacher Wang continued. "In this world, humans occupy a very small area. The endless seas, the forests and mountains outside the cities, all hide countless threats. Not to mention other countries watching like hawks." Sensing the confidence emanating from Guyu, Teacher Wang made a decision. "I'll give you a special recruitment spot. This is an opportunity, don't disappoint me." Beside him, Teacher Lin couldn't help but ask, "Old Wang, what do you see in him?" Based on the fact that he alone hunted more than 20 soul beast heads within 2 days, Teacher Wang said confidently. "And I believe he hasn't fully shown his strength. No one in your class can achieve that." "That's true." Teacher Lin nodded in agreement. Teacher Wang stood up. "Let's go, I'll introduce you to someone." "You mean?" Teacher Lin seemed to understand something, showing a shocked expression. Yes. The two left the school and took a taxi to the Department of Public Security. Colleagues greeted Teacher Wang as they passed by. Eventually, they arrived at an office. Come in, came the familiar voice from inside. Pushing the door open, it was indeed Li Mu. Xiao Wang, what brings you here? Isn't teaching exciting enough? Li Mu looked up and joked. I brought you a promising talent, Teacher Wang said with a smile. Li Mu took a closer look and recognized Gu Yu. Oh, it's you. Long time no see. Gu Yu responded generously. Gu Yu, you know Director Li? Teacher Wang asked in surprise. This kid was the only survivor of the Harmony incident. I was the one who interrogated him back then, Li Mu said, sipping his tea. What? Teacher Wang looked at Gu Yu in disbelief. You've already encountered soul slaves, so it will be easier to explain things to you. Xiao Wang, you can leave now, Li Mu indicated. Teacher Wang patted Gu Yu on the shoulder. Since Director Li knows you, I'll take my leave. Work hard. With that, he left the office. Li Mu carefully examined Gu Yu. It seems I was right. You must have a formidable power to escape from the soul slaves. Indeed, Gu Yu said casually, spreading his hands. Xiao Wang was able to recommend Gu Yu, clearly recognizing his exceptional qualities. Li Mu sat in his office, keenly observing the young man before him, and got straight to the point. Are you interested in joining the Tunglong Reserve Forces? Tunglong? What is that? Gu Yu asked with a slight frown. Li Mu straightened up, his tone serious. It's the military organization for spirit beast masters in Huagua. For now, you can only join the reserve forces, and you can officially enlist after graduation. But don't worry, there's no mandatory commitment for reserves, and transitioning to active duty is completely voluntary. Absolutely. Gu Yu replied without hesitation. Spirit beast masters usually engage in this kind of work after graduation. Joining early is an honor, and having an additional identity makes things much more convenient. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction and then explained in detail. In Huagua, Tunglong is divided into 3 departments, Huanglong, Silverwing, and Red Leopard. What's the difference between them? Huanglong is like the National Guard, mainly responsible for defense and domestic patrols. Silverwing focuses on dealing with the unrest caused by spirit slaves, aiming to eliminate their influence. As for Red Leopard, Li Mu's tone grew solemn. It's primarily responsible for overseas exploration, which is extremely perilous. Given your current abilities, I wouldn't recommend it. Then I'll choose Silverwing, Gu Yu said with a hint of interest in his eyes. I'm curious about spirit slaves and want to understand how these humans, who gain the power of spirit beasts, encounter them. Li Mu stood up, lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression appeared particularly serious. Your name is Gu Yu, right? You might not know this, but every day a large number of people go missing, and spirit slaves frequently cause trouble both domestically and abroad. The scariest part is that before they reveal their spirit beast powers, they're almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Many spirit slaves have already infiltrated human cities, bringing along numerous shape-shifting level spirit beasts. Seeing Gu Yu's surprised expression, Li Mu continued, these are military secrets. Considering you seem straightforward and upright, not to mention brought here by Xiao Wang, I'm telling you this. To the major families, this isn't really news. They've known for a while. However, these truly powerful families often don't align with the national interests and act independently. People like you, willing to serve the country, are increasingly rare. Li Mu gave Gu Yu a meaningful look. As a survivor of the Harmony incident, you indeed have the right to know this information in advance. Although Gu Yu didn't have any particular affection for this world's Huagua, he clearly understood the saying, when the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. Joining a new organization could not only provide intelligence, but also offer opportunities for training. After all, his real enemy wasn't humans, it was that white dragon, at least at the condensed spirit level. The country has raised you for so many years. Li Mu suddenly turned, his gaze piercing as he stared at Gu Yu. You wouldn't join the spirit slaves and endanger national security, would you? No, Gu Yu replied decisively. I trust my judgment. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Knowing too much too soon won't help. You'll understand as you complete your tasks. The two walked to the inner courtyard's training field, where Li Mu made a phone call. Soon, several people hurried over, one of whom was a particularly noticeable man standing at 1.8 meters tall with a robust build, completely overshadowing Gu Yu. Xiaozhong, this kid wants to join Silverwing. Test his abilities first, Li Mu said. Silverwing was the reserve unit of Silverwing. Director Li, can this kid handle it? Xiaozhong asked doubtfully, eyeing Gu Yu. Li Mu laughed. Don't underestimate him. He's quite capable. Gu Yu, don't blame me. These tasks are challenging, and we need to assess your strength. Again, the man named Zhang frowned, his tone laced with irritation. Li Mu chuckled lightly, responding without hesitation. Just do it when you're told. Stop complaining. With a resigned sigh, the man named Zhang said, all right. He waved his hand, summoning his soul pet. A massive earth-colored rat appeared out of thin air, its size astonishing. This soul pet, the earthbound rat, was of rare grade, spiritual level 6, with earth attributes. Its abilities were peculiar, including soul skills like burrow, sinkhole, earth force, and razor claw. Burrow allowed it to move underground effortlessly, increasing its speed by 40. Sinkhole could drag an enemy underground, causing immobilization. Earth force added a slowing effect to all attacks, with a 30 attack boost underground. Razor claw inflicted heavy bleeding with normal attacks. The man named Zhang taunted the young man opposite him. Kid, summon your soul pet. I won't bully you. I'll just use one. Guyu remained calm, replying, then I won't hold back. With a gentle wave, a snow-white fox appeared beside him, exuding a faint chill. Li Mu observed the white fox closely, frowning slightly. It doesn't look like the three-tailed foxes from the records. The man named Zhang asked in surprise, you're not summoning a second pet? I don't have one. Guyu replied coolly, without a hint of emotion. The man named Zhang scoffed slightly. All right, I'll go easy on you, kid. Guyu's gaze fell on the whip in the man's hand, pondering. It seems we have the same type of soul weapon. It was a soul weapon called the Defiled Spirit Whip, capable of inflicting mid-range damage with each attack having a chance to apply a random negative status effect. Let's begin, the man named Zhang said in a deep voice. Guyu nodded slightly, and both sides entered battle mode. Without further ado, the massive earthbound rat burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. Let's finish this quickly. Guyu instructed Shuang softly, leaping onto its back. He ordered Shuang to use Swift Gale, maintaining high-speed movement to avoid the sinkhole attack. Man and pet moved like a white lightning bolt, racing toward the opponent. Li Mu watched in awe, such speed. In the air, Guyu's soul lock chain danced like a snake, entangling with the opponent's defiled spirit whip. In a flash, Guyu suddenly leaped off Shuiying's back. His level 6 physical strength exploded, hurling the man named Zhang toward him. What the hell? Such strength, the man named Zhang exclaimed, astonished that a robust man like him could be overpowered by a student. He hadn't planned for close combat. Both sides were mid-range attackers. Who would have expected a sudden melee? Sensing its master's peril, the earthbound rat emerged from the ground, grabbing Guyu's foot. Guyu felt himself being pulled underground, but remained unfazed. The soul lock chain was already secured around the man's leg, rendering the whip's attack ineffective. Stun activated. Guyu shouted. Simultaneously, Shuang unleashed a piercing chill from the ground, aimed at the stunned man above. Enough. Zhang, you lost. Li Mu suddenly called out, summoning a massive firehound. The soul pet, engulfed in flames, blocked Shuiying's attack. Of course, the piercing chill was deliberately restrained. Thank you for holding back. The man named Zhang coughed as he got up from the ground, admitting defeat. Guyu climbed out of the pit, dusting himself off. You did the same by not ordering the earthbound rat to attack my head, though I wasn't worried. Unbelievable. You freak, throwing me that far. The man named Zhang was still incredulous. Guyu casually replied, just some simple physical training. Just morning runs, really. In truth, Guyu could have used a charm and ice burst combo, but saw no need. He was already holding back in this fight. If he went all out, a single frost breath would have left the opponent incapacitated. As for the earthbound rat's attacks, with the protection of reverse scale and immortal body, they posed no fatal threat. Li Mu gazed at the young man in front of him, silently assessing him. This youth not only had a fox spirit pet known for its incredible speed, but also wielded a peculiar spirit weapon, not to mention his extraordinary physical abilities. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction, but couldn't help but wonder what the young man's second spirit pet might be. He thought to himself, only a 3-year-old would believe this young man only had one spirit pet. Let's go. You've passed the test, Li Mu said. Welcome to Silver Feather. He could see that Guyu hadn't used his full strength, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid even faked his expressions when confronting me. Then, Li Mu smiled slightly, chiding himself. I can't believe I was outsmarted by a youngster. Li Mu led Guyu to fill out a simple registration form and then handed him a QR code, saying, here, scan this, and you'll understand the rest. With that, he turned and went back to his office. Guyu scanned the QR code and downloaded the Tunglong app. After registering with the information provided, he found that his identity had already been recorded, though currently, he was only listed as a trainee. He briefly browsed the app's interface, noting its similarity to the Hunter app, with the main difference being that tasks here didn't offer direct monetary rewards but used a points system to exchange for various items. For Guyu, as long as he didn't have to waste time at school every day, this was more valuable than anything. He was relieved that even as a novice, he could take on some of the simplest tasks. Just as Guyu was about to leave the HR department, a beautiful woman approached him, handing him a space ring and a small note. This is your joining benefit. Keep up the good work, she said with a blush, secretly admiring the handsome young man with black hair. Guyu gladly accepted the ring, but casually tossed the note into the trash. He remembered being scolded for littering last time and had learned his lesson. He was thrilled at the thought of being able to skip classes whenever he wanted and still receive resources, feeling as carefree as a deity. Little did he know, if other members of Silver Feather heard his thoughts, they would be shocked. To them, battling spirit slaves was far from leisurely. Most people chose to join Huanglong, where they could just hang around and still enjoy benefits. Back home, Shuiying and Li Yu immediately came out to greet him. Gu Yu took out the box from Bezik and said to Li Yu, come here. I've got something special to show you. Curious, Li Yu approached, her hands wandering over Gu Yu's leg. Gu Yu quickly stopped her. Don't touch randomly, it's here. He took out the small black box, lightly touched it with the soul lock chain, and a large amount of black energy emerged, gradually forming the shadow of a scorpion. Absorb it, and your power will grow even stronger, Gu Yu said, taking Li Yu's hand. Okay, master, Li Yu replied obediently. Soon, she had absorbed the black energy successfully. Gu Yu immediately checked Li Yu's attributes and found she had gained a new soul box skill, Bezik. Damage increased by 75 when attacking controlled enemies. Li Yu was amazed by the surge of new power within her and gratefully hugged Gu Yu's arm, saying, I didn't expect it, even though I lost my power. Thanks to you, master, I've gained even stronger power. Today, I'll make something delicious for you. With that, she happily ran into the kitchen. Gu Yu could hardly believe it, having heard of Li Yu's high status among the dragon clan. And now she was cooking? He looked at Shuiying in confusion. Shuiying gently lay in Gu Yu's arms, explaining, I've taught Li Yu many times, and she's really smart. Gu Yu opened his phone, intending to look through the app in detail and consider taking on a task. Just then, his phone rang with a WeChat call from Yun Wuxin. Gu Yu hesitated but answered the call. Hello? Liar, how did you get that ice spirit grass? Yun Wuxin asked bluntly. Gu Yu feigned ignorance. What ice spirit grass? If you don't want to say, then don't. Yun Wuxin huffed and hung up. Shortly after, Gu Yu received another message from Yun Wuxin. Thank you. Accompanied by a bunny emoji. Gu Yu couldn't help but smile at the unexpected gratitude. After a brief response to Yun Wuxin, Gu Yu reported his successful joining of Yin Yu to Teacher Wang through the class group chat. Teacher Wang replied with satisfaction. Well done. Gu Yu, you didn't let me down. At this moment, Gu Yu, Li Yue, and Shuiying were enjoying dinner. Gu Yu was surprised to find that Li Yue's cooking skills had greatly improved and couldn't help but exclaim. Both my wives can cook. I'm so lucky. As the three were immersed in their meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Gu Yu asked curiously, Did you order something online again? Both girls replied in unison. No. Gu Yu shrugged and guessed. Maybe someone pressed the wrong doorbell. He decided to ignore it. However, just then, Gu Yu felt a strange sensation of tearing behind him. He noticed Li Yue and Shuiying staring intently over his shoulder, as if they had seen something incredible. Gu Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly turned around to look. In front of him stood a stunningly beautiful girl with purple hair. Her long purple hair reached her waist, smooth as silk, and her side hair was braided into cute little braids. Her features were exquisite, especially her large, captivating purple eyes that seemed to draw one in. Her nose was small and delicate, and her slightly parted red lips suggested she was about to speak. The girl had a petite frame and exuded a delicate aura. Her slightly furrowed brows instinctively aroused a strong protective urge in Gu Yu. She wore a white dress that hugged her slender figure. Although still developing, her bust was slightly larger than Mu Yinshue's, though still smaller compared to Shuiying's. Her long legs were striking, with a purple snake tattoo on her right leg that added a touch of allure. Her slender legs were flawless, adding to her charm. Surprisingly, she was barefoot, revealing her translucent, jade-like feet. Gu Yu scrutinized the unexpected guest, and saw she lacked any animal ears or tail, appearing just like an ordinary human girl. He couldn't help but wonder, how did she get in? Li Yue noticed Gu Yu's reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. Master, you're quite naughty. Just then, a panel suddenly appeared. Gu Yu was astonished to discover that the delicate purple-haired girl before him was actually the legendary Calamity spirit. This was completely unlike his imagined image of a pitch-black, overwhelmingly powerful soul beast. Are you a spirit? Gu Yu asked incredulously. The girl didn't speak, just tilted her head slightly, looking utterly adorable. This scene made Gu Yu's heart race, as if his emotional reservoir was instantly depleted. The purple-haired girl slowly walked to Gu Yu's side, gently caressing his face with her small hand. The incredibly soft touch sent shivers through Gu Yu. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. The Calamity spirit requests to become your life-bound soul pet. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Gu Yu chose accept. However, the system promptly informed him, as the life-bound soul pet slot is already occupied, due to unknown forces, a third soul contract is forcibly initiated. King's command enforced. A powerful pressure instantly overwhelmed him, and Gu Yu felt his soul power rapidly draining away, as if his entire body was being hollowed out. He collapsed powerlessly to the ground, and the purple-haired girl crouched down, seemingly puzzled by the outcome. Seeing this, Shuiying hurriedly supported Gu Yu, asking worriedly, Master, are you okay? Gu Yu weakly shook his head, filled with questions. Why didn't the Calamity spirit replace the existing life-bound soul pet? What does this sudden third soul contract mean? Guyu felt the power rapidly draining from his body and realized the situation was dire. He forced himself to remain calm and not worry his two female companions, deciding to use his last resort. He activated the passive effect of the Futo meteorite tower, and suddenly, a surge of soul power flowed into him. The crushing sense of impending collapse finally subsided, and Guyu felt a sense of relief. Luckily, I have the Futo meteorite tower, or I would have been completely drained. That was terrifying. Even though he had narrowly escaped disaster, he was still so weak that even a child could easily overpower him. At that moment, the third soul contract was successfully signed. A system prompt appeared before Guyu. Calamity, Demon Spirit. Grade, Mythical. Level, Ordinary Tier 1. Characteristics, a powerful serpentine soul beast that defies world rules, possessing the power to subjugate all living beings, and is rejected by the heavenly way. Its original name has been forgotten, named after its association with the Calamity abyssal prison body. Soul abilities. 1. Evil Toxin. Soul power attacks cause continuous toxic damage. 2. Illusion Toxin. Eyes emit an invisible force that causes continuous damage and can trigger hallucinatory effects. 3. Burial Toxin. Area-based continuous toxic damage. 4. Void Step. Allows for spatial teleportation with the Calamity abyssal prison body, consuming significant soul power. 5. Death Toxin. Ignores grade, with a 0.5 chance of causing instant death. 6. Swift Toxin. Colorless and odorless. Damage calculated per second. Exclusive skill. 1000 Calamity Dream. Choose an effect, causing forced unconsciousness for 1 day. 1000 Calamity. Causes permanent mental damage. Guyu was stunned after reading. Mythical grade, instant kill level poison, space teleportation, and the ability to control an enemy's will regardless of grade? This was beyond his imagination. However, he quickly realized that the demon spirit's defense was almost non-existent, with only the high-cost void step as a means of escape. No wonder demon spirits throughout history had struggled to avoid being hunted down. Guyu finally understood the old woman's warning. Liyue and Shuiying also noticed something unusual. The purple-haired girl already bore Guyu's aura. You. The girl softly called, then collapsed into Guyu's arms. She asked gently, "Why did you reject me?" "Reject what?" Guyu was puzzled. "Your first soul contract is with that fox." She pointed at Shuiying. Shuiying stared at her, her eyes flickering, but she remained silent. Guyu did not notice Shuiying's unusual behavior. Recalling the system's prompt, Guyu guessed that the demon spirit might forcibly occupy the position of his life-bound soul pet. Fortunately, Wang Yu's presence allowed her to become the third soul pet. "It's okay, all my soul contracts are life-bound." Guyu reassured her softly, holding her close. "Is that so?" She seemed to accept this explanation, sensing the sincerity of Guyu's thoughts. "Finally found him," the girl thought joyfully. As the exclusive companion soul pet of the Calamity abyssal prison body, the Calamity demon spirit was supposed to devour and replace the life-bound soul pet. However, the protagonist's skill, Wang Yu, unexpectedly saved Shuiying's life. "Would you like to join us for dinner?" Guyu asked, his gaze resting on the seemingly shy purple-haired girl. Liyue chuckled softly. Another sister has fallen under the young master's spell. Luckily, we have enough chairs at home. Without saying much, Guyu gently picked up the purple-haired girl. She was astonishingly light, as if she had no weight at all. He carefully placed her on a chair, and then continued with his dinner. Liyue's gaze lingered on the girl's leg, where there was a snake-shaped tattoo. Based on her disaster prison body, Liyue was convinced that this new girl was the legendary demon spirit. Liyue couldn't help but wonder what strange thoughts might be going through this mysterious demon spirit's mind. The sudden arrival of a new wife made Guyu feel a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but imagine. If you were having dinner at home and a wife suddenly fell from the sky, wouldn't you be both surprised and excited? Guyu pondered the demon spirit's unique abilities. Her Heaven's Punishment effect allowed her to take form at this level and even forcefully sign a third soul contract with him. Normally, one would need to reach the soul master level to contract 3 or 4 soul pets. However, the cost of Heaven's Punishment was significant, leaving her body extremely fragile. Guyu regretted that Liyue's reverse scale effect was still bound. Otherwise, it might have countered the increased damage from Heaven's Punishment. "It seems I'll have to protect her," Guyu resolved silently. Her space warping ability only works on herself and her true form. Demon spirit? The purple-haired girl looked up at Guyu with a pitiful expression upon hearing the term. Guyu thought calling her a demon spirit didn't sound nice, so after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Such a beautiful girl. Let me think. How about we call you Ziqi? Do you like that?" "Okay." She nodded gently, her voice as melodious as flowing water. After dinner, Guyu sat on the sofa, his mind filled with thoughts about Ziqi. Although he knew she was the companion soul pet of the disaster prison body, her clinginess was something Guyu found a bit hard to adjust to. Looking at Ziqi hanging on to him, Guyu helplessly embraced her. He noticed that Ziqi constantly emitted a peculiar fragrance. Liu said with a playful smile. Young master, you've got yourself a human-shaped accessory. Shuang is quite upset. Sure enough, Shuang huffed. Humph. Let her have her way since she's new. Another one to compete with me for the master. Guyu recalled the old woman's words. Only the demon artifact, the pagoda of the fallen iron tower, could elevate Ziqi's level. Unfortunately, the tower had just activated its effect and wouldn't be effective for another 7 days. He thought about the next steps. Take it easy for the next few days, then level her up. At that moment, Guyu suddenly realized his killing calamity skill had activated. This innate skill could significantly enhance his life-bound soul artifact, adding high damage, but it also consumed a lot of soul power. Unfortunately, his soul power was almost depleted. So, I'll rest and recover for 7 days, Guyu decided. Once the pagoda of the fallen iron tower is active, I'll take Ziqi to level up. For now, I can't continue cultivating soul power. Guyu decided to go to bed early. Looking at the size of the bed, he mused. Do I need to buy a bigger bed? Sensing Guyu's dilemma, Ziqi suddenly transformed into a tunterlong purple snake. Her body then continued to shrink until she was coiled around Guyu. Lying in bed, Guyu stared at the ceiling, his thoughts racing. With another snake around, he couldn't help but wonder what the next soul pet would be. Just then, Liu suddenly spoke up. Master, I want to slay a dragon. I lost badly last time, but I've learned the dragon's subduing palm. Guyu couldn't help but laugh. How rebellious. Wanting to turn against your master? Next time, for sure, since Ziqi just arrived. On the 8th morning, Guyu quickly got up, filled with anticipation. The floating tower of meteorite had fully recovered, and today he could finally take Ziqi for some leveling up. He reminisced about the past few days' uneventful consolation prizes, but the results of the last 2 seeds were unexpected. The seemingly ordinary item, I am a tree, could actually be planted, and the other seed grew into an unusual strawberry. Upon careful inspection, Guyu discovered that this strawberry could relieve his soul pet's negative states. He pondered for a moment, thinking it might be useful for Ziqi's unconsciousness, so he stored it in the system space for later use. Guyu stretched, feeling the pressure of Ziqi's snake form coiled around him. Her tail was restlessly swinging, almost crushing his bones. He gently patted Ziqi, signaling her to loosen up a bit. After a simple breakfast, Guyu decided to skip class and take his 3 female companions to find an unfortunate little creature to practice on. They left through the east checkpoint of Xianyao and arrived at a secluded area. Guyu donned his familiar outfit and led the 3 women forward cautiously. Unexpectedly, the surrounding soul beasts did not retreat due to the mythical level suppression. Instead, a reckless poison weasel charged at them. Guyu glanced at it, noting that this ordinary level, first-rank spirit weasel was too weak and only required caution against its poisonous spray. He decided to let Ziqi have a go. With a wave of her small hand, the poison weasel fell into some kind of illusion, staggering as it walked. It then began to frantically scratch itself, as if enduring intense pain. Before long, the weasel collapsed and died on the spot. Guyu had expected the poison to turn the weasel green and cause it to die from decay, but that wasn't the case. He took out a blade, gently slicing open the weasel's body, only to find no green blood inside. Aren't they afraid of you? Guyu asked curiously. Ziqi replied softly. I've hidden my aura well, some are afraid. Also, my poison is invisible. Guyu gently stroked Ziqi's head, comforting her. Poison damage indeed has its drawbacks. Even killing such a weak, ordinary soul beast takes time. It seems you're more suited for a powerful single-target focus, not for grinding. Liu immediately chimed in. Leave this kind of thing to me and Shuang. Shuang agreed. Yes, Ziqi is still too gentle. Considering safety, Guyu said to Ziqi, then transform into a snake and come up here. It's too dangerous to leave you alone. He extended his hand, signaling Ziqi to come closer. Ziqi nodded, transformed into a small snake, and wrapped herself around Guyu, hiding in his black robe. Guyu thought, with the Tianju effect, having Ziqi fight in human form wasn't convenient. Hanging on him was safer and easier to hide. Guyu used Void Escape, and was pleasantly surprised to find that Ziqi could fully enjoy the power of this skill. This was different from when he rode Shuang, where only he could become invisible. Guyu wondered if it was because Ziqi's mastery of spatial power completely overshadowed Void Escape. Not bad, Guyu thought happily. It seems I can cultivate Ziqi as a powerful stealth accessory. Guyu led his 2 female companions deeper into the forest, his eyes sharp and focused, ignoring the weak soul beasts they encountered along the way. He thought to himself, these small fry aren't worth the time. I should test the power of Bia's Hiki and my killing tribulation first. Just then, a large badger appeared ahead. It was entirely black, covered in scales, and its beady eyes cautiously observed the trio. Guyu's eyes lit up with a hint of delight. A silver-scaled badger, a rare level 3 soul beast with enhanced physical defense. Its silver scale skill doubles its defense and reduces damage by 20. Its claw attacks can cause bleeding, and its agility is increased by 40. Perfect, it's just the one I need. With a provocative smirk, Guyu picked up a small stone and tossed it at the silver-scaled badger, not forgetting to give it the middle finger in defiance. Although the badger sensed that the three were not to be trifled with, the international gesture of insult infuriated it. Its body shimmered with silver light, indicating it had activated silver scales, and it charged at Guyu with astonishing speed. At this critical moment, Shui Ying's charm skill took effect. The once ferocious silver-scaled badger suddenly halted, stumbled, and fell flat on its back. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu used concealment to successfully bind its tail. Liyue, go. Guyu commanded in a low voice. Use moderate strength. I want to see the power of Bia's Hiki. At his words, Liyue flashed forward, a green light appearing as she instantly reached the badger's side. The charm effect had not yet faded, and Guyu added a stun, then retracted the chain. He knew that if the command effect were added, it would likely result in an instant kill. As the silver-scaled badger broke free from the charm, it fell into a daze again. Suddenly, a black light flashed, and a scorpion-like soul power erupted. The poor badger was instantly split in two. So powerful, Liyue exclaimed. And this was just a moderate attack, with damage reduction on the enemy. If combined with the command effect, even that celestial horse from the secret realm wouldn't stand a chance. Guyu felt a surge of joy, thinking, epic-level power is already formidable, and with an additional 75 boost, it's nearly invincible. My strongest burst is the command-level suppression combined with Bia's Hiki, and Liyue's Gale Claw stacked to full. Of course, Shui Ying's unconditional first strike charm is crucial, ensuring the soul chain hits its mark. Next, let's test the killing tribulation. Guyu shouted, devour the silver-scaled badger. Unfortunately, he couldn't acquire its passive ability, which was a slight disappointment. The three continued deeper into the mountains, and Guyu didn't notice the presence of Ziki on him. The small purple snake's eyes glimmered with a strange light. She had expected Guyu's calamity prison body to develop as slowly as hers. She was surprised by his strength, with soul beasts of the same level being like fish on a chopping board before him. This realization made her tighten her grip around him involuntarily. Sensing the change in Ziki's soul wave, Guyu softly said, easy, but the purple snake wrapped around his neck instead. After advancing a few hundred meters, Guyu easily dealt with a few more weak soul beasts that crossed their path. Suddenly, a high-level soul beast caught his eye, a large white insect, about 4 meters long, with 2 antennae on its head, piercing black eyes, and 6 large legs that looked highly threatening. Guyu narrowed his eyes, thinking, this one looks like it can put up a good fight. The data on the stone ice worm appeared clearly before Guyu, a level 6 ordinary spirit beast with notable ice-type physical defense. It possesses 4 major soul skills: Rock Guard, Ice Spear, Regeneration, and Ice Break. Rock Guard reduces damage by 10, Ice Spear can be instantly launched, Regeneration grants an undead quality, and Ice Break inflicts area ice damage. The system specifically noted that the worm's weakness is its head. Without destroying the head, it will escape with its body intact. Liyue, Shuiying, cover me. I want to try a new skill. Guyu took a deep breath and activated the killing calamity effect. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. His multicolored soul power transformed into a vivid red, and the summoned soul lock chain radiated a blinding crimson glow. This power made Guyu feel an unprecedented strength, as if a single lash could shatter the enemy. However, his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate, like a breached dam uncontrollably losing water. At this pace, in less than 10 seconds, he would fall into a fatal state of exhaustion due to soul power depletion. Shuiying and Liyue, with their advanced cultivation, clearly sensed the terrifying energy erupting from Guyu. At that moment, the massive stone ice worm lunged forward. Without hesitation, Guyu swung the soul lock chain, the crimson light slicing through the air like lightning. By the time he regained his senses, the enormous worm had already collapsed, its head completely pierced by the chain. In an instant, the worm's head exploded, leaving a headless body behind. Cough, cough. Guyu, exhausted from the soul power drain, fell to his knees. The skill's power was impressive, but the consumption was immense, with his current soul power reserves only supporting it for 10 seconds at most. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps he should consider using the active effect of the Pagoda of Destruction? Just as Guyu was catching his breath, Ziki transformed into human form and leapt into his arms. Her red lips gently pressed against his, transferring a continuous flow of strange purple soul power into him, replenishing his depleted energy. She softly murmured. Guyu was absorbed in her unique fragrance, an intoxicating sensation. He gently wiped the traces from her lips. You should use this skill sparingly, she gently advised. All right, I promise you. Watching the beautiful girl with purple hair smile gracefully like a winter plum blossom, Guyu solemnly agreed. Guyu didn't notice the cunning look in Liyue's eyes. At that moment, He felt utterly exhausted, his soul power nearly depleted. With the support of Li Yu and Shui Ying, he managed to move to a large rock to rest. Li Yu, Shui Ying, please guard me, Gu Yu said, sitting cross-legged and immediately connecting with the floating iron tower in his soul consciousness to absorb soul power. Although hunting soul beasts could also restore soul power, the process was too slow. Just then, Ziqi's figure suddenly appeared in his soul consciousness, transforming into her original form and circling the tower, seemingly starting to cultivate as well. When Gu Yu opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened. He checked his phone and saw it was already past 7 in the evening. I should save the killing tribulation skill for emergencies, he thought to himself, feeling pleased to discover that Ziqi had advanced to the second tier of the mortal rank. It's time to head back. Gu Yu had Ziqi draped around him, Li Yu in his arms, and rode on Shui Ying's back. This peculiar combination made him smile. With accelerated speed, they rushed back to Xinyao. Once back, I need to take on some missions for training. I'm getting tired of fighting soul beasts. Maybe I'll encounter a soul beast from the Soul Slave organization, like that rhinoceros beetle last time. While he was pondering, Li Yu suddenly stirred in his arms. Young master, there's someone ahead. It's that silly girl you saved before, and she seems to be in trouble again. Let's avoid it. I don't want to meddle, Gu Yu initially thought, but seeing the crowd surrounding her, indicating she was in some danger, he reconsidered. Oh well, I'm in a good mood today. Might as well take a look. Maybe I'll even find some space rings. He put the two girls away, activated stealth, and followed Li Yu's directions. It turned out to be Lu Xinyu. To find the mysterious masked man who saved her, she had posted a bounty on the Hunter app. Tonight, a group claimed to know the whereabouts of the masked man, so she brought along 5 of her admirers. But as soon as they left the city, 7 or 8 people emerged from the woods, clearly premeditated. Boss, where's the target? One of the lackeys asked. Little beauty, there's no masked man here, but someone specifically wants you, the leader sneered. Lu Xinyu was terrified and wanted to flee, but realized they were surrounded by soul beasts and people. The usually boastful male classmates were now all cowering. Boss, I'm just passing by. One of the decent-looking boys turned to run, only to be shot down by an arrow. Think you can see our faces and live? Too naive, the leader sneered. We're from the Chun family of Xinyao, taking over for the late Lei Jiao. Young Master Chun has his eyes on this girl, and none of you guys are leaving here alive. Being noticed by young Master Chun is your good fortune, the leader said, pulling out a syringe filled with an unknown liquid. Are you coming quietly, or do we have to knock you out and let the toad swallow you to bring you back? Lei Jiao's gone, and this sweet job is mine now. Boys, once this is done, we'll have women and money. Hooray! The lackeys cheered, eagerly closing in. Gu Yu looked at the arrogant woman before him and felt his interest in helping her fade away. However, the mention of Master Chun by the burly man piqued his curiosity. He recalled his previous encounter with Lei Jiao. Another troublemaker. Could these people all be minions of the same master? Although I can't claim to be a good person, Gu Yu thought, I have no qualms about gaining some advantage from villains. He immediately summoned Li Yue and Shui Ying, ordering coldly, eliminate all the lackeys except the leader. The soul pets of this group were generally weak, only around level 2 in spirit communication, and to Gu Yu, they were like sheep awaiting slaughter. Before the burly man could speak, a chain shot out from the void, wrapping tightly around his neck. Gu Yu swung it forcefully, slamming him to the ground. You 4, keep your heads down. Gu Yu's voice was icy. Anyone who dares to look up will lose their head. This is no joke. The glow of the extreme ice bloom skill flashed, and the weak soul disciples were instantly turned into ice sculptures. Ah! Lu Xinyu screamed. What are you screaming for? Gu Yu snapped. If it weren't for wanting to extract information about Master Chun, it wouldn't matter to me if you were assaulted 1,000 times. Foolish creature. The other students were so terrified they knelt, repeatedly kowtowing. Soon, only the burly man who had lost an arm to Li Yue remained. His soul pet had long since perished. Li Yue's strength made short work of such ordinary opponents. Gu Yu secretly instructed Shui Ying, watch these students closely. If anyone dares to look up, kill them without mercy. Since encountering the demon spirit, his thirst for power had reached a new height. To him, these ordinary people were no more than ants. With the exorcism technique, Ziqi's phantom step, and Li Yue's dragon transformation, there was no one in the world who could stand in his way. Gu Yu sighed inwardly at how foolish this purple-haired person was, being deceived and nearly losing their life last time, yet daring to repeat the same mistake. If he hadn't arrived in time today, they would have surely perished, and the purple-haired one would have faced a tragic end. Gu Yu lightly slapped the burly man's face, his voice chilling. Speak. Tell me everything you know about Master Chun. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. His masked face looked particularly menacing in the night. Do you know Lei Jiao? He died by my hand. Please spare me. I'll talk. The burly man stammered in terror. We're a hunter squad under the Chin family, doing their bidding. Without a word, Gu Yu stabbed the man's foot. Keep talking. Your time is running out. Master Chun is the second son of the Qin family, the second largest family in Xingyao City. The man barely finished before another stab hit his leg. What treasures does he have? He has a private chamber full of collectibles. He orders us to gather them for him. Thanks for the information. Now I'll send you on your way. But you said. The man's sentence was cut short as a flash of darkness separated his head from his body. Did you really think I'd keep my word with a villain? Guyu kicked the head aside. You should know better than to expect honesty from someone like me. He looked at the lackey's corpse, thinking it was a fitting end. Damn, I forgot to ask for the password, Guyu muttered, patting his head. Guess the bank gets a windfall now. I wonder if this villainous young master has anything in his precious collection that I might want. In the darkness, Lu Xinyu stood trembling with a few classmates in front of Guyu. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the mysterious person who had saved her once again, her voice shaky. I just wanted to thank you. Stop crying. Guyu's eyes were sharp, and his tone was clearly angry. Running around at night with strangers? Didn't your parents teach you not to go with people you don't know? Hurry up and take these idiots with you. Lu Xinyu quickly got up, wiping her tears as she said, Thank you for saving me again. With that, she hurriedly left with her classmates. Watching them flee in panic, Guyu snorted. There won't be a next time. Learn your lesson. I just wanted to make some money off this Qin young master. Yet, he weighed the pros and cons internally. The optimal choice should have been to kill them to silence them. But he couldn't bring himself to harm these ordinary students. Am I still thinking like a weak person? Guyu muttered to himself. He knew that once these people returned, they would definitely report to the police, and the death of their companion would be enough to make them reveal information about him. The Qin family might notice something, but with the power of space he had gained from Ziqi, these so-called powerful families were nothing more than a backyard to him, where he could come and go freely. If no one can punish this villain, then I will. Activating the power of the glutton, all the bodies disappeared as if they had evaporated. He became invisible, traversed space, and destroyed evidence all in one smooth motion. I really do have a knack for being the bad guy. Guyu chuckled to himself. After another patrol outside the city gates, he changed into casual clothes and returned to the city. It's too late today. I'll deal with this Qin young master tomorrow. Back home, as soon as Guyu lay down on the sofa, two lights appeared. Shuang spoke with a hint of jealousy. Master, why does Ziqi get to accompany you outside every day? Ziqi emerged from Guyu's clothes, transformed into a delicate girl, and clung to him without a word. Sensing the situation, Guyu gently set Ziqi aside. Be good, Ziqi. I need to talk to your sister Shuang. In the bedroom, Guyu gently embraced Shuang. I haven't spent time alone with my sweet Shuang recently. That's my fault. Before she could respond, he kissed her alluring lips. Shuang shyly closed her eyes, but when Guyu tried to take things further, she hurriedly dressed and, with a flushed face, said, I'm going downstairs, and ran off. Wow, when did you learn to play hard to get like Liyue? Showing off and then running away, not playing fair. Guyu thought helplessly. Ziqi, the little third wheel, clung to him like glue, while Liyue always kept her distance, advancing and retreating in a clever dance. Opening the door, he found Liyue talking to Ziqi. Guyu didn't pay much attention and headed straight to the kitchen. It's been a while since we had time alone. Let me help you chop the scallions. Finally, the four of them sat quietly around the dining table, eating noodles in a strange silence where no one spoke. Let's start the cultivation, Guyu thought as he placed the last dried dish in its place and walked into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Guyu retrieved the storage equipment from the scoundrels using his spatial ring. Let's see what treasures these guys were hiding, he murmured softly, opening one of the rings to examine its contents. He quickly found 3 dark elemental soul cores and a few ice elemental ones, but the other first-tier soul cores held little value for him. After searching for a while, he found nothing else of worth, not even a diary or a USB drive. What kind of treasures could these small fry have? Guyu shook his head and decided to move on to today's lottery draw. The system operated as coldly as ever. A flash of white light, and it was another consolation prize. However, the consolation prize had now improved to 3 types of soul cores, though the second-tier poison elemental soul core was useless to Ziqi. She needed the power of the floating tower of fallen iron. Guyu sat quietly on the sofa as Ziqi also entered the sea of soul consciousness. The two of them began their long cultivation session. Although there was some progress in their soul power, the goal was still far off. It's time to gather some soul crystals, Guyu thought as he opened his eyes and saw Liu lazily lying on the sofa playing Temple Run, while Shuang was engrossed in studying a recipe. Today, Liu was unusually quiet, obediently consuming the soul core without causing any trouble. Guyu enjoyed the comfort of Liu's lap pillow and Shui Ying's leg massage as the 3 of them watched a video by a humorous content creator. Kasatan, double sword slash. Even though the 2 girls didn't quite understand, they stayed by his side throughout. After resting, Guyu began researching information about the Qin family. Online data indicated that the Qin family was one of the most powerful families in New Yao, with their Chun Wine group monopolizing the tobacco and alcohol markets, headquartered in New Yao's most bustling area. Gently stroking the snake form coiled around his body, Guyu prepared to attempt the void step. Zichi understood his intention, and her snake eyes glowed with a dim light. A sensation akin to void travel emerged, and Guyu felt as if he had traversed into another dimension. His movement speed in the void was incredibly fast, reaching the ground floor from his home in mere seconds. This demonic spirit's ability is indeed impressive, far superior to Mu Yenshue's spatial soul tool. Guyu marveled to himself. Although it consumed 5 of his soul power per second, allowing for only about 10 seconds of safe use, combined with Tao Ye's soul recovery ability, it was sufficient for emergencies. After waiting for a half-minute cooldown, Guyu once again used the void step to return to his desk. Mastering spatial power filled him with excitement. Tomorrow, I'll pay a visit to that Shin family young master, he murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Hey, master. Shuering giggled in her sleep, a small smile on her lips, seemingly lost in a pleasant dream. Guyu watched her curiously and gently tugged at her fluffy tail. Shuang awoke immediately, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. When her gaze met Guyu's, her cheeks flushed a bright red, and she quickly used her tail to cover her face, leaving only her bright eyes visible. Are you alright? Guyu asked with concern in his voice. I'm fine. I'll get up and make breakfast, Shuang replied hastily, the tip of her tail trembling slightly. Guyu said no more, swiftly getting up and putting on his favorite long black robe with practiced ease. He took out the gluttony mask from a drawer and examined it carefully. It was unmistakably genuine. He then quickly put away his 2 pets, but Zichi, as usual, refused to return to the space within his soul, stubbornly clinging to his shoulder. Guyu sighed, ultimately choosing to let her be. Upon leaving the house, Guyu expected to draw countless curious stares. After all, someone walking down the street in a long black robe might easily be mistaken for a lunatic. Surprisingly, however, no one paid him any attention. Guyu looked around in confusion. He boarded a tram heading to Xingfeng Street, a bustling area, and found a random seat. A young girl noticed his outfit and curiously approached him. The mask is a bit shabby, she remarked. I'm not, Guyu began to explain. Don't pretend. Look, the girl interrupted, pointing to the other side of the tram. Following her gaze, Guyu saw several people dressed in similar mysterious black robes. Although their masks failed to capture the same eerie feeling, they bore some resemblance. Could it be? Guyu furrowed his brows slightly. What is Ingwe? He asked quickly, feigning ignorance. Don't act like you don't know, the girl exclaimed in surprise. He's the masked man who protected Daimei Manor. Someone called him Ingwe first, and the name stuck. Are you a fan of his too? The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. I am. He's so powerful, effortlessly taking down a group of soul slaves. I heard that without him, the loss would have been significant. Her eyes twinkled with stars, her expression enamored. Guyu understood. Most people admire the strong, and with the added mystery of a mask, it naturally attracted fans. I am indeed a fan. I bought this robe online. It's of good quality, Guyu replied smoothly. Quick, give me the link, the girl said excitedly. The quality is really good. If only I had his mask too. It's so cool, I wonder what he looks like. After sending the fangirl on her way, Guyu got off at his stop. Shaking his head, he thought, who knew I could become an internet sensation like this? Following the map's directions, Guyu arrived at the headquarters of the Jochin Group. A magnificent building gleamed under the sunlight, but Guyu had no interest in admiring its architectural beauty. A purple light suddenly flickered around him, and he used his step into void technique, disappearing into thin air. At the same time, he donned his life mask, and his life soul weapon was summoned. Guyu successfully infiltrated the 2nd floor of the building. After finding a secluded corner, he ended the step into void and switched to a regular stealth mode. First, I need to find the person in charge, he thought. There shouldn't be any important figures on the 2nd floor. He opted to take the nearly empty stairwell, moving with silent, light steps. Upon reaching the 10th floor, he cautiously peeked out and saw an ordinary man in a business suit walking alone. He must be an employee here. I'll have to use force. Guyu's eyes turned cold as the soul lock chain flew from his hand, entwining the man like a silver snake and pulling him into the stairwell. Tell me, where's the person in charge? Guyu's voice was icy, his eyes behind the mask glinting with a dangerous light. The man was terrified at the sight of his soul artifact and quickly confessed, Big brother, I'm just an ordinary person. I told you, it's at the end of the left corridor on the upper floor. He handed over a small bag with trembling hands. This is for you. You haven't seen anyone, understand? Guyu took the bag, which contained a 2nd-tier poison soul core. He nodded silently and left without a sound. The soul core was worth several months of the man's salary, enough for him to willingly forget everything that had just happened. Void step, Guyu whispered, instantly phasing through the wall and entering a luxurious office. He was momentarily taken aback by the scene before Hema corpulent boss was deeply discussing work matters with his curvaceous secretary, both oblivious to the unexpected visitor. Guyu didn't interrupt their moment and waited silently for 3 minutes. Finally, the secretary shyly adjusted her clothes and hurriedly left the office. Finished with your business, sir? Guyu said coldly, as chains flew out and bound the boss tightly. Big brother, I'm just a regular worker. I have no money, the boss stammered, terrified out of his wits. Guyu sneered. This is the upper echelon of Jochin Group. Even if a soul slave broke in, there should be some commotion, right? Just finished your business, and suddenly a masked man appears behind you. Must be frightening, huh? Don't worry, I'm not here for money. But if you don't answer my questions properly. The boss began to sweat profusely. Damn. People who don't want money are usually after your life. Although he was nominally the boss, he was really just a high-ranking worker at Jochin Group. Such profits wouldn't be entrusted to someone like him. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know, he said, trembling. Guyu got straight to the point. Where's the Chin family? Tell me everything you know about the second young master. If you can't explain clearly, you might lose your head. You should know what kind of dealings they have, right? The boss's heart skipped a beat. Although he was just an ordinary person, he still knew some inside information as Chin's representative. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Sure. I'm just looking for the second young master, Guyu replied nonchalantly, sitting down. Relax, you haven't seen anyone today. As for your little liaison with your secretary, I know nothing about it. The boss was initially angry about his private moment being interrupted, but quickly realized this was his chance to survive. The man before him was after the second young master, elusive and untraceable, so no one would know he leaked the information. Although he was a lackey for the Chin family, he wasn't loyal to the point of stupidity. So, the boss told Guyu everything he knew. After obtaining the useful information, Guyu vanished from the boss's sight. The boss felt as if he had just returned from a brush with death, his fear palpable. Such a mysterious ability. He was lucky to have proved his value in time. Otherwise, he would have died for nothing. Guyu followed the information to the Chun family's location. It was quite remote, situated in a luxurious estate near the outskirts of Xinyao City, right outside the city. Standing before the grand castle, he couldn't help but marvel. The entrance was heavily guarded, though most of the guards weren't highly ranked. Only one leader's sole pet had reached the form-changing level. Guyu had no intention of forcing his way in. He knew the rest were loyal death warriors, and capturing them alive was pointless. He rested briefly before using Void Step again, passing through the main gate. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation. Detected a barrier, expulsion law in effect. Guyu mused. Oh, a barrier, huh? Capturing the second young master will alert Li Yue and Shui Ying. But that's okay, there's already enough time. Guyu carefully observed his surroundings in the courtyard of the Qin family. He decided to explore the courtyards on either side first and began to walk forward. Suddenly, he felt the barrier's power dissipate, which surprised him. Could it be that there's only one layer of barrier outside? Guyu wondered, realizing that maintaining a barrier consumes a lot of soul power, and the Chun family probably didn't have enough soul crystals to waste. This discovery relieved Guyu, making infiltration much easier. Aside from the heavily guarded entrance, there weren't many patrols inside the courtyard. Guyu thought to himself that the Chun family probably didn't know there was someone like him who could easily break through the barrier with such extraordinary power. He recalled his abilities. His space traversal could break through low-level barriers, but it would leave traces. Zeki's mythic-level Void Step was powerful but would trigger alarms. However, when combined with his dispelling technique, it was a perfect combination. I can go wherever I want. Guyu thought with satisfaction. He speculated that the castle at the main entrance might be a place for entertaining guests and dining, but he wasn't sure. After hesitating for a moment, Guyu chose the large courtyard on the right. As soon as he entered, a massive building came into view. He cautiously approached, noticing that the nearby patrol had just left. From his observations, they patrolled approximately every 30 minutes, seemingly just for show. Guyu found a hidden spot to rest for over 10 minutes, replenishing his soul power. Although the Void Step was powerful, it consumed too much energy and couldn't last long. After another 10 minutes, he was fully recovered and successfully avoided the next patrol round. Holding his breath, Guyu quietly slipped into the building. The first thing he saw was an incredibly luxurious study, its opulence astonishing. He tiptoed through the study and entered a living room as large as a small plaza. At that moment, Guyu heard the voice he had been searching for. No, you beast, sob. A woman's sobbing came from somewhere. Then, a voice that sounded like a eunuch said, the more you scream, the more excited I get, little beauty. Following the sound, Guyu arrived at the door of an opulent bedroom. Peering through the crack, he saw an oversized bed with luxurious decor, clearly a place where unspeakable acts frequently occurred. Holding his breath, Guyu quietly pushed the door open, revealing the second young master committing an assault. On the bed lay a woman of about average beauty, with an injection in her arm. Beside the second young master stood a blue-clad wool-feared woman, and on the floor writhed a Naga electric eel. Guyu quickly assessed the situation. The wolf-eared woman was a Xian Shuang wolf, a rare-grade spirit beast at level 4, with decent control abilities. The Naga electric eel on the floor was a common-grade spirit beast at level 2, known for its harmful effects on the opposite sex. Master? You want more? The wolf-eared woman asked. Mind your own business, the second young master replied harshly. Standing at the door, Guyu pondered whether to act now or wait a bit longer. His eyes scanned the room, weighing the best moment to strike. The young master had just finished and was about to pull up his pants when suddenly, his Naga electric eel emitted a pink mist that instantly knocked the girl unconscious. The blue-haired girl showed a moment of hesitation in her eyes, but quickly returned to her cold demeanor. It was then that Guyu got a clear look at the young master's face. He was dressed casually, with long, flowing hair and eyes that held a hint of melancholy. His features were slightly above average. Guyu thought to himself, he's not as handsome as me, but he could easily charm a young girl, so why resort to force? The young master hoisted the woman's naked body and pressed a switch by the bed. A hidden door quietly appeared. Not wanting to waste his soul power, Guyu took advantage of the moment when the young master was adjusting the woman's position and slipped inside first. Once inside the so-called collection room, Guyu was stunned. The walls were densely covered with human and animal skins, utterly repulsive. He cursed silently. This pervert, who knows how many lives he's harmed. The basement was eerie and terrifying. The young master secured the woman to a platform in the center and splashed water on her to wake her up. The woman whimpered in terror, but the young master just laughed, saying, "Soon, you'll become one with me forever." He picked up an animal skin and inhaled its scent with delight. The wolf-eared girl waved her hand to cast a spell, and with a flash of blue light, the bound woman was rendered immobile. The young master explained, "Keeping them alive ensures better art pieces." Guyu hadn't intended to meddle, but this beast's actions were utterly inhumane. Assault was bad enough, but skinning people alive? He couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Come out!" The soul lock chain shot through the air, precisely hitting the young master's neck and pulling him over unprepared. Guyu slashed his leg, causing blood to gush out. Simultaneously, Guyu used Snowfire's charm on the wolf-eared girl, interrupting her spell and taking control of her. Liyue quickly appeared, and with the support of Bieji, delivered a wind claw that sent the wolf-eared girl flying, killing her on the spot. The two women easily dealt with the Naga electric eel. Guyu said with disgust, "Such a vile soul beast." The young master, who had been enjoying himself moments before, was now plunged into hell. Before he could react, dizziness overtook him, and he lost consciousness. The bound woman fainted from the horrific scene before her. Guyu had no intention of saving her, as he couldn't take her with him. Ziki watched the whole scene unfold indifferently. When the young master came to again, excruciating pain coursed through his body. His soul pet was dead, and he suffered severe backlash. He fainted once more. Guyu seized the opportunity to drain all his soul power with the soul lock chain. Suddenly, Guyu understood the true use of gluttony. He was pleased. Not bad, this guy had about a fifth-tier soul master's power. He tied the young master securely to a chair and splashed cold water on him. Guyu pressed his foot on the young master's vital point and asked, "Second young master, how does it feel?" You. Who are you?" the young master asked in terror. Guyu sneered, "You don't need to know who I am. I'm just here to tell you that you're not leaving here alive today. What treasures does your family have? Hand them over, and I'll make your passing swift." "No, let me go? I'll give you anything you want. All the good stuff is with my dad," the young master stammered in panic. "And yours?" Guyu pressed further. "I have nothing. I'm just the second son," he replied, agitated. Guyu ignored his pleas. Suddenly, the young master screamed desperately, "Dad, help!" Liyue appeared in a flash and ended his filthy life with a single strike. Guyu sighed. "Damn, I was hoping to make some money off him." Liyue reminded him, "If he screams, people outside might hear." After ending Chun Urshao's life, Guyu quickly picked up the spatial ring that had fallen to the ground. His swift actions suggested he had anticipated this moment. The interior of the ring was spacious, and what stood out the most was the mountain of soul crystals, over 60 in total. Such a quantity was unusual, as soul crystals were typically not for sale, indicating a suspicious source. In the corner, a phone without a password stood out distinctly. Guyu casually swiped it open, revealing Chun Urshao's trophies, a large collection of repulsive obscene videos. The footage included not only human women but also soul beasts that hadn't taken human form. Guyu sneered. These would serve as perfect evidence. He quickly raised the phone, documenting everything in the basement. The influence of the Chun family was formidable, and this matter needed to be handled by the security department. Before leaving, he tossed a piece of clothing to the unconscious woman. With a flash of purple light, he vanished. In front of the security department building, Guyu hesitated for a moment. Should he go directly to Limu? The middle-aged man had left a good impression and likely wouldn't recognize him. If he handed the evidence to someone else, it might disappear without a trace. At that moment, Li Mu was alone in his office, working on documents. Suddenly, the space twisted and tore open, and a masked figure in a black robe appeared out of thin air. The eerie presence made Li Mu's heart tighten. Although the soul power fluctuation was not strong, the bone-chilling aura was unsettling. Just as he was about to summon his soul pet, the figure tossed a spatial ring containing the Chun family's evidence and Lei Jiu's records. Before Li Mu could react, the robed figure vanished using a void escape technique. Li Mu had expected a fierce battle, but the figure had only come to deliver evidence. He carefully examined the contents of the spatial ring, finding Lei Jiu's records, the disgraceful videos, photos of the basement, and a note from Guyu. The large, mysterious quantity of soul crystals was particularly alarming, prompting a serious expression. He immediately ordered an investigation, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, in the Chun family reception room, the head of the family, Chun Wentian, had just seen off a mysterious guest. Suddenly, he was gripped by an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if hearing his second son's screams. This ominous feeling left him restless, prompting him to instruct the frail old butler to find Fenger. However, the old butler soon returned empty-handed, and even the wolf-eared woman who usually greeted guests was missing. Alarm bells rang in Chun Wentian's mind, and he immediately led a group to Chun Erxiao's room, only to find it empty. How could a father not know his son's habits? He pushed open the basement door, and the sight before him made his heart skip a beat. The basement was left with nothing but shocking bloodstains, and on the table lay a woman, bound and covered with clothes, silently telling of the horror that had just occurred. His mind raced, and a terrible thought emerged. Fenger was likely already dead, with no trace left. Who could the murderer be, capable of bypassing external barriers and silently eliminating his second son? What was even more unsettling was that the killer left no clues behind. No, this can't be, he muttered under his breath, then shouted into the air. Old ghost, order all factories to remove those things immediately. This time, the elder didn't respond, just vanished into thin air. Things were not looking good. This must not be exposed. He quickly made a decision and ended the woman's life with a swift motion. Then, he swiftly left the basement, not forgetting to set it ablaze before leaving. He had to destroy the evidence. Fenger's matter could not be revealed. The flames quickly spread to the skins, emitting a nauseating stench. By the time Li Mu arrived at the scene with his team, the fire had already consumed all evidence. That old fox. Li Mu clenched his fists in anger. At that moment, Mr. Chun was in the courtyard, wailing in grief, his sorrowful demeanor not at all feigned. Fenger, how could you be harmed by evildoers? His performance was nothing short of a genuine act. Facing Li Mu's questioning, Mr. Chen blatantly denied it. Chiefly, I have no knowledge of what you're talking about. Fenger was harmed by evildoers. Someone must be framing us. However, Li Mu wasn't buying it. He took out his phone and played a video. Then how do you explain these recordings? The screen clearly showed the second son's criminal activities. Mr. Chun broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. This damned kid, even in death, he managed to drag me down with him. How did he leave evidence behind? He feigned calmness and continued to argue. I truly have no idea about this. Li Mu sneered. Humph. You must be covering for each other out of father-son affection. I've already applied for authorization. Chun Feng is suspected of raping and murdering young girls, and you've been covering for him, haven't you? He then announced, the authorization has been granted. You're suspected of murdering citizens, your crimes are grave, and I have the right to investigate your family. Mr. Chin never expected his troublesome son to have a hobby of recording videos. This is ridiculous, he cursed inwardly. Seeing a large number of Huanglong troops entering his home, Mr. Chun was at a loss for words and could only be grateful that he had ordered those things to be hidden just in time. Meanwhile, Guyu returned home, and the matter with the Chun family was temporarily set aside. He began to inventory his spoils of war, which included a large number of soul crystals, as well as various soul beast body parts in his ring, all common materials for breakthroughs, like lion tails or tiger whips. Guyu didn't pay much attention to these small items, as collecting everything would have been a waste of time after hunting so many soul beasts. Suddenly, a small blue bottle caught his attention. Well, Viagra, Guyu mocked. Looks like the second son of the Qin family wasn't up to the task either. With a playful look from Li Yue, Guyu unhesitatingly tossed the blue bottle aside. Too bad it's useless for me. How can I rely on such pills when I have my own abilities? Next, a stylish purple-black coat caught his eye. Guyu realized he hadn't changed his gear in a while. With his immortal body and void stealth, he hadn't paid much attention to armor. Xianlei cloak. He examined the cloak made from the Xianlei bird and special materials. Defense up, movement speed up. Not bad. Much better than my plain black robe. Then, he discovered a pair of gloves. Fiery gloves, infused with soul power. Ordinary punches carry a slight fire attribute damage. Guyu's eyes lit up. Not bad. My sword is forbidden in sparring. These gloves aren't prohibited, so for school matches. He thought of Liyue's absence and Ziki's laid-back nature, making him a bit excited. Guyu put on the fiery red gloves, feeling their snug fit. When he channeled his soul power, his fists could emit flames. Huh, wasn't it supposed to have only a slight fire attribute damage? He was surprised. Could it be that my soul power has surpassed others by so much? Unintentionally, the second son of the Chun family provided him with satisfactory equipment, and even the bulk armor was better than what he had. Guyu couldn't help but remark, looting and pillaging really is the fastest way to get rich. But he quickly realized his thoughts were off. Wait, why am I suddenly thinking like this? Li Mu led his team to the Chen family, where Master Chen greeted them with a beaming smile. Chiefly, I'm an honest man. I have nothing to do with any illegal activities, he chuckled, showing no signs of mourning his recently lost son. Li Mu remained cautious, thinking to himself, this old fox, did someone tip him off? He and his team conducted a thorough search of the Chun residence, but found no concrete evidence. However, the trip wasn't entirely fruitless. Although the criminal activities of Chen's second son were clear, he had vanished, likely consumed by the fire. Master Chen even offered to make a donation to atone for his son's misdeeds. Due to the lack of compelling evidence, Li Mu couldn't take any action against Master Chen. Sorry to trouble you, Master Chen. My condolences for your loss, Li Mu said politely, though he was already almost certain that the Chun family was colluding with the soul slaves. During the chaos, the undercover agents he had placed managed to gather some intelligence. After leaving, Li Mu decided to return for further investigation. Master Chen watched them go, a hint of malice in his eyes, and whispered to his aide, tell Chun Huan to be careful, or he'll end up like his brother. After dealing with the matter of Chen's second son, Guyu considered whether to take on a silver feather mission. As he opened his phone and was about to log into the Tenglong app, a message popped up on WeChat. Yuan, bro, where have you been? Guyu, I have special privileges, skipping class openly, haha. Yuan, stop skipping classes, the Academy's friendship competition has started, and all the departments are competing for rankings. Guyu, not really interested. Yuan, stop kidding. Each class gets 5 spots, and I heard the reward includes a soul box. Guyu hesitated. A soul box? You can never have too many of those. Each level can use one, and Shuiying, Liyue, and Ziki each have a slot available. I'm in. Guyu quickly replied. After enjoying the lunch Liyue prepared, Guyu packed up the 2 girls and hurried to the school. Though he didn't like bullying weaker opponents, it would be foolish to pass up the reward. He thought to himself that with his backdoor connections, securing a spot should be easy. After explaining his intentions to Teacher Wang, the teacher adjusted his glasses and said, You've got good intel. I thought you were on a mission since you took leave, so I didn't disturb you. In that case, I'll give you the 5th spot that was originally planned. Guyu thanked him and left, thinking that since he was there, he might as well attend a class. As soon as he entered the classroom, Lin Yi smiled and asked, Guyu, where have you been these days? Well, I took leave for a special mission, Guyu replied casually. Lin Yi was shocked. You mean you? He couldn't believe Guyu had joined that unit in his first year. It's no secret. Most top students join Tenglong after graduation, Guyu explained. Which department? Lin Yi pressed. You know, everyone in this elite class has quite the background. Silver Feather, Guyu answered nonchalantly. That's too dangerous. I'd definitely choose Yellow Dragon, Lin Yi said with concern. Guyu chuckled. School life is too dull. I need some excitement. Stay safe, Lin Yi advised. After chatting with Lin Yi and Yuan for a while, the bell rang. Guyu was about to head home when he noticed a few unwelcome individuals approaching. A burly classmate blocked Guyu's path, his eyes filled with hostility. You're Guyu, right? How dare you take my spot? Guyu casually spread his hands, speaking calmly. That was the teacher's decision, thinking I'm better than you. Instead of working on yourself, you're picking a fight with me. Damn it. Who do you think you are, taking what's mine? The big guy growled through gritted teeth. Guyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Big guy, just because you're tall doesn't mean you're tough. Your brain seems to be on vacation. How can someone like you qualify for the friendship game tryouts? He stepped forward, his voice soft yet threatening. Just a friendly reminder. The last guy who caused trouble ended up in the hospital, thanks to me. But if you're looking for trouble, I won't mind helping you out. When Guyu's dark eyes locked onto his, the big guy involuntarily took a half step back. Why are you afraid, Tiger? A sidekick quickly egged him on. You're way stronger than him. Use your soul pets to teach him a lesson and let him experience a hospital stay. Liang Hu calculated silently. Guyu's fox was indeed formidable. If only he hadn't acted rashly. Now he was stuck, unable to advance or retreat. He recalled the news of the keyboard warrior with purple hair just getting out of the hospital, supposedly with several ribs broken by Guyu. Sensing Liang Hu's hesitation, Guyu leaned in and whispered, It's not shameful. This only infuriated Liang Hu further, snapping his last thread of reason, deciding to challenge Guyu. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it, kid, Guyu said confidently. Don't think beating up a keyboard warrior makes you impressive in front of Tiger, the psychic yelled. Oh, then why don't you try? Guyu replied, leaving the other speechless. So you're called Tiger, right? Let's play. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your soul pets. You're so full of yourself. Liang Hu erupted, forgetting the painful lesson of the purple-haired guy. Silly kid, when can you ever beat someone who uses connections? In the ring, Guyu thought to himself, didn't expect to have to fight at school again. A day without teaching some idiots a lesson is hard to get by. Liang Hu summoned 2 soul pets, a mighty bear and an agile leopard. Guyu wasn't interested in analyzing them. To him, they were just low-level fighters. 2 ordinary soul pets? Let's begin. In a flash, Shuiying appeared, and Guyu nimbly leaped onto his soul pet, launching a rapid assault. With Ziki's assistance, the battle was destined to end swiftly. The charms and illusions overwhelmed the opponent's initial advantage. Ziki didn't activate the lethal toxin this time, as chains danced in the air. Liang Hu foolishly swung a giant hammer towards Guyu, but to Guyu, his movements were laughably slow. The soul chain easily blocked the weapon, and Guyu used a burst skill to instantly appear before Liang Hu. When you go to the hospital, make sure to get your head checked. Guyu punched with a force wrapped in powerful flames, hitting his opponent squarely in the face. If Shuiying and Ziki had teamed up, this so-called tiger would have been down for the count long ago. After Liang Hu made his harsh declaration, a wave of regret washed over him, but he had no choice but to follow through. Reluctantly, he summoned his soul pets, ready to fight. Unexpectedly, both pets lost control and appeared to be half-hearted in their efforts. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his opponent struck with the speed of a whirlwind. Liang Hu launched a powerful attack, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, having no effect. In the next moment, a searing impact enveloped his body, and everything went black as he crashed to the ground. Guyu shook his head in disappointment as he looked at the fallen Liang Hu. This guy's fighting skills are really lacking. Down with just one punch. How boring, he scoffed, giving Liang Hu a dismissive kick off the platform, not forgetting to mockingly offer to excuse him from future matches. I'm such a kind-hearted person, Guyu joked to himself. Only then did Liang Hu's 2 soul pets come to their senses, realizing their master had been defeated. The leopard, without a word, retreated into the soul space, believing it wasn't worth risking its life for its master. The massive bear, however, remained loyal and approached to check on Liang Hu's condition. The audience was stunned. The battle had started and ended so quickly that even the onlookers hadn't settled in. Latecomers asked, has it started? And others replied helplessly, it's already over. Seeing the situation turn south, Liang Hu's underlings quickly fled, fearing Guyu might turn his anger on them. Below the stage, Yuan exclaimed, wow, where did you get that soul gear? It's so cool, your style is off the charts. Guyu responded with a smile. A kind gentleman gave it to me. Really? There are such generous people. Yuan was incredulous. Lin Yi chimed in. Indeed, I heard he even gave you plenty of soul crystals. Your friend is really generous. Everyone's attention was drawn to the impressive gloves, but no one noticed the hint of purple under Guyu's black cloak. After bidding farewell to the others, Guyu returned home, as usual. Just as he sat down, the notification sound of WeChat rang out. It was a message from Teacher Wang detailing the rules for an upcoming friendly competition. Guyu put down the purple artifact and picked up Shuiying, reading the message carefully. The friendly competition would be in 2 stages, with 3 participating schools, Beilan, Wuhuang, and Jian Academy, representing the top institutions in the northern region of the country. Guyu's heart skipped a beat. Isn't Mu Yansu at Wuhuang? Should I tell the teacher I'm not going? But then he reconsidered. No, I can't back down now. Besides, with everyone watching, she wouldn't dare cause trouble. Plus, I'm much stronger now. Guyu continued reading the rules. Participants must arrange their travel, with expenses covered by the school, and no allowances for lateness. The event would start in 4 days at Jian Academy, located in Pingtan City, not too far from Xinyao. The competition included solo battles, team battles, and academy point hunts. Each school could send only 10 participants, and based on the final rankings, the academy could receive corresponding resources. Guyu noticed that the team battle was a 5v5, meaning 5 people would be less active. That's got to be me, the number 1 at laying low, he chuckled to himself. At this point, Guyu wasn't overly concerned. If he did encounter Mu Yansu, it would be the perfect opportunity to put her in her place. Shuiying nestled in Guyu's embrace, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. Except for that one accident, she had never been held so intimately by her master before. She softly said, Master, I'll go prepare dinner now. Guyu nodded in agreement and watched her retreating figure. Time was running out, with only 3 days left. Guyu knew his abilities still had room for improvement, and acquiring the soul box was crucial. He opened the task panel and browsed the available silver feather missions. Most were simple intelligence-gathering tasks, but a time-limited mission caught his attention. Mission target, Yulin, Granhan Bar. Description, reports indicate soul slaves are active in Yulin, specifically at Granhan Bar. Objective, gather intelligence on soul slaves. Difficulty, recommended level around Soul Master Tier 3, with at least 2 combat pets. Note: gather intelligence discreetly. Avoid prolonged combat. Retreat quickly if encountered. Reward: 100 points. This mission didn't require formal acceptance. Submitting valid intelligence would suffice. Although he wasn't interested in the points, the soul slave, a walking experience monster, was tempting. He decided to head to the familiar Yulin the next day. The following morning, Guyu boarded a train bound for Yulin. Feeling a bit bolder, he booked a private compartment. After securing the door, he contentedly looked at the 3 stunning women around him. Shuiying asked nervously, "Master, will nothing happen this time?" Liu looked at her, puzzled. Just as Shuiying was about to explain, Guyu quickly covered her mouth. Saying too much might make it true. Fortunately, Guyu seemed to have escaped the curse of the train and arrived safely in Yulin. He put away 2 of his companions, though Ziki clung even tighter. After leaving the station, Guyu immediately opened his navigation. Pondering why soul slaves would be at a bar, Guyu arrived at the entrance of Granhan Bar. During the day, the bar was nearly deserted. Guyu's appearance at this moment resembled a young socialite. For the mission, he had to sacrifice his image. Pushing the door open, the bar was almost empty. The server said something incomprehensible, which Guyu assumed might be a code. He approached the bar, pretending to be new, and inquired about recommended drinks. The bartender, brimming with enthusiasm, squeezed her little doves together and recommended a new drink called Dream, priced at 1,000 per glass. Feigning affluence, Guyu ordered a glass, using the time while it was being mixed to carefully observe his surroundings. The upper level's decor resembled an ordinary coffee shop, out of place with the bar's theme. The bartender explained that the nightclub opened in the evening, pointing to a closed door. With his drink in hand, Guyu found a quiet spot to sit. The system gave no special alerts, suggesting it was just an ordinary drink. He took a sip. It tasted good but had a strong aftertaste, causing a faint dizziness. During the day, the bar showed no anomalies. Even entering the mysterious door might not yield useful clues. If this was indeed a soul slave hideout, missing the code might mean he had already lost his chance. Guyu decided to return at night to investigate further. Guyu finished his last sip of the dream cocktail, savoring the aftertaste with satisfaction. Not bad. I'll be back tonight, he murmured to himself as he got up to leave. Just as he opened the bar door, he bumped into a man flanked by 2 women. The 4 of them staggered, and the man immediately glared. "Watch where you're going, idiot." Guyu was about to leave when the man suddenly widened his eyes. "It's you, you bastard." Guyu frowned, scrutinizing the aggressive man in front of him. "Finally caught you alone. You made me lose face in front of Yinxue," the man said through gritted teeth. Guyu raised an eyebrow. "Who the hell are you?" The remark hit the man like a sledgehammer. The worst pain is when your enemy doesn't even remember you. The man grabbed Guyu's shoulder in agitation, but due to the height difference, he could barely reach. "Get your filthy hands off me," Guyu said coldly. That night, feeling drowsy, he hadn't remembered Lu Tianlin's face. Seeing the man didn't listen, Guyu twisted his wrist with a firm grip. "Ow!" Lu Tianlin yelped in pain and withdrew his hand. "Gentlemen, please don't fight inside the bar," a waiter quickly intervened. Guyu couldn't be bothered and walked straight out the door. Lu Tianlin, unwilling to let it go, chased after him. "Damn it! I finally caught you on my turf." He reached for Guyu's hand again. Guyu responded with a swift kick, stomping hard on his toes. It hurts. You bastard, I'll kill you," Lu Tianlin cried, hopping in pain. "Oh, going to kill me? Do you want me to call the police?" Guyu said disdainfully. "You coward, using such underhanded tactics? Are you even a man? All right, let's take it outside the city. I'll teach you a lesson today," Guyu said playfully. "You had a chance to walk away, but you chose hell," Lu Tianlin shouted, pulling out his phone. "Hey Xiaozhong, no nonsense, get here fast." The 2 women with him chimed in. "How dare you provoke young Master Lu and Yulin? You're asking for it." Guyu glanced at the 2 garishly made-up women and said flatly, "Have you called enough people? You're dead. How dare you make me lose face in front of Yinxue?" Lu Tianlin snarled. "Yinxue?" Guyu thought for a moment. "Oh, you're the cowardly dog that woke me up on the train?" Lu Tianlin tried to maintain his composure while inwardly vowing to tear Guyu apart. "Since it's you, I'll give you a friendly warning." Guyu narrowed his eyes. "While I'm still a bit tipsy, leave now, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. But if you dare follow me out of the city, no one will be able to save you today." Such arrogant words left Lu Tianlin feeling a humiliation he'd never experienced before. Lu Tianlin stood arrogantly in front of Guyu and said, "So, Lu Bo, Tianlin, need a favor from you." He gestured behind him. "Oh, and bring that thing over here." Guyu sneered. "Wow, calling for backup before the fight even starts? Too bad, no one can hold me back." Soon, a group of thugs with varying levels of prowess gathered around, none of them looking particularly impressive. Guyu glanced around dismissively. "I'm leaving now. Tell your old dog to be quick about collecting your corpse." With that, he headed straight for the nearest checkpoint. "Before dealing with the old dog, let's take care of these small fry." Guyu was followed by a group of bodyguards, making a total of 12 people, including Lu Tianlin. Two women who didn't know any better had also joined the fray. A cold glint flashed in Guyu's eyes. Let's all take the road together, then. He could feel the murderous intent within him swelling. After leaving the city, neither side made a move immediately. Lu Tianlin shouted arrogantly. You little bastard, call me grandpa now and let me beat you up. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. He was secretly pleased, knowing Lu Bo, with his 8th level soul power, was on the way and more than capable of handling Guyu. Since childhood, Lu Bo had always cleaned up his messes. Guyu ignored him, retrieved the Xian Lei cloak from his spatial ring, and turned to run. Lu Tianlin seemed to have forgotten the earlier humiliation of nearly wetting himself and shouted, Chase him down. Don't let that bastard escape. And there will be generous rewards for everyone once this is over. Guyu deliberately slowed his pace, enticing the pursuers to follow. As the sound of hooves grew closer, he calmly called out, Shuang. He mounted his horse and, with lightning speed, taunted the pursuers, leading them to a more secluded area outside the city. The young master must have some good stuff, the pursuers thought greedily. Once the distance was sufficient, Guyu smirked coldly. Let's kill these pups before the old dog arrives. He gently donned his gloves, and a fearsome mask appeared in his palm. While Lu Tianlin was still rallying his men to hunt down Guyu, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from ahead, so intense that even his 2nd-level soul power could sense it clearly. The oppressive force filled him with involuntary fear. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. Get him, and whoever kills him gets 10 million. Tempted by the hefty reward, a reckless young man charged ahead, followed by 7 or 8 others and nearly 15 soul pets. Guyu chuckled disdainfully. Too bad they're all small fry, not even a 5th-level spirit among them. Come out, Liyue. With a flash of darkness, Liyue's terrifying dragon might swept across the field, leaving no one unscathed. They all collapsed, powerless. Extreme ice bloom frost breath. Liyue's attack was like the scythe of death, cutting down the lowly fighters en masse. Those with slightly higher defenses met their end under Liyue's claws. The few who survived were frostbitten by Shui Ying, and without timely treatment, they were doomed. Guyu deliberately spared Lu Tianlin's life. He recalled that the Lu family's old dog seemed to have something important, an opportunity he intended to seize. As Lu Tianlin regained his senses, the scene before him was like hell. Dismembered bodies lay everywhere, soul pets frozen into ice sculptures, shattered ice reflecting a grim light. Under the dragon's oppressive might, any trace of his meager strength and courage vanished, fully realizing the vast disparity in their powers. The person in front of him was no longer the black-haired youth he remembered. Instead, there stood a mysterious figure cloaked in a purple-black coat and wearing an eerie mask. Beside him were 2 graceful women, but their breathtaking beauty was hidden behind their masks. Lu Tianlin's eyes widened, his voice trembling. You? Are you Ingwei? That name is terrible, Guyu dismissed with a sneer. Lu Tianlin felt his legs go weak and a chill spread through his heart. He never imagined that the black-haired youth who once slept like a log was actually Ingwei, the notorious figure who could annihilate countless soul slaves without lifting a finger. Suddenly, everything became clear as he recalled their previous conversation. Please, spare me. I was blind. Lu Tianlin pleaded, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. He secretly hoped that Lu Bo would arrive in time. You're hoping the old dog will save you, right? Guyu chuckled, his soul-locking chain moving at will. The chain's hooks became sharper and longer, lunging towards Lu Tianlin. Do you think I spared your life for no reason? Realizing surrender was futile, Lu Tianlin hastily summoned his 2 soul pets, the Ice Spirit Deer and the Mystic Ice Tiger. Guyu glanced at them casually. A rare Ice Spirit Deer and a common Grade Tiger. He analyzed the deer's abilities silently. Spirit level 3, adept in Ice Soul techniques, lacking in close combat, but possessing skills like Spirit Surge, Frost Armor, and Ray, with a Blessing Soul Box skill that boosts allies' attributes by 20. It seems the Lu family isn't particularly strong, Guyu thought to himself. In the small town of Yulin, having 2 rare-grade soul pets was a rarity. The Blessing skill was useful, but unfortunately wasted here. The Ice Spirit Deer transformed into a white-haired woman, standing protectively in front of Lu Tianlin. Her beauty surpassed ordinary women, but her face was filled with fear. Please don't harm my master. Why would you need to flirt with others when you have such a beautiful soul pet? Guyu asked. It was a question he'd long wanted to ask, just like with Yuan, who had a stunning soul pet, but still pursued other women. What do you know? Lu Tianlin snapped. Humans and soul pets can't reproduce and are destined to remain insignificant. I'm set to inherit the family fortune. How could I marry a deer? No matter how beautiful she is, it doesn't matter. The white-haired woman looked dejected, but remained steadfast in protecting her master. Is wealth and status really that important? Guyu scoffed, as his sharp chain blade aimed directly at Lu Tianlin's head. Just as fear overwhelmed him, a charm skill activated, followed by a piercing claw attack that went through the ice spirit deer's body. I'm sorry, master, she whispered softly before collapsing and reverting to her original form. To think I pampered you so much, what a waste, Lu Tianlin spat. As for the mystic ice tiger, it was already writhing in agony on the ground, tormented by Ziki's illusion poison combined with evil poison. A flash of purple light, and the instant death trigger was activated. The white figure collapsed with a thud. Lu Tianlin, a wealthy young master from a small city, had never encountered such a formidable opponent. As the chain blade whistled towards him, he was so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions, and the stench quickly filled the air. The excruciating pain overwhelmed his mind, and the intense impact caused him to faint instantly. Guyu frowned, losing his appetite for devouring soul power due to the disgusting scene. He ordered Shueying to freeze Lu Tianlin's legs, then swiftly and decisively severed his arms. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground around them. Let's wait for the old dog to come and save his master, Guyu sneered, scanning the surroundings as he awaited the next developments. Meanwhile, Lu Wu received a distress call from the young master and immediately realized the situation was dire. Having served the Lu family his entire life, he had no children of his own and treated Lu Tianlin as his own son. With the master's approval, he rushed to the scene, his heart filled with worry. This time, Guyu chose not to hide, but rather sat leisurely in a tree. Before long, a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, hurriedly arrived. He wore a dark yellow robe, his body slightly hunched, resembling an old servant. Why did it take you so long? At this rate, your young master will bleed to death, Guyu taunted leisurely, deliberately avoiding a sneak attack for fear of killing the old man with a single blow. He pondered the mysterious object he sought. Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Wu's heart sank at the sight before him. The young master lay on the ground, missing both arms and with crippled legs, barely clinging to life. In the tree sat a mysterious masked man, dressed like the infamous shadow ghost from the internet. Realizing the vast difference in strength between them, Lu Wu knew the odds were against him, but he had to save the young master. You dare to harm the young master of the Lu family? Lu Wu suppressed his fear, trying to bolster his courage. With that, he pulled out a large hammer and launched a fierce attack on Guyu. The power of the soul device, the black gold hammer, was instantly displayed. A powerful melee weapon, each normal attack included a knockback effect, and moving while charging could cause 200 damage. It could also swing to create a whirlwind area attack, with formidable power. Meanwhile, man and beast appeared. Hey, aren't villains supposed to monologue and wait for my sneak attack? Guyu muttered to himself, slightly surprised. The humanoid figure was a burly man, accompanied by a falcon. That must be his life's soul pet. Guyu quickly assessed that this man had at least a tier 5 soul master level, with additional soul weapon attributes. With his new equipment and the support of the thunder cloak, Guyu's speed increased by at least 30, allowing him to easily dodge the attack. He instructed Shueying to use charm to control the burly man, then go onion with the falcon. As for Ziqi, Guyu decided to have it take a backseat for now, hoping it could later enter a spirit state and learn some direct damage skills. The Golden Dust Rhino, a tier 8 ordinary class spirit, was a physically enhanced rhino with formidable physical defense and attack. Its soul skills included charge rapidly, closing the distance to the enemy, causing significant knockback, static defense entering a defensive state, reducing damage by 70 but unable to attack, soulbone impact striking the enemy, with a very low chance of causing a stun effect. Indeed, Lu Wu was merely a servant. Although his level was higher, his rank was too low, and he lacked a soulbox skill. When the burly man and rhino were charmed, Liwa seized the opportunity to activate wind wings. A flash of black light, and Lu Wu sensed danger, immediately defending himself and narrowly blocking Liyue's first strike with his soul weapon. However, with the power of the wind, Liyue's second attack quickly followed. The speed of the second strike of the wind claw was even faster, sending the burly man flying. If Guyu hadn't wanted to enjoy the fight, Lu Wu's head would likely have been severed by now. The battle continued, with both sides exchanging blows, the tension escalating. What is the attack speed of this black-haired beauty? Lu Wu stared in shock. He barely managed to fend off the first attack, and the second strike from his opponent was so swift it bypassed him like lightning, directly sending the golden dust rhinoceros flying. Isn't there usually a moment of stiffness after an attack? He hadn't even had time to recover. The golden dust rhinoceros shook its head, and when it came to its senses, it found a gaping wound on its body, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Even with the support of Bei Zeke, this strike hadn't killed it instantly, proving the rhinoceros's tenacity. Feeling the injury of his longtime companion, Lu Wu was filled with rage. He gripped his massive hammer with both hands and started spinning like an out-of-control windmill, charging fiercely toward Guyu. Zeke, it's your turn, Guyu said calmly. From under the Xian Lei cloak, a small purple snake poked its head out, its eyes flickering with purple light. Lu Wu, who was spinning at high speed, suddenly felt a lightness throughout his body, followed by waves of intense pain. What was happening? His rapidly spinning body accelerated the flow of blood, hastening the spread of the hallucination poison, causing his entire body to feel as if it were being cut by knives. His spinning attack was instantly neutralized, and the evil poison was forced out. Lu Wu suddenly felt light, as if he had entered heaven. In his haze, he saw beautiful women all around and a group of young boys calling him father at his feet. Is this heaven? How do I have so many sons? He thought in a daze, reaching out to touch the alluring figures when he suddenly felt a lightness in his left arm. Ah! The sharp pain made Lu Wu let out a piercing scream. The golden falcon had already turned to dust, evidently the work of the cold thorn. The soul-locking chain easily wrapped around his body, causing him both pain and itchiness, while his soul power and physical strength continued to drain. Speak, old dog. What did your master tell you to bring? Guyu asked coldly. Lu Wu finally came to his senses and realized his left hand was gone, unable to wield the giant hammer anymore. Did I lose? I've been so loyal to the Lu family, he muttered to himself. Guyu mercilessly punched the wound on Lu Wu's left arm, causing a burst of secondary flame damage that was brutally cruel. Ah, do what you will, kill me or skin me. Lu Wu howled in agony. Guyu landed several more blows, leaving Lu Wu barely conscious. At that moment, the heavily injured golden dust rhinoceros stumbled over, reverted to its original form, and used its massive body to shield Lu Wu, activating its defensive skills. That's it, Guyu scoffed. Liyue, Shuiying, take care of him. Knock him out. Don't let this old dog escape. Lu Wu passed out, unable to move. With this sitting target, the extreme ice bloom instantly locked on. Frost danced, completely freezing the massive body of the golden dust rhinoceros. Liyue showed no mercy, unleashing the strongest dark dragon breath. With the support of Beizek, the dark power raged, reducing the rhinoceros to dust, truly turning it into a pile of rubble. Such a luxurious combination of skills, you're the first to enjoy it, the masked man sneered. Lu Wu had just opened his eyes to see his lifelong companion reduced to ashes. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. Taking advantage of the moment, Guyu carefully searched the space rings of both men. Surprisingly, Lu Tianlin's ring wasn't as wealthy as he expected. Were there many valuable items he didn't bring out? However, there were a few ice attribute soul cores, which was a stroke of luck. The rest of the valuables might be at home. In the middle-aged man's ring, there was a small box with a combination lock. Guyu considered forcing it open but thought better of it, fearing it might damage the contents. Better to interrogate these two first. When Lu Wu awoke again, he found himself in the same predicament as Lu Tianlin, firmly restrained. Lu Tianlin was so frightened by the scene before him that he was in a daze, his legs weak. His servant, Lu Wu, despite his own precarious situation, was still concerned for his master's safety. Young master, are you all right? Lu Wu asked tremulously. Lu Tianlin, utterly at a loss, could only plead, Lu Bo, save me please. Guyu watched the spectacle with cold detachment, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He slowly crouched down, his gaze as sharp as a knife, staring at Lu Tianlin. Stop wailing like a ghost. Come on, young master, confess your sins. If you do well, I might consider sparing your life. He pointed towards the two female corpses not far away, his tone laced with irony. You've had your share of women, haven't you? This question shattered Lu Tianlin's psychological defenses completely, as if opening a floodgate. He spilled out all the misdeeds he had committed since childhood, from lifting girls' skirts and tampering with their bras to assaulting women. This confession fueled Guyu's anger, making him wish he could strike him down immediately. Guyu sneered and turned to Lu Wu. Old dog, you've got some responsibility for all the wrongs he's done, don't you? Tell me, what's the password for this box? Otherwise, you might find yourselves missing something important. Hearing this, Lu Tianlin was terrified out of his wits and blurted out, LTLDSB. His spineless response left Lu Wu speechless, and he could only manage a bitter smile. Young master, you. Seeing this, Guyu said coldly, well, the two of you should get ready for the afterlife. Before he could finish, Lu Tianlin cried out, no, 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 my father is Lu Gang. You can't. Just as Guyu was about to strike, a shocking revelation stopped him. Lu Wu suddenly spoke up. Foolish child, I am your real father. This statement was like a bolt of lightning, leaving Guyu stunned. What? Seriously? Lu Wu then recounted a cliché tale of infidelity when the master was away on business. The lady of the house, consumed by loneliness, seduced the servant, resulting in an unplanned union. After hearing this, Guyu couldn't help but remark, like father, like son, both are quite the philanderers. With the father-son reunion concluded, Guyu coldly announced, done with the family reunion? Time to go. The underworld gains a father and son pair, and the world gains another cuckolded husband. As he spoke, the effect of a mythical beast was unleashed, causing all the bodies to vanish, leaving only bloodstains as evidence of the tragedy. Lu Tianlin's spirit seemed unwilling to accept his fate, shouting, LTLDSB? Lu Tianlin the fool. It's supposed to be Lu Tianlin the handsome. However, the guardians of the afterlife had already appeared, ready to take his soul away. Guyu shook his head and turned his attention to the small box. He entered the password, and it opened easily, revealing a small blue case inside. Seeing its contents, Guyu's face flushed with excitement as he murmured, I searched high and low, only to find it without effort. It turned out to be a soul box technique called Ice Lotus Vine, which could enhance the control power of soul pets. The higher the soul pet's innate bloodline, the better the effect. It was an ice elemental earth-grade soul box, prompting Guyu to remark, the young master had quite a hand. An ice elemental soul box? Perfect for Shuiying's experience, huh? Guyu tossed the blue case to Shuiying, but it unexpectedly got caught between her peaks. Shuiying blushed and shyly said, Master? This. Guyu's teasing had become increasingly bold recently. It's a good thing, Guyu said, gently holding Shuiying. Chains danced as he opened the small case. A blue soul energy spilled out, gradually forming the shape of a deer. With a wave of her small hand, Shuiying absorbed the blue soul energy into her body. Guyu then checked Shuiying's attributes. The newly acquired skill, Ice Lotus Vine, could quickly launch a soul-powered ice lotus at a target. The lotus petals would shoot and bounce to nearby enemies, creating ice chains that significantly slow and slightly damage all linked targets. The more targets linked, the shorter the duration. If the ice chain is broken or snapped, the most recently linked target would be frozen for 2 seconds. As night fell, a young soul master named Guyu was reviewing his abilities. With a soul power of level 6, he had already reached the 5th rank of a soul warrior. His life-bound soul artifact, the soul lock chain, lay quietly coiled around his wrist, emitting a faint glow. Guyu gently stroked the soul lock chain, recalling its formidable controlling capabilities. Like a spirit snake, it could ensnare enemies, giving him a strategic advantage in battle. Whether launching an assault or pulling an enemy back, the soul lock chain executed flawlessly. Guyu could even use its power to propel himself like an arrow towards his foes. Remembering past battles, a small smile appeared on Guyu's lips. The soul lock chain could easily hurl away enemies, and was particularly effective against smaller or already weakened soul beasts. However, when facing larger or stronger opponents, careful consideration was necessary. Guyu closed his eyes, feeling the flow of soul power within him. He knew he possessed a variety of powerful skills. Stun could cause enemies ensnared by the soul lock chain to fall into a brief daze, lasting 3 seconds with a cooldown of only half a minute. Devour was a fearsome ability, allowing Guyu to continuously absorb the opponent's soul power at a rate of 1 per second. When actively used, the absorption rate could double until the enemy's soul power was completely drained. Meanwhile, the slow ability significantly reduced the reaction speed of bound enemies, impairing their neural responses. This effect could stack with other slowing effects, putting enemies at an even greater disadvantage. Guyu took pride in his gluttony ability. By killing any creature, he could consume all of its soul power. Although the probability was low, he might even acquire the target's skills, making each battle filled with anticipation. Thinking of his soul pet, Guyu couldn't help but smile. King's command granted his soul pet tremendous combat power, increasing damage to enemies bound by the soul lock chain by 40. If the enemy's level was lower than the soul pet's, this increase could reach 60. Indestructible Body greatly enhanced Guyu's stamina and vitality. This ability not only passively boosted his recovery, but could also heal non-fatal injuries by consuming a large amount of soul power. In the darkness, Guyu's eyes gleamed like a cat's. The night vision ability allowed him to see clearly in the darkest environments. Concealment increased the movement speed of the soul lock chain by 20, and more impressively, enemies with a lower soul power level than his couldn't detect its presence. The special ability, Hidden Dragon, permanently concealed Guyu's fate, while Void Step allowed him to instantly enter a stealth state during combat. Although he couldn't attack or be attacked during the 2-second phase, the subsequent 3 seconds in Void mode made him immune to any skill detection and area damage. The existence of King's Ride gave Guyu great reassurance, as it meant all soul pets were considered his life-bound soul pets. Reverse Scale provided a permanent 30 damage reduction, significantly enhancing his survivability. Finally, Guyu's gaze fell on his soul pet, Shuiying. This legendary soul pet had reached the 4th rank of spiritual communication. Its most powerful soul skill, Chilling Spike, could rapidly launch icy spikes, causing piercing ice damage and slowing enemies. If it hit an already frozen enemy, it inflicted 3 times the horrific damage. Guyu took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him. He knew that with these formidable abilities, he was destined to be invincible in his future adventures. In this enchanting world, a soul pet named Liyue is showcasing its astounding abilities. As an epic level 3 retire soul pet, Liyue possesses awe-inspiring soul bones and soul skills. Liyue's Earth Hand Soul Bone enhances its frost breath, allowing it to accumulate frost energy continuously. When unleashed, it not only slows down enemies in a small area, but also triggers the profound ice bloom. This skill requires a brief charge up, but once released, it deals extensive freezing damage to the target and its surroundings. Moreover, Liyue boasts a powerful defensive skill called Earth Ice Armor. When activated, it can completely block a certain number of attacks, limited to its own rank level. This defensive capability gives Liyue a significant advantage in battles. Liyue's charm skill strikes fear into the hearts of its enemies. It can control foes for up to 3 seconds, with effects varying based on the power disparity between them. The Extreme Ice Chill is another formidable weapon, with all ice-type damage inflicting continuous freezing burns, making life miserable for its adversaries. As an ice-type soul pet, Liyue naturally possesses strong resistance. Its extreme ice body can immunize against all ice control effects while reducing ice damage by 70, making it nearly invincible against soul pets of the same type. Liyue's soul box also conceals the secret technique Swift Gale, significantly boosting its movement speed, allowing it to move effortlessly on the battlefield. However, Liyue takes the most pride in its soul skill Windbreaker Claw. This skill adds an extra dark attribute vulnerability effect to its first regular attack, stacking up to 10 layers and increasing damage by 10 per layer. The subsequent second attack carries a wind attribute effect, with attack speed reaching unprecedented levels, doubling once again. Liyue's Sky Leg Soul Bone is equally formidable. It enhances Dark Flame, dealing massive dark attribute damage to a designated target while reducing its defense. The Profound Dark Dragon Breath is an area attack skill that inflicts significant dark attribute damage to all targets in the front area. Earth Erosion Flame is another powerful skill of Liyue's, where each dark attribute attack has a chance to inflict confusion, fear, or blindness on enemies. To protect itself, Liyue also has the Dark Dragon Armor, which not only reduces damage by 50, but also grants immunity to confusion, charm, fear, and blindness. In terms of mobility, Liyue excels as well. Its fallen wings can double movement speed without needing to charge, and if flying in the sky, the speed can double again. The wind wings further amplify Liyue's movement and attack speed, increasing them by up to 100. Earth Dragon Might is Liyue's group control skill, forcibly reducing the attack power of all nearby creatures by 40. Additionally, it carries a hidden 3-second stun effect, instilling fear in timid creatures. When Liyue faces danger, it has an ultimate trump card in-game. If its reverse scales are endangered, Liyue's attributes receive a 500 boost until the very end. Liyue's soul box also contains an artifact named Unyielding, allowing it to deal 75 additional damage to enemies in a controlled state. Though Liyue possesses such formidable abilities, its power is still constrained by its level. Even a Lord-level soul pet may struggle if its level is significantly lower than its opponents in an unknown confrontation. However, with its strong escape abilities, Liyue can always retreat safely in critical moments. Once it transforms and spreads its wind wings, almost no enemy can catch up. However, if a rare-level soul pet encounters a Lord-level opponent of the same level, the outcome is almost certain a crushing defeat. This is the harsh reality of the soul pet world, where power disparities are often insurmountable. This new skill may not be extremely powerful on its own, but it has great potential when combined with other abilities. Guyu thought to himself that when paired with Shui Ying's passive extreme ice-cold damage effect, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even better, when the ice chain is broken or snapped, it triggers a freezing effect, which would undoubtedly create more opportunities for Liyue's Beiji K to activate its abilities. Let's find some unlucky targets to test it on, Guyu said as he opened the map. He discovered that he was in the northern part of Yulin, in the Si Lu Mountains. This area was populated with spirit-level monsters, making it the perfect place to test the skill. He gently picked up Liyue, mounted Shui Ying's back, and prepared to test the skill's power before heading back to enjoy some good food. As he jogged along, one hand extended with a middle finger and the other holding Liyue, his posture was far beyond any international hand gesture. Soon, he attracted 3 small monsters, the snow venom silkworm, the big fur rabbit, and the fiery wolf. They were all ordinary-level creatures, just right for his needs. Jumping off Shui Ying's back, Guyu gave the command, Shui Ying, show them the new skill. Ice Lotus Vines activate. A sparkling ice lotus flower instantly embedded itself into the chubby snow venom silkworm. In the next second, the lotus exploded. Several beautiful ice petals shot outward, hitting the big rabbit and fiery wolf precisely. Then, 2 ice chains extended from within the snow silkworm, firmly binding the other 2 soul beasts. The frostbite effect took hold immediately, driving the 3 monsters into a frenzy as they charged, their bodies covered in frost, significantly slowing their movement. The already sluggish snow venom silkworm became almost immobile. The fiery wolf, although the most agile, was provoked by the frostbite into a frenzy, desperately trying to tear Shuiying apart. Suddenly, the ice chain snapped. The snow venom silkworm and fiery wolf were instantly encased in ice, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The big fur rabbit, though slow, managed to freeze the newly thawed snow venom silkworm again with a collision. The control effect is amazing. Guyu marveled. The first target hit suffers the most, easily affecting others around it. A piercing spear of cold shot through the air, a flash of dark light, and the two ice sculptures shattered. The triple damage from the spear easily finished off the snow venom silkworm. Just as the fiery wolf broke free from the ice, it was enveloped again by the frost breath, writhing in agony on the ground. A flash of purple light. Let me end your suffering. Magic effects stacked, frostbite, slowing, phantom poison, evil poison. 10 seconds later, the fiery wolf succumbed, finally freed from its torment. After quickly tidying up the battlefield, Guyu hurried back to Yulin City. Mr. Liu, as expected, was generous, fitting perfectly with the saying, when you're sleepy, someone gives you a pillow. This suited him well as he aimed to train Shuiying into a control mage to create opportunities for Liu. As for Ziki, he didn't need her strength for now. Suddenly feeling a tightness around his waist, it was Ziki's silent protest. Ziki, I'm not saying you're useless. Guyu quickly explained. The power of this ice lotus vine is beyond expectations. The directly hit target becomes the host, spreading effects to other infected targets. Once an infected target breaks free, the host gets frozen, possibly triggering a chain reaction. The effective range of the ice chain is about 8 meters, and exceeding that triggers the freezing effect. The mother matrix was severely restricted, and Guyu thought this was the perfect opportunity to unleash the power of extreme ice. Although Liu wasn't participating in the battle, making Shuiying's output somewhat lacking, having an additional layer of control was always beneficial. As he contemplated future tactical arrangements, Shuiying had already led him near the checkpoint. Shuiying transformed into human form and gently said to Ziki, Sister Ziki, go keep Sister Liu company. I want to stay outside for a while. Unexpectedly, Ziki obediently nodded and returned to the Soul Sea with Liu. In the next moment, Shuiying morphed into a small white fox, leaping lightly into Guyu's arms, looking quite content. Guyu smiled indulgently and carried her into the city. It was already afternoon, and Guyu decided to find a place to eat. He stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant and specifically requested a secluded private room from the staff, as he was planning to dine with 3 stunning ladies. When ordering, he generously asked for a table full of dishes, which left the server secretly amazed at the black-haired young man's appetite. This is your tip. Guyu casually handed her a flame jackal soul core. Just make sure no one disturbs us. The server's eyes lit up upon seeing the fire element soul corite was a rare item worth 50,000 soul coins, equivalent to several months of her salary. She nodded repeatedly, respectfully referring to him as Lord. Once the door was closed, Guyu summoned the 3 ladies. He knew well that their breathtaking beauty could easily attract trouble, especially since Shuiying and Liu hadn't fully transformed, making them easily recognizable. In this era where everyone seemed to scrutinize everything online, caution was paramount. Liu, is there any strong soul power fluctuation nearby? Guyu asked. No, master, Liu replied softly. This is only the second time I've come out in the open. Ordinary cameras can't capture us, so there's no need to worry. Indeed, the last time Liu appeared was at Dai Mei Manor. In a way, almost all mortals who had seen her true form had met their demise, except for a few surviving staff members. Now, there was also the delicate and pitiable Ziki, whose gentle demeanor evoked compassion. This is really delicious. Ziki savored the earthly delicacies, enjoying being fed by Guyu under Shuiying's envious gaze. Guyu thought, what's there to be embarrassed about when serving one's own wife? Outside, the server occasionally heard female voices from the room, but was unfazed. Recalling the small white fox in the guest's arms earlier, she concluded that he must be a powerful soul pet master. She dutifully guarded the door, already contemplating what kind of handbag to purchase after her shift. Suddenly, Shuiying exclaimed, Liu, what are you doing? As their life-bound soul pets, they could hear Guyu's thoughts, turning the once peaceful meal into a chaotic scene. As soon as Guyu left the hot pot restaurant, he noticed a large crowd gathered on the street, an unusual sight for a normal day. Driven by curiosity, he quietly squeezed into the crowd to see what was happening. In the center stood a tall, middle-aged man surrounded by a group of men in black attire. The man wore a serious expression and spoke in a low, urgent tone. Tian Lin is missing. Lu Wu said he went out of town for a fight. You must search separately and find them. Yes. The men in black responded in unison and quickly dispersed. Guyu understood that this man must be Lu Tianlin's adoptive father. Just as he was speculating, a well-maintained, elegant woman rushed over. Though in her 40s, she looked as if she were in her early 30s. Where's Linner? Why isn't he here? The woman asked softly, her voice betraying her anxiety. The middle-aged man sighed. Lu Wu went to find Linner, but now neither of them is reachable. The news hit the woman like a bolt from the blue, and she immediately burst into tears. The man quickly embraced her, softly comforting. Madam, Linner will be fine. He has always been lucky. Watching this couple's interaction, Guyu smirked to himself. He discreetly took a small box from his pocket and tossed it into the center of the crowd when no one was watching, then quietly left using his agility. As Master Lu organized a search, the small box seemed to appear out of nowhere, landing right in his hands. Upon recognizing it as belonging to Linner, a sense of dread washed over him. With trembling fingers, he opened the box to find a note inside. Suppressing his fear, he unfolded the note, which read, Master Lu, I've personally taken care of that old dog and the brat. No need to thank me. Master Lu's anger flared instantly, but there were more words on the back. Oh, and don't get mad just yet. Before they died, they said that Lu Tianlin isn't your son, Lu Gang, but that old dog's. Your wife knows more about the details than I do. Don't bother asking who I am. Call me Lei Feng. These words struck Lu Gang like a heavy blow to his heart. In disbelief, he looked at his wife, struggling to suppress his fury as he asked, Yinner, did you have an affair with Lu Wu? The woman lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, Lu Gang felt as if he were seeing a stranger. Overcome with anger, he blacked out and collapsed. Master! The surrounding servants cried out, rushing to support him and hurriedly taking him to the hospital. As the crowd dispersed, Guyu shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, I guess I did him a favor. He still has a chance, better than being kept in the dark. This reminded him of Commander Lu's ordeal. Leaving the bustling street, Guyu randomly chose a lavishly decorated hotel and booked the best room. The receptionist, noticing the fox spirit pet in his arms, treated him with utmost respect. Once inside the room, Shuiying leapt out and instantly transformed into a human form. Her cheeks flushed. She looked at Guyu shyly and softly called, Master? For some reason, Guyu felt a strange emotion stirring within him. He cleared his throat and reminded himself, Ahem, we have important things to do tonight. We're not here for this. Hearing this, Liyue and Ziki ran out of the room. Guyu looked at them casually and said, Just relax, but don't go running off anywhere. With that, he lay down on the bed and opened the system interface to proceed with the daily lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the daily draw? The system prompted. Guyu patiently waited for the system to finish speaking. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light. Laughing feather. A magical feather appeared in Guyu's hand. The system explained, using this on someone can force them to laugh for 10 minutes, with no way to escape. It doesn't work on women. Uses available, 55. Guyu stared at the feather in his hand, contemplating its potential uses. He hesitated, considering trying it on himself, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Forget it, that's crazy. He chuckled to himself, putting the feather away. Realizing there might be a tough battle that night, Guyu decided to dedicate some time to cultivating his soul power. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Ziki sensed the power of the pagoda of desolation and joined in his soul sea. A few hours later, Guyu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He was delighted to find that Ziki's level had also increased, reaching the 3rd tier of the mortal class. Just 2 more levels, and she'll unlock a new skill, he calculated silently. At that moment, a girl with purple hair naturally nestled against Guyu. Her supple hips pressed against his thigh, her skin smooth and soft. Guyu was momentarily at a loss for words and could only stammer, You? The girl with purple eyes lying against him blinked gently, seemingly waiting for his reaction. Guyu quickly denied, No. Then a lazy voice called out, Master. Guyu felt a pair of soft, giant rabbits pressing against his back. He inwardly cursed this enchantress, only to hear her say with a hint of grievance, You've been neglecting me lately. Guyu turned to see Liyue feigning tears. He laughed inwardly, amused by her foolin' performance. Sensing Guyu's thoughts, Ziki tactfully released him and went off to listen to music with Shuiying. The next moment, a dark silhouette slipped into Guyu's embrace, bringing with it an indescribable fragrance, Liyue's unique scent. Guyu didn't move much, simply holding her gently. Liyue's flawless back rested lightly against his chest as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Guyu quietly watched Liyue play her puzzle game, which she seemed quite engrossed in. After a while, he softly said, Liyue, I don't have a way to get you a large supply of dark soul cores right now. I'm sorry I can't help you quickly increase your power. Hearing this, Liyue set down her phone and turned to face Guyu. Her eyes, like shimmering autumn water, filled with affection as she spoke softly. It's okay, just take care of yourself. Their eyes met, and Guyu felt a bit uneasy. Is something wrong? Is it about the white dragon? He probed. Liyue shook her head, a worried look crossing her beautiful face. It's nothing. You have successfully awakened the legendary demon spirit. If certain beings find out, you will surely face relentless pursuit. I'm worried about you. The disaster brought by the demon spirit is far more dangerous than that beast. Seeing her slightly furrowed brow, Guyu reassured her. Don't worry, where Ziki's power can protect all of us. Trust me. I've always trusted you, from the very beginning, Liu replied softly. She recalled the feeling of entrusting everything to Guyu when she first became his life-bound soul pet. Although she sensed his desire for her, he never forced her to do anything. After communicating with Shuiying, Liu fully accepted Guyu, even granting him the effect of her reverse scale. From that moment, her heart was effortlessly captured by Guyu. Do you care about what Lu Tianlin said, young master? Liu asked softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Guyu smiled slightly and countered, haven't you already figured out the answer? Liu playfully insisted, I still want to hear it from you, young master. Her eyes held a mix of anticipation and a hint of mischief. Without saying more, Guyu leaned down and kissed the enchantress in his arms. His actions were practiced and gentle, a far cry from the awkward boy he once was. Liu let out a soft hum, her body instantly going limp in his embrace, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Sensing Guyu's intentions, even Liu couldn't help but feel a bit shy. She whispered, not now. Guyu immediately sensed the impending danger and reluctantly stopped. After a brief rest, Guyu donned his Xianlei cloak and decided to head to the Granhan bar. He walked down the street with confidence, the passers-by oblivious to the fact that this seemingly ordinary person was the mysterious shadow trickster they spoke of. Wow, his mask looks really high quality, one passerby exclaimed. But his coat doesn't match. It's definitely a fake, another quickly retorted. The people around him buzzed with comments about Guyu's attire, but he paid them no mind. As he approached a street near the bar, Guyu suddenly activated his stealth skill. What the heck? Where did he go? Is this place haunted? Could he really be the shadow trickster? Oh, such a pity. The crowd gasped in amazement, but Guyu had already slipped silently into the Granhan bar. He easily made his way through the entrance and approached the doorway leading to the underground plaza. Guyu carefully approached the bar and noticed a seductive woman ordering a drink called Dream. He keenly observed the bartender discreetly adding some white powder to the concoction. Beast seed, Guyu thought to himself. Comprised of soul beast blood and soul crystals, it can slightly enhance soul power and induce hallucinations. Long-term use leads to control by beast blood. Looks like I've found the right place. This is indeed one of the soul slave strongholds. Welcome to Dream for the first time. This drink is on the house, the bartender said to the seductive woman, a barely noticeable trace of cunning in his eyes. Thank you, the woman replied, taking a small sip before leaving with her drink. The bartender watched her alluring figure, licking his lips, eyes filled with lust. Guyu's heart tightened. It seems this world is indeed as Li Mu described, full of hidden dangers. I didn't expect the power of the soul slaves to have infiltrated this far. He carefully avoided the crowded throng and continued deeper inside. Following a couple who was almost intertwined, Guyu passed through a door and entered a more secluded room. As he stepped inside, a peculiar fragrance hit him, a scent designed to excite the senses. Guyu scanned the surroundings and noticed a small room to the left, guarded by several black-clad bodyguards. Soul slaves of the lust spider. Behind that door must be the destination, Guyu thought. He activated his stealth step again, slipping through the door without a sound. Inside, two middle-aged men appeared to be in the midst of a heated argument. Old Zhang, after all these years of friendship, you're leaving me over something so trivial, the man in sunglasses said, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and threat. Seventh brother, this isn't trivial. It's harmful to others, the scar-faced man replied steadfastly. And didn't we agree not to do this kind of thing anymore? Guyu silently observed the scene, his vigilance heightened. He knew he had stumbled upon the dark core of this world. Are you talking about drugging the drinks? Scarface asked with a frown, a hint of unease in his eyes. What do you know? The man in sunglasses scoffed, his eyes gleaming with greed. That powder will make our drinks sell better. We've been running this bar for years and haven't made much money. Now we just need a little powder to make them feel a little frisky. We're not taking their lives. Why not? Scarface looked serious and whispered. But people outside have already started acting weird, haven't they? The man in sunglasses waved his hand dismissively. Who cares if they're acting weird, as long as we're getting paid? I spent a fortune getting this new product from Boss Chun so we can live the good life with girls. The opportunity is right in front of us. How can you say you want out, huh? Nearby, Guyu overheard and was surprised. Interesting, hearing the Chun family name here. Scarface lowered his head and fell silent for a moment, finally making up his mind. I can't make money like this. We swore we'd wash our hands clean, not join the soul slave organization again. The man in sunglasses narrowed his eyes, his tone threatening. Aren't you afraid? Scarface let out a bitter laugh, recalling the past. When we were young, we got mixed up in the underworld, became peripheral members of Black Wing without knowing better. Being lackeys for the soul slaves meant going against Tunglong. In the end, we were cowardly and fled the organization, trying to scrape by with a small bar in this little city. Who knew Seventh Brother would? The man in sunglasses interrupted. The Bliss Alliance is not like Black Wing. There's no need to be so serious, old Zhang. But Scarface wanted to say more, but was harshly cut off. No buts. If you walk out that door today and cost me my fortune, we are enemies. Scarface struggled internally for a long time and finally sighed. I'm sorry, seventh brother, some things I just can't do. I won't tell anyone. With that, he turned to leave. Just as Scarface turned to open the door, a spider leg suddenly pierced through his body from behind. Blood dripped down the hairy leg onto the floor with a chilling sound. Gah! Scarface struggled to look back, disbelief in his eyes. The once familiar face of his brother had completely changed. A spider pattern appeared on his head, and two hideous spider legs emerged from his back, his transformation incomplete. Seventh brother, you. Scarface struggled to utter. The man in sunglasses coldly said, we could have made money and chased women together, but you insisted on leaving. I can't let you take this secret with you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Only dead men can't talk. You've changed, seventh brother. Scarface tried to resist, trembling as he drew a blade for one last fight. The spider creature sneered. I've never changed. All I want is money and women. In the end, Scarface was mercilessly killed by his former brother. The man in sunglasses carelessly tossed the body aside, gloating, haha, this power is indeed strong. Ordinary people are just the world's castaways. Scared? Cowards never seize opportunities. Since you disagree, old Zhang, all the wealth is mine. Ha. He leisurely sat back in his chair, downed a glass of dream drink, his expression swelling with anticipation, as if he could already see a bright future beckoning him. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and three figures slowly emerged in the dim bar. The leader, holding a distinctive chain blade and wearing a mysterious black mask, spoke with a hint of curiosity. I'm curious, what are the Bliss Alliance and Blackwing? The man in sunglasses' face changed instantly, alarms ringing in his mind. Is that the one the organization warned about? This is bad, I can't win. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Shui Ying's mesmerizing ability took effect instantly, causing the spider-like creature to become momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the soul-binding chain coiled around him like a serpent, securing him tightly. Liyue, spare his life. I have questions to ask, Guyu said coldly. With a flash of dark light, Liyue's attack precisely severed the creature's grotesque hairy spider legs, disabling his arms as well. Green blood splattered on the ground as the spider creature tried to retreat in terror, but it was too late. As his consciousness returned, he realized he had been completely subdued. A mere soul pet can easily wipe out an entire squad of soul slaves. The spider creature trembled. You don't come any closer. Such a talker. Guyu sneered. Now that you've turned into a spider creature, your regenerative abilities should be decent, right? These injuries won't kill you. Now, tell me what the Bliss Alliance and Blackwing really are. That's a secret, I can't. Before he could finish, a dizzying effect took hold. Guyu retrieved a mysterious feather from the system space, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Let's test this new tool on you today. The spider creature, now immobilized by the soul-binding chain and armless, lay on the ground like a giant cocoon. Seeing the feather in Guyu's hand, a sense of foreboding filled him. Here we go. Guyu chuckled as he activated the laughing to death tool. Strangely, this tool, meant for humans, worked on the soul slave too. A flurry of white feathers appeared out of thin air, targeting the spider creature's sensitive spots, his soles, back, waist, and even his rear. What is this? Ha. The spider creature's bravado crumbled instantly. Stop. Stop. The tickling effect of the feathers heightened his sensitivity to unbearable levels. Even a hardened warrior couldn't resist. The relentless laughter left him breathless, each second a torment. The soul slaves outside listening to the laughter inside were tempted to investigate, if not for orders from above. After 10 minutes of uncontrollable laughter, the spider creature was utterly exhausted. I'll talk. Please. Stop the torture. Guyu looked down at the rolling spider creature, secretly impressed by the tool's effectiveness. Then speak, or it's another 10 minutes. I'll confess. The spider creature finally broke down. Just give me a quick end. He glanced at his dead companion's body and sighed. I'm just a peripheral member. Old Zhang and I were running this bar until one day, a mysterious man in a black robe approached us, offering a chance to make money. I just wanted to earn some cash. Guyu stared at the spider monster before him, probing for the truth about the Gile League. Those mysterious individuals promised that by consuming the demon god's seed and joining them, one could earn money. The spider monster hung its head, its voice tinged with regret. The demon god's seed is a green liquid. After drinking it, I turned into this. What is their goal? Guyu pressed. It seems like they want to infiltrate human society for pleasure, but I don't know much else. The spider monster's gaze fell on the ring on its severed arm, where an intricate spider design was engraved. They told me that the Chun family in Xinyao has what I need, and all I need is to bring this. Guyu took the ring and examined it closely, thinking it must be a token of identity. What about the Blackwing organization? I was tricked into joining when I was young. the spider monster said with a bitter smile, shaking its head. Those lunatics were always planning suicide attacks. I couldn't stand it, so I escaped. What was mixed in the wine? Goods from the Chin family, said to be addictive for customers and boost my business. The spider monster sighed. I've told you everything I know. Can I have a cigarette before I die? Guyu lit a cigarette and handed it to him. Watching the creature slowly finish it, he softly said, for the information you've given, I'll make it quick. In your next life, live well. Looking at the scarred face, Guyu whispered, Old Zhang, I never thought our oath would come true. Betraying a brother leads to eternal damnation. Unexpectedly, this small fry was unusually calm before death, accepting his fate without hysteria. Liu understood, and with a flash of black light, the spider monster split open and passed away peacefully. Guyu once again examined the spider ring in his hand. Since he was just a small fry, more secrets must be hidden with the Qin family. Those profiting from harming others shouldn't expect to live. He decided not to report to Tunglong for now, worried that there might be spies among the soul slaves. Though he was alone, it wasn't the right time to be noticed. After leaving the bar, Guyu changed back into his daytime attire and re-entered the venue. The receptionist recognized him and led him to that familiar door. Ah, you're back again? Yeah, the wine's not bad, Guyu said casually. We have even better offerings. The receptionist beamed as they opened the door for him. Enjoy your experience. Guyu thought to himself that they were letting him in so easily, probably to push that special powder. Pretending to be unaware, he picked up the drink laced with beast seed and boldly walked in. He seized the opportunity to secretly take photos of the place, thinking that this intelligence on the beast seed should be enough to complete the mission. The journey to Yulin had come to an end, and Guyu was taking stock of his gains, intelligence on the soul slave organization, new soul box techniques, and a strong desire to return home for a heartfelt reunion with his wives. Since the incident at Daimei Manor, he had resolved not to act recklessly away from home. Recalling that experience still sent shivers down his spine. The feeling of being thwarted at the critical moment was unforgettable. At the train station, Guyu quickly purchased his return ticket. Once inside his compartment, he summoned his wives. Leaning against the window, he reflected on the recent events he had been involved in. The White Dragon, the Soul Slave Organization, the Qin family, Mu Yinxue, and the friendship match. Liu, taking advantage of her agility, claimed the seat next to Guyu, her devilish figure gently leaning against him. Liu Jia is so sneaky. Shuang pouted. You and Ziki cling to the master all the time. Today is my turn, Liu replied with a smile, as Guyu naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Liu, is it true that ordinary soul weapons can cause backlash? Of course, it's true, Liu replied, resting her head on his shoulder, her dragon horns lightly grazing him. If a human forms a soul contract with a soul beast far beyond their own soul power, they will inevitably suffer backlash and become a soul slave. Just as Guyu was about to get closer, he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy wave via sleep barrier. This was a skill unique to nightmare demons, capable of putting enemies with a lower rank than themselves to sleep for 5 seconds, and it was even more effective on ordinary people. Another wild encounter. Guyu sighed internally. It seems I can't escape the train curse. Once I'm strong enough, I'll just fly with Liu. The 3 soul weapon girls also sensed the barrier, but given their rank, this was hardly a threat. This nightmare demon doesn't seem very powerful, Guyu assessed. You all stay here. I'll go investigate. Ziki transformed into purple light, wrapping around Guyu and draping him in a mystical thunder cloak. Be careful, master, Shuang said with concern. Guyu gently pinched her cheek in reassurance. With Ziki here, no one can hold me back. Sneaking out, Guyu found the corridor eerily quiet. Unlike last time, there were no signs of soul slaves. He proceeded cautiously and saw that some soul slaves had already subdued the train guards but had not harmed them. These must be the nightmare demon's minions. As he moved forward, a scent and voices caught his attention. Peering into the dining car compartment, he saw 2 suspicious figures eating instant noodles, a man in his 30s and a young girl, both soul beasts of the shape-shifting level, with ranks of ordinary and mortal, respectively. Boss, human food smells amazing, way better than raw meat, the girl exclaimed, savoring her instant noodles with added eggs and sausages. The man replied smugly, I told you, joining our Bliss Alliance was the right choice. You'll be living the good life. Good thing I listened to Grandma. Guyu thought to himself, relieved at his decision to speed up his cultivation and join them. It's better than fighting to the death with those lunatics in the mountains. Enjoying life is the way to go. Fighting all the time leads to an early grave, so why not enjoy it while you can? Inside the train carriage, 2 soul beasts of varying appearances were leisurely snacking on stolen instant noodles. Contrary to the typical image of bloodthirsty soul beasts, they appeared quite human-like. Guyu was intrigued by this peculiar scene and quietly followed them, observing. How's the seating plan going? The shorter soul beast asked, wiping its mouth. Don't rush. I'll take you to find a suitable candidate. Once we succeed, we'll seamlessly infiltrate human society. They began wandering through the carriages, seemingly searching for a target. What about that overweight guy? No potential for growth. How about that handsome guy over there? The soul beast with a youthful appearance brightened up. An old player, not suitable. Once we're in human society, we'll have our pick of handsome guys. Suddenly, the sound of fighting erupted from afar. Someone's attacking the bosses. Let's go help. They quickly rushed towards the source of the noise, with Guyu following closely behind. Along the way, weaker soul master practitioners had already been subdued by the soul slaves of the nightmare demon. Meanwhile, Mu Yinxue sat alone in a regular train carriage, holding a miniature unicorn in her arms, her blue eyes watching the scenery speed by outside. Since her master's death, her life had lost half its color. Growing up, only her master had treated her with genuine care, while the Mu family saw her merely as a weapon to be honed. Her mother had died early, and her father only wanted to use her for a marriage alliance to vie for the clan leader position. She felt no attachment to the Mu family and had never had a true friend. Suddenly, a black barrier enveloped the entire carriage. Mu Yinxue immediately became alert, fully aware of the soul slaves and soul beasts' collusion to harm humans. Following her master's orders, slaying demons, and protecting humanity was her mission. The heavenly sword in her hand gleamed as it appeared. Guyu followed the two small lackeys to the battle scene, where he saw Mu Yinxue engaged in fierce combat with several soul beasts. He quietly observed the heavenly sword in her hand. This soul weapon not only enhanced its owner's attributes by 120, but also dealt an additional 70 of sword intent chase damage. What was even more astounding was her follow the heavenly path skill, which, after her breakthrough, allowed her to deploy a sword spirit barrier to automatically attack enemies. With her blue hair flowing, Mu Yinshue's stunning beauty resembled a celestial being descending to earth. A soul beast of transformation level fell under her sword, letting out a final wail. Boss, this enemy is too strong. The small lackeys huddled in a corner. Forget it, let them handle it. We'll just stay on the sidelines. The soul beast that looked like an uncle wisely decided to watch from afar. Guyu looked at these two who clearly wanted to slack off and couldn't help but silently criticize them in his heart. These two are such freeloaders. In no time, several soul beasts had already fallen under the heavenly sword. Where the sword light passed, blood splattered and limbs fell to the ground. Realizing the danger, the remaining soul beasts quickly retreated, gathering together to devise a strategy. You stupid crab, how did you provoke someone this powerful? The nightmare demon turned to question the fiery red-haired man, who was covered in wounds. How should I know? The Force King crab replied through gritted teeth, his humanoid form covered in crisscross scars, and his giant crab claw lying broken on the ground. I was just passing by, wanting to plant a seed, and this woman attacked with her sword without a word. If you hadn't arrived quickly, you're useless, the red flame wolf mocked sarcastically from the side. You think you're so great? Go ahead and try, the red-haired man shouted angrily. Stop arguing, the nightmare demon hissed in a low voice. The master will be here soon. We just need to hold on a little longer. This woman is incredibly powerful. You soul beasts have trespassed into the human world and must be exterminated, she declared coldly, wielding her long sword. Beside her, a four-winged unicorn radiated dazzling light, and in her arms was a pitch-black, their newly acquired second pet, the heavy-eyed lynx. This rare heavy-eyed lynx had reached spirit communication level 1. Although its defense wasn't as strong as the previous heavenly dog, its unique combination of soul skills was highly threatening. Its claws increased attack speed, its heavy eyes marked enemy weak points for vulnerability, its black flame weakened defenses, and its shadow assault granted agile movement abilities, while its soulbox skill could summon replicas to confuse enemies. The battle intensified, but both sides deliberately controlled their power to avoid damaging the carriage. This surprised Guyu present while it was expected of Mu Yinxue. It was unusual for the soul beasts to also restrain their strength. The soul beasts no longer fought individually, opting instead for a joint assault. Though ganging up on her went against their pride, survival took precedence over honor. Yet even so, Mu Yinxue remained calm and composed. Her sword light was unstoppable, instantly slaying those slightly weaker. The four-winged unicorn's newly mastered soul box skill, combined with the heavy-eyed lynx's defense-breaking effect, left these shape-shifting soul beasts in agony. Damn, how is this girl so freakishly strong? She's clearly a lower level than us, the red flame wolf panted heavily. The Force King crab had already collapsed, severely injured and unable to fight. The other soul beasts could only dodge clumsily, not daring to take her sword strikes heed, and were quickly wounded. Although Mu Yinxue appeared to have the upper hand, maintaining the sword spirit barrier had drained her soul power significantly. Seeing the number of enemies, she decided to finish the battle quickly. With a flash of her sword light, the heavily wounded Force King crab couldn't evade and was instantly slain, reverting to its original form. Stupid crab, the red flame wolf roared, charging at Mu Yinxue with a desperate resolve. Master, if you don't come soon, there'll be nothing left for you. The nightmare demon shouted in despair, his prized control skills all countered by the four-winged unicorn. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, Mu Yinxue will wipe us out. Guyu sensed a powerful surge of soul energy rapidly approaching. Just at this critical moment, a flash of silver light appeared. Mu Yinxue reacted swiftly, turning to precisely block the sudden attack with her sword. The newcomer was a fierce-looking silver-haired man, bare-chested with bulging muscles. His body was enveloped in a tangible aura of powerful soul energy, and on his chest was a tattoo of an eagle poised to take flight. Guyu instantly recognized the identity of this unexpected guest, Qingyang Eagle, a minor leader of the Bliss Alliance. As a Lord-level, 4th-tier physical combat-type soul beast, he possessed terrifying attack power and recovery abilities. Qingyang Eagle's soul skills were formidable. Bloodclaw's normal attacks could inflict high physical damage with a 60 chance of critical hits. Swift Charge significantly increased his movement speed. Eagle Eye ignored 40 of the target's defense. Instant Slash allowed him to instantly teleport behind an enemy, dealing double damage and stunning them. Indomitable will increased his attack power as his health decreased. And Tenacity granted him immunity to slowing effects and reduced control. Duration. The silver-haired man surveyed the surroundings with disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. Just one little girl, and you can't handle her? He had the arrogance to back up his words, for although both were Lord level, the power of that Pegasus in the secret realm seemed severely diminished, making Qingyang Eagle undoubtedly the strongest opponent Guyu had encountered so far. The Scarlet Flame Wolf reported lowly, "Master, the crab is dead too." A flash of anger crossed Qingyang Eagle's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The old ghost and the others are on their way. While our Bliss Alliance doesn't seek trouble, we're not afraid of it either. He glared at Mu Yinxue with murderous intent in his eyes. Without waiting for further words from his subordinates, Qingyang Eagle commanded harshly, "Enough talk. Take her life to avenge the crab." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he shot towards Mu Yinxue like an arrow. The two clashed instantly, sword light and claw shadows intertwined. The surrounding minions wisely retreated, well aware that intervening in such a high-level battle would be a death sentence. The battle raged fiercely, with the damage inflicted by Qingyang Eagle gradually being healed by Mu Yinxue's sword spirit. Suddenly, Qingyang Eagle let out a loud shout, his body slightly crouched, and in the next instant, he flashed behind Mu Yinxue, delivering a fierce claw strike aimed at her head. The speed of this sudden assault left no time to react. Mu Yinxue had no choice but to use an invincibility skill to survive. However, her combat instincts were incredibly sharp, and by the time the second attack came, she had already noticed Qingyang Eagle's crouching posture as he gathered strength. This time, she turned quickly, her sword precisely blocking the deadly sneak attack. After a brief struggle, the passive skill of the four-winged unicorn was triggered, leaving Qingyang Eagle temporarily blinded. Mu Yinxue seized the opportunity, her heavenly sword glowing brightly, ready to strike down Qingyang Eagle. In the nick of time, Qingyang Eagle's tenacity trait allowed him to quickly regain his sight. With a roar, he narrowly dodged the lethal strike. Despite this, the sword's aura still left a gruesome wound on his body, blood gushing out. Had the sword hit his head, it would have been fatal. Qingyang Eagle wiped the wound and even licked his own blood, arrogantly saying, "Well, it's been a while since anyone managed to hurt me." Just as Mu Yinxue prepared to press her advantage, several figures suddenly attacked from all directions. She quickly turned, her sword flashing as she repelled the assailants. However, in that brief moment of distraction, a hidden projectile shot out from the shadows, striking her in the back. Ugh, Mu Yinxue couldn't suppress a cry of pain. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Qingyang Eagle grinned. "Old ghost, you're finally here. This little girl is quite something." From the shadows, several figures slowly emerged. Guyu quickly scanned their attributes, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. Not only were they opponents of a higher level, but they were also numerous. It seemed Mu Yinxue was in dire straits today. Guyu felt a mix of emotions, knowing he owed her his life. He had almost taken her life in a sneak attack before, and now he had to save her from danger once again. At this moment, Ziki's voice echoed in his mind. "Weren't you the one who led the enemies here?" A man with black hair suddenly appeared in the midst of the scene, his voice low and urgent. "My lord, I apologize for my tardiness. But rest assured, I have set the trap. She won't escape." He pointed towards a target not far away and continued. "That's a mythical beast. Although it has mastered some spatial powers, it's nothing compared to Ziqi. More importantly, she's already poisoned by me, like a fish in a barrel waiting for us to strike." As he finished speaking, a man with blonde hair emerged from behind him, wearing a sly smile. At that moment, a voice began to explain the details of the beast. "That's a Naga bamboo stake, of rare grade, at the first level of transformation. It's an exceptionally peculiar soul beast, a disgrace to its kind." The voice listed the creature's abilities, from instant high-voltage lightning damage to deadly body constriction and bamboo attacks that can induce hallucinations and arousal. It was especially noted that its attacks are ineffective on the same gender, but inflict extra damage on the opposite gender. Hearing this, someone couldn't help but think, isn't that related to Chun Er Xiao's electric eel? The atmosphere grew tense. The unicorn sensed the danger of its master being poisoned and immediately performed a dispel skill, bathing Mu Yinxue in holy light. However, Mu Yinxue shook her head. Schwerer, it's useless. This seems to be a special skill. She could feel an unusual change in her soul power. The blonde man grinned smugly. It's no use, little beauty. Once you're hit by my skill, if you're female, just surrender obediently, The black-haired man glanced at him disdainfully. You're still so low, hiding behind and shooting arrows. The blonde man nonchalantly replied, as long as I win, what does it matter to you? I'll leave this little beauty for the Lord to enjoy first. A silver-haired man nearby seemed unimpressed. What's so good about women? Another voice interjected angrily. She's killed too many of our comrades. She must die. Mu Yinxue realized the situation was dire. She had been maintaining the sword's spirit barrier, but after being poisoned, it was becoming difficult to sustain, and she felt the urge to retreat. With a powerful swing of her sword, she created a large hole on the right side of the carriage. Oh no, she's trying to escape, someone exclaimed. Qingyang confidently said, with me here, how could she escape? And charged forward. Mu Yinxue had no choice but to confront them. She knew that if she kept running and exposed her back to such powerful enemies, it would be certain death. However, as her soul power continued to wane, strange sensations kept creeping in, and facing so many soul beasts, she was beginning to falter. Just as Mu Yinxue was struggling, her soul power unable to maintain the sword's spirit barrier, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. It's my turn to step in. Hey, you guys, that chick over there caught my eye first. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe someone dared to speak so brazenly to Qingyang. They turned to see a black-haired man wearing a strange mask, lounging casually on a chair as if he'd been waiting there all along. Is it you? They all exclaimed in unison. The man nonchalantly retorted, why can't it be me? Ingui. The nightmare demon recognized him and immediately retreated cautiously. I heard last time the Blackwing people were all defeated by him. Watch out for his soul pet's quick attacks. However, Guyu had no intention of fighting everyone alone, as he saw no need. His target was singular Mu Yinxue. With that, Guyu dashed towards the breached part of the carriage, the wind howling behind him. The nightmare demon realized that Ingui hadn't summoned any soul pets, and his anger flared up instantly. With a cold sneer, he said, trying to run after showing off? Since you've seen me, you can go die. Before his words even finished, a barrage of skills rained down on Guyu like a storm. Guyu was prepared and instantly activated Void Escape. His body became intangible, and all the attacks passed through him as if he were a ghost. He chuckled to himself. I calculated that your control skills were on cooldown before I showed up. How could I get caught? A hero saving the damsel in distress needs a stylish entrance. This scene shocked everyone present. Some soul beasts might have such extraordinary abilities, but how could a human? Even Mu Yinxue widened her eyes, puzzled by this unexpected enemy. Guyu didn't give the crowd time to react and immediately summoned Liyue. The dragon's might was unleashed, stunning everyone except Mu Yinxue. He then called out Shuiying, targeting the stunned Qingyang eagle with ice lotus vines. First, get rid of that disgusting beast, and then retreat, Guyu planned, while throwing extreme ice blossom towards the soul beast group. With Bieji K's assistance, a flash of dark light passed by, and the little toothpick's head was instantly severed. As expected, its true form was identical to that of the giant eel. As soon as he left the vehicle, Guyu sensed the spatial barrier, but it was of no consequence to him. Ziki single-handedly used Void Step to create a hole in the barrier. Does this spatial ability compare to Ziki? Guyu thought disdainfully, simultaneously tossing the soul lock chain in Mu Yinshue's direction. Mu Yinxue, if you don't want to die, catch it. Mu Yinxue looked at the sharp chain blade, conflicted. She hadn't expected to be saved by him in the end. But if she didn't leave now, the consequences would be dire. Finally, she made up her mind, recalled her soul pets, and grabbed the sharp chain blade. Surprisingly, the expected pain didn't come. Shuiying, let's go. Guyu commanded, and Shuiying jumped off, transforming into a rideable form. Guyu leaped on, taking Mu Yinxue with him in a swift escape. With a gentle pull of his arm, he pulled Mu Yinxue onto Shuiying's back. Mu Yinxue was now at her limit. After expending so much soul power, fighting so many soul beasts beyond her level, and being ambushed by that vile beast, her soul power was nearly depleted, leaving her unable to summon the heavenly sword again. The Qingyang eagle was the first to recover from the stun, only to find itself frozen in place. Helpless, it could only watch as the white fox carried the two away. It immediately reverted to its original form and pursued, the sound of breaking ice chains echoing. Damn this ice, it growled. I've memorized Guyu's soul power aura. I'll chase him to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, Liyue had transformed into its dragon form. Guyu put away Shuiying and flew onto Liyue's back with Mu Yinxue in his arms. Mu Yinxue struggled desperately, her fists flailing, but without her soul weapon, she was just an ordinary girl, unable to break free from Gu Yu's grasp. Why did you save me, you villain? Mu Yinxue asked angrily. Gu Yu replied bluntly. I'll be honest, I'm drawn to you, and I'm sincere about it. You lecherous thief. Mu Yinxue struggled even more fiercely. Gu Yu pinched her soft cheek and threatened. Keep moving, and I'll strip you again. Mu Yinxue regretted deeply, feeling she had just jumped from one pit to another. Her strength was no match for Gu Yu's. The fragrant beauty, with a face full of indignation, was held in his arms, looking unwilling. Gu Yu chuckled. Why are you so foolish? You should have escaped earlier, and nothing would have happened. Mu Yinxue replied firmly. I'm upholding my master's orders to act on behalf of justice. How could I retreat? Despite her determination, she felt something unusual within her, as if she was losing control. Master's orders? Gu Yu sneered. From now on, you'll only listen to me. I absolutely. Mu Yinxue began to protest, but Gu Yu forcefully removed her mask and kissed her roughly, as if trying to conquer this stubborn woman with such a gesture. Why is it him? Mu Yinxue thought in shock, unable to break free from the unexpected kiss. Master, the little eagle is catching up, Li Yu's voice echoed in Gu Yu's mind. Slow down, Gu Yu calmly replied. Let it chase us on its own. The nightmare demon is stunned, the barrier is broken, someone on the train is bound to wake up. Tunglong's troops could arrive at any moment. Dealing with it here is too risky. Li Yu maintained her flight, keeping a precise distance from the pursuing Qingyang eagle. Gu Yu contemplated the use of this soul, and when the moment was right, signaled Li Yu to descend. Mu Yinxue was about to summon her four-winged unicorn to counterattack, but suddenly recognized the demon in front of her as the handsome young man who had sat opposite her on the train. Before she could act, Gu Yu activated his devouring ability, instantly draining her remaining soul power. Don't act rashly. Gu Yu gently placed her on the ground, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. You should know the consequences of encountering a soul beast alone in the wild. Mu Yinxue could only let out a weak whimper in protest. Gu Yu deliberately slowed down to lure the Lord-level Qingyang eagle. He stepped a few paces away from Mu Yinxue, patiently waiting. Sure enough, a streak of green light flashed, and the silver-haired man appeared before him. You killed my Qingyang brother, and think you can escape? The silver-haired man snarled, but froze upon seeing the youthful face behind Gu Yu's mask. Escape? Gu Yu chuckled. If that's what you think, you're too naive. The Qingyang eagle attacked in a rage, and Gu Yu calmly summoned 3 soul pets. As Mu Yinxue saw the faintly visible purple tail under Gu Yu's robe, she realized her master's prophecy had come true. He had indeed met the demon spirit. With her soul power depleted, she could only cry out in her heart, Master, what should I do? Though the dragons might no longer cause dizziness, it left the Qingyang eagle paralyzed, its power forcibly suppressed. My power? It wondered in confusion. Don't hesitate, Gu Yu sneered. From now on, you're my worker. No breaks. 996 is a blessing. Pathetic human, you think you can tame me? Dream on. The Qingyang eagle arrogantly retorted, unaware that Gu Yu intended to enslave its soul. The moment the charm effect activated, the Qingyang eagle plunged into darkness, controlled by an eerie force. The soul lock chain, and Li Yu's dark flame attacked simultaneously. Gu Yu first gave this lord-level creature a face, stacking buffs. Though the resilience effect brought it back to consciousness, the pitch-black flames had already ensnared it. The Qingyang eagle's body began to crack, its defense rapidly deteriorating. As the chain blade danced towards him, Qingyang smirked and instantly blinked behind Gu Yu. Die, kid, he shouted arrogantly, unaware of the formidable opponent he was about to face. Stop struggling and join the workforce. Gu Yu sneered, effortlessly evading the ambush with his prepared void stealth. Following this, Shui Ying's frost breath surged forward, hitting Qingyang Ying's face with a blast of chilling air. His advantage in speed was immediately negated by Shui Ying's passive slow effect. Li Yu swiftly unfurled her wind wings, launching a fierce attack with her wind claws. Qingyang Ying hurried to defend himself, only to find that he was completely outmatched by his opponent's speed. This can't be, he thought, shocked at how challenging this seemingly lord-level opponent was. Despite taking several hits from Li Yu, Qingyang Ying's body suddenly emitted a green glow, and his wounds began to heal. Nice skill. I'll take that, he boasted, only to realize his speed and strength were entirely suppressed. This power, you're not a sub-dragon. He finally sensed something was amiss. Ziqi seized the opportunity to unleash her illusionary poison. What is this? Oh, even a lord-level being was writhing on the ground, tormented by the dual poison. Fool, no one said I was a sub-dragon. Gu Yu taunted, launching a sneak attack at the last moment of his void stealth. The soul lock chain hit Qingyang Ying's left arm with precision. Get to work already, you're talking too much. The stun effect took hold immediately. Li Yu, hurry up. This guy's tough to control. Shuiying quickly used extreme ice bloom to extend the control time. Blue frost enveloped Qingyang Ying, followed by Liyue's strongest dark dragon breath. With the added damage from Bieji and Wang Ming, Shuiying delivered the chilling frost spike, leaving Qingyang Ying severely wounded and nearly shattered. Although the three women were lower in level than him, with a foreknown scenario, even his indomitable battle spirit could barely keep him alive. Just as he was about to speak, a flash of dark light ended him. Guyu immediately summoned the pagoda of meteorite iron, opening the second layer's gate. A powerful suction pulled Qingyang Ying's soul inside. The tower's second layer radiated a green glow, and a series of new abilities flooded into Guyu's mind. We did it. Ziqi, now in human form, hugged Guyu tightly. Mu Yinshu stood speechless in shock, amazed that the demonic spirit could take form so quickly. Even more astonishing was how Qingyang Ying's body disintegrated in Guyu's hands. A system notification chimed, indicating the fusion of the indestructible body and indomitable battle spirit, granting an even more powerful eternal indestructibility. Though eager to test the new skill, Guyu had no inclination for self-harm. He turned towards the still-dazed Mu Yinshu with a wicked grin. Do you know what's going to happen next? You stay away. Mu Yinshu stammered, backing away. Alone in the wilderness, facing such a terrifying opponent, she felt utterly defenseless as a sense of impending doom washed over her. It's over. Guyu strode over and scooped up Mu Yinshu in his arms. He greedily savored the softness of the person in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance she exuded. Exquisite, he silently marveled. Mu Yinshu wanted to resist, but found herself completely drained of strength. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Is this really the end? If this continues, things will go terribly wrong. Recalling her master's admonitions, she quickly drew a sharp blade from her spatial ring and, without hesitation, aimed it at her own throat. Guyu reacted swiftly, blocking her move. Despite his quick reflexes, Mu Yinshu's full-force strike still managed to pierce several centimeters into Guyu's arm. Blood began to drip slowly from the wound. I saved your life. Dying won't be that easy. Guyu sneered, kicking the silver blade aside. Unperturbed, he removed Mu Yinshu's spatial ring and continued carrying her forward. Ahead lay a deep cave, with a clear brook babbling nearby. Guyu calculated silently. Looks like we'll be spending the night outdoors again. Unbeknownst to Mu Yinshu, under the influence of the poison, her body became increasingly uncontrollable, and her strength to resist was gradually waning. She's terrifying. Ziqi hid behind Guyu, unable to look directly at Mu Yinshu. It's okay, Ziqi, you won't have to be afraid anymore, Guyu reassured her. Master, how do you plan to handle her? Of course, with Ziqi's power. Guyu declared confidently. The power of prophecy will be mine. How do you know? Mu Yinshu asked in surprise, not realizing that her hands had involuntarily wrapped around Guyu's neck. I know everything. Guyu replied smugly. I even know about your birthmark. What? You. Mu Yinshu was both shocked and furious. You know the consequences if you fall into my hands, right? I was there when your master spoke that day. You scoundrel. She wanted to struggle and resist, but her actions seemed more like a playful protest. Her fists pounded on Guyu's chest without any real threat. Guyu gazed into her eyes, noticing an unusual glimmer. Is the poison not yet dissipated? He mused aloud. After entering the cave, Guyu placed Mu Yinshu against the wall. He instructed Shuiying to prepare a meal and Liu to scout the surroundings, while he began tidying up their accommodations. Once everything was ready, he carried Mu Yinshu inside and gently laid her on the bed. By this point, Mu Yinshu seemed to have slipped into a hallucination. Ziqi, use your 1000 calamity dream. Guyu commanded. He had long planned to use the dream to forcibly recruit Mu Yinshu to his side, leveraging her prophetic power to quickly locate the remaining 6 forces. What should I do? Ziqi asked. Make sure she cannot defy my will, and that she can never reveal our secrets, Guyu replied. Not turning her into your slave. That would be too dull. Losing ones will only makes a puppet, which I don't need. As you wish you. But I might need to leave you for a while. Don't worry, it's fine, Guyu comforted. Tears glistened in Mu Yinshu's blue eyes, as if she anticipated her fate. A faint fragrance wafted into Guyu's nose, and he thought, I just want to detoxify her. Please don't be like this. At some point, Mu Yinshu's gown's sash had disappeared, her clothes partially undone, revealing her enticing legs. She suddenly wrapped her legs tightly around Guyu's waist. Ziqi, use the dream quickly, Guyu urged. All right, Ziqi responded. Her eyes emitted an eerie purple light that shot directly into Mu Yinshu's eyes. Upon seeing the purple light, a dramatic change occurred within Mu Yinshu. Is that it? Is it over? Guyu was somewhat incredulous. Yes, Ziqi replied softly, her body swaying as she almost collapsed onto the bed. Guyu quickly caught her, swiftly placing a strawberry into her mouth. This little strawberry can counter the debuff of the 1000 calamity dream, right? He thought to himself. However, Ziqi still fainted. Guyu wondered, does it need time to digest? Looking back, Mu Yinxue didn't seem too different, except her voice had taken on an odd tone. Guyu pondered deeply, uncertain of what would happen next. Young master? All done. Liyue emerged from the corner, a sly smile on her face. Yeah, Guyu replied briefly. Why didn't you just finish her off? Because of her divination skills, there's no other way, Guyu shrugged. But she won't be able to escape now. Ziqi had already woken up and was silently observing the game from the side. You did it work? I think so. Otherwise, things would be very different now, Guyu said, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. That's great. We won't have to worry about her hunting us down anymore. Ziqi sighed in relief. Thanks to the power of this dream illusion. Let's go eat, Guyu suggested. This is the first complete victory of the Calamity's prison body. Just after Guyu and his group left, Mu Yinxue opened her eyes. She intended to take her own life with a knife, but found the thought dissipated by some unknown force as soon as it arose. Looking down at her jade-like hand, she realized her spatial ring was gone. I just want to take a bath. She wanted to cry but found she couldn't shed a tear. Master, should we bring her some food? Shuang asked. Sure, after all, she's one of us now. After the meal, Guyu carried the food Shuang prepared to Mu Yinxue's room. Yinxue, have something to eat. Mu Yinxue's gaze was dim, her expression one of utter despair. Her blue eyes flicked to Guyu for a moment before quickly looking away. Guyu sat at the bedside, leisurely pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds to snack on. If you don't eat, I'll have to feed you myself. I'll eat. Mu Yinxue intended to say she'd rather die than eat, but was surprised to hear herself say the opposite. Guyu leaned closer, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, his fingers gently brushing her soft cheek before resting on her lips. Open up. Despite the resistance in her eyes, Mu Yinxue found herself obeying the command. She wanted to fight back, but the thought vanished within seconds. That's a good girl, Guyu said, offering her the food. I'm doing this for your own good. I still need your divination skills. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Guyu sighed. When we first met, we were on opposing sides, and I had no choice. Consider this saving you today as clearing the score for the arm you lost. As for that loyal dog, I'm sorry. I'll find you a stronger one when I can. Mu Yinxue stared blankly at Guyu, her once clear blue eyes flickering with a hint of darkness. When their eyes met, her cheeks flushed. You're too naive, Guyu continued. You shouldn't always listen to your master. Look where it got you into my hands. If it were me, I'd have run away with those soul beasts long ago. Mu Yinxue wanted to argue but was restricted by the dream illusion's power, so she lowered her head in frustration, tears falling onto her thighs. All right, let's not talk about her anymore, Guyu said, continuing to feed her. Seeing her tear-streaked face, a sense of pity stirred in his heart. He wiped her tears with a tissue, lifting her chin. From now on, you're my maid. Don't take unnecessary risks without enough power. Stop crying. You'll ruin your pretty face. Okay. Mu Yinxue choked out, not understanding why she couldn't help but agree to this big bad guy's demands. After the meal, Mu Yinxue fell silent. Guyu held the pitiful doll in his arms, and she didn't resist. Why? She finally asked. Why what? Why did it turn out like this? I can't control my body. Mu Yinxue's voice was filled with confusion and helplessness. Feeling the presence of the Dark Lord approaching, Mu Yinxue quickly turned her head away, avoiding eye contact. Guyu leaned in close to her ear and whispered, because you are now my maid. Mu Yinxue stared blankly at her own body, utterly confused. As Guyu gently combed her long blue hair, he chuckled softly. You actually seem quite happy. Why wouldn't I? She asked impulsively, not even understanding why she posed the question. She had expected the worst, yet surprisingly, she was unharmed. Because I need the power of the divination, Guyu reminded her, causing Mu Yinxue to blush and lower her head in silence. Guyu took her delicate hand and confessed, when I first met you, my sixth sense instinctively wanted to kill you. But if you were in my position, wouldn't you do the same and try to eliminate me? You always follow your master's orders. I would. She responded nervously. Her master had always taught her to punish evil and promote good. Having been blessed with these two heavenly gifts, she believed that with great power came great responsibility. That's why the endless fighting between enemies is so tedious, Guyu continued. If it weren't for the power of the demon spirit, one of us would have to die. And you've already lost to me. You remember your master's words, don't you? Looking at the stunning beauty in his arms, Guyu's playful demeanor softened. While she couldn't defy his orders, he didn't want a soulless puppet. He wanted her to willingly fight for him. Why am I labeled as a Dark Lord? Guyu asked, cradling Ziki. Did your master see it with his own eyes? Look at her. Does she seem like the demon spirit that you claim threatens the world? Mu Yinxue had to admit that Ziki's pitiful appearance invoked a protective instinct, making it hard to associate her with evil. Just because her power is too great to be controlled, she's labeled as evil and marked for death. Is that what you call the way of heaven? Guyu looked directly into her eyes. You lost, which means that the so-called way of heaven is nothing more. If it weren't for the demon spirit your master mentioned, would you still be unharmed in my hands? As night deepened, Guyu gently lifted Mu Yinxue. Liyue reminded him that there were no soul beasts nearby. They had likely been scared away by the aura of the Qingyang eagle earlier. Master, Shuiying hurried to catch up. Shuiying, could you keep watch for me? I need to teach her a lesson today. Of course, as you command. Under the cover of darkness, Guyu activated his night vision and spotted a small pond not far ahead. Unaware of his ability, Mu Yinxue appeared somewhat lost in the dark. Do you hate me? Guyu asked. Hate. And yet, not hate. She shook her head. For whom do you wield your weapon? I don't know. Mu Yinxue's gaze dimmed. From now on, wield your sword for me. How about that? Guyu asked with a gaze full of intent. Faced with such a look, Mu Yinxue inexplicably nodded in agreement. If she could see her own eyes, she would notice the flickering black glow in her blue irises. Let's go? The blue-haired fairy appeared once again before Guyu, and he nodded in satisfaction. Without a second thought, Guyu tossed a short dagger to her. Mu Yinxue was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Instinctively, she caught the dagger but realized she had no urge to use it against Guyu. This realization shocked Mu Yinxue. She understood that after everything that had happened, her hostility towards Guyu had quietly faded away. She was silent for a long time, thinking wryly to herself, I'm really useless. What's your name? Mu Yinxue asked softly, her voice barely audible. Guyu, he replied, then added. By the way, you're the first person to see my true face. Mu Yinxue hesitated for a moment before asking, why were you saving people at Dai Mei Mountain Villa? Guyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Saving people? Maybe that's how you felt. He didn't continue with the topic and instead said, maybe it's fate. Who would have thought that in less than a month, we would meet 3 times in different places? Isn't it nice, always fighting and killing? As he spoke, Guyu lifted Mu Yinxue's chin. She didn't dare to meet his eyes and fell silent again. Guyu pulled her into his arms, carefully observing her eyes, and noticed that the dark glint in her pupils had intensified. And your master? Guyu asked softly. Mu Yinxue gradually grew accustomed to this intimate gesture and replied in a low voice. To calculate your location, she consumed too much of her lifespan, and then, in search of the Cheng Tian soul artifact. Her voice carried a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, she never obtained the Cheng Tian soul artifact. Cheng Tian soul artifact isn't easy to get. Even at my peak, I only obtained one, Liu said with a smile. Mu Yinxue glanced at this devilish woman, hesitated for a long time, and then asked, which one do you have? With Guyu's permission, Liu leisurely replied, the 6-faced jade mirror. What? Mu Yinxue's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. She murmured, no wonder master could never find the 6-faced jade mirror. Only the barrier of the 6-faced jade mirror could ensure a demon spirit survives the power of a thunder tribulation. She looked thoughtfully at the delicate purple-haired girl, Ziqi, and began to waver. Is she really the kind of ferocious beast? Ziqi, feeling intimidated by her gaze, hid behind Guyu, only daring to peek at Mu Yinxue. Hearing this, Guyu was astonished. Is that possible? The 6-faced barrier can withstand a thunder tribulation? And Ziqi's future growth requires undergoing a thunder tribulation. He pondered, perhaps the heavens were envious of the power of the 1,000 tribulations illusion. However, activating the 6-faced jade mirror required a lot of soul power, and he couldn't help but wonder if the Futua meteorite tower might come in handy. Here, it's all for you. Your soul power hasn't fully recovered, right? Guyu said, taking out the space ring containing the soul crystal and placing it in Mu Yinxue's hand along with her own space ring. He knew she needed time to accept the situation, so he didn't say much, just gave a gentle smile and left the cave. With Ziqi and Liu, he exited the cave into the darkening sky. Guyu approached Shuiying, who had been keeping watch outside, ready to discuss their next move. Master, you're finally out. Shuiying darted forward and hugged Guyu tightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, everything is sorted out. Ziqi doesn't need to worry anymore. She won't come after us. Guyu gently stroked Ziqi's hair and turned to Liu with a warm smile. Liu, you've worked hard. Guyu then rested on Liu's lap to relax. Shuiying knelt beside him, her delicate fingers softly massaging his legs. Master, where are we headed next? We should go to that friendship competition, although I don't know the exact location yet. Guyu pondered briefly. We have 2 days left, which should be enough. I plan to get soul boxes for you and Ziqi to enhance your powers. Master is so good to us, Shuiying blushed slightly. Of course, you're both very important to me. Guyu felt their attachment, especially from the shy Shuiying. Right, Ziqi? Wait, where is she? I'm here, you. Ziqi's gentle voice echoed from deeper within the cave. She had gone to see Mu Yinxue out of curiosity and a bit of fear towards the mysterious figure. As night fell, Guyu returned to the cave with the 2 women and spotted Ziqi from afar. He gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder. What have you been staring at? I'm just curious, Ziqi replied softly. At that moment, Mu Yinxue was absorbing soul crystals, her aura significantly stronger than before. After a while, She slowly opened her eyes, her dark pupils still mesmerizing. Are you feeling better? Guyu asked. Yes, Mu Yinxue replied, just as a white light flashed beside her, revealing a pretty blonde girl with a prominent crystal horn on her head. Master, I missed you so much, are you okay? The blonde girl leaped into Mu Yinxue's arms. She was her four-winged unicorn, now in human form. Master, your eyes. They've turned black. The girl noticed the change and warily glanced around. Who are you? She immediately stood protectively in front of Mu Yinxue. Upon understanding the situation, she glared at Guyu. You villain, bullying my master. It was my master who saved yours. Shuang retorted, though she could only express her displeasure with words. Adults are speaking, don't interrupt, Guyu said calmly. Shuang, take her outside. It's you. The blonde girl recognized Shuang, who had previously injured her. You're infuriating, you bad fox. Unable to fight without her master's will, she was pulled out by Shuang, leaving behind a warning. Don't bully my master. Finally, the little troublemaker is gone. Guyu sighed in relief and turned to Mu Yinxue. So, tell me, what is Tianbu Shu? I only recently learned it, Mu Yinxue explained. It's said to be a divination ability that communicates with the power of the heavens and can be performed through meditation. But I'm just a beginner. She paused, then continued. Tianbu Shu passively enhances the user's sixth sense, which is why I can react quickly in battle. Ordinary people facing a swift attack from a Qingyang eagle wouldn't have time to respond and would die. However, because of your hidden dragon effect, I couldn't predict your actions at all. When Mu Yinxue first entered the secret realm, she had not yet mastered the art of celestial divination. This mysterious skill was taught to her by her master, who calculated the location of the pagoda meteorite iron tower at the cost of his own lifespan, ensuring its legacy. As a sole practitioner, Mu Yinxue was not yet able to unleash the true power of celestial divination. Celestial divination is divided into two main categories: precise divination and intuitive divination. Precise divination requires the user to sacrifice some of their lifespan. The more detailed the divination, the greater the sacrifice needed. Locating ordinary objects requires almost no cost, but pinpointing a specific target demands a bit of lifespan. If there are items related to the target, the stronger the connection, the less the cost. However, for high-level items like the Celestial Soul device, even a great sacrifice would only yield a rough location. Ironically, both the Pagoda Meteorite Iron Tower and the Six-Faced Emerald Mirror were within their reach. When Liyue was trapped by a six-sided barrier, celestial divination could not break through it. Intuitive divination relies on sensing the soul force of the world to gather information, as her master did to locate the Pagoda Meteorite Iron Tower. It requires ample soul power but does not consume lifespan, depending instead on chance and opportunity. Can you use intuitive divination to roughly locate the 7 sins now? Guyu asked, a sly glint in his eyes. Mu Yinxue looked at him with fear in her eyes. No, I can't. Even if I sacrificed all my lifespan, I couldn't do it. She lowered her head. I'm still very inexperienced with celestial divination. Guyu eyed the novice 6th-tier soul practitioner before him, calculating silently. It would be unwise to kill the goose that lays golden eggs. Even if she couldn't divine now, having a beautiful servant instead of an enemy wasn't a loss. The immediate priority was finding treasures to extend her lifespan. Although she had already been blessed by the waters of Liqi, it was far from sufficient. Don't seek out the remaining powers. Mu Yinxue softly tugged at Guyu's sleeve, her voice barely audible. Why not? Are you worried about me? Guyu asked, puzzled. And no, Mu Yinxue stammered. My master said that throughout history, those with the calamitous prison body that collected up to 5 powers were destroyed. The power of the 7 sins is rooted in human evil, and the further you go, the harder it is to control. Moreover, 2 of the powers have never been seen. Guyu took her delicate hand. Then I need your help even more. Don't worry, I will find treasures to extend your lifespan. I can't do it now. She tried to pull away but to no avail. If you can't do it now, you might be able to later, right? I can wait until your celestial divination becomes strong enough. Am I aiding and abetting evil? Her heart was in turmoil. Guyu gently held her beautiful face. Yinxue, look at me. Right and wrong, good and evil, are all defined by people. She understood this well, but could only softly reply. But there's no point in forcing you now. Let's talk about it later. Guyu released her, knowing that such matters cannot be forced. Mu Yinxue raised her wrist gently, summoning the heavenly sword, its crystalline blade emitting a dazzling blue light. She swung it a couple of times, then turned to leave the cave. Are you planning to go? Guyu asked softly, watching her back. Yes. Mu Yinxue replied, her head lowered, her voice barely audible. You can, but not today. Guyu reached out to stop her. Wait until tomorrow morning. Let your soul power recover a bit more. It's late, and I'm still a bit worried. All right. Unable to resist, she could only comply. Stay with me tonight. As night fell, the unicorn and the little black cat stood guard outside the cave, while Liu and Ziki had already returned to the sea of soul consciousness. Shuiying transformed into a small fox, curling up at the bedside. Mu Yinxue lay down with her back to Guyu, not daring to meet his intense gaze. Yinxue, do you remember what you promised me? Moonlight streamed through the cave entrance, casting a faint blush on her fair neck. Yes, she answered softly, having abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Guyu whispered in her ear, I may not be around to bother you every day, but remember what I said. His voice was gentle yet firm. Don't let other men near you. Escape at the first sign of danger, and don't do anything foolish. Let your body remember me, and that's enough. Okay. Remember, it was I who saved your life. From now on, you must live for me. Good night. Guyu embraced her gently, slowly drifting into sleep. Mu Yinxue stared at the cave ceiling, pondering silently. Is this fate? In the morning, she opened her eyes, the warmth beside her a reminder that it was not a dream. She dressed quietly, her gaze inadvertently meeting Shuiying's as the little fox awoke. She quickly looked away. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Guyu, a swirl of complex emotions in her heart. Ultimately, she chose to ride the unicorn away quietly, the dark gleam in her eyes seemingly fading bit by bit. When Guyu awoke, only the sleeping Shuiying remained by his side. Has she left? He murmured to himself. Without even exchanging contact information, I suppose we'll meet again at the competition. Don't. Shuiying mumbled in her sleep. Stop sleeping, you lazy little fox. You used to be the one waking me up. Is it you, master? Shuiying rubbed her sleepy eyes and smiled. Get up, we have to head to Jian Academy in Pington City today. When Guyu woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. His phone screen was flashing with a message from Teacher Wang. The message mentioned an attack on a train, but fortunately, only 2 people were missing and there were no fatalities. Teacher Wang specifically inquired about his safety and noted the unusual behavior of the Gile League Soul Beast, which hadn't gone on a rampage. Guyu quickly replied, briefly explaining how he encountered the Gile League Soul Slave Organization and managed to escape on his own. Teacher Wang then reminded him not to forget the competition and not to embarrass him. In response to Guyu's playful complaints, Teacher Wang laughed, saying he was already used to incidents happening whenever Guyu took the train. Putting down his phone, Guyu opened the map to confirm his location. Liyue's flight path hadn't veered too far off course, and he was currently northeast of Xinyao, not far from his destination, Pingtan. He immediately summoned Liu Ziki, and with the acceleration effect of the fallen wings, the dragon swiftly carried him towards the eastern region of Xinyao. Although using the wind wings in dragon form consumed a lot of soul power, it was indeed much faster than the train. Liu landed near Yinsha Mountain at the northern border of Pington City. Just as Guyu was about to move forward with the 3 girls, he suddenly heard a warning. Master, be careful. He immediately went into combat mode, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Soon, a grotesque 2-headed monster appeared in view, viciously tearing apart a Qingyuan deer. The monster stood about 3 meters tall, bizarrely combining the head of a rooster with the body of a wild dog, and its 4 scarlet eyes were fixed on Guyu. The system identified it as an experimental product fused with a special soul artifact, named Qingji Chigo, classified as a normal grade level 7 spirit beast. It possessed skills like flame jet, biting, and blazing flames, along with flame body and swiftness traits. Facing this unusual 2-headed soul beast, Guyu decided to let Liu observe while he attempted to coordinate with Shuiying Ziki. Since Liu couldn't participate in the upcoming friendly match, this was a good opportunity to practice. Watching Liu leisurely paddling around, Guyu unhesitatingly launched a charm, Flash only managing to control one of the monster's heads. The chicken head of the 2-headed monster suddenly drooped, but the dog head controlled the body with astonishing speed, launching a fierce charge. This was no ordinary speed. Shuiying immediately countered with a lightning-fast attack, her sharp claws slicing through the air with flashes of cold light. Despite the monster's incredible speed, it couldn't match Shuiying's agility, and soon multiple wounds were torn open on its body, blood gushing out. At the same time, Ziki's snake eyes emitted a strange purple glow. The monster seemed to fall into some kind of illusion, its body convulsing violently. The deadly poison took effect instantly, causing the dog head to bleed from all 7 orifices and hang limp. Unexpectedly, it seemed the monster had 2 lives. Even though they shared a body filled with Ziki's poison, the chicken head suddenly woke up, unleashing a chilling frost power, gradually encasing itself in ice. Guyu seized the opportunity, controlling the soul lock chain to hit the chicken head precisely. He channeled all his soul power, his gloves erupting in scorching flames, ready to deliver a full-force strike. Just then, several blue ice spikes whistled through the air, easily piercing the monster's frozen body, splattering purple blood everywhere and leaving a ghastly large hole, its internal organs destroyed. Even so, the monster stubbornly clung to life. Guyu advanced along the soul lock chain, delivering a heavy blow to the chicken head's crest. The flames instantly melted the skull, leaving a hideous crater. This, have I become so powerful? My full force strike is comparable to a soul skill. Guyu thought in surprise. With both heads defeated, the monster's body collapsed with a thud, quickly rotting and emitting a foul stench. Guyu hurriedly led the three women away from the scene. Master, do you care about these things? Liyue put away her phone and approached Guyu, saying, there are quite a few humans with special abilities like your little slave girl, but I don't know the specific details. Liyue, you must come from a mysterious place beyond the human map, right? Guyu asked, looking at the dense forest behind them. Of course, but telling Master some things now wouldn't be meaningful. Guyu agreed. He recalled how, even under the suppression of dragon might, Wangsu could barely withstand Liyue's attack, and how Qingyang Eagle would have been beheaded by the heavenly sword if not for its resilient skill. This reminded him of the powerful neutral families Li Mu mentioned, who dared to challenge the state with their extraordinary powers. Humans can only enhance their soul power by absorbing soul crystals, and these crystal mines are controlled by nations. How do these families obtain cultivation resources to be so audacious? Guyu pondered. Having experienced the arrival of the system and witnessed various extraordinary events, he wouldn't find it strange to see someone flying in the sky now. Clearly, the place they were in was just a corner of this mysterious world. Quite interesting. Guyu couldn't help but smile. Did Master think of something amusing? Sort of. You, am I impressive? Ziki reverted to her girl form and clung to him playfully. Ziki is indeed impressive. You showcased your divine power right from the start. If it didn't have two heads, you would have resolved it already. Ziki rarely smiled. Master, she turned to embrace Shuiying's delicate body. Shuiying is also very impressive. Although they had gained considerable soul power from defeating the Qingyang Eagle earlier, they were still far from the soul power needed for advancement. Watching the monster's corpse dissolve into white light, Guyu recalled the toad and scorpion combination they encountered earlier. How did these soul beasts mutate into such forms? Clearly, this world held many unsolved mysteries. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.